Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and off we go. Our Astros with another win. After the game, I got a tweet from a listener that said, man, I'm so sick of this. We need to start I'm tired of, it's from Keith. I'm tired of this MF mediocrity. Can we get a MF winning streak, even a small one? After 9 years of excellence, we are spoiled now. Walker better start getting it done now or be out. Hold people accountable. That was a good win yesterday.
Yeah,
what are we mad
after
about?
9 wins, what did he say? We're spoiled. Well, if we're spoiled, then our expectations are high.
Right.
If
we're
you're
spoiled, so we want them to be better.
Well, that's not our guy, Keith. Like, he doesn't speak like that.
That's our guy, Keith Pena.
No, that's a different Keith.
That's Pena,
That's
right?
Pena, yeah. Keith is in who calls and knows all the free agents. He doesn't use that kind of language.
That's a different. And he doesn't care about our teams anyway.
Well, he likes to talk about them. He likes to have opinions.
No, he likes to talk about Baltimore or something.
Well, he's a Ravens fan, which, by the way,
which is terrible.
I was having stomach issues last night in the middle of the night again. That's a delight. That's a delight to be up for 2 straight hours. I'm not going to tell anyone to go in a ditch or anything, but today's probably not a great day to mess with me either.
Okay.
And so I had to take some medicine to get back to sleep. But anyway, while I'm sitting there making it worse, what, Dell? What are you laughing about? Dell's laughing.
What is wrong with you?
We just had a conversation out there, and so Dell's got internal knowledge that's making him laugh. While I'm sitting there, this is off we'll get to the Astros and Jake Meyer. Okay, it's time. I may have to get my dad on the show to talk about Jake Myers. But I didn't see this. And it's like a fever dream in the middle of the night for me. I watched the schedule release video from the Baltimore Ravens. Did you happen to see this?
Is that what made your boo-boo juice all come out or something?
No. Boo-boo juice is magnesium. Boo-boo juice is magnesium citrate.
It's what he drinks to do that.
It makes you not be
constipated.
Stuffed up, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what boo-boo juice is. Like, if you drink it, you have no choice. There is no choice.
It's what comes out isn't what it
that's
we
not
don't call
boo-boo
that
juice.
boo-boo juice. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, no, it's worse than that. So anyway,
you got a boo-boo in your belly, and
it was just bad. I've got it's this stuff that I had has just completely wrecked me. But regardless, I'm awake. I'm here. I'm a warrior. I'm a true man of the people.
Yeah,
so,
nothing says like toughness like you. Go ahead.
I'm on the show doing it.
Okay.
If you were dealing with what I was dealing with last night, stood up in all weird positions. Like, come on, please. I hope this helps.
Wait, are you still talking about the bathroom?
Yep. Yeah. So,
okay.
Yes. So, anyway, I saw the schedule release for the Ravens, and it was done. Del, you didn't see this, so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I did not.
It's done in the form of Severance, the TV show. John, I can't remember if you watched Severance.
I'm watching Severance, yeah.
Okay, so you'll get it too. You guys need to watch it. I don't know how any organization has this much time to put together a schedule release. It's gone too far. The schedule release stuff has gone too far. I thought it was interesting that Brandon Beane, the GM for the the Bills, they did a thing where Josh Allen told them to do a video, use AI, and he ends up using Allen Iverson.
The Chargers made it, and the Titans was pretty funny when they went on Broadway and they tried to.
This one is people. A 5.5-minute video.
Oh my God.
Where it's Severance, where Charlie Kolar is Charlie K, and he's going in to do. And I mean, they're spending money. Whoever did the videography for this, they've got a computer where they're scrolling through the numbers. They've got a keyboard that has a mouse pad to bring the numbers in or whatever they're doing. What are they called? Harvesting numbers. I can't remember.
Like Severance, right?
Yeah, just like Severance. And different players are in there, and somebody's talking like, your Audi loves cats. Your Audi, and it's like, oh my God. You've got, at one point, Eric DaCosta, the general manager, is holding a lamb and feeding him by a bottle, a real lamb. He goes, they're not ready yet. They're not ready yet. And somebody walks in and it's like, and I'm just sitting here thinking, you're just going to have to find a way to get past the Bills. You don't have to do all this. This isn't necessary. Find a way to get Lamar to play better in the playoffs.
I think there's an award now for best.
I hope it's $20 million, because that's the only thing that would make me put this much time into a schedule release video.
There is a new ceremony and reward. I mean, there's a red carpet best schedule release video. Okay, so you win some kind of NFL award now every year for best video, because they are putting a lot. And my favorite was the Colts, which had Tyreek being arrested, and
which got deleted.
They had Kyler on a chicken, riding a chicken.
I respected that one, and I texted Ballard. I'm like, "What?" There's a guy in his organization that's really he's a tough guy. He is a bully. And I said, "What is it?" I said, "Would you let Ed Dodds do your video this year?" He goes, "Finally, we got some balls in our building with that video release." He said it as a joke, but he's like, "Oh, I saw it." He goes, "I figured we'd end up having problems for that." He goes, "I'm not involved in any of that stuff. That's social media people." But if you get a chance to see the Ravens, they got a bunch. Harbaugh's involved in it. There's a lot of players involved in it. It's extremely well done. It's just to the point where I just, the Texans. I thought the Texans is pretty plain. It's the same thing over and over. We try to make Bun B carry everything, and every rapper from the late 90s and early 2000s has to, and Dennis Quaid. We just don't update anything in Houston. And we have 2 Radio Hall of Famers. We're not in it.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Right.
Melissa from Power, she's not in it. She could have been in the video. Melissa could have.
No, absolutely she could have and should have been in
John,
the
let me
video.
ask you something.
Yeah.
You had a certain direction.
Were Sam or Abigail in it?
No. They weren't asked. You had
and Abigail's a fitness influencer.
Right.
You had a certain direction you want this segment to go, right, John?
Well, I thought we would talk some Astros, but
have you given up on the first segment of the show going any way you want it to go? Have you given up on that?
I've given up on life.
Well, not life, just the show. You haven't given up on life. You were enjoying your life.
Well,
in some ways.
Well, says you.
Well, you on the course you enjoy.
Say hi to all your no friends there.
Well, on the course he enjoys his life.
Yeah. Say hi to all those planes I'm on.
For those 3.5 to 4 hours you're on a golf course you enjoy, right?
Say hi to
your poker friends.
Say hi to my credit cards.
Oh, well, look how miserable.
Hi, poker friends at Hollywood Park.
What are you?
I don't know you, but would you friends like to talk some politics?
What are you dressed to do today, John? You got a
I'm
nice
gonna go play golf.
Oh, okay. He's gonna play golf again.
Well, it's not the worst thing. It's better than what I was doing at 3 a.m.
Yeah, no. It's better than drinking boo-boo juice all night. Yeah. Yes.
I didn't drink it. I don't want anything coming out.
Right. That's better. No, it's absolutely better.
Opposite.
So we had a, as you said, a good win in Tampa. That might have been a direction
that the show would go.
Yeah,
it's still going to be a direction. It's still going to be a direction.
I mean, it's
right. We got 3 hours, Al.
That's true.
We don't have to hurry to get to
Delsey, we go for complete games. We're not trying to just sprint for for 90 minutes.
We ain't firing 95-mile-an-hour fastballs at the beginning. But we're starting out slow. We're bringing it. We're humping it like Colton Gordon.
We're Colton Gordon.
No, I got that. You want to pace yourselves. You don't want to wheeze.
We're just throwing strikes.
You don't want to wheeze to the finish line, but that's the issue. I don't think you were throwing strikes.
Well, that's the question.
I think
were we a little up in the zone?
I think you're wild. I think you're a little wild.
Might be out of the zone.
A lot of control.
Might be out of the zone a little bit.
The first segment is about 30,
Fromber's off again.
About 30 pitches for the first segment.
McCullers can't hit the zone.
Oh, he's gonna go 4 2/3 again because he's thrown 30 pitches in the first inning in the first segment. That's what it was.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Listen, we got plenty of time. Hey, we got a lot of good subjects today, though. A good college football to talk. And there's a lot of NFL stuff to talk as well. But we do have to. I mean, we got to give the boys a little bit of credit. Man, I'm starting to worry about Altuve. I really am. He's hitting 164 this month, and we're into this is the 20th, and he's hitting 164 with a 440 OPS. It's bad.
Well, it's a long stretch. But the only reason that I would be nervous, the only reason you start getting nervous is because of his age, the time that he spent in the league, and that we know historically. See, I'm really actually not that scared. However, I've seen it fall off a cliff suddenly on players as they get older. I need to go check Fangraphs to see if there's anything. I don't know if Fangraphs has bat speed, but I'm curious about, exit velo, which is going to be a direct.
Well, StatCast will have all that.
Yeah. Just go check. Well, they get StatCast stuff, but yeah. That's the only thing that scares me, John. I mean, he's gone through some funks before. 2020 was not a good year for him. It was a terrible year for almost every Astro. And that was the COVID year, and they were blamed for, he took a lot of the blame. They were a wreck. They were a mental wreck. But Jose Altuve had a bad year in 2020, but he bounced back, and no one, we're 5 years beyond that. I don't want this to be an age thing where all of a sudden we've seen the best of Jose Altuve. That's the only thing that concerns me.
Yeah, that is scary. We've seen him. We've seen him slump before. He's moving him around in the order. I like what Joe is doing with him. He's moved him to third in the order now. You got to have to respect for him. You moved him out of the leadoff spot. You moved him out of the 2-hole. Now he's in the 3-hole. Let's see if that can't get him going a little bit. I don't know how. He's got to stop swinging at really crappy pitches. I think that's going to help more than where he bats in the order. But, man, this team is coming up clutch. They scored all their runs. With 2 outs in the second inning. Nice job. You got the bomb, and then you got Cam Smith. You got Jake, didn't even know he walked. Then you got Cam Smith turning on a changeup and driving it down the line, and Chas McCormick coming through, which was awfully nice. Victor Caratini, it'll be interesting to see what they do when Jordan comes back, because Caratini's catching every night, and Diaz has been DHing, and Diaz and Yiner is he's scuffling as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the catcher position when Jordan ever comes back.
Yiner's got to keep playing. Yeah, Yiner's got to keep playing though. So I don't know what they're going to do. Because
I'm not sure that Yiner's going to keep on playing. I mean, Caratini is
he's better, but I mean
better in every aspect.
But don't you want better. Yiner? He is. Yeah. But Yiner Diaz is one of your core players.
Yep.
Like it's only his. Is this year 3 for Yiner or year 2? No, this is year 3.
This is 3, but he got dustied the first year.
Yeah. It's his second full-time year.
Right.
He does have 5.
Well, last year he scuffled, and now he's scuffling again.
Well, how bad did he scuffle last year?
He scuffled.
Well, I guess you know what? Technically, this is third year, third full. It was pretty full. I mean, he did hit 300 last year.
Well, he had 585 at bats. He hit 16 homers. The year before, he had 23 and 355.
He had a 766 OPS following a 742 OPS. Like, I don't know if he scuffled that bad. He led the league
in 846 OPS his first year.
Oh yeah, but I don't know that last year was scuffling.
He took off 80 points last year.
80 points of OPS. Well, I mean, that's. Yeah, but the year before, he also had a lot fewer at-bats.
Right.
He had a lot fewer at-bats. That was the league got a little book on him. I mean, I think the first year being a full-time starter, that's not a bad year. Yeah, his home runs went down. He did lead the league in double plays, which you have not mentioned, at 22, which was up from 12 the year before. So you didn't mention that. He didn't throw anybody out. There was some other stuff that you could have mentioned that he didn't.
Yeah,
he didn't do. This year, I mean, I think he's just got to play. I mean, if he's one of your core, you think he's a core player, don't you?
I do think he's a
got
core
to play.
player. But if Caratini is better, and early on when Jordan was here, Caratini was catching and Yiner was sitting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Joe ain't afraid to sit him if he ain't gonna hit.
No, it's a long season. You can sit guys when you need to. That's true.
And listen,
he would not be playing for Ime right now because he's also not very good defensively.
Yep, right. There's two. Well, Caratini ain't throwing.
Well, but Caratini couldn't play for him either because he can't throw anybody out.
Right. All right, let's break. We got a lot to talk about here. There's a lot of good stuff on the table today, so don't you go anywhere. 713-780-3776 if you'd like to add something to the show. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking about my as a matter of fact, I just gave myself my shot this morning. Listen, they are going to take care of you. You're on the road a lot. If you're somebody they're going to make sure that you get your testosterone when you're supposed to have your testosterone. I do self. I might I tried the pills. I wasn't crazy about it, but you know what? My testosterone level was great. I might try the pellets. But I'm right now. I've taken the testosterone with me, and I'm doing. You can do it any way that makes sure that you're getting the testosterone that you need, the peptides that you need. What's wrong with you? Sluggish? Are you not focused? Are you sexually, work-wise, whatever it is, bouncing back from workouts, whatever it is that you need with the peptides, they've got one for you. It's just an awesome way to go about it. I love Game Day Men's Health. I'd like it a lot more than the place I was before. You will too. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Free consultation every single time. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number, if you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. John and Lance along with Dell, and you can get in and hang out with us. I thought, Colton did a nice job. Colton Gordon last night. He is what he is. He's not overpowering anybody, but he got you. He gave up the 2-run homer in the 5th, and I thought, Joe, get him a win. Get him out of there. And then he came back out in the 6th, and they roughed him up for the other run. And I just thought, it would be great for the kid to get that win under his belt. I think, he started to. You could see that he was laboring a little bit, and that he couldn't hold that lead, not against that. Yandy Diaz is a really nice hitter. It's a decent lineup. This is a team that should be winning in that ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, holy crap! Jake hit one 324 feet, and it was a homer. Chaz hit one 375, and it was a flyout.
Well, it's afflicted stadium. I mean, it's a dumb stadium. That stadium's not as bad as the other stupid one, but I just know this.
It's Yankee Stadium, only in the South.
Yeah.
With a wind stream.
Now, wait a minute. We have a stadium where 324 is a home run, and you can hit a 375 fly out.
At least you got to hit it a little high, though.
Yeah, you just have to pop it up a little bit.
Right.
Or you can hit a laser like Jeremy Pena's home run a week and a half ago where he hit the rocket into the first row. Jake's wasn't exactly a bomb, but it was still an important home run.
Oh, yeah. No, Jake's was big. It was huge. I love that this team now is starting to put together. Did you see the stat on what they're doing late in games?
Mm-hmm.
They're really, really coming through late. And that was back in 17. Remember the late runs that they would score, and they would and that it is really a huge difference maker. Maybe it wasn't 17, maybe it was later than that. But there was one year where they were just crap for the first 6 innings, and then all of a sudden they picked it up. That's clutch.
The month of May, the Astros are really killing it in the second half of inning 6 and beyond. They've been very good, much better than. I mean, it was the polar opposite in the first. In April, but this month they've been very good, and especially of late over the last 2 weeks. Look how many games that they've won, that they've either taken the lead. Well, that they've taken the lead in innings 6 and beyond. It's happened 3 of the last 4 games.
Yeah.
So
big 7th inning the other night against Texas, 6 runs with 2 outs.
Right.
Huge.
That was Friday, but then they also won late in the game the other day on Fromber's start too.
Yep. They sure did. Yeah. So that's really, really nice. And I don't think we give enough love to Hader. Listen,
no,
this dude is the best. He's the best reliever in baseball. They brought him in the other night in the Friday night game, up 4, and what does he do? He gives up a run. I was like, you can't bring him in a 4-run game. For whatever reason, closers don't have the same focus. I mean, we saw that for years with Presley. If you brought him into a 3-run game, he was giving up 2 runs.
Yeah, but that guy's also a mental case. You got to get Hader his work. If Hader's got to get his work, he's got to get his work. But did you take a look at the ERAs of the 3 pitchers? And frankly, it's your 3 best pitchers. I mean, I'm probably including King in there right now too. The proof is in the pudding. Look at the ERAs this year: 131, 127 for Abreu, 171 for Hader. That's crazy. That at this juncture, when you have, it just takes one bad outing to screw your ERA up for a while because the sample size it's growing, but it's still not a massive sample size. To have 3 straight guys from the bullpen with sub-2 ERAs, sub-1.8 ERAs is pretty wild.
No, King has been, holy crap.
King's been terrific, man.
And after a really rough start, and this is Abreu sucked early on. And for him to be, he's just been, look at his game log. It's just zeros, nothing. Early on, he gave up a 3 spot, and for him to be where he is right now after he started the season as one of the worst pitchers in baseball.
Abreu, it's crazy. But with King, With King, you literally have he has only allowed runs in two of his appearances this year. Only 2 appearances. He gave up 2 earned runs against the Padres back April 18th, and before that, he gave up an earned run, which was it was not a home run, on April 27th, I should say, against Kansas City. But other than that, no runs, 6 innings, no runs in May. In April, he had 13 and a third innings, 3 runs. He's just been his strikeout totals according to to innings, 14, 13 and a third. He's got 7 strikeouts in this, almost every outing in 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or his last 9 outings, he's got strikeouts in 8 of those 9 outings, and he doesn't throw gas.
Yeah.
Like it's really, it's just so impressive what he's been able to do. I hope he can hang in and keep doing it because, man, is he a godsend right now.
Yeah. No. King has been, the bullpen has been, the whole staff for all of these injuries that they've got, what they're doing is unbelievable. And listen, this team would not be above 500 if this staff was just average, because the hitting has been atrocious at times. So for them to be where they are, you lay that at the staff. Okay.
Yeah. 10 holds for Brian King.
That's awesome.
Already.
That is awesome. Awesome. All right, 713-780-3776.
He could use a 3-year contract. I'm telling you right now. We give 3 at about $33 million total. He could use that.
You think he could use the money?
He could use the 3-year contract. It's one of the things we like to do with relievers who have a good year.
Right.
You reward them with long, hard-to-trade contracts.
I would like to reward him more than I wanted to reward Montero.
Well, wait a minute now. Montero, don't go back. Montero had a great season. It was on the way to a World Series.
You
fundamentally never, if a guy's not a closer, you never give a guy a 3-year contract at reliever. It's almost like coin boys decide how they're going to pitch one year. The coin has spoken. Montero's going to suck this year.
The coin has spoken.
That's how it works.
Well,
Hector Neris, the coin has spoken. You're going to suck too this year.
It's going to be interesting with Abreu and the arbitration and whatnot.
It's going to, I mean, it's arbitration. It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. You'll be okay.
No, but you piss off the guy. I'd like to see him around for a little while. That dude's going to be,
get over it. This is your hometown. You better be ready for some discounts.
That's what we do.
That's how we do it.
713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, we got some football to talk on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, we're talking about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, one of my favorite places. We're going to be there June 9th. Oh, how about this? Michael, I was talking about him yesterday, and his wife was watching and listening to the show, and she said, Michael, his wife is awesome. This dude comes to play poker at the Golden Nugget when we're there. They got little kids. And he gets to come. He's like, yeah, my wife just said, yeah, go have fun. I would play poker with John. That's awesome. You need a wife like that, okay? Like Michael's wife, who's going to let you go to the Golden Nugget when we're there, June 9th and 10th, and come play poker with us. Or Lance, he likes to play Baccarat, or he likes to play, really foofy games. But here's the deal. Is if you're looking for a great place just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, and you might even be closer in Mount Bellevue or wherever you are, you're listening in Lake Charles, or you're listening in Beaumont, it's the best because you don't have to travel 6 hours, 7 hours it takes from door to door, 8 hours to get to your casino in Las Vegas. Golden Nugget is right here. It's got everything you could possibly want. You save a lot of money. You save a lot of time. You go and win and come on home. Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I love it. You guys love it. Make plans to be there June 9th and 10th with us at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, goldennuggetlc.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So the Texans had a big event, a black curtain event, where a bunch of people were all there, and they were talking about different stuff. And a couple of the interesting things there that came out of it. D'Amico Ryans says, who do you think he says it was getting the Hustle Award this offseason? Who's made the biggest impression on him this offseason? New guy that's come
New guy as in rookie or free agent?
Yeah. The guy they signed this offseason.
Shador.
Nope. Not Shador.
Okay.
Because they really didn't sign him yet.
New guy. Jalen Noel.
Nope. Justin Watson.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he's a pro.
Yeah.
That guy's known for being a super grinder, so that's a good one. I didn't even think about him.
He's a worker. He said he's in there first. He's out last.
Pro.
Yep.
Paid. He's been a former chief. He works hard to stay in the league. Like, yeah, but special teams guy, makes plays when he comes in as a wide receiver. He's like a sneaky good signing.
So the Texans have signed Tommy Thompson. What's his name? Tommy Townsend.
Yeah.
The punter. And now Justin Watson.
Yeah, we're going Chiefs.
So they're
Chiefs South.
Picking at the very edges of Chiefs championship vibes.
Keep saying that till we trade for Tyreek Hill, and then what are you going to say?
Do you want that?
Maybe we should get some of the
Not really.
good Chiefs.
I mean, Townsend is fine, I guess.
I mean, I guess.
It's just
Tommy, we finally have a punter with some swagger.
Yeah, he went up.
He will try to
catch the bleeping ball or something. Remember?
Yeah,
ran up to him.
That's punter with swag, yo.
Yeah,
that's fine. I mean,
Swaggy P.
I understand. I guess it's their somewhat version of pulling Patriots from back in the day. Like, hey, let's get some of that Patriots championship stuff down here.
Right.
But
for a while we were Denver, so we were the Broncos South.
That's true. And then Gary
then
Kubiak
turned into Patriots.
Then Gary Kubiak left and won a title. But I'm not sure Townsend and Watson are the Chiefs I would have pulled from.
That's not the core.
Well, that's what we can afford.
Okay.
That's right.
We can afford those kind of Chiefs.
We're Walmart Chiefs. Okay.
Yes.
We're Target Chiefs.
We're not dollar store Chiefs, but that's what we used to do, is just dollar store people that were cut from other rosters. Now we're just shopping with a budget. We're just budget shopping Chiefs.
We're Walmart before tariffs Chiefs.
Maybe we need to get some Ravens too.
Well,
and maybe some
nice.
Eagles.
Well, we don't want the kickers available.
Well, our kicker's better than the Ravens kicker now. That's never been a case for forever, but now Kaimi had his moments where it was a little yucky.
He missed some extra points that were a little annoying.
Yeah, no, but he's better than, and he's not as enthusiastic about massages either. So
yes, that was just a joke, but I was just pointing out there.
He gets standard sports deep tissue massages. That's it.
Yes, just the regular old.
Well, we don't know what
we know. Of,
yes, we're going to assume that is. We're not going to assume the worst with our kicker.
We're not going to assume the worst with our guys.
Right, but because we already did that.
Yes,
we got rid of that guy.
You don't think Kaimi learned his lesson? If he needed a lesson
to be
learned,
I don't think he needed to learn a lesson.
Let me finish. If he needed a lesson to be learned, you don't think he learned it?
Yeah,
he was here.
I would think the whole team and everybody. I would have thought the whole league learned it, but apparently not. I would have thought.
Well,
that was I
think it was going on for way back though. It predates Deshaun stuff.
Well, but he kept. Apparently, his enthusiasm didn't end.
Well, I guess he can be enthusiastic. There's lines you don't cross, and I guess he's accused of having them crossed. By the way, so that's still Tony Busby's cases, the Justin Tucker cases. I didn't realize that Tony Busby. I think I mentioned it on this show. Yeah, where I ran into the information that he got out of all the Diddy stuff. Because Tony Busby was the initial guy with all the Diddy stuff, and now he's out because he can't practice in New York. So I think he was trying to get, I don't know where he was trying to get it moved to, but he had to bolt. So he was in on Jay-Z. That didn't work. Deshaun was a victory.
Jay-Z is none too pleased with Tony Busby.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. So Tony Busby is the new defender of all women, which is,
and Dell.
Excuse me?
Running right in
defended
on his
Dell?
white
Oh,
knight.
I'm a defender of women, is what you're saying.
White knight.
Oh.
Now every time that you're
I'm a white knight.
He's a fake ally.
I'm a white knight.
Well,
Yeah.
white knight is it not literal white knight?
No, I know
Yeah.
what it means.
Yes, you
How so?
ride in and you
I
try
never
to save
see
people.
him wearing white ever.
But it's
It
an
clashes.
act. It's an act to further your agenda.
What's my agenda again?
You know what it is.
He's mad at me because I don't know why, but he did something really pick-me-ish today. We don't usually put that on guys, but he did something really
And
pick-me-ish.
Dell's walking down the hall to try to look like
Because
a little
it's embarrassing.
like a little scamp
What
going
he did,
into the closet, like, acting like he's going to get
I
some.
actually let the gentleman in who actually works there.
Oh.
He did
Oh,
something.
you did?
Yes, he did something very pick-me-ish that if you were here for it, you would have
John,
shamed him
all I
completely.
did was bring potato chips down to Power 105 or whatever.
Oh,
They
John, come
They
on.
eat potato
No.
chips down there for
No,
breakfast.
you didn't.
What's
No,
funny?
you didn't.
What's funny, Dell? What's funny,
No, you
John?
didn't.
That's not pick-me-ish. I brought potato
hey,
chips.
Look, well,
I'm
Oh
showing off
my
my new.
God.
I'm showing off my
Well,
new
you know
abuelo
what it
beard.
is?
God,
You know what
did
it is?
not.
I'm showing off my new abuelo
for
beard.
people who don't know, down the hall, Lance didn't know that because he knew Chetto was gone. He thought it was just a room full of women doing the show down there with Power. So he just happened to go to our vending machine.
Doesn't matter who it is. They're
and buy
getting potato
chips.
chips.
He bought chips. You didn't do that when El Cheto was down there.
Well, that's because El Cheto's
You're
such
a little,
an alpha.
You're a little afraid. I get it. He wouldn't want you walking into his
He
room.
would've
With his
stepped on
big
him with them
boots and his big
Them
curly
boots,
hair,
he would have
you don't
stepped
just
on him.
yeah, you don't walk in on Cheto's.
So
stuff.
Lance just goes to the vending machine and
Yeah.
buys 3 bags of
I
chips
said, I'm going to be nice.
Oh my God,
and
Lance.
walks it down there.
I saw Melissa. I haven't seen Melissa for 3 weeks.
You know
She
what
was
you
gone,
are?
I was
Dell,
gone.
you were right. You were
Yeah.
right.
That's not. You're not right, Dell.
You know what you are? You're a soft boy.
And I'm down.
You are.
I'm
That
down there,
you're
and
so-
I
That is
meet
embarrassing.
Valentina, the new girl.
Did you text her before? Did you say
No,
you
I
up?
don't have.
He
Well,
doesn't
one of
have
us
her-
doesn't have her number.
He doesn't have her number.
Yeah,
I
okay.
do, actually.
All right.
Yeah, you
he's-
hear
he's
that,
a-
John?
but
you
I
hear that
don't-
pick me stuff.
You know what I don't do is buy chips and just take them down the hall before 7 a.m.
Dell, what are the pop girls gonna think about this?
Oh, the
Girly
girly
pops.
pops. The girly pops.
What are the girly
They're not
pops
going to
gonna?
care.
I don't know what Sam and Abigail were going to think
By the
about
way,
it.
They're
have you
gonna
ever
be
heard the
jealous that Lance doesn't bring them chips.
No.
They were
because
here, he
I
would.
brought Sam ice cream one time because I'm a considerate. You know why? Because I'm a nice person. I'm a
Considerate.
man of the people.
Oh.
I
I
help
was
the guy.
sitting here. Did I get chips?
I helped the guy.
Did I get you
You've had.
chips?
I've got you stuff.
Did you bring
before.
me chips just
I
now?
bought you shoes years ago.
He walked down before
bought you
7 a.m.
shoes.
and bought chips and walked them down the hall. You're a soft boy. You know,
No.
you're a real
I'm
soft boy.
considerate and I'm a friend, a true
A
friend.
soft boy is a fake nice
Oh
guy.
my
And
God.
Dell goes
stuff.
and walks down pretending like he's
No,
going
I
to do
swear
something
I'm
and looks
nice.
in to try to look at what's going on.
Well, I
down
already knew
here.
you bought the chips. I just wanted to see the delivery of the chips. I saw the chips being
And they
bought.
they got bread. They've got lunch meat. Like they're
Yeah.
making sandwiches down there.
They
I'm
didn't
like, you
need
don't
your
even need
chips.
these chips.
So-
I'm going to take these sun chips with
What
me.
an embarrassing act you just
So
pulled.
that you made sure that they had chips with their sandwiches.
No, they
That's-
eat chips
That
for
is so
breakfast in
thoughtful
the morning.
of you. That is so thoughtful
Oh,
of
fake
you.
nice boy.
It is. Yeah, it
oh
is
my
thoughtful of me.
God.
You just fake nice.
I helped
And
the guy
Melissa's gonna
yesterday
come
who
in and
needed
go,
a driver.
He's so sweet.
She did
He
say
brought
that.
us
Mexico
chips.
City, and
I
he
heard
said,
that.
"You're the true man of the people, not Granado and his diamond club."
I heard that. She said to him, "Oh, you're so nice."
Oh
Thank
God!
you.
If only they knew.
Yeah,
If only they
and
knew.
the problem is, all he did it for was to hear that
Yeah.
come back. You're so nice.
How nice he is. Yeah.
If he could bring an acoustic guitar, he would have done that too. He'd have walked the.
So,
An acoustic guitar.
If he
I'm
had
not John Mayer.
If you could play a guitar, you would have walked that guitar down there too.
it's so embarrassing.
Brought
Del.
chips and
That is
yeah,
so
it's embarrassing.
Some people hate getting showed up. You two hate getting showed up
It's
because
not
I'm
being
a
showed
gentleman
up because we can
and
see
I'm a
right
man
through
of the
you.
true man of the
No,
people.
because I can see right through this act, and the problem is
Why don't you do it for Cheto? Why don't you do it for him?
exactly?
Because you don't buy men. You guys, you're in the club that buys men other
That's true.
men jeans.
That's
You
true.
guys buy each other clothes.
That's true.
I don't do that. I don't even buy other men chips.
Okay.
I think
Stop.
it's so transparent, and you can see right through it. And unfortunately, the women down there don't know who he really is, so they think he's just just look at Lance, got his chips. Stop it.
Yeah.
Don't worry. If anything ever comes up, Dell will ride down there on his horse and like, wait a minute.
But
Oh.
how can I be the white knight when you're too busy stuffing them with chips? I can't
What?
be the white knight. You're
I
white knightish.
I can't bring. Those are my friends. We talk all the time. I haven't
his
seen them
friends.
I haven't seen Melissa is a true friend of the show.
That's true.
She's a true friend of the show.
It's very true.
I was bringing her chips. I brought 3 because I thought that there was other people on the show. It turns out that one guy's there with the gray beard.
You were a little upset about that.
Nah, but I don't know what he's doing in there. He's got his own show.
You mean his job?
Yeah, he's got his own show.
What's that guy doing down there? You mean his
and
job?
then I told Dale, I was like, guess who's back? Valentina's back.
I didn't know her name.
I don't.
Yeah, well, you know now because you were asking. Who's
well, we're not trying to snuggle in there. So
no one is.
Okay.
No one is.
Don't ever talk to me again about anything woman related ever after you did that. Don't ever do it.
After I brought chips?
You didn't bring chips. You went to the vending machine,
Melissa,
bought them for the specific purpose.
Melissa, you up? I got chips for you.
How about this? I almost brought you some kolaches, and I'm like, nah.
Yeah, he almost did it, but he didn't do it.
But I thought about it. Was actually like, that's pretty nice of me.
We're done with this.
To think about it.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
Wow.
That is
and I think he only did it because you weren't here. If you were here, he probably wouldn't have done it.
Because John would be like, let me bring some down there too.
No, he wouldn't. He just laughed.
He'd say, let me hold a chip.
Stop embarrassing yourself.
Let me hold a chip, he'd say.
That's what I'd say.
Like, do your own thing.
Oh, my God. We're done with this.
When I'm dead, there's going to be so many people at my funeral saying, you know what he did for me that was nice? You know what he did for me that was nice? You know what he did for me that was nice? And well, you know what they're going to say when you guys are dead? Good. It's about time.
I don't know. I rarely pull this word out because it's really reserved for only one person. Phony.
Wait. You reserve it for Raheel and not John, just for Raheel?
The man of the people thing is fake, but I don't really call him phony. You are a fake, phony soft boy.
That's not. I'm a coin boy.
That's
true.
You're that too, and a glory boy too, but definitely a soft boy.
All right.
Fake niceness.
We got a break. When we come back, we're talking some NFL. We got some more NFL, some real NFL talk next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But Lance and I are talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We're talking about how now Lance. I mean, if Billy Brown wasn't here, if you had any issues in your house over the last couple of weeks, holy crap, okay? Would you be in some trouble if your plumbing didn't work exactly right with the way that your family has really been throwing it around?
Family, it's just a 2-person show. But yes, we're grateful and thankful. I still have not made my call to Billy for the shower. I still have a shower that drips and gets in, and then all of the crap that's in the water supply in Houston is making a mess and creating a film on my glass in my shower. I got to get Billy out there. I'm going to call him today after the show. You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm going to call Billy and Aqueduct Plumbing Company at 9 o'clock. I think they open at 9 o'clock. I'm going to call it 9 o'clock. We'll be late for a break. I'll call it 9:05 when we go to a break. Because I know that he's going to get it fixed. I know he'll get plumbing issues fixed. You got an issue with the something's messed up with the way your toilet flushes. Don't try to think you're going to change it. I'll just go to Home Depot and fix it myself. You can try that, but you're probably going to screw it up. If you got a bunch of problems, why don't you have them come out there and fix them all? If you got major issues with a sink backing up, I found out that it was a major issue for me that we had to have fixed, and never been an issue since then. So big job, small job. I can just tell you this. They do the right job every single time. Transparent, very fair pricing, and they get the work done quickly for you. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We're talking about I guess, was it last night that they had this event, the Texans? Where was this? And it looked like it was at NRG. They had a giant curtain. They had D'Amico up there being interviewed.
Yeah,
they had Cal and Hannah. Hannah's announcing the jerseys that we're going to be getting. Apparently, the league won't let the Texans use the Columbia blue and blah, 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 and still, but they're going to have outlines of it. And apparently, it's going to, we care about this way too much. This rivalry between the Titans and the Texans, and the hatred, the ownership hatred is real. And it's okay. I mean, whatever. Whatevs. So, and then we need a new stadium too. So there's that. We got that.
Hopefully, we get a new stadium in the city.
Yeah, hopefully we get
for a
one.
football team, because this one is so dilapidated and run down. I'm
Yeah,
embarrassed to even bring friends there.
Well,
look at this. Look how few options for suites there are relative to what the national market is. This place is a disgrace. Our owners can barely make any money.
Yeah.
Please help them. Can someone please help? Please donate now. Can we start a GoFundMe to get this stadium for them so they can finally have a nice place to play?
Sally, what's her name, can do a video.
I don't think she's doing. I don't even know if those things even exist anymore.
I know you don't see them anymore.
I do see cats with no eyes and dog with 3 legs. They still do that, but I think the kids with I see cleft. I see the cleft palate.
Yeah.
I see that one still.
That's I hate. Gosh,
that one's a rough one.
That's a rough one. Anyway, we got that. A lot of talk about the tush push. A lot of talk in the NFL about the tush push. Of course, the Eagles love it, and the league Packers are trying to eliminate it altogether, trying to get it out of there where not even. So they started it at the snap of the ball. You cannot help a runner. You can only help him by blocking a player in front of him. And then they took out the snap of the ball thing. They just don't want any more pushing guys. And that used to be a rule. I don't know why they changed that. You could start helping guys, and I don't know. I don't really care all that much. Our team doesn't do it well. And we're not in the same division as the Eagles. I would imagine it'd be maddening if we were in the same division as the Eagles, because and the Eagles' point is, well, then stop us, blah, blah, blah. We've got the best quarterback to doing it. Other teams, you can do it too. The Bills didn't do it successfully against the Chiefs. It didn't work out for them. So not sure if they like it. I don't know. There's a lot of talk about tush push and whether or not, and the Eagles are like, hey, be better at it. What do you think about tush push?
It's to the point now where I just think it's such a so the league, let me just give you some context here. I remember back in 2012 when I met John Pollard, who worked at that time for Stats Ice, which was an advanced form. It was basically PFF before PFF was even a thing. And he was kind of the godfather of this. And he was way ahead he started doing stuff with he'd come from Microsoft. He worked for Stats. He had done some things individually with Mickey Loomis and Sean Payton with the New Orleans Saints, helped them win a Super Bowl by, did I tell you this? The Dragon Dictation, where he set up a Dragon Dictation, which doctors, I guess, use, where it basically listened to every Colts game. He set a big speaker up, and it would pick up all of the audible calls that Peyton would make, and they deciphered it and determined what was real. Well, they didn't. The Saints didn't. John did, and he would determine what everything was saying. This dictation, dictated, and then they would study, and then study the play of what happened to try to determine what was fake and what was real. What they found was the word casino. When he said casino, that meant that he was reading an all-out blitz, and so he was just going to throw hot immediately. He was reading a zero blitz, and they called casino. So what the Saints did was they took this knowledge in the Super Bowl, fake the look. Peyton threw a pass where the Saints were sitting on it instead of faking a blitz. They sat on it, and Porter turned it into the touchdown that ended up being, the touchdown for the Saints. And so this guy was also, Pollard also was part of a group that they took Israeli missile systems, started what was called Sport View cameras. So the Sport View cameras have been used in basketball for years and years for player tracking. He wanted to get it in football. So what he did was installed it with Green Bay's permission, installed it across Lambeau Field. And I saw this. I'd never seen anything like it. It was incredible. Imagine next gen now. This was available in 2012. And so this could have really taken off. But what the league did was they eliminated it. They said you can't do this at all, ever, unless every team has access to it, because there's an unfair advantage, and the Bengals would not pay for it at all. And so it just got me to thinking the league is so big on unfair advantages. And when you think about what the Eagles have, which with a quarterback who can bench press 600, I just think they're eventually going to err on the side of, we could just say stop it, but no one's even coming close to stopping it. And the league believes in parity, and they believe in eliminating unfair advantages. And I just think we're going to get to a point where I know Roger Goodell in the league doesn't make this decision. It comes to a vote. I think they're going to eliminate it. But isn't that okay to just have they're not eliminating quarterback sneaks. You can still take your 600-pound squatting quarterback and run forward as hard as you can.
Right.
Like, you can still do that, and you may be able to push offensive linemen, right? Where they can push other offensive linemen, or are they not going to be allowed to push at all?
You just can push the defensive player. You can't push your own guy from behind.
Okay, so you mentioned this, and I didn't know if you were right on this, and I'm studying it right now. How did it become legal to push in the NFL? And it used to not be legal, and I'm trying to find exactly if it just kind of it just eventually got to where they didn't call it at all. Because I know you cannot pick up and move a player, you cannot pull a player, but the push 17 years ago, when they talk about Reggie Bush, was one of the first times we saw it, certainly in college. I don't know when it became legal to push a player from behind. It's an unnatural act, but we see it all the time when running backs are down the field also.
Yeah. Where you can drag them. That used to be illegal. All that used to be illegal. And I don't know why they changed it, but it certainly is controversial right now. The other thing that
I would get, by the way, I would make changes. I don't think it should be legal the way it is right now. It's just it's kind of ruining the game a little bit.
The other thing that they're talking about changing right now is the seeding in the postseason. They want to keep the division winners as the top 4 seeds. But if a team with a better record than a division winner advances, then they would leapfrog the seed. It would be by record in the second round, as opposed to what seed is playing a better game. You understand?
So
what
they
I'm saying?
want to reward division winners in the first round.
But
after that, record matters.
No.
Okay.
But after that, no.
Oh. Well, that runs contrary to what people would like to see.
It's no longer by, like, the 4th seed will automatically play the 1 seed. The 4th seed, if you're the 6th seed or the 7th seed and you win, automatically you go and play the 1.
See, that runs contrary to all any conspiracy theory stuff, because the idea is the league just wants the best teams in, and the best, and this, that, and the other. This actually runs contrary to that. They're saying, hey, whatever happens after the first round happens, and it's a true
well, not really
bracket
not
style,
really.
right? How
really?
So?
Actually, it's the exact opposite. Because if the 7th seed might be a better team, or a 6th seed might win and be a better team than the 4th seed, which is the case a lot of times. You're the division
sometimes,
winner.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and you're 9-8. You're a division winner. You're 9-8. You automatically, the lower seed automatically has to go and play the number 1 seed. So the 4 seed benefits because it's not as good. It plays the 2 seed as opposed to playing the 1 seed. So actually, the league is saying, we do want the better teams to advance. So
well, it depends. It actually depends because now you're making an assumption. I'm going to go back and look, but you're making an assumption that every year the 7 seed or the 6 seed is better than the 4 seed. I'm not.
Well,
it
no,
happens
I'm not
some.
saying every year. I'm saying when it does happen.
Yeah, it happens some.
I'm not saying every
obviously,
year,
yeah.
or even the 5 seed. If the 5 seed wins, and a lot of times it's better than the 4 seed.
Well, it happened last year where the 5 seed was the Vikings. Now, of course, they did lose to the Rams, but they were 4 games better than the Rams, and they were 4 games better than the Bucks as well as the 3 seed. So, and the Commanders were better than the Bucks as well. Also, the Green Bay Packers were better. So, in the case where one of those teams, I put it in quotes, upset someone in the first round, then if the Bucks won, the Bucks don't get another home game. They would have to go on the road to the team who had the better regular season record. Yeah,
correct. They wouldn't be the 3 seed. They'd now be what's your record?
I typically think the league. I think the NFL typically they're willing to try some stuff. Obviously, with the kickoff rule, they still don't have it where they want it. They're still trying to get more kickoffs out of it, but the nature of kickoffs is that what made the kickoffs happen is if you didn't, the legs of kickers have gotten so strong that they can just bang the ball out of the end zone. So they're trying to legislate that. Okay. Well, they also want to take the head trauma and head injuries out, and it's totally understandable. I get that. But it has made it more difficult to get kick returns. I like the fact that they're trying to find a way to get kick returns. I almost think the only way to do it is back up the kickoff start, like back up where you kick off from. But the pinpoint kickoff, it's fine. It'll work. It'll just create, and it's going to create more scoring because you're going to get the ball at the 30 or 35 yard line. Makes it way easier. Now all you got to do is cross midfield and you're in field goal range. We're at the 45. Well, a 62 yarder, we can do that. We can make a 62 yarder. That's kind of one of the wild things that's changed about football drastically is how far the field goals are now, how they're willing. Analytics used to be don't play for field goals. Now it's like, hey, if you can kick a 50+ yard field goal at a 70% rate, then you might want to be more concerned. I talked to an analytics guy that said some teams they find are more conservative now because they feel like there's a better chance of scoring points from 53 to 56 yards than ever before. And so now they're like, let's just not ruin let's not get a sack. Let's not ruin anything. Let's make sure we get our 3 because we're not taking up additional time with additional plays, and we'll get more plays in later. The way it was explained to me, which I thought it was pretty wild. But I think the league does a pretty good job, though, of trying to address certain things. And what I do like is when they think it doesn't work, they'll bail on it quick.
Well, maybe you should bring Roger Goodell some potato chips, okay? Because he's done such a good job there. Maybe you can walk him down the hall.
I can't afford it. He's cutting the owners
okay.
keep cutting NFL media budget. I can't afford potato chips.
Bring Raji some potato chips.
He's got potato chips there off Park Avenue.
Okay, all right.
He's got lots of money for potato
walk
chips.
Walk him down when you're at the NFL building. Okay.
Is there anyone else you do this for? Like when do you do it for Colleen Wolfe?
Oh, that's,
chips?
No,
or something similar.
Hey, you up?
Well, when he's in LA and she's in LA, if she is at the same time.
No, because everyone's got the food. No, not really, because there's snacks in every room. They got snacks all over the place.
So it doesn't have the same effect if you just bring her something for free
from
one room to the other.
I brought this is about 5 years ago, but I brought the makeup girls some it's about 7 years ago. Some treats from a local bakery,
right?
And that's when I found out like everyone there was vegan.
Not
and I'm
that.
like, well, you're not going to be able to eat
wait a minute.
It wasn't that makeup girl, right?
Yeah, the makeup girls that got all those guys on the set.
No,
not them.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think it was just the room. And I said, hey, because
why were you named?
I wanted them to know that I was.
When you were creeping with potato chips.
Let's not say he should have been named in the Ike Taylor stuff, John.
I brought a bag. I literally just brought a bag of some. Or I brought a box of. Here you go.
What's wrong with you?
I brought that there, and they go, thanks. And I go in there, and there's hardly any gone. Like, that looks really good. And this girl goes, oh yeah, just a lot of the girls here are vegans, so don't let that offend
So I didn't hear.
Like, oh, well, I wasted this.
I didn't hear you brought anything for Garofalo or Pelissero, just for the makeup.
No, Pelissero's a little bit.
Oh.
Tom can be a little. He can be a little cold.
Oh, okay.
Although we get along a little better now. Tom and I have.
He ain't bringing him no potato chips.
Not at all. Not warm
Okay.
enough.
No,
All right, we got a break. Why don't you talk right now? Who's he talking about, Dell?
I
Let's
don't.
talk a-
People who
Craig
make
the
more money
Surf.
than me, I don't bring them stuff.
Okay.
You don't get stuff from me
How do you know Melissa ain't making more money than you?
because I work 2 jobs.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I don't know what she does. You don't know how much money she
I
makes.
work 2 jobs.
I don't
quite
think
certain.
I don't think her salary played a part in his decision
It's
making.
100% did. It's
Not a
helping
chance.
people.
Oh, you don't think she could afford the chips? Is what you're saying?
Sorry, I
Okay.
have friends and I do nice things for friends.
You don't even have.
I brought John Granado an NFL Network shirt.
You don't even have your
He
friend's
didn't even
number.
say thanks for that anymore.
Your friend? You don't have her number.
Yeah, because I'm not a creep.
What?
You're the one who has a number, creep.
How does that make you a creep if you have someone's number? You know how communication works?
It would be creepy
If I
he
said I
her
had the number, you'd be a creep. I took
yeah.
a picture of somebody acting stupid and
I
a
agree.
quote unquote influencer, and because that's in my phone, you think I'm a creep.
Well, it is.
So
Because
how is it?
You are
So
kinda creepy.
please
That
be
is
more
creepy.
consistent, Del.
it's not the same thing if Melissa goes, here, have my number when you are taking candid photos of someone you don't know in France.
Then
That's
don't
not the
be
same
stupid.
thing.
Then don't act like one of those loser influencers. So I have to take a picture of you and show it to other people.
If
Like,
this
look
woman
at this
did a
dummy.
radio show, would you bring her chips?
The only thing is, you think that it's something creepy because she was,
Attractive?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
still loser influencer behavior.
So she was chip eligible, though. She would have got
No.
a bag of chips from you.
No, I was with my wife.
Okay.
Okay.
We
We got a break.
You
Talk about
bring
Craig
her
the
some
Surf.
chips.
Are you going to bring Craig the Surf
No,
any
I
chips
bought,
or
I
not?
bought tamales for a guy yesterday at Michoacana. Well, I guess I was. He's in a wheelchair, no less. I went in and got him 2 tamales, but all of a sudden, am I a creep for giving a guy in a wheelchair tamales? No.
You can be a creep in certain situations and
Yeah.
a creep and not a creep in others. That's allowed. Now talk
you
about
can
Craig
be-
the Surf.
You're asking if I bring big girls chips.
I did not say that.
That's what you're trying to ask.
No, it's not.
Craig the Surf knows what friendship looks like.
What's wrong with you?
Just say what you want to say.
That's
I know
not
that's
what I
you're trying
want
to
to say. That wasn't what I wanted to
Do
say.
big girls get chips too?
I did-
Yeah.
That's not what I
Yeah.
said. First of all, I wasn't thinking
You
that
think
at
they're
all.
all models in there that I brought the treats to for the makeup crew? No.
Wow, now you're taking shots at them now
okay.
for some reason.
No,
Now we
because
don't- okay, this
because
is
I don't
worse.
I
It's
don't
getting
see
worse.
model
You're not- you're
stuff.
digging
I'm
a
not
hole.
John who
You're
says spin around.
You're digging a hole. Just talk about Craig the Surf.
Craig the Surf
Said-
understands
I
true
never
friendship.
said spin around.
You've already said, Your Honor, when you've been a fake judge, turn around, not guilty.
He's never said turn around. He always says, what do you look like? He never says
That's
turn around.
all. I've never said turn around.
Oh, that's Dell doing your character.
no.
when
but
he
if they're
roasts your
smart,
character,
but if
he
they're-
has
if
you
they're
say
smart,
turn
they
around.
do it.
In the script, you say turn around.
All right.
In the script, Del wrote.
Gulf Coast
Let
Chevy?
me tell you about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, okay? This is a deal. Craig the Surf is a true friend. Got the invitation for his kid's graduation. Plan on heading out there. I've known Craig for a long time. And one of the reasons that I speak for Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC and why I made that choice several years ago and I've never gone and left and spoken for anyone else is because I truly believe in the way that he does business. And I can tell you about, I've got a lot of 0.9% finance offers right now, which is actually kind of rare these days. You might want to take advantage of that. Way more 0.9% finance options than I've seen in a long time are available right now. But not only that, a ton of dealer cash back options for Chevy Silverado pickup trucks, the Turbo Max GMC Sierra pickup, the Buick Encore, and the Buick Encore X has some outstanding dealer cash back offers and no payments for 90 days. So you can stop online and at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com and you can see it for yourself. I'm just telling you right now, Craig the Surf says we're going to do things the right way. It's always going to be about the customer. We want them to come back and buy their second, third, and fourth car from us. We want them to be happy. We want the car buying experience to be a happy one. And it is. I purchased 5 vehicles from them over the last 10 years, whether lease or purchase. And it's always the best because you're going to get a great offer, great trade-in value, and the service and selection is second to none. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Make sure that you stop in and enjoy the experience and the difference with Gulf Coast. Hey, John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer here in not just Houston, but the entire state of Texas. And I want to focus on the fact that he's in Austin, he's in San Antonio, the Dallas area. He's all along the Gulf Coast, headed all the way to the Louisiana border, down in Victoria, where his wife's from. You're going to have an opportunity to have across the state of Texas. And even if it's not you, if it's a family member, if it's someone you know, a coworker's family, have them call 713-CALL-NOW. That's John Daspit's phone number, 713-CALL-NOW, because Daspit Law Firm is stocked with a ton of lawyers. And the reason he hires so many lawyers is he wants the lawyers to have a smaller workload so they can really hyper-focus on your case, because you deserve the attention it takes to make sure that all your bills are taken care of, all of your time missed from work where you're not getting paid. No. You're going to make sure and make up and recoup that money as well. And your pain and suffering is going to be a fair settlement for you. He's not worried about the insurance company squeezing you and trying to help their client. He's worried about you. You're his number one focus, and that's the way it should be. John Daspit will fight for you. If you want to look at all of the areas that they work in, all the the legal matters that they will work for you and with you for, go to his website and you can see in the practice area what it is that they specialize in. It's daspitlaw.com or 713-CALL-NOW.
Thanks, you're live.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Those of you just joining us, the Astros won yesterday. All right, a nice win. Jake Myers homers into short right field, but it was a homer nonetheless. They have the same wall in right field, and we just took advantage of it more than they did. So the Astros win 4-3. A nice start for Colton Gordon. And Jeremy Pena had another nice night at the plate. Holy crap. Cam Smith was a big part of it. Victor Caratini homered as well. So the Astros win. So we've got that going on. ESPN just asked a pretty good question. And I'm going to disagree with Big Perk for this is the first time I've ever disagreed with something he said.
Finally, you disagree with him.
Who's the best player left in the NBA playoffs?
Shea.
He says it's Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, that's Perk.
Yeah,
that makes sense for Perk.
All right, rank the top 4 players left.
I would say Shea. I would say Brunson.
Ahead of Anthony Edwards?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Shea, Ant. Yeah. Shea, Ant, Brunson, Halliburton.
That's
man.
probably,
Randall's playing really well right now.
Yeah, but
Jamal Williams played well recently.
I think that's the order.
I mean, there's one off of every team.
Dell, is that your order?
I'm almost tempted to make put Halliburton ahead of Brunson, but Brunson's done it, and he's clutch.
If I'm going by who's playing and how they're playing now, Julius Randle needs to be on the list.
Yeah, Randle.
As far as playoffs.
Better than Halliburton?
Well, if you just look at how Julius Randle's played through the 10 games, actually Halliburton's got the moments. You look at the closing stuff he's done, but his stats are very similar to what he did in the regular season. Maybe that's just us not paying enough attention to what he is in the regular season, but he's still like an 18-point per game scorer. They're very similar. Randle has been, in some ways, the most consistent Wolf all playoffs, and now that they're in the conference finals, I think I'd throw him on there. Maybe I think I'd go Shea, Brunson, Randle, and Halliburton.
Like 4? Because he had one slow game, but he picked it up after that.
He was great in the Warriors series. He was good in the Lakers series. I think over 10 games, he's been at least a top 4 guy. Who's the
best player? The question is, who's the best player?
Best player, not best performer.
Right, John? You said best player in the playoffs.
Who's the best player left?
Yeah.
Well, then it's the MVP. The future MVP is the best player.
Yeah, but how do you rank the other ones?
Well,
because you probably wouldn't, if you used full season, you wouldn't put Randle in there.
Then Halliburton wouldn't be 2; it'd be Brunson.
And then you'd put Ant 4th.
I put Ant third as the best player remaining.
And Brunson fourth?
No,
Brunson second.
Brunson second. Ant
Okay, so
third.
Halliburton fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how. No, I had
You had Ant second.
Halliburton third, actually.
Yeah.
See, Melissa walked by. You should see how hateful they're being to me, Melissa, because I brought you chips. Yeah. Do you have time?
Of course, she doesn't
Oh, you gotta
understand
go
what
back.
it's about.
Yeah.
She goes,
Melissa
doesn't
walked
have
by,
time for
and
your
I brought chips,
tomfoolery.
and she doesn't even. She's like,
Come
why?
sit next to me, Melissa.
Why?
Of course, she doesn't get why we are calling him out on it.
No, because she
Because
knows
that's
it's
a
like,
general thing. Women
she said, "You
sometimes
guys are
don't
so
get it.
stupid."
How phony and
For those
fake
of
you're
you
being.
just joining us and you were wondering what we were talking about
Yeah.
with potato chips, Lance brought the girls down the hall
And
on the radio
that
show.
other guy
You
with
didn't
the
bring
beard.
chips for him. You didn't even know
Yeah,
he
I
was
You
brought
didn't
here.
bring
three
chips.
chips.
You didn't
and
even
there's
know he
three
was
hosts.
there.
Yeah, I
You
did.
thought
actually.
Ochero's not there. Let me move in. That's what you thought. Okay.
No,
And he brought
Move in.
potato chips for the girls
to
down
be
the hall.
nice.
No,
Okay.
it's
To be nice. Melissa, I was on the phone yesterday. She said, I said, hey, I can't talk right now. I'm on the phone. And I said, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I hadn't seen her for 3 weeks. She's our friend here at the state. Me and Del see her all the time. And I said, hey, I can't talk. I'm on the phone. And so I did something nice. I said, you know what? I'll bring chips down there.
That's so
It was that
All right.
simple.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
so Halliburton,
embarrassing.
Halliburton
It is.
fourth for you.
Oh, All right. I've
Halliburton
got a
third for
list
me.
here.
That's
I've
because he's
got-
light skinned and you hate
That's not
the
true.
light skinned player.
I said
You're on record
I
saying you
mentioned
hate him.
I don't hate anyone. I mean, sometimes they're out of pocket, but I don't hate anyone.
The Athletic did a compilation of the best teams, college football teams of the 2000s. Which team do you think since 2000 was the best college football team in the country?
The Florida team.
Which Florida team?
Well, no.
I don't know,
It's
man.
by year. Which team is the best team?
I don't know. The one that had Aaron Hernandez and Tebow and all those.
08.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not even. They don't even have them. No.
Well,
no.
I mean, I think that Georgia team that won with
2008
Stetson.
Florida is 17th. They lost. Don't forget they lost the game.
Well, that's when Tim Tebow said, I will never let the baby
Right.
Jesus down ever again after they lost the Ole Miss game.
Yep.
Right.
I swear to Jesus and God that I will do everything in my power to overcome evil. And he had that
Right.
famous.
And
That
by
famous
evil, he
speech.
meant Nick Saban.
Yeah, he meant
Yeah.
Nick Saban. I
All
would
right,
say the
Del-
Georgia team is the most devastating team that I've seen, but that's because of
Nah,
defense.
I don't think so.
Well, you're going to say LSU.
No, LSU's second. 2019 LSU team is second.
Well, the one and only choice is the 01 Miami team.
0-1 Miami.
Oh, God, that's so far back. But yeah, I guess
It's
so.
the
Oh,
You mean the
Miami.
one that was loaded with about 15
Yeah.
first rounders?
Yeah, that one.
Dorsey, Portis, Shockey, McKinney, Bibla, McDougal, Joseph Buchanan, Ed Reed, Todd Severs. I mean,
Ed Reed was on that team.
He was the
Wasn't-
starting All-American
Wasn't
safety.
the wide receiver? Didn't they have
Andre Johnson on the team.
Andre Johnson. They don't even put Andre Johnson on there. Holy
No.
crap.
He was
Yeah.
there. He was the championship game
no
MVP.
big deal, just a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he was the championship game MVP. That's the team who I think gave up less than. I think the stat was if you just counted their special teams, the defensive touchdowns, they would have been like 8-4. Like if they never scored an offensive touchdown, and you just went by what their defense did defensively and what they did to score the football, they would have had a winning record.
Yeah,
That's how
and the
good
team
they
they
were.
played
That's- Wow.
full of Hall of Famers. I mean, full of top end players too.
Gore, Najee Davenport. The LSU 2019 LSU team, they've got second. They got the 2005 Texas team third.
Yeah.
And the 2020 Alabama team.
They said only
fourth.
winners, right? Because that USC team should be on that list too.
USC is fifth.
From
the year
05.
The 2004 team. 04. The Texas 05 team.
Huh. Oh, so you had to win the
2000
championship because the 05 USC team was maybe the best team of all. I mean, they were undefeated too. That 05
Until-
USC team was loaded and really, really good that Texas beat. And Texas had to come back
They've
from
got
behind to beat them.
the 18 Clemson team.
Deshaun
is
Watson. No,
sixth.
not Deshaun Watson, actually.
No,
Oh, no.
that was
That was the 16 team, the Watson team.
Can't be 18 because that was Trevor.
The 16 team is the Watson team.
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence is
Yeah.
even. No, that was
Trevor
the Trevor
Lawrence.
Lawrence National Championship?
They beat Tua in Santa
Yeah.
Clara, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, is that when the other guy quit, right? And Trevor Lawrence took over?
So it must be 18-19 because Trevor Lawrence was drafted in 21.
You're talking about Kelly Bryant. Kelly Bryant was the original starter, but they're going to play Trevor,
Right.
and then Kelly Bryant, before his eligibility ran up, he
That
quit.
was wild. We had never seen that before where a player transferred in the middle of the year. We had never seen that.
Right. 2022, Georgia is 7th. That was a great team. Alabama's 2016 team, they had lost. That's the first team that's lost a game that's up there. 2009, Alabama, and so on. I'd have to agree. That 2001 Miami team was, so good. So good.
Who
But
was
that
their
LSU,
quarterback?
I think the 2020 Alabama team is right there
Who's
as
their
well.
quarterback?
I'd probably put them ahead of the 2005 Texas team.
Who was the quarterback in 01?
It was Dorsey.
Mac Jones.
No, he's talking about the Miami
Dorsey.
team. Yeah, but
01 is Dorsey.
the rest of the team, like Frank Gordon, start.
I mean, the running back
Yeah.
the running back room in Miami from like 99
Frank
to
Gore,
2004
Willis
was
McGahee,
insane.
Najee Davenport, and Clinton Portis.
Willis McGahee was the fullback.
What about that room?
He was a fullback in the Rose Bowl. Willis
Yeah.
McGahee.
Gore
Wow.
came off
What
two
a team.
knee
Jeremy Shockey.
injuries.
Yeah, Kellen Winslow, who was a special teamer.
Yeah, that was an insane. No team in college football ever touched that amount of talent.
Yeah.
No team.
Okay, so the official stat is 2000 Miami would have gone 8-4 if the offense never scored a TD. The offense, by the way, scored 50 TDs. So if you add field goals and special teams touchdowns
They go
and defensive
8-4.
touchdowns, they would have gone 8-4.
God, what an incredible stat.
Wow. And they scored 50?
That's the offense. And we're talking about a time in 01
I
where
don't think we'll
offenses
ever
were
see that
different.
again because of the way NIL
No, I know,
set
but
up.
they scored 50 touchdowns that year?
The offense did, yes.
Yeah.
And the
And
way
if they didn't
NIL
score
is,
one, they still would have been 8-4.
but we'll never see it again because of how NIL set up. Players will just leave for more money, so they won't.
Who do you guys
They won't
think?
stay.
Who do you guys think is the best player? The best player of the 2000s?
Ooh, Reggie Bush was great. Well, Vince, Reggie. I know it's the same year, but those two were spectacular.
I mean, typically it's going to be running back or quarterback.
Was Sue getting the love?
I mean, we can only and Ndamukong Suh was
as
dominant.
a college deep
Ndamukong
defensive
Suh
lineman.
finished on this list. He finished 3rd.
Okay,
That's what I thought.
that's fair. He was dominant. Won't be any offensive lineman. Where's Vince? Top
It's a
5?
quarterback.
Is it
It's a
Tebow?
quarterback. Vince is. It's not Tebow. Vince was 7th. Yeah.
They don't have Liner to head
Are
of
they,
him, right?
are they giving it to Burrow?
Cam Newton.
Well,
Eh,
he
Cam
was like
really
a
good.
one-man team. Felt like
Yeah, Cam was really good.
He was a one-man team. He was really good.
Oh, no
They got
question.
Reggie Bush 2nd, Ndamukong Suh 3rd, Joe Burrow 4th, Lamar Jackson 5th, Ed Reed 6th,
We're officially in list.
Vince Young,
It's summer because we're in list
Tim
articles.
Tebow. They got Travis Hunter 9th
all
Yeah.
right.
and Terrell Suggs 10th.
Terrell
I don't know about
Suggs.
Terrell
Wow.
Suggs 10th.
T. Sizzle out of Arizona State.
Yeah,
That's
ahead of
interesting.
Larry Fitzgerald and Andrew Luck. So, that's interesting though. Cam Newton, number 1, best player of the 2000s. He was pretty good. When you put a whole team on your back and you win a championship.
I mean, that's what he did. That's what he did.
Yep.
I mean, Vince did some of that too. He just happened to have better teammates around, but
Yep.
a lot of what he did was when he needed to have his biggest plays were always just pull it down and run. You
His
know,
defining play.
against Oklahoma
Yeah.
State, that big comeback against Oklahoma State.
There was a play. Yeah.
Oh my God, he ran down the sideline.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
That
two
was,
straight years
that
against
was,
2 straight years in the Rose Bowl against Michigan and then
Oh,
against
in a Rose Bowl.
USC.
He's the greatest. He's by far, I think, the greatest Rose Bowl player ever.
Yeah.
2 straight years
400
against
plus
Michigan,
total yard
and
games.
then against USC, he was unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the two of the greatest performances ever, and it was back to back.
Same bowl game.
I mean, that dude was holy crap. Yep, seventh best player. They got him seventh best player. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Time for you to talk a little Zadok Jewelers.
Well, Zadok Jewelers is, if you go to the website, I always tell you guys this, and that's not where you're going to buy your jewelry off the website, of course. But at Zadok Jewelers, you have an opportunity to go to the website and see everything that they have. And I'm looking at what they have right now. It's an incredible selection, and they will list. Now, if you're really into jewelry, or maybe if she's really into jewelry, if you are listening right now and you are male or female and you love jewelry, you can, I don't care who you are, just go there. You can see all the different watches. For example, you got Bell and Ross, Breguet, Breitling, Cartier, Chanel, Mont Blanc, Omega. There's so many different types of Tag Heuer, of watches, of luxury watches that you're going to find for men and women. But they have their own Zadok collection for necklaces, rings, earrings, bracelets, where their own designers will take and create designs that are unique, that she can really, really show off. And whether you're looking for fine jewelry that is high end and luxury, or if you're looking for something more simple to use to wear on a day-to-day basis, they've got you covered at Zadok Jewelers. They've got 28,000 square feet. You're going to find exactly what you're looking for. Experts there in the building can help you with any type of jewelry, any type of designer, any type of trend that is going on. Find you exactly what you're looking for, and they can keep it inside your budget parameters as well. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They are waiting for you, and they will hit a home run for you every single time. It's Houston's jeweler, Zadok Jewelers.
Dell, you got to clean up that. Clean up. I put an audio in there. See if you got to clean it up. I think somebody dropped an F-bomb. Does that.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What's the greatest trade, Lance, in Houston history that was never made?
The Robert Ory, Sean Elliott trade.
Yeah. That was the greatest trade that was never made. They actually happened, and then the medicals came back, and then the Rockets said no.
Actually, Olajuwon to the Heat.
Well, I got another one for you.
Okay.
Here is Dayton Moore, who's a senior advisor for the Rangers right now, but he was the general manager of the Royals back in 2013. Dayton Moore. Listen to this.
We were in Houston in 13. I got a call from Jeff Luhnow. I was sitting at the Starbucks coffee, and he said, "I got a deal for you." I said, "Okay." He said, "I'll trade you Altuve for Eric Hosmer."
Oh,
is that real?
God.
Yeah, it's real.
Oh, you're an idiot.
I said, "Nope."
Oh, man.
That's a tough target at first base.
That's a tough target at first base. He wouldn't have played first base, okay? How about that?
Oh, my God.
How about that almost happened that Jose Altuve would have been a Royal and not an Astro?
Oh, my gosh.
How
That's
would
the
that
worst
have
thing I've ever heard.
How would that have changed his? So, the best general manager this city's ever had is Jeff Luhnow, and he almost destroyed it himself.
Well, yeah, I think every general manager probably has a trade that they offer that's not taken. That happens. I've been finding out there's a lot of almost like fantasy football where you make a trade and then no one does anything. You say, "Hey, what about this? No, what would you give me for this guy?" And then they don't give you anything. But yeah, I bet you there's a lot more of those that you don't even know, that none of us know. I was, the best trade that was never made might also be Sonny Gray, because when there was no trade made before the trade deadline, that opened up the opportunity for Justin Verlander to come in. Because had they traded for Sonny Gray, and all the fans and even the Astros were mad that the Astros didn't get a deal done at the trade deadline in 2017. Had they made a trade, they would have been done. They wouldn't have been able to pick up Verlander. and who knows if they ever win a World Series.
Who was the Orioles reliever that they were trying to get? Remember? And Peter Angelos put the kibosh on it.
I can't remember.
Remember that?
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that being the case. I don't remember who the reliever was.
Wow.
Who was it?
I forget who it was. But yeah, that is the greatest trade. That might be the best.
Oh,
that
Zach,
might be.
It was
That's
Zach, It was Zach Britton.
Yeah, Zach Britton. Yep. That might be now. That might overtake Ori as the greatest trade that didn't happen in Houston history.
What, the perceived Altuve one?
The Altuve.
Yeah, because we didn't even know about that. Well, I mean, it would have ruined Houston for the version of Houston that we know.
We wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have had this decade of baseball.
We wouldn't have had the greatest Astro of all. That's the greatest Astro of all time.
All time, right? He would have been the greatest Royal since George Brett.
Yeah,
and you guys would have enjoyed the stylings of Eric Hosmer.
What did Eric go on? What did Eric go on to
I'm
do?
not even going to look at it.
Didn't he win a World
He was
Series
good.
with the Royals?
Yeah, he was good. He
Yeah.
was good.
He was with them when they won. Yeah, but
He
not.
wouldn't have been like this. This would have haunted. This would have been a Jordan deal.
Oh yeah. But the Dodgers are okay. They just buy every other player now.
Yeah, well, we can't buy players.
Right. Holy crap! That is something.
All the other GMs that came after him. Oh, Luna, so great. Okay, sure. We never would have traded Altuve for Hosmer. Dana Brown's like,
oh yeah, the great Jeff Luna.
Jeff Luna would. Okay, awesome.
God, if I told you what. So it's funny. Zach Britton was dealing in 2014, 15, and 16. He had a whip that was sub 1. After that, not good. It would have been, yeah, if they had traded for Zach Britton, it would have not been good. But I think you have to think about that too. One of the greatest trades not ever being made was a trade deadline deal at 17, no matter who it was for.
Yeah.
Because had it happened, you would not have Verlander.
And yeah, you might not
And
have
that
won
17 World Series was a
any of
Verlander World Series. Yeah.
You might not have won any.
This
of
guy's a multi-time Cy Young Award winner for you.
Yeah.
That Jeff Luhnow had some favorable thing, and the argument is made that Jeff Luhnow wasn't really the Verlander deal. That was the
Crane.
owner. Yeah.
Yeah. He said, "Do it, Jeff. Do something." Yeah, Jeff. Wow. Jeff was hesitant to give up, but he was going to give up Altuve.
Let's rewrite the story about Luno now, okay? He didn't want to go in for Verlander. Too hesitant, and he was going to trade Altuve. We got to change the rankings now.
Well, now that there's been so many arm injuries, it seems like the narrative has been shifted on Strami a little bit, even though Strom's been gone when some of these injuries have occurred.
His practices remain.
Yeah.
This number of arm injuries is just getting way too high. Way too high. Something's got to be looked at.
So
at least a little.
We had a caller call into the show, my show yesterday, and he brought up a point I hadn't thought of. If you are Hunter Brown and you're looking around, you're looking at all these guys besides Fromber, who's been able to avoid these, and you see arm injuries, and you are several years away from a big deal, and no one believes he's going to give the Astros a team-friendly deal, right? We think he's just going to get the free agency, go get paid if he continues on this track someplace else. Would you be concerned what's going on and how that might hamper your future earnings? Although guys come back from this and go on to pitch well, but would you be looking around and going, am I just a ticking time
Probably not.
bomb?
No, probably not.
Well, listen, he grew up in Detroit. He grew up idolizing Justin Verlander. I was going to say that. I said he's not. But then, well, yeah, that's right. Justin Verlander missed a year and a half because of Tommy John. So, listen, it's probably. I hate to say it, but it's probably going to happen to him too. It seems to happen to everybody.
Wait, what did you just say?
It happens to everyone in baseball now. Everybody gets Tommy John. Everybody.
Only since a certain time.
What is the likely? I mean, honestly, it's probably the favorite. It's probably the favorite.
No.
Every young pitcher that comes up now, they're going to have.
Oh,
They're getting
it's
Tommy
the
John.
favorite for the Astros,
Yeah,
and he is an
it's
Astros pitcher
absolutely. The odds are, if you're an Astro pitcher, you will have Tommy John
or
surgery.
some major
Golly.
arm injury.
That sounds terrible, but if you just look directly through, if you just want to go through Cole wasn't here long enough, but if you go through, of course, some of these, Christian Javier wasn't here long, and he already had to have one. It is from a percentage standpoint, it actually is.
Yeah.
From a odds on standpoint, there's probably at least a 50% chance you end up with Tommy John if you're an Astro starter.
This is What Are the Odds Tuesday. What are the odds? This is a horrible What Are the Odds. This is terrible.
Yeah, why'd you do this?
I don't want to play this game. Never mind. Did you see this? That the automated strike zone that we can't wait for. Apparently, it's like a half an inch off.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Wait. Okay, is it off, or is this the complaint that it's not giving any space off? Because there was that complaint that it's not giving any of the inches off the plate that a real umpire gives, and I just kept thinking, you mean it's by the rules?
No, there's a like a half an inch error built into it, or they can't get rid of it.
Well, that seems correctable.
It doesn't. Whatever the case may be, apparently there is, and people are not too pleased. There is a margin for error that you don't realize. When they tested it this spring, they watched the intermissions on the scoreboard and assumed they were fully accurate, but the technology, it turns out, it's not. There's a slight disparity that might exist between the exact location of each pitch and where the technology places it. Is that the case in tennis too?
No. Tennis is considered foolproof.
Okay. Apparently, Corbin Burns, one of 4 player representatives on the committee, told The Athletic margin for error was close to a half inch.
Is that enough to be a problem? A half inch? I mean, that's still
inch
better
is-
than major league umpires. John, a half inch
Well, that makes the plate wider.
by a
The
half
umpires
inch.
don't make the plate wider.
Measure
or
a
narrower.
half inch. That should not be a major factor. The major league umpires miss by 4 inches and more.
Yeah.
A half inch seems like we're just crying at this point.
Well,
It's still
a half
substantially
inch
better
on
than
either
Angel
side is
Hernandez.
now an inch.
Yeah,
That's
so what? An inch is nothing.
That the plate is
Angel
bigger.
Hernandez misses by 8 to 10 inches on both sides of the plate. He's employed forever.
Yeah.
Eric Gregg would let 8 inches off the Tom Glavine would have push him 8 inches off the outer portion of the plate. A half inch. What are we complaining about? Get a ruler out. Look how small that is. That's nothing. That's imperceptible to the eye.
Yeah.
The major leaguers are, it's not accurate enough. You guys would rather just have regular umpires who you're pissed off at all the time then.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The ultimate nightmare scenario would be it missed a 3-2 count, 2 outs, bases loaded, Game 7. The league says, yeah, but the chance of that happening is greater with human umps than it is with robots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Remember when we were worried about the nightmare scenario about Game 7, bases loaded, and the pitch clock goes off, and a game and the run comes home, and you've lost the World Series because of pitch clock. Never happens.
Well, Corbin Burns says, if we can't get something we feel is 100% accurate, why even take the job out of a guy's hands who's been doing it for 20 years behind the plate? Because the guy who's doing it 20 years behind the plate is probably about 87, 88% accurate, as opposed to the robo.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with humans keeping jobs, but it's okay, I think, to have the check system. I like what they're attempting to do. I think it eventually will happen. Keep the humans, but you know what? Go to the top of the helmet and make a change. If you say, hey, I don't challenge that. Football and basketball, we get the challenge all the time for little things. In football, we get the challenge. They're all human refs and everything. You can do the same thing in baseball. And actually, when it's been tried, it doesn't take all that long. it doesn't take all that long. I guess the concern is if you're going to be checking up on umpires and it's still off by half an inch and it's not accurate. But I would say
how many times are you going to be able to check? Like
I can't remember what the
once
proposed...
per at bat.
No, I don't think so. Oh yeah. I think you can, and then you get it again if you are successful.
So you can
once
do it
per
3
game.
times.
I think you can do it. No, I think you can do it once per game.
Once per what?
Once per game, I think, or
no,
maybe.
No.
Well, they haven't not. Well, I don't know yet because they haven't. They don't have it.
They did it during the spring. So I don't know what the rule was. I'm not sure what the rule was, but they did it during the spring. And I don't know. You never know if they're gonna change it. So, but yeah, no, they did it multiple times per game, not just once per game.
For each player.
The question is it going to be every at bat that you're able to do it?
Look, here in the minor leagues, it's not that. It's way less than you think, John. In the minor leagues, each team gets 2 challenges per game to appeal strike zone calls to the automated system.
Oh, that's not good.
2 per game? You were saying there's more than 1 per person.
It should be way more than.
Oh, you think it should be way more?
Way more.
If a team's challenge is successful, meaning the automated system overturns the call, they get to keep the challenge. Well, once it gets to the major leagues, maybe they will have it more. This is what they're doing in minor leagues right now. They're trying to keep it going.
Here's the deal, though. It's really quick.
Yeah, it really is.
So why just limit it to 2? If you've got an Angel Hernandez type ump behind the plate, why would you only limit it?
Because they're not. This is not a full implementation. They're just trying it out right now. So I get it. That this doesn't mean this is the only way it can be moving forward. They're just like, let's just do 2 a game. We don't want to bog everything down, but we still have this available to us. It's not going to be the number one thing that we do in a game. So I get it. I mean, they could have more they could have more challenges in a game.
It should be way more than that.
I could see 5 actually being the major league norm, as long as it's quick. I can see 5 challenges, and it's not. And you've already sped the game up with the pitch clock. Now this will wipe some of that out. Keep that in mind. If there's 10 pitch challenges per game, and there's a good chance major league teams will use up every one of them in a game. If there's 10 pitch challenges, even if it takes an average of 30 seconds, I mean, that's still gonna, hit you to the tune of 30 seconds, 10 challenges. That's 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. Hey, listen, I had a brutal experience when my air conditionings went down. I had 2 air conditioners go down. But, man, Air Team LTD, Air Team came in and saved the day. Remember this number, 713-936-5346. Or you can go check them out online at airteamltd.com. I love it. It's a family-owned and operated business. They passed it down, and they're passing it down to their son, and they're doing great things. I love family-owned and operated businesses that have been around for a while. It just tells you something about the quality of the people, the quality of the business, and, how it's run, and that if you're successful and you stay successful for years and years and pass that down through the family, how good that is. And that's what airteamltd.com, that's what they are, a family-owned and operated business. And I loved everything about the process. It sucks to put in a new air conditioner. Sucks because it's expensive, and you got to do it. What are you going to do? Not have air conditioning in Houston in the summer? Well, how about this? Make sure that your stuff is running right, so you're not like me and have to buy another air conditioner. AirTeamLTD.com. Let them come clean out your AC unit. Let you know what's going on. The Freon's all good. Everything is good. Do your checkup now. 713-936-5346 or AirTeamLTD.com.
Your home for sports. You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us. This is a pretty good question here. What's Lance's biggest soft boy move? Bringing chips to the Spanish Station, bringing ice cream for Sam, breaking his ankle while walking, or holding Olajuwon captive?
Breaking his ankle.
Right.
Well, that's just him being soft. That's not a soft boy thing to do. Soft boy is your fake niceness that you do to convince women you are something you're not. That's what a soft boy is. But
and and the homeless guy in the wheelchair,
Yeah,
what was that
really,
yesterday?
That's not really a soft boy move. What you're doing, the chips thing is the
I
epitome.
like how y'all make me sound like I'm a philanderer.
It's nothing about you. It's not to suggest you're doing anything untoward.
No, I'm not.
It's just.
By the way, lest anyone, this is a lot of this is radio joke stuff. I don't
no one
do.
is saying you're
My
doing.
wife knows this is like joke stuff.
No one is saying
just
you're
so
doing
y'all
that.
know.
But the soft boy
Because
stuff
I had somebody
is,
reach out like, "Are you cheating on your wife?" I'm
What?
like, come on, dude.
What?
It's radio stuff, please.
Like you're being nice because you're fake. That's why you're a soft boy.
No,
This is not who
Yeah,
you
this is
are.
that's
as
a soft-
legitimate and real a person as
You're-
you can
that's-
ever see.
No, you're
Back
not.
in the day, we would call that Eddie Haskell.
Yeah, but it's
That's
worse.
fair.
But it's worse because he's doing it with the one specific gender. It's not like he's fit and attractive women. He's not faking out a grandma.
See, there you finally said it.
Well, that's the point of being a soft boy.
You're saying
So look
old
how-
women and big girls
Look,
can't get
I
chips.
didn't say anything about big
So
girls.
what you're
keep-
intimating-
He keeps bringing up big girls.
You
for
keep
some
saying
reason.
that.
I never
You
said
keep
that.
intimating that.
I've never said it. That's you. The point is,
Why can't big girls get chips?
well,
They can.
the proof would be if
Hire one.
there was a
Power.
quote unquote big girl here, would he give them chips? We don't know that. All we know is he loves a Latina. We do know that.
Mhm.
And he
Married
wanted to feed them chips for some reason.
No, just brought them back. I don't feed them. I literally brought a bag down. Let me see if this
3
is
bags.
my wife calling. No.
Who's,
Somebody else.
who's calling?
Allstate
Allstate's calling?
insurance,
Insurance, yeah.
not
Oh,
the
nice.
not the windows. I'm
So
like, what are y'all calling? You got your money. Stop bothering me.
just for the tweet, he's soft and a soft boy. But
No.
the two things aren't the same thing though.
Not even close. Not even close. But this is what I would expect. I'd expect the haters to say this. The haters have been coming after me for years. They preyed on my downfall. They tried to write me off, but I didn't write back.
Thanks, Gino. We appreciate that.
They tried to write me up, but I didn't. Stop, okay? Please stop.
You're
this shit.
ridiculous.
They tried to write me off, and I didn't write back. That's how it goes.
All right, 713-780-3776. We haven't talked Astros in a while.
Hey, I had an answer for you on something that you brought up. I've got
What's
the actual time where the push was allowed in football. You know, for decades, NFL rules prohibited offensive players from directly aiding a runner in any way, whether it was pushing or pulling. But in 2005, 6 months before the Bush push, the NFL clarified its stance. There would be no pulling of ball carriers by teammates, but pushing was too difficult to legislate. Mike Pereira said what the league found was so difficult was you never knew who was pushing who. He said, so you're not necessarily pushing the runner. You could be pushing someone else that's in contact with the runner. So it became really difficult to officiate. Therefore, we just said, okay, it's legal to push. So 2005, because I knew pull is still illegal. So 2000, because I actually saw it called last year. 2005, 20 years ago, is when they said, all right, we're allowing pushing. You still can't pull. So there was an actual start date on it.
2005.
Mm-hmm.
You can push, you just can't pull. I mean, okay, whatever. But so, well, that's what they're trying to change. The Packers and the Lions, they want to get out of the tush push, and they put up objections, or they put up proposals for the NFL to change the rules.
It's just stupid. Everyone's acting like you can't quarterback sneak anymore. Well, I think it's huge. Andrew Whitworth said, it's symbolizing play of the day, kind of the mentality of your offensive line. I always look when I'm watching a line playing the game for one of those types of plays early in the game where you see guys flying around to push a pile and you can kind of tell where their head is for the day. You know, you can still have quarterback sneaks where you physically try to impose your will on the defensive lineman across from you. There's still all that. That's still going to go on, even if they ban. And for a while, it looked like they weren't going to ban it. I think there's going to be enough teams who say, all right, we're tired of this. Only one team is real. Have you ever noticed? Did you see how hard it was for the Bills to do it with Josh Allen? Josh Allen's a big old monster, and the Buffalo Bills are not nearly as good at this.
No.
And we're talking about an Eagles team that has small centers. So I'm trying to figure out, man, how did the Eagles get this much push along the interior? And some of it just has to be, and I see other teams in college football where they're not pushing a quarterback there. They put two big old guys. I'm like, why would everyone not try this in every league of football? It's always works. If it's done well, you got to have the right guys pushing a quarterback. And yeah, you might need a quarterback that's, got good leg drive. Have to have a center who can get low. That's mandatory.
Listen, just do be better at it. That's all.
I don't want us doing tush push and all of a sudden our quarterback's out.
We can't do it. We're just not doing it. That's all.
You think we can trust our offensive line to do that?
No, hell no. Hells no.
I don't trust them to do anything.
And who we putting behind him? Okay. I know. I don't want. You know what? Just hand the ball.
Well, not
off.
Dalton Schultz.
Give it to no.
Can you imagine Dalton Schultz on tush push?
Just kind of standing there.
Yeah, like
watching.
Come on, guys, go, or just one hand.
He's cheering them on.
One hand just sitting on shoulder pads. Dalton, what are you doing? Bro, I don't even chip a guy coming to the backfield. You think I'm doing this?
The effort the wing guy does on field goals when they just have to reach to make sure the guy. That's what Dalton would do on a touch push. He just on his shoulder. Hey, it's your job. Squat 600 pounds like Jalen. I'm not here to work.
Yeah, I'm not here to do all this.
That's not my job.
Well, what about blocking? That's not my job. Yes.
Yes,
a minimum, at least a moderate amount of blocking.
I'm a move tight end. I'm a seam threat. I'm a vertical threat.
Maybe you didn't hear. I'm an F.
Yeah, I'm not in line. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe on a bubble screen. Maybe I'll block.
And by the way, your guy's pathetic, John. Wyndham Clark.
Ooh.
Wyndham Clark is a pathetic person.
Did you bet on him or
because
something?
He threw his driver?
Because he apologized for it. Don't apologize about that. You got mad. You threw your driver. The head of the driver got knocked off. And you know what? Own it. Don't apologize.
I wonder when Rory's going to apologize for blowing off the media all week. He didn't talk to anybody. And
why? Why? What was the deal?
I don't know. He just said, I'm not talking to you guys. That's all.
Well, they must have done something to make him
He just won
mad.
the Masters, and he's pissed off about something. But Amanda Balionis, allegedly, right there, she and Rory were a thing, right? And but she said a couple of times, like when she sat down with Bryson DeChambeau and John Rahm, she was like, thank you guys for doing this because we know you don't have to. I don't know if that was a shot at Rory or she was saying it's okay. Rory doesn't want to. That's fine. I don't know which one, but she made a point of saying, we know you guys don't have to do interviews. So thank you for sitting down with us. Of course, those are two live guys, and they literally have to do interviews 4 times a year because no one ever cares about them other than those 4 majors. So Rory has to do it every week that he plays. He's got to do pre and post every round.
We know the Saudis aren't really into media members, so I don't think you have to worry about any media stuff. You're a media person. You're dealing with the Saudis. Ugh. So I guess we don't have to do anything there with the Saudis.
Well, I think maybe when Liv does go to a town, they probably get interviewed by the staff there. They probably do by the media wherever they go.
Yeah, I don't think Liv is against the people from golf.com, whatever the hell the website is.
All right, well, keep your opinion to yourself, golf.com.
Well, John, if Rory needed a car to make himself feel better, where would he go?
If he needed a car, he would Chastang. He would go to Chastang Ford right now. Okay, That's where Rory should go. That's where everybody should go. Please, I need y'all to go to Chastang Ford and take advantage of employee pricing. Employee pricing is the best way to buy a car. If you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford SUV or pickup truck, there's one way to do it, and that's Chastang Ford. Please, I love Chastang Ford. I think it's the best place to get your vehicle on in the city of Houston. Businesses agree with me. Businesses know the bottom line is the bottom line. They want the best in service. They want the best vehicle. They want it at the best price. And that's what happens at Chastang Ford every single time. I'm telling you, Chastang Ford, to me, is the best place to get your vehicle on. All you need to do is get to Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. You get employee pricing. You get no markups, no add-ons. You get the best price you can with the best financing you can as well. ChastangFord.com on 610. You can do it all online, too. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown, Chastang Ford. All right, welcome back. The Texans would put Tank Dell as the leader of the tush push. No, you know what? He plays guard, so maybe they put him behind CJ to push him. I play turd Dalton Schultz. I don't think Dalton Schultz plays turd, but I know he doesn't want to block much.
No, third, you gotta in some ways put your body on the line. If there's a hot shot, he's not doing that. He's not getting in front of the ball.
That's the hot corner.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
We ain't doing all that. No. He's gonna play deep second base.
Just put him in left.
Right field.
Put him in left. He'll be fine.
Yeah, that is true. I prefer to think Lance is being a soft boy giving chips to a Latina. I think he's doing advanced scouting for me. That's Tom. Are you doing some advanced scouting for Tom?
Well, Lance isn't in the room, but when he does, I guess when he comes back, we can ask that question. I don't think Lance would be doing anything for anyone but himself. He's not scouting for Tom.
Right.
This is purely soft boy, because the soft boy is not looking to help anyone else out. This soft boy act is strictly for him. And once again, this isn't about Lance doing anything not good. He's just, hey, look how nice I am. Don't you want to talk to me? I'm a nice guy. When we know good and well, he's a terrible person.
So I'm looking at not Dan Holden sent a video of Kaman Malawak from Duke.
Yeah, they're big man.
Yeah, 7'2". Hey, he's got some handles. He's got an outside shot. He's got a 7'7" wingspan.
Yeah, I think that athleticism is going to, if he isn't already a solid top 10 pick, I think that's going to happen for him. I've seen different spots where he is in that top 10, and in some cases he falls below that. But I think when it comes down to it,
would you look at him if you're the Rockets at 10?
is he going to play? It's always the question when we talk about Rockets picks in that lane. It's not even just about Reed Sheppard. It's Cam Whitmore stuff. Hell, even in some instances, Jabari Smith didn't play in his first year with Ime, just depending on if Jeff Green was having a good night. I don't want to draft anyone in the top 10 just to stash. If he's going to play, great, take him. But if you would rather have a veteran center
top 10,
and he's not going to play, well, depending on the team and the pick, some top 10 teams
maybe a big for
picks play.
Steven Adams.
Yeah, I'm saying Steven Adams.
If you don't have Steven Adams, I wouldn't mind Malawak.
Yeah, I just don't know that even if you don't have Steven Adams, would they just go find a cheaper option and sit Malawak
instead of a young guy?
Yeah,
probably so.
This is my concern. But if you tell me he's going to play, great. I love the athleticism. Probably could be a lob threat. They don't really have that, although they don't really do great in the pick and roll because Alpe's more of a roll and sometimes a pop guy, but he's a hub too. Malawak would be a different type of center that can give you a vertical threat that can finish some of those plays, but draft a guy who can play. That's all I really care about. Can this guy play in your top 8 or 9 in a playoff rotation? Because I feel like we're at that point where they need guys who can play in the playoffs.
Well, according to I'm reading NBA Draft Room, and they say this is a solid group for clear NBA players, but not the type of elite talent. I'm talking about the top 15 international prospects. And a few young centers are rising up the rankings after the draft combine. I wrote about the rise of Hanson Yang here, Rocco Zikarski. So apparently there are some pretty good bigs, some legitimate centers, including that 7'2" Chinese player, Hanson Yang. So there's some bigs, to some power forwards and some centers that they could take a look at. It would obviously be probably a draft and stash situation with an international player. It's not the worst idea in the world because you're still getting your player and you're not having to keep them on the roster and you're letting them play somewhere. That could be what they do. Because then you're not gumming up your roster with another young player who's really not going to get minutes because you can't afford to do it. You can't even afford not to play Reed Sheppard next year. This cannot be a Aaron Rodgers situation. That doesn't exist in the NBA. He has to play next year. You have to play Reed or you need to move him.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think a 7'2" guy actually would be somebody. I was wondering whether or not they're even going to draft it. They just get rid of this because you're right, Dal. I mean, if he's just going to sit there, what's the sense of getting another top 10 pick that's just going to sit there? I mean, let's do something with it.
Use it. I mean, I think back to the Jeff Van Gundy days. If you are looking for a veteran, use that pick like they used it for Rudy Gay and Shane Battier. It doesn't need to be a Shane Battier type player, but someone who can play and fits what you do. And when it comes down to it, it's a game 3. You're on the road someplace. You can count on that guy to be a playoff guy. I think as good as this season was, I'm still not sure if they know who their playoff guys are on a night-to-night basis. Of course, Jalen Green's conversation's one that will be had until he's either moved or they say he's not going anywhere. But get someone who can be one of your 9. And if that means you have to do it in the trade, that's fine. I'm not against a small tweak as opposed to the giant superstar trade if you can find the right spot. And there's going to be a lot of movement. Teams love avoiding the tax and either the first or second apron, so they're going to be willing to move guys, and I think the Rockets can take advantage because of their allotment of picks. They may not mind trading the Suns pick at 10 for someone. They have plenty of assets.
Have you heard of Joan? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Joan Berenger from France.
No.
The 18-year-old. So he's one of the guys they say has a really high upside. He's about 6'10 and a half, 230 pounds, really high ceiling, very good, an average rebounder for his size. Needs to get a little bit better there, but he's an 18-year-old, will be 19 obviously this year during the I think it's right after the draft. But they say he's one of those guys that has a really, really steep ascension potential. And in looking at NBA DraftNet, who does a really good job, and they've got a highlight reel of him, man, it's pretty 7'3" wingspan, 6'10", 7'3" wingspan, quick twitch guy, high motor, tone setter defensively, who elevates his team's effort level when he's on the floor, extremely mobile. This is a guy that looks like he could be an Ime specialty. A vertical lob threat who finishes above the rim without needing to dribble, runs the floor exceptionally well. This may be the type of, extremely raw offensively. I don't really care about that stuff you're not in a big hurry to have a well-rounded offensive threat because you've got Alperen Sengun there. So this is the type of boom bust prospect that I could see the Rockets getting behind, because you can keep him overseas and allow him to keep playing and keep getting bigger physically. He's only 18 years old and he's 6'10", 230. I mean, he's probably got some 6'11", 255, 260 pound frame potential is my guess if he's only 18 years old right now. So that could be a guy to keep an eye on. Measured 6'9.5" with shoes at the 2024 Adidas Euro Camp, but he looks bigger than that on tape. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if maybe the Rockets take a look at using that pick and not trading the pick and then just stashing, because whoever you draft to put them on the roster is probably not going to be great.
I think since today is What Are the Odds Tuesday, I think the odds are best that they're not going to draft that player. They're not drafting at 10.
So they're trading.
Yeah, they're trading.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the odds on
I
favorite.
think that's probably the best odds.
Yeah.
What do we keep mentioning center as a draft pick or a signing. Now Daniel Gafford has 1 year left on a deal. He apparently let it be known he wants a long-term deal. Understood. Everyone wants one of those. Would you trade the 10th pick plus whatever salary filler you need to make it work for a year of him? And if it works,
the year of who again?
Daniel Gafford as your younger version of the double big, because maybe Steven Adams, it doesn't work. But Daniel Gafford's under contract. And of course, as I said, he would want a deal, but hey, a year left. You'll see if it works out. And maybe he's just a year, or maybe you sign him to a deal that he likes. He's making $14.3 million final year of his deal. Would you use the 10th pick to acquire someone like that, knowing you aren't guaranteed to have him?
Yeah, I mean, he plays 21 minutes a game. He needs minutes. For the regular season, he shot 70%. And averaged 1.8 blocks a game. I mean, this is exactly the type of guy you're looking for. He's only 26, so you still get a young guy. I mean, that's really the kind of guy you look for, because you can move, maybe Jayshawn Tate and a pick.
Yeah.
And get your hands on Gafford. Yeah, that might make some sense, even if it becomes a sign and trade.
Why not just keep Steven Adams if you're going to spend
that kind of money? I just don't know what Steven Adams is going to want. Yeah,
you could do both. You have to have. Where's Londale?
Well, you don't want to have that much money devoted to your center position when Alperen's contract kicks in, and then you're paying Steven Adams and you're paying Daniel Gafford 13 something or whatever it is. You don't want that much
unless
money.
You trade Alpe for Giannis. I mean, you could use Gafford and
Steven Adams already did his farewell post.
Well,
it's been great. Houston has been a great opportunity to blah, 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 blah. He's going. He wants money. He said, give me my money.
I can't blame him. But he really is. I would love to keep Steven Adams.
Man,
You know what? Pay that man his money.
Landale has got a pretty sporty contract too for just sitting there and not playing very often. 4-year, $32 million deal is 4 years. Oh, we've already got an Aussie. We're not going to be able to keep a New Zealand player, not back-to-back years.
You think they'll get into a scrap or something?
I mean, Australia thinks they're better than New Zealand, so yeah, probably.
Okay.
I mean, Landale's Landale.
No, I know. I don't, but you got him under contract.
I know. All right, we got a break. We got to talk a little Texas Card House. I got to talk about the Atlas Poker Tour that's there. There's $650,000 up for grabs at Westheimer and Green Ridge. What are you doing? If you're not playing, man, oh, man, oh, man. I mean, literally, it's been $200 to entry. Now the big event is going to be $600 for entry, but for $300,000, okay, give me that shot. Give me a shot at it, okay? If I wish I was there, boy, I would be at that thing so fast. I love me some poker, and I love Texas Card House. I love what they're doing. Open 24 hours a day. There's always a game going on. The bar's open till 2 a.m. The game keeps on going all day. Cash games, and right now, the Atlas Poker Series being there with $650,000 on. That's just awesome. That is just awesome. To me, that is just so fun. The Card House is putting itself out there because they don't get enough players. I mean, they got to eat that, right? But they're guaranteeing that there's $300,000 out there for that big event. So if you're looking for a great place to go get your cards on and go get your poker on, TexasCardHouse.com. Westheimer and Green Ridge, they've also got up at 45 in Spring. Beautiful facilities. I love it. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in a hurry, you are more than welcome to do that. We just got a couple of segments left. Your Astros won last night. Came through again. Two outs, and scored 3 in the third with 2 outs. I mean, was it second or third, whatever, early on. And they've been doing that lately. They've been scoring runs late in games, and they've been scoring runs with 2 outs, which is clutch. I mean, they don't do anything for – like, they only scored in 1 inning, I think, in all 4 games against the Rangers. They scored the 6 runs in the – they scored 1 run on Saturday. They scored 6 runs on Friday. They scored they scored, I think, in multiple innings on Sunday. But they're just about, let's just do it now and then screw the rest of the game. We're just gonna do it right here, and that's all. And they came up with a 3 spot, and then Jake Myers had to come through. I thought he could have left Colton Gordon in 1 inning too long.
Yeah.
Because he gave up 2 in the 5th, let the kid leave after 5, have a chance at the win. and then go home and get to your bullpen. I mean you got a bunch. You got 5 innings and 2 runs out of Colton Gordon. That's way more than you could expect, right?
Yeah, I think that I think every manager tries to. Once you got to the back hit, he started getting hit second time up, is where he got hurt. And you'd love to get to the third time and then get out of it. So my guess is they just wanted to try to steal an inning, and it came back to bite them a little bit. But obviously didn't cost them the win. Could have, but they tried to steal an inning out of them, and that's okay. That's a decision every manager has to make. You're going to have a crap ton of innings for your relief pitchers. It always becomes a thing late in the season. You always have to worry late in the season about your bullpen. We never talk about it right now, but late in the season, it always becomes a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, but I really love that King Abreu Hader combination. That is really. It's up. Listen, how much better do you feel about this bullpen than last year with Presley in the 8th?
Well, I mean, so far, I don't have a history with this bullpen other than 2 guys.
Don't you remember though, Presley?
Yeah, I remember how stinky he was.
It was stinky.
It was problematic for him. He lost it mentally. He's like a guy who can't putt anymore. He was done. Or he's like a kicker. Really, it's more like a field goal kicker who just, he's still got it, but they're in their own head and he can't do anything. And that's what Presley was. Presley just crumbled after he was taken out of the closer role. And even as a closer, he had his Presley saves, which were not awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It runs contrary to what we've seen in major leagues with a guy like Brian King being a player who can become a major factor as a pitcher potentially in the 7th inning when he's not a high. Well, his strikeout numbers are okay. They're not bad. They're actually pretty good, but he just doesn't have that typical big fastball we're used to. We're used to seeing it come in at minimum 95. Most of those guys who are 7th inning are going to be 95 plus fastball, and that's not who he is. And he's, I don't know. It's just, I have to see more from him. I love the way it looks. I don't have a history with him where he's done it over and over for this team. So I don't know. I mean, Abreu really made me nervous early in the year. I just thought, man, Abreu is just not the same pitcher that he was. And before you know it, he's sitting there with the ERA in the low 1s, and you're just like, wow. I guess other than the first 5 games, this guy's just been a monster.
I mean, and look,
for the most part.
Look at what you're doing. Okay. If I told you that over a quarter of the way through the season, Jordan's OPS is 646, Altuve 627, Christian Walker 623, Yiner 613.
Right.
These are guys that are core These are core players, and none of them are over 700 OPS.
No, that's a problem. I mean, I think that's a problem. Is you're not. That's why you can't hit crooked numbers. I mean, you're not driving the ball for home runs. You're not hitting enough extra. You're not getting enough extra base. You're not consistent enough. Getting on base. It's all of that. You know, this used to be a team that used to give you some brutal at bats for the other team. You had to go up against the Astros, and man, you had Uncle Mike with this crazy good eye, hardly any unnecessary movement. The guy could foul off pitches forever. You'd probably go 7 deep with guys who could really spoil pitches and make you work your tail off. You don't really have that anymore.
No.
I mean, Altuve's not that. Well, Altuve's never been. He would make you have a tough at bat just because if you weren't getting him to once he got a little deeper in the, if you throw him a pitch that's a pitcher's pitch and he's swinging early, you can end up having him make some mistakes. You miss with a pitch and he could yank it out of the park. But right now with Altuve not playing well and Jordan being out, and Kyle Tucker's not there, Bregman's not there. Where's all the great at bats? It's just you don't have them. Not to the same extent.
I wonder if just let Altuve swing at the first pitch again.
Well, don't worry, he's going to.
Just swing at the first pitch.
I don't think anyone's stopping him from doing it.
Well, he wanted better at bats this year. I mean, he wanted them to take them, and well, maybe that's why he's out of the leadoff spot too. Is he's got Jose Altuve was how much more dominant when he just go up there and hack. I don't know. Just do that again. Let's go. Do it.
I'm looking at the isolated power numbers for the Astros because, and that's the ability, home runs or the ability to drive in runs quickly. And it's an important stat. And man, the Astros are just, Paredes leads the team, as you can imagine, with a 1.71, then Caratini, then Pena's under 1.5, Christian Walker's under 1.5, Yainer Diaz is under 1.5. I mean, they're all at 1.4. It's not good. It's not good, and that's one of the one of the big issues in terms of your team on base percentage. It's Paredes, Myers, Pena, McCormick, Caratini. That was certainly not what you were hoping for when the season started. I mean, yeah, you'd be happy that Paredes is up there, and certainly Pena. But when I told you Myers, McCormick, and McCormick's on base percentage is 350, his slugging is 265. So, who cares? It's just awful. It is, but it's also in a way 25 and 22. You're sitting there with 3 games over 500, and all these things we're talking about, which are issues with the lineup, and you've got a bad Jose Altuve and a non-existent Jordan. And I mean, we're not going to see the bullpen's not going to be this good the entire year, but at some point there's going to be an offensive swing with the 2 guys who are potential Hall of Famers. One will be, and we'll see with Jordan. At some point that's going to get better. And if you're the Astros right now, you really couldn't ask for anything more than sitting there 25 and 22. You really couldn't, not for the way that this offense has performed. But you are starting to get some timely hitting. Jake's been a lifesaver. I mean, let's just face it. Jake has been a lifesaver out there this year.
He really has. I mean, that Jake Myers is 3rd on the team, and that Jake Myers is ahead of Jordan, Altuve, Walker, Yainer. I mean, what the hell is going on with this team? Are you kidding me? That Jake Myers is one of the best hitters.
What happened?
He's keeping him down in the 8 hole too, and you know what? I think it's good. The bottom of the order is coming through quite a bit.
What happened to the team I loved?
Which was what?
Jake Myers is a godsend. What happened to the team I loved?
What happened to
What happened? We are
next man up.
Credit to
next
Jake.
man up.
Credit to Jake for what he's done, but this isn't the team I'm used to.
No.
It's not the team I'm looking for, where Jake Myers has to save their ass.
That is so.
What are we doing? Jake Myers, team MVP.
I hate when he speaks the truth.
Like Jake Myers, second behind Pena as offensive MVP for this team. Is that where we're at?
Well,
Hunter Brown,
offensive MVP.
Offensive MVP would be who right now? Paredes, Pena, or Jake.
Pena.
Probably Pena.
I go
I
Paredes.
mean, but
second,
Paredes is up there.
Paredes is great. Paredes is hitting now, bro. Paredes is hitting. Yeah. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You got one more segment to get in and hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just a couple segments left. We got news of the weird coming your way. This is the segment where we ask, what did we miss? Here's one thing that we missed. What about the NFL being ready to let stars play in Olympic flag football? So who's going to be who?
It's going to pass, by the way.
They're thinking one per team.
It needs 24 of the 32 teams. So it's a mega super majority. but they say they think it's going to pass.
That's going to pass.
Yeah.
Which Texan would you want on your flag football team?
I guess Jalen Noel, the guy who runs a 4.31. Or actually, no. You know who I want is the human blanket, Stingley.
Well,
I don't want anybody.
I don't want him on there.
I don't want any potential all-pros
Xavier Hutchinson
playing on the team. Yeah,
Xavier Hutchinson.
If Hutchinson is still around,
Oh, your little guy,
Justin Watson.
Braxton Berrios.
if you
Braxton
want, if you okay, if you are around in 2028 hits, when these guys
No,
are allowed to play
not supposed to be.
in flag football, I don't want you playing if you can be an all-pro or a pro bowler. If you're the fourth receiver, go ahead.
So I don't think it will be. I think the first year may see some stars because they want to get Olympic gold. I actually do think for the first year we may see some guys who are star players and maybe older players. Who knows? Maybe younger players who are in their rookie contracts. Who knows? But I think at some point it's going to be like, okay, we don't care anymore because these guys are going to be making so much money. It has to be about someone who just wants a gold medal.
Will it even be competitive? I think that
no,
plays
it's
a
not going
part
to be
too. If it's
competitive
not
at all.
competitive, the guys are going to watch. Oh, what am I doing? It's not even a
Well,
competition.
but the Dream Team wasn't competitive.
Yeah, but that was the first time.
Yeah,
and sure, and at some point we actually got our ass kicked. We had to actually start caring again.
Our best players weren't playing at that point.
I mean, we had to fix it. But if it's just a run through and the games are competitive, at some point we will lose interest. The country will, the players will, and we'll get the lower level players playing.
So here's some of the things that are important. There is an expectation that the Olympic flag football teams will establish medical staffs and field surfaces that comply with NFL minimum standards, a salary cap credit for any player who is injured. As soon as you say those two things, we start talking about, oh yeah, it's got to be on a field that's a good field. There's NFL fields where guys are tearing their legs up. A salary cap credit for any player who's injured. Wait. Oh yeah, guys could get hurt. The fear of somebody getting hurt, and it doesn't stop basketball players. It doesn't stop World Baseball Classic, but for whatever reason, in anything football related, and even flag football, I think there's always a concern that there's going to be somebody who tears his knee up. It would be quite the scandal if a top player tore an ACL in the Olympics. It would be a major, major issue in flag football.
We've never had have we had a major injury from the Dream Team?
Not that I recall. Only when Paul George get hurt during the workout phase?
He got hurt in the lead up to the Olympics or maybe the World Championship. I forgot exactly what.
Did he get wheeled off?
No. Well, he did break his leg.
Yeah, he broke it, shattered.
He might have been stretchered off. I don't remember exactly how that worked out for him. But as far as in the games themselves, I don't think we've had one. But the Paul George thing was ugly. I think you're right. We're one injury away from a player people care about from this going off the board, and we're going to UFL players.
But the fact is, like, we can't catastrophize everything. We can't worry about that. Societally, I've been listening to some neuroscientists who talk about this. There's a fear, an unnecessary fear, that it's the same thing that's been in place for years and years. There's a fear that, just like there's a fear your kid's going to be kidnapped now, and because they can't play outside or do anything by themselves. But the reality is, there's probably over a 99.8% chance that a player will not get hurt for the amount of snaps, the amount of players, and all that. But I think it's just that we live so much off of taking the worst case scenario and then assuming that's more the norm, that we don't even want to see a worst case scenario happen, that all these other good stuff that can happen, it doesn't end up happening. Basketball players are winning gold medals, and somebody can't win a gold medal with flag football. Now, I think a lot of these guys are too cool for school. They don't even, like, they're not gonna want to perform, I think, for flag football. But can you imagine? Every team has got a guy who'd probably be great on there, who's not a major factor on the NFL team. We've probably got somebody, Tremont Smith, punt return specialist and defensive back. Tremont Smith would probably ball out on flag football.
Justin Watson.
Yeah.
Noel. Yeah. I
Could
mean,
Justin Watson get open against the Italian corner? You don't know that.
Well, if they're
Watson,
zoning them up.
You don't know.
You don't know? No. Noel looks like he would be a great flag.
Yeah, I know. He looks unguardable.
To your point, Lance, I guess the thing is some of these guys would say, I'm already my livelihood is always a risk. Every time I go out there and play, it's a risk. The teams would say, why add an unnecessary risk to this equation? You could get hurt. Certainly, you could get hurt in minicamp. You can get hurt in OTAs. Why throw another thing on there where you can get hurt? I thought that probably will be more prevalent than you would want. Just guys considering, it's a gold medal in flag football. What's that mean? Is that a thing I should care about? And a lot of them will probably say, where are we going? Like, if we're going to China, do I want to play? If the Olympics are in China, do I want to be there? If the Olympics are in Greece, do I want to be there? I think it's perfect that the first one is in Los Angeles. I think that's an easy sell for a lot of these guys. Just go to Los Angeles and play. I wonder if location will play a part. Like, where are we going this time? Nah, I don't want to be there. And then we'll see Justin Watson playing.
Yeah, I don't know about stars. I wouldn't put stars in it anyway. But yeah, I think a lot of guys would be like, I want a chance at it. Are you kidding? Not a chance. I want a guaranteed Olympic medal.
Yeah, I think that would be the case early, at least for the first year. And the NFL, you guys probably know this. You probably paid attention.
I disagree with you, Del. I would much rather go to a foreign country than LA.
No, of course, a foreign country. Well, you live in LA, right? You don't like it, but some guys, like this is my vacation time. Where are we going?
Qatar?
It depends. Well, what do they know about the place?
Remember when they bribed their way into a World Cup and they had to play it in the winter?
Yeah, as much as we talk about off-season work, it's vacation time for a lot of these guys. They got to develop training time for the Olympics. And
they're trying to party a little bit.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
No, and you got to go to. You want to stay in the Olympics. I mean, that's why you can't have stars. You want them to stay, get the experience, stay in the Olympic
We
village.
Can't have Tyreek go to an Olympic
all those
village.
Free condoms. I mean,
we cannot have Tyreek Hill go to an Olympic village.
No, Tyreek Hill.
Because he's not using any of the condoms.
He will spread his seed throughout that village.
I mean, how descriptive do we have to be?
It's his historical fact, Del.
No, I know.
Ask ChatGPT how many kids he has.
I think you saying he would not use it might have been enough, but the spreading of a bit aggressive.
I know, but he's like one of those fertilizers things that you just run out. The seeds just spray all over the yard.
You're just walking and it's spinning around.
Future Houston Texan Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, he's not a swarm guy, I don't think.
I don't know.
And finally, Fred Warner got a big deal. Highest paid linebacker in NFL history. Congratulations to Fred Warner.
So they're paying people.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
D'Amico hasn't been able to you're not going to find a Fred Warner, but as far as how this defense is built, that's probably the one spot where he hasn't been able to find his guy yet. A big time linebacker. Look at that defense. Defensive tackle. I mean, he's had Eric Armstead there and Solomon Thomas, stuff like that. But as far as in with the 49ers, but linebacker, that's big in this defense. And he tried with Azeez Al-Shaair. And I don't know about that one. And Christian Harris fell off last year.
Cashman, that was a pretty good one.
And they've tried the draft one, but that's probably the one miss.
What is up with Christian Harris? Is there something we need to know about Christian Harris? I know he was hurt worse than we realized last year, but is Christian Harris not long for this team?
I don't know.
We'll find out this year because last year obviously was a non-factor. 2020 is he's a solid player. That is one position I'd like to see them really become dominant in the league. Why can't we have a Navarro Bowman and a
Patrick Willis? You just want
Willis
to go down the line of legendary
probably the greatest combination I've ever seen. I know that there's been great Bears, there's the Bears combination with Urlacher and Briggs and that. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone, and of course Ravens have had some dominant ones next to Ray Lewis. Bowman and Willis might have been the most physically intimidating, explosive couple of athletes I've ever seen on a football field together at the linebacker
Lawrence
position.
Taylor and that.
But Lawrence was a pass rusher. Why do we call him linebacker?
Otis
for an
Wilson.
off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, they were good. They were good, but I don't like Otis Wilson.
Well,
was not
Wilbur
this-
Marshall.
Yeah, Wilbur was great. Wilbur was great, but he's another one that came off the edge a lot. It's kind of a different era then. I'm talking about two inside linebackers that will just split your wig. Like Bowman was a killer, and Willis was maybe even better than him.
Well, how often are we going to have two guys like that on the field now?
Well, I want that.
No, I mean just even guys who fit that prototype on the field.
Yeah, because you both better be able to cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That era of football probably isn't going to exist anymore. Unless you have guys who are, they're not going to be 245 pounds. They're going to be 230 and 235. Yeah, you're not going to have those two guys who will just knock you completely unconscious as hitters. It's going to have to be guys that can run, and it's going to look different. Yep. They run you down. They cover in space. It's not going to be get downhill and intimidate. It won't be the same.
All right, we got to break it. We got a News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking about HRP. We're talking HRP.net. It's where you get your payroll on. It's where you make your business better. If you're in your car right now and you're thinking about business and you're thinking about, what do we have to do? How can we make it better? How can the bottom line be better? How can we be more streamlined? How can we get, a better benefits package to our people? If you're with an admin company, you got to accept their benefit package. You got to accept their insurance, their 401k. At HRP, they give you options on that stuff, okay? And then they give you the payroll, which is proprietary technology, okay, that is different, that is better, that is more streamlined, it never makes a mistake. It is incredible what you've got with HRP. We love HRP. I had an issue because I messed up with my 401k and I put too much, and they were able to solve it for me. You don't have to deal with, I've got a direct line to HRP. Every employee does at our company, and you can work out any issue that you might have. Not that, that was the only issue we've ever had. So if you're looking for the best way to get your payroll, your HR, your taxes done better, streamlined, cheaper, better, HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
John and Lance. That's real weird.
All right. So where is it? A tourist in the national park in Spain is being charged is being fined £168,000. He took a video of himself, or somebody took a video of him.
Wait. He's being fined how much?
£168,000.
So what is that? Close to like $200 US? Or 200,000 US dollars?
It's about 200,000 US dollars.
Okay.
He threw a large rock, and a deafening bang was heard as it hit the ground several meters below. No one knows what a meter is, but that's far. Okay. Apparently, this is happening. People are picking up giant rocks and throwing them into voids in national parks, and they're filming themselves doing it. They can't be done.
Wait. Okay, why are we doing this? Why is he in trouble? Well, why is he in trouble?
Because people are stupid.
But why is he in trouble?
But because there's like 300,000 people who walk around in these national parks every year, and someone will die.
Well, okay. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
That's a big fine. He didn't even get a talking to or just a tasering. If you had a chance to get tasered or a $200,000 fine, I'm taking the taser.
Well, a $200,000 fine? Yeah, I'm going to take the taser.
I'm taking the taser every single time.
Yeah, right. But they didn't
give him options.
They didn't offer him the taser option for some reason this time.
No, they did not.
Apparently, a school had to be evacuated after a student brought a grenade to show and tell. Do you think we should allow grenades at show and tell?
No. There's a lot of questions there. Like, hey, Johnny, where did you get that? Your daddy has how many of these? Oh, he's got them in an entire box?
Oh.
Okay. We're just going to make a quick phone call. Just stay right here.
Yeah. A jail had to be locked down. Hey, did you see the New Orleans breakout? There's still 4 guys on the loose, apparently.
Yeah.
They wrote on the wall, "This is too easy." Oh, God. Why are you taunting? You're too small. Apparently, a jail enters lockdown after a convicted killer went missing for 12 hours. The cops realized they forgot him at the courthouse. They forgot a convicted killer at the courthouse in Georgia, in Jonesboro, Georgia. Do you think you should remember when you have a convicted killer to transfer?
Yeah, I mean, I just think you need to pay attention when you have a convicted killer.
I know, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's asking too much.
I think you should take, some peptides to stay focused on your killer. Okay? Maybe Game Day Men's Health could help them in Jonesboro. An alligator was spotted knocking on doors in a Florida neighborhood. Has an alligator ever knocked on your door?
No.
It was literally knocking on the door, hitting the door to see if people would open it up and then eat them. There's video of it.
Land shark. That's exactly what that is from the old SNL Land Shark.
That's exactly what that's exactly what that was. All right, we are done. Mopey and Mapes is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we will talk to you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.
Welcome into the show. Lance still roaming around, throwing a bag of chips at me, which were my own, but because our vending machine's a little sketchy, it's much like the ice cream machine or shake machine at McDonald's. You just never know. So Lance, I guess, paid the extra. Maybe you know what? More likely, just shook the vending machine until they fell out. I will point out, considering he's high on himself right now, he did leave his gum laying on the counter. So you can never just get away clean, Lance. He goes and gets those chips, but he leaves the gum he took out of his mouth on our table. Lance, we have an intern, Chase. I don't know if he can. I think he just walked by. Can you go get Lance and tell him he left his gum? Just walk through the door and look to the left. That's where his office is. The doorway. Tell him he left his gum laying on the counter. Thank you. Our interns, who just started yesterday.
I was gonna say second day.
Yeah, already involved in the show. Mostly because Lance is a trash panda. Don't know what that is. That's just a raccoon.
Do you think our intern was like, man, I get to intern on a show with the preeminent draft analyst? I read his stuff on NFL Network when I was seeing what the Texans were gonna do, and now this is the glimpse of reality he gets.
And he got a full taste of the Lance experience, from the soft boy behavior to look at you, look at this. You are such trash. He just takes his gum out and leaves it on the counter. Awful. What a disgusting human being you are. From rings, from his drinks on the counter, to loose tissues, to taking off his shoes and socks. It's all part of what makes Lance Lance.
Power ranking the grossest things that Lance does in that studio.
Well, see,
I think gum is up there.
The gum, taking it out of your mouth and just leaving it, not even thinking, let me walk this to the garbage can, or I have a piece of tissue I can put it in, just plopping it on the counter because I'm sitting in here alone and no one else has to come in here. I guess it never runs through his mind that other people use this spot to work. Just taking out a chunk of gum, slapping it on the counter, and no thought to pick it up on the way out. Nothing. There it is, everybody. If you're watching on Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, you saw him come in and grab it. Man, he's just a flat out raccoon. It's just in the muck. It's everything that Lance is all rolled into one. A lack of care and him being disgusting. There it is. Okay, we'll move on from that. I'm sure I won't forget it. I'm sure I will bring it up tomorrow on the morning show, because how could I not? But I will say this. So the Astros are in Tampa, and beyond the game itself, I know they're going to catch heat, or maybe not heat, because it's not really their fault, but they're going to be made fun of because they're playing in the Yankees minor league park. But, it's a better viewing experience than watching them play in Tropicana. It's outside. I'm not really a traditionalist, but I've always hated sports that generally are outside, inside. I don't like when Super Bowls are inside. I don't like big games on field turf. I like natural grass. That's why when teams in the South get field turf, I'm always looking at them a little questionable. Eyes on you, Texas. Eyes on you. If A&M, not that you need to be like A&M, I understand that comp might bother you, but if almost all the schools in your state can get the natural grass thing going, what's up? I mean, the Cougs do it. They may not have the same financial resources that Texas has, so it may just be cheaper to have field turf. I understand some of that. But for Texas, you ain't lacking in money. Why don't you just have natural grass? Did they explain that? Why they are field? You're gonna look it up. Why they're field turf school?
Because it's always been like, literally since I was a student there, it was always like, there's always the like token question to whoever the AD was of like, so natural grass on the field, and it's always something like, well, we're looking into we have a lot of priority, blah 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 blah, just whatever. But that's almost a decade now. So
yeah.
Like, what are we waiting for?
You can put that cute little design of the horn inside the state of Texas.
It's real grass?
Yeah. I guess you can't do that on real grass or get
Probably
torn
can't.
up, and you just have to keep resodding. But whatever. It's just a thing for me. I don't like it. I love a natural grass outside surface for all for football and baseball. But either way, they're in Tampa last night. They get the win. Jake Myers hits the game-winning home run. You got Colton Gordon out there, who is just doing what he has to do. You know what? You give him a lot of credit. Didn't get the win because he stayed in there probably longer than he should have. But he did what he had to do last night to keep the Astros in it, and would have gotten away with the win if he didn't have to go out, I believe, for the 6th inning. But you'll take that from a guy we've never heard of unless you're a giant Space Cowboy fan. So he does what he has to do. It got a little shaky with the Brayu because Tampa Bay started to go into small ball. We got into the Astros for bunting, even I think it was just last week. But Tampa Bay had a double steal against Abreu, and he got out of that. And then after like catcher's interference on a swing that led to a guy reaching safe by Caratini, he stole second. That caused a bit of a threat. Actually, that was the 9th inning that happened, I believe. And then Tampa got into their small ball bag again where they bunted, but they popped up, and Altuve came in to make a play, and then Hader was able to get the last out. It was a runner on third, 1 out. They tried to bunt him home. Did not work. And then Hader got the last out to end the game. So your bullpen got through it. Little stress added to the equation, but hey, you take that. And I was thinking about this because an article is in the Chronicle. I think it was printed early yesterday because everything with the Astros eventually devolves into, can we keep this guy? And the most recent article in the Chronicle is about Jeremy Pena and his value and how much it would cost to keep him. And they started comparing him to other shortstops in Major League Baseball right now and guys who just signed deals. I wanted to give it to Jake Myers because it's funny, but Jeremy Pena is your offensive MVP right now. Paredes is there. He's turned it on a little bit, but Jake Myers has been pretty good for the better part of the season. And, of course, Jeremy Pena, particularly since he moved to the leadoff spot, has been good too. So Jeremy Pena wins it, although Jake Myers is coming off a game-winning home run. But the fact that Jake Myers is in the top 3 of offensive MVP voting for the Astros is funny, but also a problem.
Yeah.
It's not great.
Not actually good. Unless it was like he's batting like 400.
Yeah.
But also Jordan and
we're hitting well too.
Are 2 and 3.
Yeah.
You know, like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the state of the Astros offense is tough. And I do appreciate that whenever an Astros player has like 6 straight weeks of good play, it becomes, are they going to re-sign this guy?
And
to which the answer is always no.
You know the answer,
Like-
Chronicle. Why are you writing the story? You know what the deal is. They're not going to re-sign him. If this player is going to reach free agency and he's a really good player and you have concerns, just assume, forget about it. It's not what Jim Crane's going to do. Because unless an Astro decides to do the thing that no Major League Baseball player does and say, you know what, I don't want a 6 or 7 year deal. I want a 3-year deal. That guy's not coming back here. So write this article about Pena, compare him to other players of his standing. But we've all, or at least we should have come to the point of accepting that if he's good and he's going to reach free agency, we're going to say goodbye. And we hope there's a guy in the pipeline who's just going to replace him. Or maybe we're at the point where it's more like a Paredes or Christian Walker, where you get a short-term guy, whether through trade or free agency, to replace that because there is no guy in the pipeline. But while he's hitting well, and that conversation is a bit bothersome just because of what we think is going to happen, at least it's warranted because of how Jeremy Pena is playing.
Yeah, at least it's not the last year, 2023, being like, are they re-signing this guy? To which I'm like, maybe, because it'll be cheap. Now it looks like it won't be cheap, which is good because that means he's starting to hit the ball in the air more. He's starting to kind of realize the potential that we saw during the World Series run, where he was World Series MVP. It's nice to get that Pena, especially like you said, in a world where Jake Myers is top 3 of your offensive MVPs in the season.
If Jeremy Pena wasn't what he was, Jake Myers would almost be the runaway winner of offensive MVP with Paredes because of his recent turnaround.
Yeah.
And right behind him.
Paredes at home.
Yeah. He hit his first road home run over the weekend.
Yeah. In his career.
At least for the Astros. Ever for the Astros. Historic home run for Paredes. Isaac Paredes hitting his first home run on the road for the Astros. So that was good. He had another couple hits yesterday. Pena, multiple hits as well. And of course, as I mentioned, Jake Myers, Oppo to win the game. Chaz got robbed of a home run. So Chaz in the ninth hole had a chance. And, when Chaz goes surrender Cobra on his head, puts hands to the helmet because he didn't get that one because he got robbed.
I mean, to be fair, when's the next time he's gonna get like for every one of those home runs? It means a lot.
It's true. I agree.
That would have drastically changed his OPS this season.
Doesn't get a lot of opportunities. If he's going to hit one out, it would have changed the numbers for Chaz. Unfortunately, that didn't get done. But you take the win, no matter how you get it. Now 3 games above 500, and people are comforting themselves with the fact that Altuve, while he continues to struggle, you just expect it because of his career to figure it out. And Jordan's still out, and while he was available, was struggling. So you just think those guys will figure it out, and then the Christian Walker was another one of those guys because of his career before he got here. You think things will change. So 25 and 22, won a couple games in a row. The Mariners have turned it on after they struggled a little bit. They've now won 4 in a row. So you're right there as we are less than 50 games into the year. You're on pace to be what a lot of people thought you were, about an 86, 87 win team or so. And that may be enough to take this down to the wire one more time in the division. Julian, you want to talk about Fred Warner? I'll tell you, I told John you're on, and he wasn't interested, but oddly enough, John didn't want to talk 49ers football for the second day in a row with you. But you can come on and talk Fred Warner. He got a big deal. They paid their guy. They paid their quarterback a couple of days ago, and they pay maybe their best player. Maybe not. Maybe
Brock Purdy.
they're okay. Their best player is Fred Warner, and he got his deal. So we'll talk to Julian about that. We have some text and stuff to get to. It's not even really their stuff. It's May, and it's a Tuesday, so it's list season, and mostly I want to talk about that as far as the Texans are concerned, because what it might mean for contracts. Because if these guys are as good as a certain list says they are, one of those guys already got paid, but the other 2 are in for big deals, maybe in the Fred Warner and Brock Purdy territory. So I'll get to that later today as well. We got NFL news as far as rule changes. Seeding is the one I'm actually interested in. The tush push, whatever, take it or leave it. As long as I don't have to see the Eagles, I'm not bothered by it. I get it. The Commanders and being upset, the Cowboys, the Giants, and now the Packers who are making a big push for it because they may very well see the Eagles in a big game. But if you're in the AFC, whatever, the tush push, big deal anyway.
None of my business.
Yeah, it's not my business. Not my business. Anyway, if you see it in Super Bowl, then okay, certainly. But a team that
I'll take that. I would take losing a Super Bowl.
If that's what it comes down to, where I'm pissed off because I can't get a 4th and 1 stop in Super Bowl, trust me, my team's been down bad for years. I don't know what a Super Bowl feels like. So if that's the deal I have to worry about, I welcome it. But we'll get to the NFL stuff. But first, it'll be Julian when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to Julian in a second, but I'm more interested in asking you a question, Sean. Something I apply to myself too. I was just going down my timeline, and someone was accusing someone of being bought and paid for. Surprisingly, in politics, people get accused of that. So we are the home of the Aggies. If they were better at baseball this year, we'd probably have them for the postseason. If they make the College World Series in an upset, did they play yesterday? Maybe we already know if they aren't going to make it or not. I think they're playing Miss State either yesterday or today. Either way, we would have Aggie baseball games if they were better, more often, at least more games. We also, do Aggie football and we do Aggie basketball. So the question to you is, Sean, could you be bought by the Aggies? Could you be a tried and true Aggie guy? Look, they wouldn't divulge the money to you. Or I mean, they wouldn't divulge that they're paying you because that's the point. You should just be an advocate without people knowing. Of course, if we did like a forensic accounting of your bank account, we'd find out, oh, there's money coming from Bryan College Station directly deposited into your account. But could you be an Aggie shill? Like, first, that's the question. Then we can get into how much it would cost for them to get you on board. This, if you don't know,
I mean,
Sean is a tried and true Longhorn, went to the school, graduated, big Longhorn fan. So it would be a traitorous act.
Yeah, but every man has a price.
You have a price.
Like
so you could,
especially Texas A&M money.
So the first,
that's Jimbo Fisher.
So my first question,
Texas A&M money.
Well, he didn't have a rivalry with them. And maybe not a hate, but a certain dislike that you might have for them. So you could be bought by the Aggies. That's the first answer. Okay. That's the first answer to my question. How much would it take for you to just start coming on and all of a sudden big upping the Aggies? And you'd have to do it smooth so I wouldn't be so aware of it. How much do you think per month? Like, let's go by 2 times a month, just like you get paid here.
Okay.
What would have to hit your account for you to start bigging up the Aggies and sneaking it in so I wouldn't know about it?
I'm trying to do the math.
Let's go a smooth 300 per month. No, 300 per check.
So 600
per month. Would that be enough? Oh, so it is more. Okay.
Yeah.
For you to be,
I said every man has a price. But it's not the price is low.
But you're not a cheap date, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So because all your family's gonna know this, all your boys are gonna know that you're now in it. You're in for that. You're all in on the Aggies, and they're gonna try to figure out why that your tone
People
has
would
changed.
assume that I'm joking.
Yes,
that's the problem.
But you'd have to.
That's why they wouldn't pay me. Is that everyone would be like, "This? He's obviously just joking."
That's why you have to pick
how much
it up.
he loves Marcel Reese.
It can't be a 1 month thing. It'd have to be years, or maybe not years, but maybe
right now would be the perfect time to start.
Maybe it's like a 6-month deal for them to start paying you to hype up the Aggies going into next season. So not $600 a month.
No.
What if they covered your apartment?
That's what I was thinking. I was doing that math.
If they covered your apartment,
could I get to like $1,200 a month?
They covered your apartment plus your PlayStation Plus fee and games you'll buy and all. So it's your entertainment bill plus your apartment.
Yeah, if they could get to like $1,200 a month.
$1,200 a month, you'd be a shill for the Aggies.
Yeah. Balls in your court. Trev Alberts.
Yeah, if you think it's valuable enough, get it done. Now,
again, like I said, everyone would assume that I'm joking.
No, but that's why you have to keep going for like a 6-month time span where, oh wow, Sean's really in on the Aggies this year.
And wow, they started 6-1.
Look at that. Well, probably because their schedule is soft. I haven't looked at it, but if they start 6-1, it's probably because that schedule is soft. I'm trying to think if Florida State came to me going, you know what? For whatever reason, we want a foothold in the Houston market. How much would it cost to get you to start? Well, you don't need to pay me to rip crystal ball. That's fine. But as far as big upping Mike Norvell, how much would it cost? I would say 1,200 is probably is a good starting price.
Because it is like now it is basically free for me to live. I've that just frees up so much money.
You want to cover a car note? Not that it's 1,200, but a car note, some extras. I'll take that. Yeah, we're cheap.
I would hold the line and ask for more. But
No,
like,
but we also
if we're
got
being honest.
to understand our reach. We're a midday show.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not the morning show.
Oh, I am on 2 shows though.
Ooh, maybe added value for you.
There we go.
But how much college is Paul going to talk that you can get it in without being obvious about it?
Yeah, that might be more of an in-season thing.
Yeah. As far as the off season, you could kind of get away with it on this show. Hey, Del, I got a college football topic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about the revamped Texas A&M wide receiver room. What's your expectations for Casey Concepcion?
Oh, he's already doing it.
Yeah.
Look at him. Aggies, you got your guy.
Balance for free.
You got your guy.
Let's grab that. Let's air check.
We like to call that added value.
Jace?
We like to call that added value. And one of my other goals has just been accomplished. I got Julian to not stay on and talk about Fred Warner's contract. Oh, he might be calling back. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So I think we're both guys who could be had. You want me to big up the Celtics even? Might cost a little more because it hurts my soul, but I'll do it. Hey, so I won't rail against any politician who has an interest in talking about something they shouldn't simply because they're getting paid. Because I can't say I wouldn't be right there with them. Julian's back, so I didn't win. Oh well, let's get to Julian before we go. Does he want to continue to talk about Fred Warner, or would he big up the Rams or something for us? Check. What's up, Julian?
I don't know who's more of a hater, you or Johnny Gargano.
I'm a hater, but you still get on. John didn't let you on. There's a difference between the shows.
That's true. That's true. That's why this show's better, right?
One of the reasons, sure.
So, All-Pro Fred, 3 years, $63 million.
The gods are doing me a favor. He couldn't even get the full contract out before. Oh, he's back.
He did mention that he's in the country, so his connection spotty.
Okay.
So Roquan, so All-Pro Fred, week 4 he fractured his ankle and he played the rest of the year like that. Didn't complain, didn't blame it on that. His play did the first 3 weeks. He was
all right, that's enough out of you.
Fumbles.
We get it. Thank you. Fred Warner's a great player. Thank you for that.
Yeah, connection not quite good enough to go through the accolades.
If it was like the Texans you want to talk about, I might let you get whatever off you want to get off, but you want to talk about All-Pro Fred. Yes, Fred Warner, who is a 4-time first-team All-Pro. I'll do the accolades for you. Four-time first-team All-Pro, tough as nails, broke that ankle, continue to play, or fractured that ankle, continue to play, is being paid like the player he is and the warrior he is. Not a champion as of yet, but through no fault of his own. Is there anything else I can say about Fred Warner? The heart of that 49er defense.
All-Pro Fred, yeah.
The stalwart of a unit that has been to multiple Super Bowls, could never win it, but the stalwart of that unit. All-Pro honors in 20, 22, 23, 24, and the 49ers reward him with a big deal. 3 years, $63 million for Fred Warner. He is a guy who is just one of the best players in the game. And the question, I guess, is, will they regret the day that they got this deal done? I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the deal. I haven't looked into it, but I imagine there's an out at 2 years in or something, where the final year isn't something that is really cost prohibitive if they want out, if he's not playing at the level that he has been in the past. And how old is Fred Warner? He is 28 years old. So does he, I don't know his birth date, so he may be close to 29, I'm not sure. But, the 30-plus-year-old linebacker, you don't really want to be paying him that type of money, even as elite as Fred Warner is. But maybe he's like Derrick Henry, where he will continue to be a great player into his 30s. The 49ers are somewhat banking on that for a team who needs a bounce back. And who do they have under big deals now? McCaffrey, Warner, Brock Purdy, and Brandon Ayuk is the other guy.
And Kittle.
Yeah, Kittle got it. Didn't he get a deal? Did he get a deal this offseason, or was that the previous offseason?
I thought it was this offseason.
So they continue to pay their guys. The guy they decided was of lesser value, and rightfully so, was Debo. He's not he doesn't have a wide route tree. Maybe that some of that physicality wanes as he gets older, and now he is a commander. But yeah, 49ers are taking care of their own, which is something that we'll discuss when we come back, because the 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 byproduct of having great players is you have to make decisions about who's worth paying and who isn't. And Debo was a very good player for the 49ers for a while, and they decided he is not a guy who they value the same as they had in the past, so he had to go. And he may have wanted out himself. Julian already, what does he want? No. Did he tell you what he wanted?
No, it's just connection was better this time.
Stop it. I've already done the Fred Warner stuff. You set me up. Thank you for the alley-oop. Soft layup, because I don't even think the topic is worthy of a dunk. But thank you, Julian. You got your 49er stuff in. You can call back in about the greatness of George Kittle, I guess, if you want to do that. But we'll talk about the Texans, and a couple of their guys made a top 25 list of players under 25. One of those guys got paid, and two of those guys will get paid as long as they stay on the same path. So I'll get to that when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And hey, with all this, for some reason, San Francisco 49er talk, maybe you like Brock Purdy to throw more than 3,824 and a half passing yards, 3,800 passing yards for Brock Purdy, more or less. You can decide that right now on Prize Picks, or if you want to focus more on the games happening tonight, or at least this next couple weeks with the NBA playoffs going on, you have the series-long projections of how much do you think that Jalen Brunson's going to average this season or this series against the Indiana Pacers. Do you think it'll be more or less than 28.5 points per game? Same thing. Or Tyrese Halliburton's at 17.8, more or less for the series against the Knicks. You can do that. Or, hey, maybe you're just an Astros fan. I just like to watch my Astros, and I want to see Jose Altuve get a hit. You can do that on Prize Picks. Several different ways. You can just do more than half a base, more than one single, or maybe like to hit a home run tonight. Whatever you want, you can do it on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. So, depending on how you take PFF, this could mean quite a bit to you. I'm sure some of you have cited these in arguments one way or the other. But PFF has their top 25 players under 25, and 3 Texans make the list. There are some Lions on the list. Penei Sewell is the top player under 25. We got Puka, who they will see in week 1. The Texans will. Kyle Hamilton's there, Jaden Daniels, so on and so forth. The Texans come in at 7. That's their top guy, Will Anderson. And I don't need to go too much through what they say, but they talk about him improving his run defense in year 2. A lot of it's about why they rank the guy, certain spots, whatever. We know Will Anderson's a good player. And then the next Texan is Stroud at 12, and then following him up, Stingley. Stingley got his money, well deserved for his contributions. He's proven he can stay on the field, and when he is on the field, he's a guy who can take the ball away, help the Texans to be one of the more prolific turnover defenses in the NFL this past year. They get after the quarterback, they turn the ball over. Generally a good formula. Maybe reduce the opportunities for big plays, and maybe then you become really elite. And I say opportunities because we documented it last year where there are times where even when they weren't beat, they were in position to get beat. Just the other team didn't execute well enough. So I'll ask you this, Sean. Stingley gets his money. We expect Will Anderson and CJ Stroud to get giant deals. Which one do you think will be the most team-friendly version as far as how the player performs? Not that they won't get giant deals, but when the team looks at the 3 deals they're going to have to give out, which one will they feel best about because of the player's performance, do you think?
I think Will Anderson's probably the safest bet for that, or the best bet for that, just because with quarterback, no matter who it is, but with CJ Stroud at quarterback, when you're paying a guy 55, maybe even 58, however much it's going to end up being, there's very little room for him to exceed that value unless he is a MVP type quarterback.
Okay, then I'll ask you this.
Chances are he's not going to.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
Do you think CJ Stroud at any point in the next, let's say over the course of that first big deal, will be
like next 5 years?
Yes, will be a
MVP,
a top 3 quarterback in the league? Because
top 3 quarterback in the league?
No. And that's
partially just because of the guys,
because of who's in the league.
Yeah, and they're not going to age out in the next 5 years.
They're all in their 20s.
Yeah,
right now.
They're all they're all in their 20s. Yeah. So I think that CJ Stroud could maybe have a MVP season, or a top 3 in the MVP type season. We see quarterbacks have that, and without actually being a top 3, or viewed as a top 3 quarterback in the league. Like Matt Ryan won a MVP while Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady were still in the league.
Yep.
So it can happen, but I think that there's just so little like upside that unless you are Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, chances are you getting paid $60 million. That is like what you are providing, if not a little bit more than you're providing. Where Will Anderson, if he gets top of the line defensive end money, I think he can still be, defensive player of the year type guy, all for first team all pro type guy. So I think just for as far as bang for your buck with how much these guys are going to get paid, I think that Will Anderson has a little bit safer of a bet to reach that ceiling.
I do think there's some volatility at corner, just depending on.
And with Stingley, it's the volatility. And like you said, he proved that he can stay healthy. He did it for one season.
And it got him paid. So we would love to be that be a consistent thing and no longer a concern. I would agree. I don't think CJ can ever be, because of the guys who currently play his position, the best player at his position. I don't think that's in the cards for him. And to be fair to him, and this is not a knock, even when he was drafted, forget about the fact that he was number 2 and the Panthers made a mistake, whatever, in that draft. He wasn't supposed to be a great elite quarterback, at least when we talk about the upper echelon of the guys. Now, could he have been a very good one? We saw the flashes. We saw what he did against Georgia, things we had not seen from him throughout his Ohio State tenure, just to be able to move in the pocket, extend plays, all those things he showed, and he certainly showed that in his rookie year. But as far as his status overall, he wasn't given the generational tag like we're hearing about Cooper Flagg, of course, in a different sport. So he was supposed to be a standard, maybe very good in the pocket quarterback, and there are some limitations just because of your lack of ability to get out of the pocket, make plays with your legs, all the things that Josh Allen, even Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson do. I mean, CJ showed a propensity to do that later in the year where he ran the ball more, but it isn't a strength. And we saw he couldn't finish the year really healthy with the ankle that got rolled up on in the playoffs. It's not what we want from him. We love for him to do it a couple times a game, but it shouldn't be a feature. It almost should be a bug that he takes advantage of because of the lack of attention being paid to that aspect of his game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a desperation move. It's either, oh my God, my offensive line sucks, which was the case last season, or it is in the or in the de facto national championship game, but in the semifinal game against Georgia, where it's like my team needs every little edge we can get. So if the Texans do end up playing high level playoff games, even in the wild card round, like he hasn't actually had to do this yet, but actually, no, that's not true. He did it against the Chargers.
Yeah, got them going actually in that game.
Yeah, where he needs to use his legs. That's what you would hope CJ Stroud kind of matures into, as a guy who operates from the pocket, but in the bigger games when your team just needs every little edge you can get, where, hey, a scramble for 4 or 5 yards on first down is better than just throwing the ball away and getting 2nd and 10. Week 6 of the NFL season, you can probably just throw it away. That's kind of where you want CJ Stroud to be, a runner when he has to, but he's not, like you said, going to be a Lamar Jackson type.
I think Will Anderson is most likely to be a guy where you're like, do we get a deal on him because of how good he can be, because of his ability to play the run, and also he's double-digit sacks. He can be that guy too. I think there's a lot there to look forward to. We just know on their trajectory, Stingley, Anderson, and Stroud will be getting the types of deals we're seeing around the league for the best players. They're just in line for that.
They'll be the top of the market guy.
Yes.
When they sign the deal.
And Stroud would be, he's next, so he has to get all this money. Whether he should be getting paid more than those guys that we mentioned earlier, that's just about timing, because at some point, because they're quarterbacks, as long as health remains, those guys will get more than him as the contracts continue to go up. Because as Chris Long said yesterday, the NFL, at least we played it yesterday in the morning show, Chris Long, the former defensive end himself, said the NFL just eats everything. And because they do, the TV deals continue to go up, and the salary cap goes up as well, and the contracts represent that. So I don't know where CJ's contract will be. I think it will, unless he, I don't want to say flips the script from year 2, but unless he shows to be a top 3 quarterback, I think people will catch their breath a little bit. But it's just the way of doing business in the NFL.
Yeah, I have the average per year for the top paid quarterbacks up. First place, Dak Prescott at 60. Yeah, it's like all these names are going to make you go, okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe Joe Burrow at 55.
He's been to a Super Bowl, AFC title game. That one you'll take.
Josh Allen 55.
MVP, yeah.
Jordan Love 55.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence 55.
That one's bothersome, I would think.
Tua 53.
That one is good for the Dolphins because they can get out of it, I think, after 26. It's not good for the next couple of years, but
that number, I'm just saying,
I
like,
understood.
that number,
it'll like, ooh, okay.
Yeah. Brock Purdy 53.
Mm-hmm.
That's very funny that Tua and Brock got basically the same deal. Jared Goff 53. So that's the, like, I'm part of the system. I am not the system.
Very much so.
Money tier. And then you got Herbert at 52.5, Lamar at 52, Hurts at 51. So 9 through 10 is probably better than the middle of the guys paid right above them. But that just goes to show that like all these guys sign these quarterback deals, and with the exception of Joe Burrow and Josh Allen, and then eventually Lamar and maybe even Jalen Hurts. When you see the number, you're like, oh, okay.
And even the Herbert one, maybe get a playoff win under your belt before people feel great about
Yeah.
that.
Oh no, I wasn't throwing Herbert
Okay.
in the Lamar
Got it.
Hurts where you see the number, you're like, seems right.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've got what is he on
What a deal.
Is on his third head coach now, Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
We'll see if Harbaugh can get that elusive playoff win for the Chargers.
Patrick Mahomes tied for 14th with Kirk Cousins. And one spot under Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, Falcons and the Browns. Yeah, there it is. And Mahomes is like, don't worry. A new deal's coming for me. Don't worry about that. There'll be a renegotiation where my salary is representative of my value, not just for the Chiefs, but just compared to the rest of the league.
Number 19, Derek Carr.
Recently retired Derek Carr.
Oh, yeah. He should be off this list.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We'll see. We'll see there. All right. So we still got some time, but not that much time. What we're talking about a really in-depth conversation with the Texans and CJ about a deal starting later in this offseason.
I was going to say like training camp.
Yeah, before CJ Stroud want to go into his year 3 without a deal. Yeah, he can go into year 3 without a real deal
it's
in
not
place.
the end of the world.
Yeah, he can do that. Maybe we hold off until after year 3 to see what he is. And it's a big year for everyone. It's year 3, you don't want to take a step back, and you also don't want to stay in neutral. Year 2 was a neutral year. You want to take a step forward and see where you are. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We're closing in on the end of hour 1. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, we'll do something quick here before we go to break to get to hour 2. Okay, so beyond the player stuff that we did, the Texans, they had some event for fans. You had Kyle McNair there, D'Amico Ryans was there, of course Hannah was there as well. The ownership group and D'Amico were there. Had a DJ present, so it was just I guess get the fans excited for 2026. And part of their announcement was it's not something that they came up with themselves. It's the NFL. They're going to have rivalry uniforms. So in 2026, get ready to buy another Texans jersey. And I'm assuming it's something where the NFL has you play or wear the uniform against your AFC South rivals. Maybe it's just to make those games more significant, as opposed to the fact they already help you decide the division. Let's make them more special by putting on special uniforms.
I hope that both the Titans and the Texans play in their rivalry uniforms, and they're both either Oilers or Oilers have Oilers undertones.
You think it'll be surprise? Look at us! I feel like
it's just the Spider-Man.
I feel like
actually what it is. The home team plays in the blue, in the blue Oilers uniforms. The away team plays in the white Oilers uniforms. There you go.
I like your thought. I just don't think they're going to create 2 versions of the rivalry uniforms. It'll probably be something that they get showcased at home only, or if the other team wants to wear white on the for their home game, so you get to wear it against them. I don't think they'll get matching sets.
Okay.
Where they can flip for home and road. I don't think that'll happen. I think it'll be a special uniform for 2026.
They just switch.
Yeah.
I guess turn them inside out.
The seamstresses, or I guess it could be, I don't know what the term is for a man who's a seamstress. I guess just a seamster. I don't know if that's a word, but either way, they'll be busy flopping the jerseys. And then Sean is quickly Googling what the gender specific names are for seamstress. Oh, sewer. A seamstress and a sewer. Okay.
No, it is seamstress or seamster.
Seamster. Okay,
yeah,
you're right.
In modern usage, the gender neutral term sewer is preferred.
Okay.
Get with the times, though.
I appreciate the update. So the Texans.
This is going to Quora.
Well, can't trust them. Yeah. That's just
take that with a grain of salt.
Random people giving me answers. So the seamster for the Texans or the seamster for the Titans will be able to get in some real work as they flip-flop the uniforms in Sean's scenario, where someone has to wear the Oiler.
I mean, that's someone what this is for, white. Right?
It's for all teams.
No, I mean for the.
You think the Titans will be the clear person or team they wear the uniforms against?
Yeah. I think that's the Titans have basically been doing that the last 2 years when they play the Texans. Well, they wear the rivalry.
Well, they have been the petty kings in the division, certainly. And it starts this year for teams. The Texans will be in year 2 of that. So get ready.
They don't get them this year?
No, 2026. 2025, I think it might be the AFC East who does it.
It goes by division. Okay, I thought it was just every team will get them in 26.
It might be, but I think they're maybe testing it out in 2025. Okay. They're not doing a full-on 32 teams get their rivalry uniforms ready to go for whatever reason. I guess you need to roll it out.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. But hey, more uniforms for the Texans. Hopefully the 2026 rivalry uniforms don't look like they play in NFL Europe, like the H-Town Blue uniforms look like. Hopefully the Texans don't look like they play the Ryan Fire 2 times a year.
No one goes into Ryan.
Scottish Claymores. Do you think the Texans can go into, was it Glasgow? I don't know where.
Edinburgh.
I don't know where the Scottish Claymores played their football. And
I'm not looking that up.
No clickety clack of the Google this time for
not
you.
Worth it.
All right, you're right. But just be ready for it. New uniforms are coming in 2026. There was an announcement yesterday, and also during that time, D'Amico spoke and said that Justin Watson was the standout of the new additions. That better change, by the way. I'm just going to tell you that better change. I know he hasn't had a lot of work with the drafted guys, but that cannot continue into training camp and week 1. He better not be your best, at least the guy who stands out most of your new additions.
Yeah.
Give me something.
when CBS goes through the starting lineup and it's Nico Collins on one side, Justin Watson on the other,
No,
Christian Kirk in the slot.
I don't need for the previews those magazines for Justin Watson to be a key addition. I don't need that either. I think he needs to be a footnote. Maybe. But I don't need him under the key additions tab.
I'm happy for this new generation of Texans fans, because I got to grow up watching Andre Johnson and Kevin Walter 1-2.
Mhm.
Now they get theirs with Nico Collins and Justin Watson 1-2. That'd be great. That'd be great for the kids.
Kevin Walter's like, what? Who are you comping me to? I have a division-winning touchdown catch to my resume. What has Justin Watson done?
Rings.
That's why they have Tommy Townsend as well.
As the most bus rider you can possibly.
The punter for the Chiefs.
Sitting on the back of the bus.
The punter for the Chiefs. One of the ultimate bus riders. Justin Watson at least played meaningful snaps. What's like he's not even Harrison Butker who made big kicks. What is Tommy Thompson's most memorable moment as a Chief? Did he pin someone inside the 20 during the Super Bowl?
It's the hidden yardage.
Yeah, okay. The guy's like
1/3 of the game, Dale.
Like
I don't know.
it's true, but
I think with
it's 1/3 of the game.
It was much less of 1/3.
Yeah, it's 1/3 of the game, but for that 1/3, it's like 1/16 of that 1/3.
It's one. Yeah.
He's not the kicker. He's not Kadarius Toney at a big punt return in the Super Bowl. He's none of that. He just happens to be a guy who was there when they won a title. And now the Texans have a couple Chiefs. Of course, in that exchange, the Chiefs got Justin Reed. Feel like they won that one. But either way, we got two champions now on the roster. We'll see if that championship DNA filters through to the Texans. All right, we'll go to break with that. I see a call. We'll get to that person in hour 2. If you want to join them, you can. You know the number. And if you don't, it's 713-780-3776. Me and Sean till noon with Paul Gallant after us, and then the Killer Bees. We will be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. And we didn't get to this. Didn't want to talk about the seeding stuff with the NFL, and that's as far as the playoffs are concerned. But another thing that is gaining some momentum thanks to the Packers, and I think we kind of jokingly talked about it in the first hour, is the attempt to ban the tush push. The Packers are a team who is leading that charge. They don't want any players to be pushed, period. None of it. Of course, the Eagles rode that a little bit. This wasn't the only thing that helped, but not being able to stop them on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 certainly has been a point of contention for several teams. And the Packers just need, and it's kind of a lot, they need 24 out of 32 to ban it. Or in this case, put this rule into place that would effectively ban the tush push from being used. We'll see if they get that done. But Josh wants to talk about it. Josh, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Calling out of Philly. I'm a League City native, though, man. I listen to you guys. I listen to all the way up from John and Granada to the Bees. So one thing I want to say about this push here is I've done a lot of research on it, and a lot of the arguments here from Green Bay is injury prone, health and safety injury prone. A couple of things that bother me is, one, the statistics don't back up, nor does the analysis as far as injuries that have been caused behind the tush push. 2, of the 32 teams or owners that are eligible to cast votes pertaining to this, I read something yesterday along the lines of like 16 to 18 of the owners are for this push. And amongst those 16 to 18 owners that are against the tush push, I think over 70% of them are all within the NFC, which kind of seems some sort of bias to me. At this point in time, I've done a lot of research. I think D'Amico even said himself in an article that, hey, they're just good at it. That's their niche. That's their forte. They got guys in the locker room that are squatting 600 pounds. Hey, if you got it, use it. If you don't got it, then you need to put guys in the weight room to do it. Not to mention Buffalo. Between Buffalo and Philadelphia, those are the 2 teams that utilize the tush push more than the 30 other teams. And there's not much kickback behind the AFC behind all of this. Jerry Jones reported to Yahoo Sports the other day saying that he doesn't see the entertainment value behind it, so he has no health and safety concerns pertaining to any of this. I just think it's a load of crap, man. You got guys in the weight room squatting 600 pounds. You're on the 1-yard line. Not to mention also amongst the tush pushes from Philadelphia, half the time the quarterback's not even being pushed into the end zone itself. So it just seems like one of those things where it's like, oh wow, these guys are getting 7, 14 points on a week in, week out basis, and we just don't have the guys to stop it. So let's implement a rule to go ahead and ban it behind health and safety when there's not even statistics or any sort of records behind guys getting hurt under a pileup. You got Tua sitting here getting a concussion every other weekend. You got guys getting knocked out and having injuries and all that other stuff when it comes to other, plays that are prone to injury, like the hip drop tackle. I just think this is a load of crap. So I'll take your opinion.
Thanks, Josh. The health and safety stuff is a way to try to get it banned without saying we're not good enough to stop it. I never bought the health and safety stuff. It's not what this is about. It's a play that we think is far too effective. We can't duplicate it. We can't stop it. It's annoying to play against. We'd like it to be gone. It does not surprise me that it's mostly NFC teams. The Bills aren't even that great at it, yet they do it. And I get it. They have Josh Allen, big, strong, physical quarterback, but they're not as good at it as the Eagles are. It is simply something that they think they can get away with banning because it's unique to one team. It's not the same, but it would almost be like, hey, let's go a different team. The Ravens hand the ball off to Derrick Henry, gets 1,900 yards. Hey, we want to limit Derrick Henry's carries to 15 a game because if we don't, he's going to demolish us. It's football in a way. It's simply a quarterback sneak that no one ever had a problem with. And you know what? If the Eagles want to get into that formation and you just decide, hey, the guy behind them can't push him, is that the fix? It still can be something beyond a traditional quarterback sneak because you have the 2 guys standing next to him, but the guy behind him can't run up and push him. I think there may be a little ground where I may side with, hey, maybe get that out of there because maybe it shouldn't be allowed to push a guy forward on any play. But I'm not that bothered by the push. As I said, since its inception, the team who does it best, I've only had to face them once with my favorite team. So I'm sure if I was in the NFC East, I'd be pissed off about it too, because the Eagles have been a really good football team. You know what? The Eagles sucked, and that's all they were able to do to gain first downs, but they still went 5-12. No one would care. Josh, I appreciate the call. You're right. I just wish the Packers were. I would actually respect it more if they were more straightforward. Like, we think this play sucks, and we don't like trying to play against it because we can't stop it. Let's get it out of here, and then use the rule of pushing guys forward shouldn't be allowed, but don't cite health and safety. No one believes that for a second.
Yeah, no, health and safety just feels like the thing you just like throw out
No,
there.
no, we're the safety of the players. Meanwhile, we'll play Thursday and Wednesday night depending on the NFL schedule and where Christmas falls.
Yeah, because it's hard to like mount the opposition to player safety. You know, like no one ever goes like, man, enough with this player safety stuff.
Yeah, no one's like, you know what? Maybe the player should get hurt more. No, no one's gonna do that.
One's like, screw that.
Yeah, who cares about this?
So yeah, you do have to do what Josh did and talk about how, well, are there actually more injuries on a tush push play than on your average, an average goal line play? Well, whatever. And then that's how you kind of, take away the player safety argument. But for the most part, like if you just slap, we're doing this for player safety, chances are that has a good chance to become a rule in the NFL where, up until what was it last year, where teams could only have one colored helmet because they're like, well, we don't want to have more than one helmet for each player because, well, the helmets are perfectly tailored to these players and it'd be a health and safety risk.
Meanwhile,
if we
college football has been doing it for years, and there's
wear a different helmet every week.
Influx of head injuries because Oregon wears, as you said, pretty much a different helmet every week. It was a cost-cutting measure.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe someone who decides on uniforms thinks there shouldn't have been more than one alternate. I don't know whose decision that was, but it wasn't I can't believe it was simply about helmets and safety.
Yeah. No, I mean, where they like, hey, listen, every team is going to have to buy one extra helmet for every player on their team, but we are going to play 3 games on Christmas and get paid basically $1 billion to do it. So I think we're coming out in the wash if you guys all can dig in your pockets and find an extra helmet for each one of these guys.
I would only buy that they didn't have enough money if they were the Bengals. Like, hey guys, you're asking a lot of us, because they have shown an unwilling. Even then, I don't buy it. But the Bengals have shown unwillingness to pay for a lot of things. So I would get the Bengals standing up and going, only one helmet shell.
Yeah.
But everyone else, you got the cash. You're paying for other stuff that is showcasing how much you care about your players and all that stuff. New locker rooms, new football facilities. Just pay for it.
Half these teams are paying Jared Goff $50 million a year.
What are we talking about?
You just signed Sam Darnold to $100 million contract.
Yeah,
what are you talking?
Cut it out. Just pay for the extra helmet if it'll work. You know what? They're going to sell more jerseys of alternate jerseys anyway, so they'll make more money that way too. And that's why we're going to have rivalry uniforms beginning this year. And then they can get extra helmets to go with it as well. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thanks, Josh, for calling in. And a passionate defense of a play from your favorite team that can't be stopped. And let's point out the bias for Josh as well. It's his favorite team, and they run a play that no one can stop. I get why you want it to stay in. I get why the Packers want it gone, and I get why you want it to continue.
You get to 3rd and 2, and you're like, all right, move the chains. You can already just move the chains.
It could be on your own 26-yard line. And I bring that up specifically because it was a Thursday night game, I think in 2023. The Dolphins were playing. I was like, hey, we finally got to stop. And Nick Sirianni was like, let's punt the football. And then he was like, wait a minute. What am I doing? Called a timeout and the tush push from, like, it was 4th and 1 from his own 28. They can't stop this. What am I doing? He ran and they went on to score a touchdown later. Josh, I get it, man. Keep the play in. If I had an unstoppable play, the Texans did. Texans fans would want it. Well, whoever you root for, you got an unstoppable play. It's like when OKC fans are like foul baiting, whatever. Get Shea to the foul line. I bring that up because he just flashed on my screen. We'll take any advantage we can get. So I get your point. But while your righteous indignation is noted, if it was the Cowboys, you probably wouldn't want the Cowboys to be able to run that play either. We're all looking out for ourselves, how sports and sometimes life works. All right, we'll go to break. When we come back, we'll get into a couple things. We'll talk about the Astros. I haven't talked about them since the first segment of the show, and we will get into playoff seeding. That's the one that's more consequential to me as far as the NFL proposal to change the way the playoffs are structured after the first round. I am a little bothered by it starts after the first round because they still want to, I guess, reward division winners. Why not just make it from the start? But hey, we'll get to that when we come back. If you want to get in, the number is 713-780-3776.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the playoff seeding here shortly. The NFL proposing a change Well, after the first round. The first round would still remain the same. Sean, what is your I guess the only word I can use is relationship with the It series. Did you watch the first 2 movies?
No.
No.
I have very little relationship.
So
to
Pennywise and you aren't boys.
No.
No. You didn't watch the older ones, you didn't watch the new ones. I say that because did we were talking about a Stephen King adaptation just last week, I think.
Yeah,
The
the one
Long
with-
Walk.
Yeah,
Where you
with
get
Mark
shot.
Hamill.
I said it's speed for walking, where you get shot if you don't keep up a certain speed. It's a post-apocalyptic story written by Stephen King turned into a movie. Well,
What's apocalyptic? Seems pretty.
You mean people getting shot if they don't keep pace in a walk across the
dystopian.
country?
Yeah, utopian for some people.
What, shooting teenage boys
And walking
in a
cross country.
By the way, army. By the way, government sanctioned. By the way, well, a new It series. Well, not even a new one. Just an It series is coming out. I don't know. It'll just be stories from Derry. So it won't all be about Pennywise. It'll just be stories about that creepy town where creepy things happen just beyond the clown with the razor teeth.
Do you think that there's a pitch to Stephen King about an adaptation for one of his stories that he goes, nah, no thanks?
Has he ever turned? You asked me if he's ever turned down someone saying, "I want to adapt."
Yeah. Has he
story.
ever said no?
I have no evidence that he said no, and considering how many of his get adapted,
that's yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe he's never said no. I'm sure he's not respected someone who's come in and said, "Hey, we'd like to turn." That story about the crazy car that's alive and kills people, Christine, I think it's called. Hey, I got something for it. And he's like, not you. I'm sure he's done that.
Or he's just
but
like,
I don't think he's against one of his stories being turned into an adaptation. I just think he may have told someone it can't be you.
I feel like there should be one that he's against. That he's just like,
where's your
I'll
proof?
be honest, this isn't my best stuff.
Where's your proof? Because so far
everything gets
turned into something.
It's like, what if instead of the killer car one, you did the walking one?
No, how about both? How about all? How about all? Because this one, Welcome to Derry, will be available on HBO coming up. Oh, and Skarsgård's in it. I take it back. The clown is in it. Pennywise is in it.
Wow.
So I take it back. So of course, Pennywise. How can you have a series called It without Pennywise? I guess. So it comes back. To answer your question, there's a book called, or maybe a novella. It's like The Girl and Tom Gordon. Of course, it's like Boston related. Some girl loved Tom Gordon, the former Red Sox reliever. I haven't seen that adapted yet, so maybe he said no to that.
Because you have to get the rights to Tom Gordon.
That's true. Maybe Tom Gordon hasn't agreed.
Yeah,
maybe
Tom
he's
Gordon,
the one.
Tom Gordon's like that.
Maybe Tom Gordon's the one
Weird.
going, all right, we got to not everything needs to get turned into a series
I was
or a
professional
movie.
athlete. I don't need the money that bad, guys.
Well, he got enough from Steven to use his name, so
I guess so.
maybe he has enough. Tom Gordon, he was called Flash. He had a pretty cool nickname as reliever. He is one guy who may be standing in the way of all of Stephen King's works being adapted. We'll see. Tom Gordon, former Astro for a little bit too. All right. As far as, so you haven't seen it, the movies. I haven't seen the trailer. I've seen both movies. First one with the kids better than the one with the adults in it. Jessica Chastain, whatever.
Whoa.
It's not about her. It's about her in that role. Bill, what's his name? The comedic actor. He's in a Barry.
Bill Hader.
Bill Hader.
So you're saying Stephen King maybe should have said,
or maybe the casting director should have said, go with someone else. I like the actress who played the young version of Jessica Chastain is a redhead. They're like, hey, I know a redhead.
Yeah,
let's go with her. I mean, maybe a little bit more. It Part 2, not as good as It Part 1. Watch It Part 1. If you're a completist, I guess you'll have to watch It Part 2. You're not missing that much. If there was a supercut of just the kid scenes in It Part 2, I would recommend that.
The adolescent cut.
Yeah, where you see the teenagers and how they've grown from their time. But it's, it's like, hey, all the childhood trauma led to all the adult trauma, and then we have to all come together Professor X is in it.
What?
James No, not the actual character, the
Oh.
actor. James McAvoy's in it. No, there isn't a world where world where those two. It's not like AVP. It's not Pennywise versus the X-Men. It's not that. No, but
I mean,
James
the X-Men would slaughter
they would
them.
they would destroy Pennywise. Wolverine would just, all right, bub, enough. You're just a clown with teeth. Beat it.
Cyclops.
Yeah,
There you go.
it'd be over. It'd be a 2-minute movie. We'll see how the X-Men do in Avengers Doomsday. Probably will be a bit longer than 2 minutes. Okay. I'll watch the trailer. I'm into Stephen King stuff. He's given me a lot. Let me get some back by watching another one of his projects. I've watched so many. Okay. So the seating for the NFL. What they're proposing, at least what one potential proposal is the seating would stay the same for the playoffs. Like if you win the division, you are guaranteed a home game and a top 4 seed. Where it would change is if there happens to be an upset. Let's just say an upset, and I go by seeding, not by record. Let's just say what happened last year where the NFC North had several teams who had better records than the bottom 2 seeds in the playoffs. Let's say the Rams actually lost to the Vikings. The Vikings winning 14 games. If they had one of the top 2 records in the second round, they would get a home game as opposed to having to go on the road. We had that happen. So let's say Tampa won their game and they had to go and they had a chance to go on the road. They would do that because they only won 10 games last year. Like the Packers won 11 and the Vikings won 14. So depending on how things played out, Tampa would not get a second home game if there were upsets in the first round. They would have to go on the road someplace. So that's a proposal. Sean, I think you and I have talked about this, and we weren't so moved by a team in the first round getting a home game if they didn't win their division. Were we on the side of rewarding the division winner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like this proposal, but I don't like half measures. So if they just decided overall best records matter, do it that way. But honestly, if you're just going to split the difference, why would not just keep rewarding the division winner? If you're going to reward the division winner in the first round, why not just keep rewarding the division winner? Because you have decided that's very important.
Yeah, it feels like it is, like you said, like a half measure, and it feels like it's just making it more complicated for, I guess, to soothe the hearts and minds of all these 14-win wild card teams.
Yeah, the Vikings, who I can't believe you have to go on the road, and then they got beat handily by the Rams.
Like this is just my thoughts on this have not changed, even with this, I guess, tweaking of it, where I just win your freaking division, dude. Like I don't just win the division.
Yeah, the Vikings could have beat the Lions one more time, and they would have won. In fact, they lost what? They lost to the Lions and they lost to the Rams. So if you beat the Lions, you got a home game, and you're the 1 seed. Instead, you had to go on the road and caught a beating from the Rams. I'm a fan of giving the division winners their just rewards, even if they're not as good because of what their record says. Go beat them, beat them in their building. Now, weather can certainly play a part, and if you have to go to a cold weather spot and it's freezing, sure, you're at a disadvantage. But that's why winning your division is so important. But it could be where they split it. Like nothing they could do would piss me off. It's not that big of a deal.
No, I mean, it's the same thing with like the rivalry week uniforms, where like we both just kind of like roll our eyes on sick new uniforms. But it doesn't actually like upset me. It is just not how I would prefer it. I mean, I could say the same thing about the fact that there are 7 playoff teams from each conference, where I'm like, I think I could have just gone with 6.
Yeah, I don't
to
need
be
the
honest.
I
think
really
I
don't
was
need
good.
the extra team.
I think I was good. Has the 7th seed like
one ever? Has a 7 ever beat the 2?
I was gonna say provided a good game.
I think
most of my memories are like the Steelers getting absolutely smoked by either the Chiefs or the Bills.
I think the Skylar Thompson-led Dolphins pushed the Bills to like a 3-point game in 2022.
I do remember
They were the 7. They made it in on the last day because
I don't think that counts. It's Skylar Thompson.
Well, you asked for a
obviously
good
change. No, he obviously changes the calculus.
yeah, it makes
He's
it
more than a seven.
it makes it less likely
no,
that there'd be a
if you
good
have
game.
Skylar Thompson,
No,
Kansas State legend.
Yeah, sure. But I watched the game, and it had little. It had
dotting guys.
It's in fact so opposite of what you're talking about because there's a play as the Dolphins are driving to possibly get into field goal range or win the game, where it's Tyreek Hill's coming wide open over the middle of the field, and Scott Thompson doesn't see him and throws the ball a place he shouldn't have, and that ends the game. And you could see, shocking enough, Tyreek Hill showing frustration on the field. He goes, I can't believe it. He's wide open coming across. So it was a lot of defensive plays, a special teams play. It had little to do with Skylar Thompson, except he had to take snaps. So the one time it did happen, it was a bad quarterback on the other side, and somehow it was a close game in Buffalo. But to your point, it's rarely competitive.
Yeah, because this year was the Broncos Bills. Was that the 2-7?
The Broncos were the last team to make the playoffs. Yeah.
And that one, like that, those are two Broncos we thought were like at least pretty good.
Yeah, people.
They got smoked.
People did want the Bengals because they thought it would be more compelling. As I think we said at the time, win more games, Bengals. I'm not stressing because the Bengals aren't in it.
Should we change a rule to put the Bengals in last year's playoffs?
Because they have a fun offense.
Yeah, it feels like they deserve to be in.
No,
just feels like it.
No, the games showed that they didn't. The games all showed that they didn't. Even though they beat.
We need a playoff committee for the NFL.
I'd ask that we not do that. I'd have less faith in the people who'd be on that committee than I do of the ones who are on the college football committee.
But imagine the first take segments you would get from the committee.
That's what I'm looking for when I want to decide a champion. What first take thinks about it, and who would even be on this committee? Who could you even put on? Because they put on ADs.
Tom Coughlin.
Would it be people inside the organizations like they do with college football, where an AD for a team is part of the decision making?
Manager.
Yeah,
Nick Casario.
The general manager for the Bengals is in there. Oh, who do you think?
But he recuses himself.
Ah, okay. So no one feels any pressure to put Tobin team into the playoffs. College football I love, but the whole thing where, hey, I know you're in the room, but beat it for this decision making thing. Okay, I trust that to go.
And then
the
you
fair way.
walk back into the room, and we have like your team out.
Yeah, and then you have to look this guy dead in the face and go, hey, or a woman dead in the face and go, sorry, not good enough.
Yeah.
Sure, that's how it goes. People never succumb to peer pressure.
Yeah. Sorry, Alabama. We actually decided Indiana is going to get in instead of you, and the Alabama AD just has to go. You know what? I respect the process of this decision.
They respected the process so much they are going to completely change what happens after this year, where it's going to go to 14 and you're going to guarantee spots. That's how the SEC took last year's slight. Oh, okay. We're going to get our automatic 4 and then a couple more at largest. Now what? You should have just put Alabama in. Sure, Jalen Milroe would have been awful, but so is Kevin Jennings. Don't worry about it. They both would have been terrible, but now look what you did to us. You pushed us too far. And we talked about that last week, where college football is going to be a little different after this upcoming playoff, and the Big Ten and the SEC will take even a firmer grasp on the playoff because they want it to be the SEC Big Ten Invitational, where they give out token bids to the rest of the leagues. And the ACC is like, we're giving us 2? Cool, we'll take it. Because even though we got 2 last year, there's no guarantee we would get 2 again. That's where we stand. Good luck, everybody else. So at this point, what are we guaranteeing? 10 with four spots remaining?
4, 4,
2,
and then 2.
So guaranteeing.
And then 1. Because it's 2 for the Big 12.
It'd be a 16-team playoff.
Yeah,
not a 14.
It's 2 for the Big 12, 2 for the.
So we're guaranteeing 12, 13 for a group of 5.
Yeah,
and then 3 at largest.
Yep.
That's good for the sport.
At largest could be whoever. Could be ACC team.
So you could have 8 SEC.
Another group of 5.
You could have 7 SEC schools, 7 Big Ten schools. It would be funny the first year they do that. 5 ACC schools make it.
Yeah.
Unlikely to happen.
Change the format again.
Wait a minute.
F this.
No more than 2 ACC schools
Virginia
can make
Tech.
it. Yeah.
We didn't sign up for this.
Even if they have gone back to the throwback uniforms, it's not what we're looking for. Okay, we got a couple more segments here to go. But before we get to that next segment, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And listen, the Astros are in action in a minor league ballpark. Maybe you think, hey, the ball's going to be flying out of the yard. This is the game that Jose Altuve snaps his slump and hits one out of that itty bitty ballpark. That is what you can do on Prize Picks. Or you can say, hey, I've seen enough of this Astros offense. I know this Astros offense, no matter where they can play on the moon. They're not going to be ready. So maybe you go and look at Zach Little's strikeout projections for 3.5 against the Astros today. The playoffs get back in action with the Western Conference Finals tonight. You have OKC, and on Prize Picks, you have a Taco Tuesday discount for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander to score 23.5 points. His projection slashed from his 31.5. So, hey, 23.5. He's probably, I think he scored 25 each of the last four or five games. So that is a very tasty option for you. So, and if you want to have SGA and then the Astros, you can do that with mixing and matching, or WNBA is in action, hockey, whatever you want. Prize Picks has got it. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So the Astros won last night in Tampa, thanks to Jake Myers and Colton Gordon. Colton Gordon was pretty good for a guy getting spot starts, almost in an emergency situation, considering the Astros' issues with their staff. They talked about it yesterday. I think it became a social video, all the arm injuries the Astros have had. And he is a guy put in a spot where we didn't expect it. How many people knew what his name was before we saw the Astros Twitter account, tell us that Colton Gordon had been called up? But he got it done yesterday. Almost got the win. He went out there for an extra inning, and that cost him the chance at a win. As what was it, 3-1, and then the Rays got back in it, but Jake Myers helped win that game. Abreu and Hader closed it out. Some scary moments for them both, not because of anything they really did. I mean, there was a double steal by the Rays against Abreu. He got out of that, and then Caratini, catcher's interference, just reached out too far, and his glove made contact with the bat. Guy got on. I think he stole second. Got the third, and then the Rays popped up on a bunt with one out. That did the Astros a favor, and Hader was able to get out of that in the ninth to get them that win. So 25-22. Pena, another good game from him, and it didn't lead to this, but because of how he's played this year, there was an article in the Chronicle yesterday about can he be signed long term by the Astros. Sean and I talked about that earlier, and really everything when it comes to those conversations feel like a foregone conclusion that the answer is no. Just appreciate him now, and when it comes down to it, he will be another in the list of guys they wave goodbye to. Because unless he's going to ask for a shorter term deal, which is not usually what happens for guys his age when they hit free agency, he's going to go. But enjoy him right now. We had the Hunter Brown conversation because of a call yesterday about his future, but we got 3 years of that, of team control before it's a real sticking point.
Yeah, with the Astros, can we have like a unofficial rule of like if it's more than 2 years away from free agency, we just like let's not talk about are they going to pay him? Because it's just so like we do it. I understand doing it before the last season of team control, where again we're probably 0 for however many guys have actually gone through this, but there's at least a chance that they get re-signed and it's relative. We'll have a conclusion relatively soon. But like if we're doing this for Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena, like guys, just enjoy the games. Enjoy the guys that are playing well without thinking about are you going to sign them for the next decade? Because chances are the answer is no. So just hey, sit back, enjoy that Jeremy Pena is finally, proving on the potential that he showed.
Yeah, I'd appreciate not starting the countdown clock to his departure just this early.
Every time someone has a good 6 weeks, it's just like, well, is he leaving? 3 years from now,
hey,
who cares?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, who cares?
Who knows what he'll be in 3 years? We may not care if he's leaving, but right now, let me enjoy Jeremy Pena having the best start to a season that he's ever had.
Yeah, same thing with all the people talking about Hunter Brown. Same people with all the people looking at the hot start and doing this conversation. I mean, there's so many people doing this with Jake Myers about do you lock up this demon long term?
Who's having that conversation? Who has called him a demon?
Me just now.
Yeah, you, singular.
But are we going to do that if Jake Myers keeps it up? Of like, oh, are they going to re-sign Jake Myers?
Can't live without Jake Myers. We're down bad.
Yeah, Paredes. I think at the end of the season we'll be talking about that with Paredes. Less so about like how awesome he'll be, and more so just people will see him on the team and want him more, and then they'll see like, oh, he only has 3 years left. Well, are we going to re-sign him? That's just the thing to do.
Remember, the appeal of acquiring him was you had him for a good long while.
But
remember,
re-sign him.
Cam Smith you have for a long while. Paredes you have for a long while. All those things were part of the equation when you're trading a guy you weren't going to be able to keep.
I'll just say we will know. And Cam Smith has been pretty solid this year, all things considered, of the lack of experience that he has playing professional baseball. But we will know that Cam Smith has officially arrived when we have the do you re-sign Cam Smith, or do you sign an extension to Cam Smith
Do
right
you
now?
try to pay Cam Smith early?
Yeah.
We
That's
have
when you
those
know
talks.
he's really had a good 5 games in a row. Where
Yeah,
it just
he has a couple multi-hit games in the span of a week, and we're
hit a couple home runs. You're just like,
you want
do
to
you get the deal done now?
Hey, you trying to make him happy early?
Look at the Ozzy Albies contract. Try to get him on that.
Yeah. Okay. Astros conversations always devolve into something along those lines because Jim Crane has put everyone in the spot where we're always worried about someone leaving. We got time. And hopefully these guys who were recently required, like the guys in the Tucker trade, of course, Wesneski's going to be out for a good long while, but Paredes and Cam Smith, cool. We like what you're doing right now. Cam Smith continues to get better, and Paredes is picking it up, and Jeremy Pena been around a while, but love what he's doing right now. Team MVP offensively. You'd probably just give Hunter Brown the overall team MVP for what he's been, but as far as guys who have to go to the plate, he's at the top of the list. Okay, we got a couple calls to get to. Let's get to Eric here since he called in the segment, and League City Thomas, hold on. That's another person from League City calling in. We had Josh, who said he was a League City native. Gary, who called in, that's not his real name, by the way, is a League City, that's where he was born, I guess, grew up. And now League City Thomas.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Is Eric from League City?
Unlikely. At least he's never told me that. Let's get to Eric first. Let's get to Eric before we go to break. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Consos, how you doing today? Yeah, I'm from League City.
That's a lie.
Used to live over there by tight ends. You know that place, Bill.
I don't know that place. Thank you for that, though.
I've seen you there a couple of times.
No, you've never seen me there.
So the tush push, particularly for Eagles fan to pushing another guy's tush in the back, if you know what I mean.
I do.
But yeah, why it's not allowed in the NCAA, is it? In college football, it's not allowed. They shouldn't allow it in the NFL. And this is for Sean. Sean, I know you know that running back from Texas, straight on blue. Do you think the Cowboys will use him more as a third down back or a catching back? And Dale, what do you think about Andor? Are you pleased with the show? I'll hang up and listen.
So it at one point wasn't supposed to be legal because we remember the Bush push, that helped USC beat Notre Dame. I believe that play wasn't legal at the time.
Yeah.
It is now.
That was a missed call. Basically.
Yes. It is now. If you want to push your quarterback from behind to gain a first down or a touchdown, you can do that in the NCAA. You can do that in college. As far as Andor, loved it. Loved the ending. It's an interesting show to watch considering it's a prequel and you know what's going to happen to the main character if you've watched Rogue One. But they did enough to set him up on his path and also all the other characters involved that it's my favorite Star Wars thing ever. I'm not even a big Star Wars fan, so maybe I'm not the best person to talk in those ways. But as I said, I think I'm an alien racist. I don't like non-humanoid characters in my Star Wars. Like I don't like a walrus-looking thing talking. I don't like purple people with antennas talking. I don't like.
Wow, you said that with hate too.
I don't like the word purple. I don't like pets in Star Wars. I don't like cute things in Star Wars.
Chewbacca?
He's not a pet. That's insulting.
No, but I mean,
I don't.
Chewbacca,
if
Yoda.
Chewbacca or Yoda never existed, that'd be cool. I love humans in Star Wars. I love those stories. I do not care about the aliens per se in Star Wars. I don't care. I kind of tune out.
Racist.
I said it. I think I'm an alien racist. I don't want bad things to happen to them.
Rant.
I don't want bad things to happen to them. I just don't want them in my TV shows and movies. I've learned that about myself since watching Andor. There's beyond Tony Gilroy and the great things he's doing with that show. The limited nature of all the cutesy action figure stuff where the Yoda or Baby Yoda or some of the porgs from the new from the sequel series or movies, and then you just got the people walking on 2 feet who talk in a language that has to be translated. F out of here. I don't like it.
So you just want Star Wars stories about just good, honest American people.
I didn't say Americans.
No,
there are no Americans in there.
You want them.
Diego Luna's not an American. I don't need Americans.
Stellan Skarsgård. All these Americans that are in this
yeah,
show.
In fact, the whole big secret is most people in Star Wars are British or European. We like Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
Some few Americans that are actually
It was built on the back of Americans.
big parts.
Chewbacca, American.
No. The actor who played Darth Vader, not James Earl Jones, but the actual guy.
Yeah, and guess what?
Wasn't American, I don't think.
They actually had him record the Darth Vader
they're
lines
like,
in the suit, and then they went back and hired James
They're
Earl
like, wait a
Jones.
minute, that accent, it's not going to work for us. Ugh, get out of here.
Again, built on the back of American.
Even the first stormtrooper that was featured, even he had to put on an American accent because John Boyega's British accent was something that didn't work for the role.
It was off-putting.
He was, yeah. That's why you had to have stars like Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher and also Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
it was built on the back of
Adam
Americans.
Driver.
But since then,
Qui-Gon Jinn.
That guy's Irish.
Liam Neeson.
Yeah, he's Irish. He's not American.
Ewan McGregor.
Once again, that's Scottish.
And by the way, the sequels are terrible. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that they started getting love to the...
Well, the prequels are the guys you mentioned just recently. They're terrible too, right?
Yeah, that's where it went wrong.
Well,
because they stopped going American.
Or it went really wrong because they featured an American as Anakin.
No,
twice.
No,
the young guy and the older one, both Americans.
Actually, where it went wrong was your boy Jar Jar Binks.
How's he my boy? I just told you I hate aliens in Star Wars. Not my boy. I'm pretty clear. If you're not speaking English, beat it.
Okay, so it's English is what you want.
Yeah, not American.
Learn English.
I don't want subtitles in Star Wars. Is what I'm saying.
Hey, you moved to
Alderaan.
Learn English, buddy.
Yeah, you came to Coruscant. You learn our language, English.
I don't care if you were purple.
Yeah,
look like a panda. All right,
exactly.
Learn English.
Oh, panda. What do I want to talk to a panda? Doesn't speak English for?
Yeah, move it along, frog person.
There's a lot of things I don't like about Star Wars. The propensity to have things that don't speak English in it, who aren't humanoids, top of the list. League City Thomas will get you when you come back.
No, let's just come back.
I was trying to separate him from my racist Star Wars rant.
Maybe this will be the pivot.
Maybe he didn't want to be part of it. Like a client sometimes doesn't want to be part of a lead-in, depending on what we're talking about. I just wanted to give Tom some separation, but apparently not. Now we got to talk about Jeremy Pena.
We got to combine.
Thomas, you want to talk Jeremy Pena? What's up?
No, a couple of things. League City Thomas, aka Gary League City.
Welcome.
So this is Gary League City Thomas. First off, Pena, they're gonna re-sign him. I really do think so. When that time comes, I mean, he's having a great season. But at some point, one of our shortstops are gonna stay put, like Altuve. I think under the tutelage, they are great friends. I've heard. I think under that tutelage, he's gonna be a rare commodity that appreciates coming up under Altuve and that the city has embraced him, and I think he'll be here long term, and that'll be a blessing. And finally, I would like to just say one thing: League City, Clear Springs High School softball, we did it! We're going to state.
Congratulations. Gary or League City Thomas called in last week about his daughter, freshman on that Clear Springs team. They're going to play Atascocita. They got through that. They're going to state. If Pena resigns, it'd be great. He'll be, let's say he wants to hit free agency. He'll be 30 in his going into that year. His unrestricted free agency year, he'll be 30 years old. He's got arbitration. He's arbitration eligible next season and the season after that. So unless they get a deal done earlier, the Astros going to sign Jeremy Pena to a longer-term deal at the age of 30. Gary acknowledged it. It isn't what they do. Could he be the first? Altuve wants him back, just like he wanted Bregman back, and they said no to that as far as Bregman's demands. And Bregman got what he wanted, despite all the speculation that he couldn't. He did. Hope you're right, Gary. All right. Because Sean demanded we combine. We go to break. Actually, we end the show, excuse me, with optimism on Pena from League City Thomas and
virulent hate for CGI
CGI aliens in Star Wars. You know what? Stop the alien hate is what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
I'll think of a hashtag.
Good luck. Put that on Twitter next to your Prize Picks ad on Twitter, on X or Twitter. See if they appreciate that. All right. Since we're done for the day, including my hateful, well, let's just call it hate speech against aliens. What's that mean, Sean?
That peanut butter skin.
Well, that might be fine. I saw Bix. If you know, you know. In Andor. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Popped up. Paredes gives it a look. It's drifting, and it is caught by Paredes for the final out. And the Astros hold on to win it 4-3. A ball that stayed in play. Isaac Paredes makes the catch for the final out against his former team, and the Astros now 3-2 on the road trip with a 4-3 win on the first game of this series.
Even with the limited foul territory, it found the one spot that Isak could get to and make the play. Just a simple reach into the camera. Well, this game's over.
Mickey Mouse ass ballpark. What a Mickey Mouse ass ballpark that the Astros had to lower themselves to playing in. An elitist, proud franchise that's won all of these American League West championships, has been to all of these American League Championship Series, 4 World Series, 2 World Series titles, and they had to play in a minor league ballpark. They're going to have to do it again this year, too, with the Oakland A's. Isn't that ridiculous? They're going to play this year about a 16th of their games in minor league ballparks. Absolutely disgusting. Luckily, there were no rain delays in yesterday's game, but did you notice that there were some technical difficulties on the Space City Home Network broadcast? I'm blaming that on the minor league ballpark. And also, I don't know that we can count this as a step forward for the 2025 Houston Astros. This was the first time the Astros have had back-to-back road wins all season. Yeah. A little bit depressing. Anyway, they got a 4-3 win over the Tampa Bay Rays. It is 2 wins in a row on the road for the first time all year. And I'm walking out of last night's Astros game with this is the piping hot take of the day. The Astros bullpen is the strength of their team. I hope it can keep them from straying too far out of top seed in the American League contention, AL West contention, while they wait for their starting pitchers to get healthy. Who knows how long that's going to be? And for their bats to wake up and get healthy. Who knows how long that's going to be? But the bullpen did its job last night. Colton Gordon had a pretty good start in his return to the Tampa Bay area. Shout out to all the St. Pete guys out there. Gave the Astros 5 pretty good innings. Probably left in a little bit too long by Joe Espada on 4 days rest. Gets in a jam in the 6th inning. Brian King comes in, stays in during the 7th. Abreu in the 8th. Josh Hader in the 9th. You're walking away with a victory, and the Astros are now 20-1 this season when leading after 7 innings. Cool. How much longer can the bullpen keep doing this? I expect the names I recognize in the bullpen to keep doing this. Has been a nice year for Brian King to this point. We shall see. But the bullpen has been really good for the Astros to open up the year. Also, some bats. Hey, they showed up last night. Jeremy Pena had a 3-hit performance back in the leadoff role after no start on Sunday. Isaac Paredes, who made the game-winning catch there in the 2-hole, he had 2 more hits. Victor Caratini had a home run. He's starting at catcher. I think he needs to DH as we wait for Yordan Alvarez to come back. I don't know when that's going to be. Jake Myers had 2 hits, a home run. Cam Smith had 2 hits, including a RBI. So some contributions from the lineup, but the problem remains a couple of bats. Jose Altuve got moved into the 3-hole, 0 for 4. Christian Walker batting cleanup, 0 for 4. Once again, though, no strikeouts. 4 games in a row without a strikeout. That's nice. Yainer Diaz, 0 for 4. 0 for 12 combined. Altuve and Walker were 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. Are those guys going to show up? Is some version of them going to show up? Because right now they're nothings in the lineup. They have been for a little bit of time. When's that going to change? I wonder. Chas McCormick, I don't want to see you anymore. Picked off twice. Get this, Sean. He has been picked off more times in one game than he has RBIs on the year. He has been picked off twice. All of them last night. He has 1 run batted in this season.
That's tough when you're Chas McCormick.
Yeah.
And
you're the banana pudding guy.
the banana pudding guy, and you're the guy where people are saying, "Hey, this team needs a left-handed hitter. Why is Chas McCormick up instead of a left-handed hitter?"
Yeah.
It's just like a replace this guy with literally anyone left-handed.
They got to get a lefty bat.
They do.
Said this yesterday. Got to get a bat. And you joked about it yesterday. I've joked about it before. It can't be Yordan Alvarez. That does not count. That does not count. Here's the Yordan Alvarez update from yesterday. Yordan Alvarez, I don't know if he's supposed to be making progress based off of this commentary through his interpreter, but hearing him say that he can't swing a bat without pain seems very bad. Like really, really bad. Yordan, through an interpreter, per Matt Kawahara of the Houston Chronicles, said his hand is, quote, getting better, end quote, but he still feels it when he swings. Alvarez said he played with the hand hurting for a while, but it reached a point where, quote, I had to stop because the hand started getting inflamed, end quote. He's hitting in the cage. He's unsure of a timeline to return. Said if he's pain-free, it could be tomorrow, could be the next day, but we're going to keep working for it to be 100%. 100%? That might not come. There's some players in baseball history that had to be 100% to play. One of them, and perhaps the most frustrating of all of them, is someone that I imagine some old school baseball fans remember, J.D. Drew. J.D. Drew, from what I understand, whenever he was slightly less than 100%, he wasn't going to play. And I guess he was talented enough to get away with that kind of mindset. But does Yordan Alvarez have to maybe play through this pain? Does playing through this pain keep him from recovering? 100%. That is a high bar. And I mean, I guess it is consistent with some of the things that Yordan Alvarez has been scratched from the lineup with before, like fireworks smoke inhalation, amongst other things. We got to wait for him to be 100%. Who is 100% 2 months into the season?
Yeah. Hopefully the guy's missing 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Hopefully that gets him there. But yeah, no, it definitely, I don't want to be an alarmist, but this has a lot of the makings of a Astros injury that goes on way longer than we think.
Right. And hey, at the very least, Alvarez is talking about it, unlike Kyle Tucker last year.
Yeah.
And I do not know why the Astros didn't let Kyle Tucker talk until at the very end. He was like, yeah, I had a fracture. But I don't feel any better about Yordan after that. In fact, I feel worse. I don't know if that update was supposed to make us feel better. I got to say, and this is nothing against the new Astros interpreter, but the older Astros interpreter, I trusted more. The new Astros interpreter, who's a bigger fellow, nothing against that, but he always looks like he's straining when he's listening to the Astros who speak Spanish and trying to translate. He might be doing a better job than the last translator, but his body language,
his like resting face, is like.
I'm like, wait, does he know what he's saying?
It's like maybe it's just like his eyebrows are like a little too like up as
he's furrowed, right?
Yeah, he's like listening, and it's just like, is this guy? What am I about to get from this guy?
Right?
Is he about to say, "Hey, say that one more time"?
He might be saying everything more correctly than the last guy, and that might be why
we would not know.
But there's something about his look where I'm like, I'm a little stressed.
It doesn't project strength
because he's stressed looking. He might not be though. He has resting stressed face. We just made that up. Good for Colton Gordon. That's the last thought here. Colton Gordon, St. Pete guy, who occasionally played for the Hillsborough Community College Hawks. I'm having a tough time reading there. At Steinbrenner Field, had a pretty good start last night at Steinbrenner Field. So he retired 12 in a row, 7 strikeouts. It is the Rays, so maybe you take that with a grain of salt. But 71% of his pitches were strikes. I said a little bit earlier, probably should have been pulled going into the 6th inning, seeing as he allowed a single and a home run in the 5th inning, because it was his second start on 4 days rest. And that last start was his major league debut where he threw 85. 77 on 4 days rest for a rookie is a lot, Joe Espada. But cool dude, 8th round pick in 2021. Got Tommy John surgery, I think, right after getting drafted. And because he was bored while in recovery, he started delivering pizza in a West Palm Beach pizza chain, Clematis Pizza. So he had a F-150 and he was bored. So he delivered pizza on the side.
I like this. I like that. This guy, dog.
Yeah.
Colton Gordon is a dog. He was like, listen, just got drafted, just got a, a very debilitating
Yeah.
arm surgery. But man, if I watch one more show on HBO Max, I'm going to lose it.
You can only
I
rewatch
need
these
to.
shows so
I
many
need to
times.
deliver some pepperoni pizzas.
Yeah. I've seen every single Love is Blind and
Yeah.
90 Day Fiancé or whatever he might watch. Right. So that's cool. By the way, I delivered pizza for exactly 1 day. Gumby's Pizza in St. Petersburg, Florida. I think it still exists. Really good sandwiches, good pizza. It's a good spot right nearby my place. What sucked is because the first day I got a pretty good hourly wage for a delivery guy. Like back in 2008, getting $7.50 an hour as a base pay plus tips and gas money, considering we didn't have that big of a radius, was pretty awesome. So I was driving in my old dumpy 95 Toyota Camry, green with all the sunburns on the top, where green paint for whatever reason of that kind just faded really, really quickly. I drove for 1 day. My last delivery, I got lost. I was in a sus apartment complex, couldn't figure out where I was supposed to go. The person at the door had a large pistol in his ass crack and seemed to be able to tell that I'm a little cake eater, that I haven't exactly seen the rough side of town before, and could tell I was a little terrified. Give me a huge tip. So I got like a $40 tip, which on a pizza I was late for. And I was like, this is going to be awesome. I'm just going to play up there like, ooh, I'm a little cake eater. I don't know any better, blah, blah, blah. Might have gotten robbed at some point, honestly. But
yeah, sorry, potential drug dealer.
But after the day was done, Sean, my mom said, you can't drive because your car's not insured for pizza delivery. And I was like, damn. I was really bummed by that. That was a fun job. The 1 day I worked at Gumby's Pizza. There you go. There you go. So Colton Gordon, Paul Gallant, St. Pete guys, both have delivered pizza.
Do we know what high school he went to?
I do not off the top of my head. I'll look this up in the commercial break. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros are trying to pull off some BS. Or perhaps this is somebody who is in a place in our hearts that's so special. Due to the Astros, they're pulling some BS. Well, either way, I'm outraged by this. And I think you guys know what I'm about to talk about. It's the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joke about this all the time. My favorite feature at Dyken Park, formerly Minute Maid Park, is that I can go down the third baseline or into center field, and I can find a restaurant that has something I need. That restaurant has a black sign with a red rim around it and in fancy cursive. You know what it says? It says El Tiempo Cantina. They should be paying me for this. There's only one place in the ballpark I can find happiness. Watching baseball? No. Drinking a margarita? Yes. That's why I go to Astros games. It's the one place that you can go to. Concert venue, sports arena, where you can go and get a margarita. Sean's laughing. That's why I go. If they didn't have that there, I wouldn't go. Paul, aren't you working? Yes. And it's not like I test this while I'm working. But when I go there to work, I work. When I go there for fun, I'm just going for the margaritas. The baseball is like, oh, okay, neato. I'm going to be on my phone the whole time. You know, I'm a millennial. I can only focus for so long, especially when I know that I need my El Tiempo margarita. And something I've noticed this year, per sources, the lines for the El Tiempo margaritas have become unbelievably long. We also had a video go viral of a couple of people seated somewhere, and these two were passed out, and in their hands, El Tiempo margarita cups. Were they on the rocks? I don't know. Were they frozen? I don't know. What I do know is those things were in those two's bellies, and they were out. Nice little margarita nap. I've joked often about how the price of an El Tiempo margarita is about $73. It's because during the regular season, when I first saw these, I remembered prices were, I think, $13.99, $14.99. It's a bargain for a tequila-based drink at a ballpark. A bargain. Because beers are what? $10, $11? But they've done something, and this is a crime. An absolute crime. Do I blame the Astros? Do I blame El Tiempo? Do I blame the long lines? Do I blame these two drunkies? But El Tiempo has raised the prices of their margaritas from $15.99 to $20.99. Yeah. Now, they've done this price gouging before in the playoffs. In 2022, they raised prices of margaritas to $21. Well, guess what? It's $21 again. El Tiempo margaritas have been at Dyken Park / Minute Maid Park since 2022, and now they're trying to price the people out just because two people couldn't handle their liquor. And I think this is a crime. I get it. The lines are long. This is not going to make the lines shorter. It's not. That's why people are going. The Astros can't score runs. They can't. People are going to drink margaritas. This is a fact. That's why I bought that hat. That's why I showed up at Dyken Park at 9 a.m. to get that hat. People are going not to watch baseball. They're going to get blitzed. And or have a good time, he said in quotation marks. One way to get there is an El Tiempo margarita, and now they are a full $5 more. This is an outrage. An absolute outrage. $20.99. That doesn't even count the tax. What are we doing here? I thought this was America. And you know what? We've blamed Obama. Thanks, Obama, in the past. We've blamed Biden. Thanks, Biden, in the past. Oh, I'm going to blame Donald Trump. How about that? Tariffs. Is that why the prices have gone up? Could be.
Yeah.
Whatever the case.
Price of limes or something.
Price of limes, right? Are we importing the limes? The price of the tequila. Are we importing the tequila? Or is this fake American tequila? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, El Tiempo should start using Blue Star tequila, but hey, that's neither here nor there. What's going on here? Okay, this is the like Yordan Alvarez in his hand. Whatever, I don't care. You know, Jose Altuve, the slump he's in. Whatever. Is Christian Javier going to be back this season? Who cares? What's going on with Spencer Danigante? I don't know. No, Luis Garcia, whatever. What's up with this? And how much further are they going to raise the prices? You know, we talk about the eggs. We talk about all the other things that have increased in price. But why aren't we talking about this? Hashtag thanks, Trump. This is not making America great again. This is making Dyken Park bad. Dyken Park just became Enron Field because of this move right here. Price gouging me out of my El Tiempo margarita after a long week of blabbing about nothing in particular. Now I can't get the edge off with an El Tiempo margarita.
Well, you still can. It's just
it's just a little more. It's a little more. Should I do a hunger strike? And here's what I got to figure out. And I actually might do this. And some would say, seriously? Or as a joke. You know what I might do? I might show up across the street from an El Tiempo somewhere and just start yelling across the street. Like, what's up with the ballpark margaritas? What's the deal?
just with a bullhorn.
Yeah, with the bullhorn. I might have to do that. If people want me to do that, 713-780-3776 to call to text. From the 832, softball mom Allison says the line is so long. I was so sad. The line has gotten outrageously long. I do not think it's going to shorten the line, though.
I was going to say, I think the El Tiempo margarita, sometime this year or last year, like, I feel like it broke contain and it became the thing. Like, I don't want to say it became like a meme, but it became like I don't know, signature drink or something of like people, just enough Astros fans talked about it. Paul, you talked about it enough.
Damn it, you're right. I think I did this. We spent entire segments talking about this, just like we're doing right now. No one has done more for El Tiempo at the ballpark than me. It used to not be a long line. I don't think people knew about it because I would go off the center field and the lines wouldn't be that bad. But yeah, the express line for the margaritas is longer than the line for the food.
Yeah, I think it's become like this is going to sound hyperbolic, but it's almost like the Dodger dog at Dodger Stadium.
No, it is.
It's like
Great point.
You just get one of these when you go there. So yeah, I think that's probably to let those two people that were passed out with the El Tiempo cups off the hook, to let our president off the hook. I think it's more about the fact that the Astros saw the lines and are like, we could charge $5 extra for these things.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
people are not going to look.
This is basic demand, and this is not going to make the lines smaller. I bet they'll continue to go up.
There might be
they were charging $30 for that Haterade crap.
That's true.
That bartenders at Dyken Park said was awful.
Maybe people don't get their second one. Maybe that's the effect we get, is that people will get one, see that it's $21 and be like, oh, okay, I guess I'm only getting one. Whereas as opposed to they maybe would have gotten two in previous situations, although they probably got two and ended up passed out like those two guys. So
yeah. Ugh. I mean, it doesn't take, those are stronger than the actual restaurant ones. From the 713, we have left so many Astros games early to go to El Tiempo and Navigation for fajita and margaritas. Never regret it. You know what's crazy? There's a Ninfa's and an El Tiempo across the street from each other. I'm surprised there haven't been any, battles
incidents
between the two. Yeah.
Hijinks.
Yeah. From the 832, beers at Dyken are $18 minimum. I think it's less than that, but $15.99 for an El Tiempo margarita versus beer prices. Like, what's the better bang for your buck?
$1 per alcohol.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, margaritas are better than beer. Embrace debate. 713-780-3776 to call.
Is that the poll for today's show?
Mm-hmm. Is a margarita better than a beer? From the 832, do what I do: get hammered at El Tiempo and Nito, and then Uber to the game. Well, I do have to be responsible. Do have to be a little responsible. From the 713, can't get over how disgusting Dyken Park sounds. Hey, that's not cool. That's not cool. We do not shame people. Okay, that's not cool.
I will say though, I agree. It's now gone to the part where I know it's Dyken Park. Like that's more of a reflex. Like it's rare for me to mess up and call it Minute Maid now, but it's still, I don't love the name
Yeah.
Dyken.
I also don't think the Icebox is cool. I know everyone's trying to do like, oh, I'm so creative and I'm in sports media. The Icebox. By the way, we have a podcast, Inside the Icebox, featuring Joe George and Jeremy Brana. Check it out.
Great show.
Talking
Creative.
Astros. Definitely more incyclul Astros conversation than I'll give you. And I'll just be
Oh
perfectly honest
no!
on that front. We're talking about the things
Are
that
they
matter.
going to even mention the margarita?
No, they're not. They're definitely not.
Then how is it more insightful?
Listen, it's just different.
This is the game within the game. This is the home field advantage.
This is the game that makes the game watchable. I mean, this is, yes, the game within the game, Sean. You're right. For the 281, someone texted in, I saw a cucumber flask at a gift shop the other day. You should get one of those and hide it in your butt. Sir, first off, it's all about the El Tiempo margarita being frozen. Sorry, inside my body at room temperature is not going to work. Okay? Paul, you suggested
it's higher than room temperature, by the way.
You're definitely higher. Paul, you're suggesting that you've thought about this before? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 832. You know how easy it is to sneak those mini liquor bottles into the park? Turn your mark into a double. Bam. Damn, dog. All right, we got some real alcoholics listening. I've never thought about that before. I'm always nervous to do it on a plane. Like I'm flying out to up to the Northeast tomorrow for my nephew and my niece. It's her first birthday, so very excited for that. And I've always been too much of a coward to sneak the nips on a plane. Always been too much of a coward on that front. All right, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Up next, everything you missed over the weekend in sports, including this is easily the worst sports story that no one will stop talking about that has developed so many stupid layers on top of it that, honestly, I wish that the WNBA would fold as a league. Guess what? We're giving you all the content you need when it comes to Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Then we're never talking about it until the next time something happens. Stick around. The worst debate in sports is back. Are you team Caitlin Clark or team Angel Reese? Race war, which is part of the WNBA's return over the weekend. So, if you actually watched the game between the Caitlin Clarks and the Angel Reeses, let's just forget about the teams that they play for, because that's all anyone wants to talk about with this league. Caitlin Clark assaulted Angel Reese. I kid. Angel Reese went up for a layup. Caitlin Clark gave her a foul. Not a hard foul. WNBA is a very physical league. Angel Reese was pissed off about said foul, went after Caitlin Clark, who just walked away from it. But for what it's worth, they were separated. Aaliyah Boston was the one who separated Angel Reese from Clark, who walked away. Aaliyah Boston plays with Clark for the Indiana Fever. After the game, both were asked about it. Someone was asked if Clark was trying to send a message. She said, let's not make it anything that it's not. It's a good play on the basketball. A take foul to put them at the free throw line. Not sure what the ref saw. Let's move on. And then even Angel Reese, to her credit, didn't really want to talk about it. Basketball play, because it was a flagrant foul. Refs got it right. Move on. So we should move on, right? Both act like it's not a big deal. Maybe it was a flagrant. Maybe it wasn't. I don't think it was a flagrant. Well, guess what? Nope. These two, as always, just get thrown right in the middle of the culture war, if not a race war. After the game, the WNBA began investigating claims of racism that happened while Angel Reese was at the free throw line right after the flagrant foul that Caitlin Clark supposedly committed upon Angel Reese. And since the WNBA put out a statement about it, now I feel like Angel Reese might end up getting a lot more hate that's undue. All these allegations seem to stem from a private account on X at Nayaboo136 saying this is not a safe environment for Angel Reese to play in. They're in the arena calling her a monkey. It's really nasty and racist in this arena. She said all those things on X, an account that has since been made private. She is referencing this audio where there's, I guess, a person that is a WNBA fan that for the last couple of seasons has been showing up laughing like a dolphin, which apparently is a nod to some streamer named Flight. In case you haven't heard said audio, here's what that sounds like.
It's a flagrant. And then Chicago will maintain the basketball.
That noise. Right there. So a lot of people have been putting way too much energy into discovering what the hell was going on here because the WNBA put out that statement about an investigation into claims of racism against somebody. You even had Caitlin Clark say emphatically, there's no place for that in our game or in our society, which she's right about afterwards. But did anything happen? Truly, I don't know. Angel Reese didn't say anything happened. No one on the court seemed to think anything happened. This seems to have been the observation of somebody watching the game on television, and some audio from a fan was picked up on a boom mic and turned into perhaps something that it never actually was. So this is one of those things where I'm looking at it. I think this is stupid, and I think we should move on. But naturally, the discourse has become about more than just Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. RG3 is of the belief that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, and he posted this on X. Is he right? I don't know. Definitely seems like she does, but we've never seen Angel Reese actually say that or be quoted as saying that. I can imagine there's a lot of players in the WNBA who are at the very least annoyed by the amount of praise that Caitlin Clark gets. And I get it, but no denying that the league's more popular since she joined it. I don't know why. I don't watch. And I'm not going to pretend to watch like a lot of people out there who do. Like, I think RG3. And like Ryan Clark, who decided to respond to this saying, one thing that we know about RG3 is that he's not having conversations at his home about what black women have to endure in this country. continuing saying, no matter how much he continues to echo the microaggressions of racists, he'll be no less black than me. Is that a microaggression to think that Angel Reese has a problem with Caitlin Clark? Especially when right after winning the national championship with LSU against Iowa, the first thing that Angel Reese did was get in Caitlin Clark's face. Like, is that a crazy jump to conclusions on the jump to conclusion, Matt? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's at the very least like they are basketball rivals. Like hate each other. Like I don't know. Like
yeah.
Like do we think that like other male athletes like they hate each other? It's like no, for the most part they're rivals. You know, like I there is something about like where when it's these two, it's like oh they just hate each other. It's like there's not really a ton of evidence that at least that Caitlin Clark like specifically hates Angel Reese.
Clark seems to walk away from it a lot,
and even Angel Reese just seems like it's a rivalry.
This season, Angel Reese has just moved on from it entirely because somebody was asking her, "You made a powerful statement last year about how people are watching the WNBA for more than just Caitlin Clark," and she said, "Next question." Okay, if you want to handle it like that, fine. We do have to forget everything that you did the year before, but hey, I'm willing to allow that because I hate this discourse because the discourse is now Ryan Clark calling out RG3 for having a white wife and saying that he can't possibly understand what Angel Reese is going through, which seems crazy. So RG3 said that this was out of bounds. Ryan Clark responded by calling him out for ESPN stuff, where apparently behind the scenes on ESPN, he was annoying. And Ryan Clark's like, I went up to bat for you. And also decided to just spill, Ryan Clark did, that RG3 liked to talk about milk a lot, referring to his wife. Meanwhile, you have Emmanuel Acho weighing in on these two, weighing in on Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, saying, my friends, RG3 and Ryan Clark, that my friends are, in a back and forth. And he had this as a caption, which is honestly the most insufferable thing I've ever seen. And that's saying something from Emmanuel Acho, because one time I saw a book that he had written at an airport as I was coming home from a wedding in Puerto Rico and probably had COVID that I was unaware of at the time. And I saw this in the window, this book that he had written, and I got more hungover just by looking at the book. This is an actual tweet Emmanuel Acho put out where he talked about Robert Griffin III talking with Ryan Clark. Should be just between these two. This video is for people that look like me. So if you don't, I apologize. Feel free to keep scrolling, or you can eavesdrop in on a conversation. And he did one of these corny things where he's like walking out into his backyard and he sits down in a chair. God, he's the absolute worst. I listen, he might be a nice guy, but the way that he talks about everything as if he is some sort of, the way he does it, he's really trying hard to come off like some sort of university professor. And it's like, dude, you talk about sports for a living. Relax.
It's very
sanctimonious, talking down to you, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, dude, no one really cares about what you think about Ryan Clark versus RG3. I want to see these two continue to sling mud at each other. I don't really want to talk about it on the show, but I feel the need to, because this is called In Case You Missed It, where we talk about everything that you might have missed over the weekend. And this, for whatever reason, was a big story in sports, despite us being completely lost in the plot that the WNBA is back and that Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese can be sometimes compelling, especially when they're shoving each other.
Yeah. I don't need Emmanuel Acho to take this as an opportunity to be my life coach that I never asked for.
Exactly. He's such a vulture with all of this stuff. It's the worst.
I do have bad news, though. The Fever and Sky play on June 7th.
Okay.
And on July 27th.
So there's 2 more games.
They play basically once a month.
Okay.
This is going to be exhausting by month 3. Hopefully this is like what burns people out of this conversation.
I hope it does,
because I do feel like the people's heart aren't as into it.
It shouldn't be, because it's everyone's grifting.
Stupid. Yeah.
Everyone's grifting a little bit. No one's actually watching this. No one's actually watching the WNBA. The people that are talking about the WNBA, for the most part, are people that are using this to like either be right wing or black activists. It's essentially like that back and forth. And it's like, I hate both sides right now. I do. Like, shut up, please.
Especially because it's like never about basketball.
Never at all.
Just like,
it's like, you know what? The WNBA is actually entertaining from this perspective. It is physical in a way that the NBA is not. I've brought this up many times before. I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it because there's no Houston team. There's no point in me watching it. This is a casual sports town. People don't really care that much. But it actually is, at times, fun to watch because there's no flopping and people beat the hell out of each other in it. Emmanuel Acho also said people are using the latest Angel Reese situation as a cover for their innate racism and hate towards her. Listen, Angel Reese has made herself come off like an a-hole, even if she's not. There's no denying that. More on this. Jason Whitlock, big horny. Did you see what Jason Whitlock said? Jason Whitlock decided to talk about RG3's wife. Honestly, this is more inappropriate than anything Ryan Clark, I think, said. Jason Whitlock, what did he say about Joy Taylor?
Well, it's a little bit different than what he said about RG3's wife, but he said,
That peanut butter skin.
what did he say about RG3's wife?
He said about RG3's wife, say what you want about RG3, but that ain't 2% milk. That's whole milk, the expensive stuff. And then posted a picture where RG3's wife looks like a very strong, powerful, and independent woman.
Very disrespectful.
Oh,
That's so, like, Ryan Clark really, like, everyone says, like, hey, you don't talk about a man's wife. Ryan Clark, like, barely talked about RG, like, actually, his thoughts on RG3's wife. He talked mostly about how RG3 presents his wife, where he always calls her milk. Like, he does that on social media.
It's really weird,
It's
man.
crazy.
It's really weird. Like, there's a lot of people that are talking about it from this perspective too. I saw Monica McNutt and Shanae Gwumike talk about this on ESPN, saying if this was the other way around, you can imagine how this conversation would be. And you know what? That might be true, but can we stop talking about things that didn't actually happen? I remember I got in a back and forth with what's his face, Roland Martin once, because Roland Martin was calling out like the double standard of players being called a thug and how there's a double standard where we talk about black players playing dirty in the NFL versus white players playing dirty in the NFL. And he brought up something like with Richard Sherman. It's like a 5-year-old dated reference. And I said, hey, man, if you're going to race bait, can you bring up something that actually happened today where Rob Gronkowski hit Tre'Davious White and it was kind of a dirty play, you know, if not an outright dirty play? He was bringing up an old example, and then he was like, I worked in a bunch of different markets. And I was like, okay, this is stupid. All this is stupid, just like Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese is stupid, just like all the conversations that have come as a result of Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese shoving each other in the WNBA opener are stupid. I please, for the love of God, guys, be more creative than this, okay? I feel like Charlie Day on Always Sunny in Philadelphia trying to find out where Pepe Sylvia is, keeping track of all the stupid beef that took place because Caitlin Clark shoved Angel Reese a little bit hard, and it was called a flagrant foul. Like, Clark didn't have a problem with it. Reese didn't have a problem with it. Everything that's taken place afterwards, I feel like it's just a lot of people that are way too energized by the return of this, realizing that, oh, yeah, this was the only thing that we talked about when it came to these two as opposed to the actual basketball. And it is a shame for the actual basketball players who play. It is. I feel bad for them. It sucks. I feel bad for Angel Reese. I feel bad for Caitlin Clark. Feel bad for everybody that's involved in this. Like, it's stupid that this is what the sport is, but it is. Unfortunately, It's like center point of the culture war and race war and everything, and it just sucks. Just sucks. I hate it with a passion, and I hate that I'm still talking about it right now. So there you go. That's in case you missed it. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports.
It was only
that's all that happened.
And I mean, to be fair, and it is stupid. It is dumb. Thank God for the Ryan Clark RG3 stuff, because at least it took it moved the conversation away to where it's a little bit different than the Angel Reese stuff and Caitlin Clark stuff that we've been talking about for what, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah.
God.
There's so many other things I wanted to get to, and in case you missed it, but
Juan Soto doesn't hustle.
Yeah, Juan Soto doesn't hustle. People are clowning Travis Hunter because of a clip at rookie minicamp. The Phoenix Suns CEO was sleeping with a former Phoenix Mercury player. Knicks fans threw trash at a Pacers fan who got hooked up by the Pacers after the fact. They also threw trash at Brian Windhorst after Game 6. In case people want to hear New Yorkers talking trash to Brian Windhorst, who by all accounts is a really nice guy. Here you go.
How do you feel about Boston losing? I don't give a f***. Knicks is sick. Suck all that now. Suck all that now. What are you going to say?
Credit to Windhorst, who laughed.
Yeah, he just smiled and
He
kept
laughed.
walking.
He handled it well. Someone threw trash at him. It's like, oh my God, he made a prediction that everyone made? Wild. Honestly, if you're going to talk trash to anybody, talk trash to me. I'm the diehard Celtics fan. Windhorst is like an ESPN reporter.
Yeah, he's just on the countdown set being
Right.
like, it seems like the Celtics are better.
Yeah, which everyone thought, but clearly that's not the case. Texas A&M baseball needs to win the SEC tournament to make the NCAA postseason. They were the unanimous number one going into the year. Texas A&M softball, the number one overall seed in softball, got knocked out by Liberty. So bad day for Aggie bats. And Peyton Manning went viral because he flies commercial, which is also just completely wild. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Want to keep on rolling through? Okay. Should we take this phone call at 713-780-3776? Gary, what's going on?
Hey guys, the very simple fact that you mentioned, you're talking about all this race and stuff going back. If you go back and play this whole spiel you had, the very fact that you mentioned Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, and then you mentioned Angel Reese hates. I know Ryan Clark and them were going back and forth. You mentioned Angel Reese a couple years ago put her hand in Caitlin Clark, the gas face. Remember who started that. But the fact that you revisited that, I get everything else. That statement sums up the whole situation and scenario for when those two first clashed. And so now, you have this black woman put her hand in that white woman's face on national television when she did it over and over to every opponent. So we're talking about imaging. We're talking about all that and what we see. And through all this, let me tell you one other thing. From Iowa, and that person saying what they're saying, the hate, and you associated it with, I think, go back and play it, she hates her. No, like your counterpart over there said it clearly. I just think it's rivalry. And so the minute you and everybody else stop talking about it like that, when you're saying you don't want to talk about it.
But we're not talking about it, Gary. But we're not talking.
Let me finish. I'm almost finished, please, sir. Iowa, how many people? It's going to always be about race. And we need to just embrace it and be able to have an educated conversation about it. It's not evil. It moves the needle. It's race. The president and everybody, it's going to be a sensitive subject from here until we pass away. Caitlin Clark has no African-American young children with her jersey or signing autographs when she's in a commercial.
Okay.
Angel Reese has seen, because she comes from LSU, played at LSU, you see black and white kids looking up to her.
Okay, Gary.
It's okay to talk race. It's okay to talk.
But isn't it annoying, Gary? I mean, it's insufferable that we're not talking about Gary. Gary, I've let you talk for a while, and you do not get to the point. Gary, one at a time. Okay, because you drift all over the place. You keep on bringing up Iowa. I don't care about Iowa. Okay, look, what's insufferable about this conversation is that everyone immediately moves past the basketball. The reason I brought up how there is a track record where it suggests that, at the very least, Angel Reese is annoyed by Caitlin Clark. It starts because instead of celebrating with her teammates immediately after winning the national championship, she did the Caitlin Clark dance in Caitlin Clark's face. You can like it. You don't have to like it, but that has lent itself to how people look at her and how people maybe don't like her. Perhaps some of that is racially motivated. White versus black woman, as you laid out. But has there been anything since then that suggests that Angel Reese doesn't have an issue with Caitlin Clark? I mean, I remember Caitlin Clark gets Howard fouled and Angel Reese is jumping up on the bench like they just won a game. There's a couple of incidents where you're like, okay, it's not a crazy take to suggest that Angel Reese doesn't like Caitlin Clark. And you know what? I don't even have a problem if Angel Reese doesn't like Caitlin Clark. I kind of like that there's some animosity between players. Does she hate her? How much further is hate from not liking? It varies person to person. This is a very interesting dynamic as part of the WNBA right now. It's weird because these two play positions that are nowhere near each other. Angel Reese is a basically big woman, right? Power forward, center, whatever. She's underneath the basket all the time. Caitlin Clark is shooting from outside. And they do interact from time to time, whether it's a take foul like you saw that or Caitlin Clark stealing the ball from Reese underneath the basket a couple of times. That happens. But we're trying to force this thing. And honestly, this was just a hard foul in a sport that plays physically. And instead of talking about that, about how this is what this league is, if you like physical basketball, you'll like this. It's race war every single time. And that, to me, is insufferable. And sure, we're going to be talking about this forever. I don't disagree with Gary on that front, and Gary did hang up. It's still annoying. Do we want to engage in this every single time? Do these people need to engage in weird conversations that have to do with someone's not allowed to talk about something because he's married to a white woman, even though he's a black man? We're gatekeeping. Who can have a conversation about this? You got Emmanuel Acho saying like, "This is for people like me." Well, why are you posting it on the internet, man? You're posting it on for everybody. So it just goes around and around in a circle, and it is completely insufferable. Like, do we want to keep tabs on every single element of this? Chad's got a thought. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Chad, yo.
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Thanks for having me. Yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying. I mean, to be honest, it's great to have those rivalries in sports. That's what makes sports. And these are two of the most popular women in sports right now that everyone is talking about. So, of course, they're going to have some animosity towards each other. And that's what makes sports great and why we want to watch, because it's competitive. So I don't think there's a problem with that. I think the issue is people just making things into problems that they're not these days. That's just such a common thing because everyone wants to get likes on their page. So
yeah,
it's just
I'm with you there, Chad.
Just a common problem now.
There are times, and I appreciate the phone call. There are times where I wonder if I should lean into this stuff because it clearly works. You know, people clearly they rise the ranks of this industry, if you will, by talking about stuff like this. Because there are people who want to talk about it, but it's generally people that are not regular listeners of you that see somebody else talking about it, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's a point," or "Oh, F this guy." Like, do I want to just find a way into the conversation like that?
Yeah.
About something I'm not that passionate about? No, Sean.
Do the Dov Kleiman, like where you inspirational and then just like whatever, like it's some hot button issue or something, like where he always finds a way to, or he'll do the thing. This is a much lower stakes version of it, of the here's one good pass from Shedeur Sanders, and it's like people are saying he's going to take the #1 job, and then one bad pass from Shedeur Sanders, and he posts, "Oh, looks like a big adjustment."
Yeah, you're seeing that about Travis Hunter right now, right?
He does it the most nakedly that anyone does it, whereas like here I am taking both positions just to engagement bait for people who hate him and people who like him.
And I hate that this is where the industry has gone. It should be entertaining, and people will stop by, have fun, we'll have conversations. We might not always agree, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of PC stuff. Paul Gallant Show, that's in case you missed it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Moratorium on Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark talk. We've talked it enough. Stay put. Astros took down the Tampa Bay Rays yesterday at that minor league ballpark 4-3. The first back-to-back road wins for the Astros all season. May 19th and May 20th. But hey, they're ahead of schedule compared to last year. The real question is, how long is that going to last? Because the latest update when it comes to Yordan Alvarez and the hand issue that has sidelined him for a couple of weeks now has me pretty concerned. This is a headline from the Houston Chronicle from Matt Kawahara. Astros slugger Yordan Alvarez says his hand is better, but he can't swing a bat without pain. What kind of pain? I'm not 100% sure. Here is what Yordan Alvarez said through his interpreter. His hand is getting better, but he still feels it when he swings. He said he played with the hand hurting for a while, but it reached a point where I had to stop because the hand started getting inflamed. Alvarez said he is hitting in the cage and is unsure of a timeline to return. He said if he's pain-free, it could be tomorrow, it could be the next day, but we're going to keep working for it to be 100%. 100% is a very hard place to get back to for anyone, especially the further and further that we get into this season. He might be dealing with this in some degree all year long. So how long is it going to take a hand injury that he's been dealing with for a while that got inflamed to go away? And will it happen again? All great questions that when you think about the Astros training staff or medical staff, it's hard to feel good about the possible answers. Whether they give it to you or Yordan Alvarez, who famously, it seems, back in the day, did not tell Dusty Baker which of his hands was hurt. Alvarez updates are a little sketch themselves. Whether done through an interpreter, maybe it's the interpreter, maybe it's lost in translation, or it's Alvarez. Everything's always murky with this guy when it comes to days that he sits out, injuries that he is dealing with. If he is dealing with a hand injury, they're not going to make the playoffs. I feel very comfortable saying that. They need more runs right now, and they are barely scoring enough. Their starting rotation is, at the moment, held together by rubber bands and duct tape. I mean, Colton Gordon's being thrown out there. Lance McCullers is being thrown out there again. And you're about to see another new name on the mound today. Brandon Walter. Never heard of him before. Hopefully he does as well as Colton Gordon's done. What Colton Gordon did in these two starts, honestly, shocking. You didn't expect this from him. He's been solid. So they need all the help they can get, especially from an offensive perspective. Altuve is slumping. Christian Walker has not been hitting. Yainer Diaz has been disappointing. It can't be just Jeremy Pena and Isaac Paredes. And without Yordan Alvarez, who is the only lefty of consequence in their lineup, they're in a rough spot. And hearing that Yordan needs to be back at 100% per him makes me wonder how long this is going to last. Is a Kyle Tucker length absence completely off the table? How could you say it is? How could anyone say it is? You can't. You just can't. If he's looking to get back to 100%, that could be a while. Especially if he's been dealing with this for a while and the inflammation is acting up. Like, what happens if he comes back out there and the inflammation, it reappears? And it's a hand that we're talking about. I mean, it's Yordan Alvarez's most important body parts, his hands. He swings a bat. So that's every single swing. That's every single contact that bat makes with the ball that's going to be putting stress on said hand. At least he's not in the field, I guess. But what if he feels the need to field like he always seems to do? Oh, more hand issues with whatever hand it is, which I honestly just do not trust Jordan. Jordan could tell me it's his right or his left. I wouldn't trust him. I wouldn't believe him entirely based off of that time a couple of years ago with Dusty Baker. He's been playing with the pain a while. I'm curious as to what the pain level is. You know how if you go to the doctors, there's that chart. It's like a 1 through 10 pain chart, and it shows a bunch of different smiley faces with various forms of, if you're watching on YouTube, and all sorts of hilarious
like
looking
emoji faces
Yeah,
all the
Sean.
way up.
It's all emoji faces. Great point. I really need to know 1 to 10 where Jordan is, and I don't think the Astros are capable of finding that out with that training staff. If it is close to 1 or 2, he kind of has to suck it up, doesn't he? And I don't know how you pressure a guy who's done so much for this organization, but lost on Jose Altuve, how you pressure a guy like this to say, hey, man, you got to play through this 100%. Is that really going to happen? Because it feels like the Astros have always let Jordan, if he's not 100%, have the day off. And I'm not even calling out Jordan here. I'm just saying this has been the reality. So how much longer is he going to be out, just given the way that the Astros seem to let him be? It seems like it will be longer and longer and longer. And that's bad for where this team is right now. To their credit, the bullpen has been carrying them. The starting pitching has been making the most of its opportunities. I'm bewildered and shocked that they have done what they have done to this point this year. I mean, obviously, yeah, you got Hunter Brown, you got Framber Valdez, but Blanco's been back to form. But after that, I mean, Hayden Wesneski, he's about to get Tommy John surgery. Who knows if we've seen the last of him as a Houston Astro. Spencer Arrigetti's dealing with the thumb injury from that freak accident that he suffered because a ball hit him while he was in the outfield. What the hell, by the way, Astros? Like, how does that happen? And you're basically asking Lance McCullers to give you anything, which I feel like is asking a lot considering the guy's been out of baseball for 3 effing years. So this Jordan thing is concerning me. And if the headline is from the Houston Chronicle, he can't swing a bat without pain, you got to imagine that this is going to keep happening and it's going to stay a problem for the remainder of this season. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Far too many inappropriate texts asking about what other things Jordan Alvarez might be using his hands for. And I'm not talking about video games, folks. I'm not talking about a keyboard and mouse playing a shooter.
Doesn't have carpal tunnel.
I'm not talking about Call of Duty on the Xbox or on the PlayStation. Right. We're not talking about carpal tunnel. Some other texters are asking, Paul, can you go back to the margarita discussion? They raised the prices. Margaritas are $5 more expensive at Dyken Park.
It hurts my hand every time I have to hand over my debit card because it's $21 now. Ugh. I can't do it without pain, and I won't do it unless the pain's gone.
I'm moving to a credit card now. I'm going to put myself in debt. I'm going to put myself in debt. Perhaps have to give up my house, my cat, so that I can get that LTM put margarita. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The athlete in Houston that everyone has the most questions about just did something that's got some people back on his side. And what could this team do in the coming weeks to improve itself? Here's a suggestion. The Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Jalen Green, did he just take the first step towards a year 5 leap? A lot of people are excited about what just took place in the last 24 hours. Jalen Green posted this to his Instagram story. ... Leave my girl out of it. I'm deactivating my she for off season. Spelled S-H-I. End quote. Jalen Green is getting off social media for this off season. Rockets launch, right? That's exciting. Now, I think every athlete should get off social media. Honestly, if I could, I would get off social media. I hate it. I hate the amount of time I spend every day getting sucked into Instagram reels. I hate what my X/Twitter for you has become, especially over the last 48 hours. I 100% blame Robert Griffin III, but more so Ryan Clark for turning it into the absolute abomination, an amalgamation of Emmanuel Acho hot takes on what Ryan Clark and Robert Griffin III are saying to one another. I mean, oh God, it's brutal. I would get rid of all social media if I could. So has Jalen Green taken the first step towards a year 5 leap? Maybe. Has he taken the first step towards enlightenment? Yes. I think we can all agree on that. Guys, if you can do it, cut social media out of your life. Then cut video games out of your life. Video games are bad. I can't do them. I'm an addict. I'm a video game addict. Coming clean right now, Sean. You know what happened over the weekend. I fell back.
Oh, really?
I fell back. Civilization 3. Can't stop playing it.
Can't stop, won't
Can't stop playing it. Won't stop playing it. Never will win playing it. That's the worst part about it. It's like I think gambling addicts might have it better than me because I just keep on spending so much time on this game, which I have played for at least 550 hours per Steam over the course of my life. Okay, so it's an addictive thing. Yeah. Everyone should stop playing video games, and everyone, and I mean everyone, they should get off social media if you can. I'm stuck. I'm trapped. I have to stay here.
If not, follow at ESPN on all.
Yes, my bad. Before you do that, before you get off, just give a follow.
Throw a follow in the
at ESPN 975 on X, at ESPN 975 on Instagram, at ESPN Houston on YouTube, at ESPN 975 on Twitch.
Yeah, no, but I do agree
at ESPN
with
Houston
you.
on Facebook.
Yes, gotta plug.
Got them all.
I agree with you. Where there's so many times where I think like, man, I wish I did not have to be on social media.
Especially him. I mean, I actually, and part of this is perhaps the contrarian in me, but there's a part of me that thinks, okay, listen, he's clearly not Anthony Edwards. And I'm not going to make excuses for his performance against the Warriors. He has to be better than that. But I also think everyone being completely out on him at the age of 23 because of this series where the Warriors were throwing so much attention at him is also pretty early. It's pretty premature. If you can use him to get a better player, I say do it. But if you can't, I think there's an element of you have to see what he could be. How does he respond to this? Because this is the first like big fail of his life, you know?
Yeah. I mean, if you follow like a bunch of the different like NBA accounts and your For You page is just all the like NBA Central and then like the hater Central and all the NBA hoops, whatever. Like they all are different Rockets trade ideas involving Jalen Green, and a lot of them you also have Rockets fans being like, "This would be awesome if we could make this trade for Jalen Green to get someone else in here." So yeah, I understand why his summer he doesn't need to be looking at social media, basically be like, either this guy stinks or this guy needs to be traded. Like it's completely understandable why you would want to piece out on that, especially when, like you said, you're 22, 23 never had this kind of not just focus, but negative focus on you. And you're a multimillionaire, and your summer is probably going to be pretty sick if you just don't look at your phone.
Right. But make sure you're getting into the court. Do not get Ben Simmons. No Ben Simmons off season. By the way, Ben Simmons still stayed on social media while he was away from the game. Still posting. Like, what do you think is going to happen here, man? You think people are going to be back on your side? Like, you're posting a picture of like a beach, like, yeah, I'm finding inner peace. It's like, well, how about find the bottom of a net?
The best
when you
was
shoot a basketball.
I was going to say the best / worst was every summer he would have
Post a
a
training video.
Yeah, have a training video where he's making threes, and it's just like, dude,
Like,
we don't
that's
care.
not going to happen.
We
in the
know
regular
you won't
season.
do that.
Right. Like, we've seen Dwight Howard shoot threes in the offseason and make them. We know you're not going to do that. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. It's going to be a rumor-filled, gossipy offseason for the Rockets the rest of the way. And we are going to present you with trade ideas, whether they be to go and get Giannis Antetokounmpo. We have a segment called Giannis Antetokounmpo Watch. But we also have this segment. Are the Houston Rockets big game hunting again?
Should the Houston Rockets be big game hunters? One of the biggest mistakes I ever made was with this big crocodile right here. I had him over there, and he started up the young blokes and trying with the young females, so I had to catch him out. It's win now mode, baby. We're looking for a star.
Let's go. Bill Simmons, Ryan Russillo on the Bill Simmons podcast threw out this possibility for the Houston Rockets this offseason.
You know, like looking at Houston, if Houston was going to say, we'll take Jalen and Drew, and we'll give you Van Vliet back and Jabari and Eason, and we'll give you the 10th pick, and you know, you'll save like $20 million. We can make it work with our cap, and that gets you under the second apron right there and gets you a rebuild. I think they would have to think about deals like that. And then if you're Houston and you can get Jalen and Drew in the same trade and give up assets, but not touch Thompson and not touch Şengün and, you know, keep enough going. That's the type of trade.
So what do we think about that trade idea? This is a deal that would get the Rockets Jaylen Brown. Now, when it comes to Jaylen Brown right now, something to keep in mind, dealing with some sort of meniscus injury for Brad Stevens. It's the offseason, and it's not like he's dealing with a torn Achilles like Jason Tatum. Also, you'd get Drew Holiday. I will say this as a Celtics fan. I was very disappointed in Drew Holiday in this series against the New York Knicks. Not quite as disappointed as I was in Kristaps Porzingis, but honestly, Porzingis is dealing with some sort of weird illness. Drew Holiday not. It was a pretty disappointing series for Holiday.
Yeah, his illness, at least right now, seems to be I am 34 years old.
Right. But if you're only giving up Fred VanVleet, which, by the way, never has to buy a drink in this town again, and no slander accepted anymore after what he did against the Warriors in that playoff series. I thought he was awesome enough to, at the very least, get your respect. Stop calling him out all the time. Jabari Smith Jr., who's not even a starter anymore. Tari Eason, who's the guy with the high upside. Yeah, that is somebody that the Rockets have compared specifically Ime Udoka to Kawhi Leonard. And pick number 10. I mean, you're getting two guys that are making you into a Western Conference frontrunner. Now, is Jaylen Brown going to be able to carry a team by himself? I don't know. I will say, as a Celtics fan, I always trusted Jaylen Brown more than I trusted Jason Tatum. And if the Rockets were trying their best to make me jump bandwagons, just like they did with the customized Paul Gallant jersey that they got me, the way to do it would be to get Jaylen Brown. Even if Tatum was healthy, it would be to get Jaylen Brown. I love Brown a lot. But I also think you got to remember that in Game 6, like when it was time for Brown to step up, Brown did step up at first. He did his best at the very beginning of that game. But it was, he was not enough on his own.
Yeah, he's just not, or right now he hasn't proven to be a go-to number one in a big playoff moment. Even with winning the Finals MVP last year, there was really no game where he had to like put on the cape, so to speak, for your team and be sorry Jason Tatum, but be the Superman for your team. Sorry, pour one out for that
I'm
integrated
so tired of that
integrated commercial.
They got to stop doing it. Have they
I think
gotten rid of
they're
it?
pulling it.
Good.
They announced they're pulling it.
Good.
But yeah, Brown just isn't the type of, or hasn't shown to be the type of guy who can be that number one. You know, the Anthony Edwards, the Giannis, the Jokic, the guy front and center on your team next year, whether it's on the Celtics or if he does get traded. That probably will be his role, and it'll be really the first time in his career he's been the number one guy, because he was drafted 1 year ahead of Tatum. But after Tatum's rookie year, it was pretty much like, oh, of these young guys, it's kind of Tatum's kind of the one to go with. And they've, developed together since then, but it's always kind of been Tatum like one notch ahead of Jaylen Brown.
But not that far. And
No.
I mean, as a Celtics fan, I would be concerned if Tatum does not have Jaylen Brown. I feel like it's, if we're going to
Brown without Tatum might be better off than Tatum without Brown.
Tatum is Superman. If we're going to continue that,
let's do it.
commercial,
Yeah.
but
who's Richard Jefferson?
Jaylen Brown's Batman.
Oh, okay.
So it's like he has more like. I feel like Brown's going to have a plan and be more and honestly be more reliable, but
Guile.
Jason Tatum is basically comparatively close to a god, minus the kryptonite thing.
Yeah, mine is the kryptonite is Jason Tatum wanting to take a 28-foot step back jumper at all times.
Right.
That's like he's like, I just love doing it.
I must.
I've Jalen Brunson on me. Of course I'll do it.
Some comments. Nathan Tope says, who would they even trade him for? The only people I can think of: Devin Booker, Giannis, Jaylen Brown. That's one of them. Brown, you'd want Brown over Booker. I think Booker. The Booker ship has sailed. Honestly, based off of reports coming out of Rockets camp, it's more likely, honestly, that it would be Kevin Durant at this point too. But even that, I'm a little bit skeptical about. I think honestly, if the Rockets go after anybody hardcore, it's going to be Giannis 1, probably Jaylen Brown 2.
Yeah, and Brown, like Booker, is a little bit of he needs to be made available. Giannis too, but we kind of all think Giannis is going to be available. But the Brown thing is that you have to remember the Celtics don't have to trade Jaylen Brown. They have to cut money, but they don't have to trade Jaylen Brown to do that. They, like you said, Kristaps probably played his last game as a Celtic. Or at least Celtics fans hope.
It's going to be tough to trade him.
Yeah, right. And then you have Holiday, who I think if you're the Celtics, you'd prefer to trade Holiday over White if you have to choose one of those guards.
They gave him for Holiday too. Like there's a lot of unmovable deals.
So maybe the Celtics will have to trade one of their guys that they want to keep, just because the guys they don't want to keep, everyone else in the league is like, why do we want them?
If there was a way that the Rockets, and again, I would hate this as a Celtics fan, but if there's a way that the Rockets could get Jaylen Brown and Derek White, oh my God.
That'd be crazy.
That would be,
they would just be the Celtics.
Yeah. But with Amin Thompson, hopefully.
Thompson, and you probably don't have to trade Şengün either.
Yeah, you would hope. Anyway, if that's what they could get out of Jalen Green, hell yeah. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we go around the National Football League. And there is a player who just got paid that I bet D'Amico Ryans has an obsession with. Who are we talking about? Stay put. 49ers gave the big extension to Brock Purdy over the weekend. They gave Fred Warner, probably the best middle linebacker in the NFL, a 3-year, $63 million extension. I bet D'Amico Ryans wants Fred Warner so bad. Imagine you're coaching this guy who was drafted in the middle of the draft. You have hands-on experience with him. He turns into the best player at his position. You played that position in the NFL, and then you got to go elsewhere. You're always going to be looking for that, no matter what. I think Azeez Al-Shaair gives degrees of what D'Amico Ryans is looking for, specifically the swarm mentality. But he ain't Fred Warner.
No. I wonder how many times he shows guys like Fred Warner clips or
so right.
talks about it's like
Why aren't you like Fred Warner?
Yeah.
I coached him, by the way. Why aren't you like him?
So when I was teaching Fred Warner how to play this position, this is what I told him. You notice how he has the biggest contract for linebackers now.
I'm sure as an ex-player that D'Amico Ryans is probably a coach who's not taking credit for Fred Warner being who he is, but that's definitely a pelt on the wall that I would point to and say, like, listen, you listen to me. This is a guy that I helped maximize his potential. It would be a little bit, to put it frankly, crap. Say someone like Matt Patricia does it, who Matt Patricia famously was obsessed with the fact that he called the play that helped the Patriots win Super Bowl 49 against the Seahawks. Wait, you mean the play that Malcolm Butler stepped in front of the pass and made an interception? I called the play. Cool, Matt. Cool. Stick to the laminated pencil on your ear the laminated call sheet that you have that you used a pencil that you had in your ear to write with. So Matt Patricia can't pull that off. D'Amico Ryans can.
Matt Patricia, by the way, defensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
I saw that.
I remember that he was coaching somewhere now.
Is he a national champion defensive coordinator with the Buckeyes? Or is he
No,
the defensive
this
coordinator?
This year's the first year.
Ooh,
Their old guy left.
Watch out, Buckeyes. I don't know if you're going to be able to repeat. I don't know about that. From the 346, Josh from Philly texts in, all that money and Fred Warner and the Niners still can't stop the tush push, though. Roger Goodell apparently wants the tush push banned. And the Packers have changed their proposal to push all banning. Excuse me. I've done a terrible job writing some of the copy in today's show. Gotten a little dyslexic from time to time. The Packers have changed their proposal to ban all pushing of the runner. This was actually illegal back in 2005. So Goodell wants this, and the Packers want this, and a bunch of other NFL teams want this. And I suppose it is a bit unfair. I mean, this was illegal back in 2005, and they decided to legalize it because referees never made a call when an offensive lineman pushed ball carriers forward. However, I'm going to stand with Philadelphia here. If Roger Goodell wants this, I don't want it. That's how petty I am. That is how petty I am. If Goodell wants it, I'm against it by default because he slandered the greatest athlete in the history of sports and had him suspended as long as Ben Roethlisberger was suspended for an incident that took place in Milledgeville, Georgia. And if you think I'm ever giving up on that, hell no. That'll probably be my dying breath when Goodell's probably already gone from this world. Goodell slandered Brady's good name with the Deflategate crap. I'll never let it go. Anything that Goodell wants, I will push against it. Anything. Hell, it might even hurt my favorite team by being against it. But if it's against Goodell, doesn't matter.
Patriot touchdowns are now worth 12 points instead of...
No, I'm against it. I'm against it. F you, Goodell. You're never going to... You never, ever, ever are going to get my trust back, which, by the way, he never had because, commissioners are just as bad as politicians.
Yeah. I mean, I'm for the it's reached the... Just tell me the rule and I'll live with it. I get why Josh from Philly is like, they can't stop this. Why are you trying to ban it? I get that. I'm fine with that. I also do remember a time where pushing someone in the back was illegal in the NFL, and it's just gone away. I don't know why.
It's weird that they legalized that because it was never called, and yet when it came to the 5-yard contact rule, which was in place in the NFL, but was never enforced, and the Colts cried because the receivers couldn't get off jams by wide receivers against the Patriots. Then all of a sudden they started enforcing the rule. It's weird what they choose. I think that they're always of the mindset that more offense is better, but this offense is rather unstoppable for this one specific team. Is that because of the Eagles exclusively? Probably. Like the other teams can't really do it.
It seems like it.
They can't really, but it is weird that they made that legal 20 years ago and that it's taken this long for some team to start spamming it.
Yeah, I think it's the same case in college, because in college in 2005, you had the USC Notre Dame game, which was decided by a quarterback sneak where Reggie Bush illegally pushed Matt Leinart into the end zone.
Forgot about that one.
And that was like a controversial no call.
And Notre Dame got hosed in it.
Yeah, Notre Dame got hosed.
Kind of awesome. I hated both those schools in that game, but it was a fun game.
Yeah, no, it's something where I guess I forgot that they apparently both, because you can tush push in college too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Teams are terrible at it, believe it or
That
not.
makes sense.
But I don't know why they made it legal, and I would kind of be for making it illegal again. It's more than just the tush push. It's also when a player's forward progress gets stopped, and then 3 offensive linemen go and push them for a first down. I'm just like, what are we doing here?
Exactly.
Like, his forward progress was stopped. I don't know why, if you have 3 fat guys then push you, that means you get a first down. I don't know.
That is bizarre. So I think most teams in the NFL that are against this are right. But again, if Roger Goodell wants it, I don't.
Yeah.
Literally
They're all
to be
NFC teams too, by the way, that are loudest about this.
Yeah.
Wanting to be stopped, which makes sense because they have to play the Eagles.
NFC still seems rather top heavy.
Yes.
It is the Eagles and everybody else. We'll see if the 49ers are back in that conversation this coming season. I really think that's the only team talent-wise that can keep up with Philadelphia, but obviously the same time that they played each other in the NFC Championship game, Brock Purdy's elbow stopped working. So
I'd say maybe Detroit, but they have questions with their coaching. They had to replace both coordinators.
I trust Purdy more than I trust Goff.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like Goff,
it's close.
Goff's one of those things where I remember him a long time ago, and I can never get that out of my head, knowing that it's always there.
A lot of baggage.
Even though he has matured tremendously as a quarterback and seems to be a good dude, I just can't get that out of my head. With Purdy, I don't have that yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
That's understandable.
NFL is going to let players play flag football at the 2028 Olympics. What if we lose? I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
That's why they should have banned it for this one. So you have the dream team in your back pocket of, if you ever lose, boom, we're bringing the pros.
I agree. I think that's a good point. But that one guy was really annoying, saying that like NFLers can't do what I do. It's like, bitch, you would be in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
Also, he was a quarterback where
he's like 5'8".
Yeah, he was a 5'8" quarterback, and I understand the reservations about some positions being able to translate to flag football. I think Patrick Mahomes with no pass rush, I think he would be able to figure this out. I just think that he might be able to be a better quarterback than this rando.
He already makes it seems like he has no pass rush that he's facing.
Yeah, he plays flag football.
No one's better at extending plays than Mahomes. It's insane how good he is. I mean, there's so many good things that he does well, but that in particular, he is so hard to sack once he gets outside the pocket. From the 832, someone texted in, y'all sleep on the Vikings. You have a rookie quarterback. Can the Viking guy shut up? Like, this is the worst. Who's the other person that's been annoying me of late? There's been one person. The Dallas Stars Warner. Yeah. That person and this Vikings fan. Guys, relax. Okay. JJ McCarthy's your quarterback. If you're good, great. We've never seen him play. Stop.
Yeah. Stars, by the way, play tomorrow night.
Who are they playing?
Edmonton.
Don't care. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Some people wanted that. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. Speaking of that Brock Purdy contract, is CJ Stroud about to get paid? And why didn't the Texans do this offseason? First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Rise, RIIZE, health.com. You go to that website, and if you want to spice things up in the bedroom, if you want to get that spark back, this is the place to do it, because Rise is offering something brand new to the game. It's called the Reds Max. It's a rapid enhanced dissolving strip that combines sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. It's in a condom-sized little pouch, very discreet, slim. No one's going to know you have it. And all you got to do, put it underneath your tongue, 5 minutes, it's ready to go. You're ready to go. It doesn't melt. It doesn't break in your pocket like the pills. It works on a full stomach, and it's got all of these ingredients. And fellas, it's a good time. It's a good old time. RiseHealth.com. You enter the promo code 975 after you talk to a board-certified physician for 5 minutes, and you're going to get 20% off your first order. 20%. This is revolutionary stuff, and it could potentially save your relationship. I think that's the most important thing here. So why not go to the website, do the 5-minute consultation, and give them a try? I mean, this isn't something to skimp out on. This is something to go out and actually fix, because we live in a world where you can't fix it. Rise, R-I-I-Z-E health.com, promo code 975. Your eyes up, your eyes up, your eyes up with risehealth.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Lots of people are like, oh, the NFC's not top heavy. Keith from LA. Put some respect on the Rams name. Sir, you're from LA. We get it. You like the Rams. I know that game was close between the Eagles and Rams, but what did Saquon Barkley have in 2 games against the Rams? 1,000 yards rushing? I'm exaggerating, but not by that much. I think he was halfway to that in 2 games. So that's number one. Number two, the Vikings guy. Won 14 games with Sam effing Darnold and have the best roster top to bottom in the league. How did that look at the playoffs? How did that look? Like, Darnold obviously doesn't handle pressure very well, but didn't they just press the reset button on their offensive line this offseason? And a rookie quarterback's going to look better. I don't know. You seem very confident. I would not be that confident in J.J. McCarthy. What was he, the 5th pick of quarterbacks in round 1 of that draft? That's now a little over a year ago.
Yeah, I think it was.
He was the
I
fifth
think
pick.
Knicks was the only one after him. Yeah,
Right.
he was 10th or 11th.
Yeah.
Knicks was 12th.
Yeah. So, and we haven't seen him yet. I mean, he might be good, but he also might be Trey Lance. Like,
Yeah, and he was a quarterback who wasn't asked to do a ton in college, then had a knee injury. So
yeah,
I think it's fair to say that he's a question mark. I don't know. I think that's fair for me to not be sure that he's going to be awesome. To pencil him in.
You know what else is a question mark?
What else?
Are the Houston Texans going to give C.J. Stroud a Brock Purdy-esque contract?
Oh.
Because over the weekend,
it's a national story.
The 49ers gave Brock Purdy a 5-year, $265 million deal with $181 million guaranteed. This is a deal that we have yet to see the Texans give out under Nick Caserio. It stands to reason that whatever deal C.J. Stroud gets from the Texans, who would be crazy to not sign him to an extension, is going to feature a ridiculous amount of guaranteed money, a no trade clause, because even Brock Purdy got one. But it will be something that we haven't seen the Texans do yet. Quarterbacks are different than positional players. You want to keep Stroud as long as you can. I think he has shown enough to this point where you, at the very least, do not care how much the next contract is going to be. But I do wonder what that figure is going to be. Because I look at Stroud versus Purdy, and Purdy's been very good. But do I look at Brock Purdy, especially remembering that Super Bowl performance where he was all right? Wasn't bad, but he was all right. Do I look at Purdy and say to myself, like, yeah, this guy is worth that? I don't know. He's definitely worth it more than Trevor Lawrence is to this point because he has gotten further. But this is going to be a very interesting year for Stroud. I'm very curious as to how people are going to feel because I think everyone is going to feel absolute in their opinion about Stroud after this coming season. There will be no more, oh, he can get better. There will be no more, I haven't seen enough. No, 3 years, that's generally when you make your decision about what a guy can be, whether fair or unfair. And it's going to be very hard pressed for that guy to change your opinion of him.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing a situation where he doesn't get a deal from the Texans.
Right.
To me, it's more about will he be in the kind of Tua, Brock Purdy range of money, or will he be in the Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence side of things? Where is he going to be basically mid to low $50 million per year annual average, or will he be above that? Will he be over 60? Will he pass Dak Prescott? I don't know if he can quite get there, but I think that with CJ Stroud, I think what you said is right. Like, whatever you feel about CJ Stroud, like, you'll be more clear in your feeling of he is a top 15 guy. He's a top 10 guy. He's a top 5 guy. Wherever he lands, I think we'll have more of a consensus after this season.
I think there's a chance he gets a 3-year deal. I think there's a chance that Caserio tries to pull that. He's like, hey, 3 years, a lot of guaranteed money, because he's only been giving up the 3-year deals.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
I don't know. I think with Anderson and Stroud, you gotta just.
Well, I agree with that. I do not think Anderson will get the long-term deal. I think Anderson will get the 3-year deal. I think the quarterback is the only possible exception here. But Nick Caserio has not given out a contract longer than 3 years to this point. Derek Stingley, nope. Nico Collins, nope. He doesn't do it. Is a quarterback going to be the exception? If you're a quarterback, would you want to get the long-term deal, or would you want to get the 3-year deal that Laramie Tunsil got that he was able to then one-up with another 3-year deal? Do you want to continue to one-up the contract as opposed to have a contract age and become one of those deals where it's all of a sudden the 10th or 11th or 12th best annual value?
The Mahomes deal, basically.
Right. Yeah.
Mahomes signed a super long contract that I think it's like 46 per year.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, like I just said, like Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence are at 55, while Mahomes is at 45.
To the point where they're talking about redoing it already. So, I mean, Stroud, there's definitely a benefit of, hey, if Stroud lives up to the standard that we think he can, he's going to get more in the next 3-year deal. And then he's going to get to the top again. I think that Caserio looks at contracts that way. And I think Texas players clearly like that there is the ability to get another new deal after the deal that you already had. You're assuming your own health. Gives the Texans a little bit of security there.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
I think, I guess to me, when you're signing a guy who's like 24, 25, that's a little bit different. And giving him a 3-year deal, like I would rather give that guy a 5-year deal, as opposed to, I get why Daniil Hunter and Joe Mixon and the veterans that they signed. I get why that you want shorter on them, shorter on the non-star guys. But like we're talking about with Mahomes, like when you sign a guy to a long contract, one of the stars of the league they feel good about, like if it's longer, it is better for the team more often than not.
Yes, definitely.
Especially if you're getting a guy for his 20s.
But
that's where I'm, especially for these two guys, where I feel, especially Will Anderson, like I feel very confident that he'll be in like defensive player of the year talks for however long his next contract is.
I agree with you there. I also think at the same time, there's something to being the team that gives out deals like this because it sets you apart.
It's fully guaranteed for 3 years, probably.
I don't think it's impossible to see a deal like that. We'll see. I only say that because I think it's been very noteworthy that Nick Caserio has never given a contract out that's longer than 3 years as far as the new deal itself. The Derek Stingley deal, his rookie contract is still something that he's under, but the extension is for 3 years after his rookie contract expires. For now, highest paid corner in the NFL. What happens after that? Other guys are going to get more money. Will he want more money after that happens? It's all down the road. But right now, that's what the Texans are doing is they're saying, we're going to give you an opportunity to get a new deal. I like it. We will see, though. We will see if this is something that they do with CJ Stroud. Something they should have done. Joe Thuney, new Bears offensive lineman, who was traded to the Chicago Bears for just a 2026 fourth-round pick, signed a 3-year, $51 million deal, 33.5 guaranteed. It's basically a 2-year contract. So it's basically exactly what a Nick Caserio contract would be. The Texans could have had Joe Thuney. I am convinced of this, especially considering Nick Caserio drafted this guy when he was in New England. Any team getting Joe Thuney over the Texans, to me, is an offseason failure. Any team getting it. I like Nick Caserio. I like the direction he's taken the Texans. It's a 4th-round pick next year. I mean, you stockpile draft picks the way that Nick Caserio does, that's probably 1 of 2. And this was the extension. I thought, okay, maybe he's getting a 5-year, $100 million deal wherever he ends up next. 3 years and $51 million? And I get that he's in his, mid-30s now. Still, come on. That's it? That's all it took? This was doable. The trade was doable. The deal was doable. And you got a bunch of offensive linemen right now, and I don't know if any of them are good.
Yeah, that to me is the biggest part of the Thuney thing. Because when the Thuney deal happened, I think we both were like, "Oh, well,
that's it?
Weird." Yeah, that's weird. That's
What's up?
it. The Texans weren't involved, but I think especially after seeing their draft, like their free agency and their draft plan of offensive line, I think it's very fair to be like, what the hell happened here? Because they didn't really invest heavily or with top of the line assets for offensive line, where you look at the Chicago Bears, a team that did need a completely overhauled offensive line, and they went out and they paid top dollar for it. And listen, the Texans couldn't have paid top dollar for all the guys that the Bears got, but they could have gotten one of them.
Exactly.
They could have got and had a guy who they're adding to this room that you feel confident is a good piece, and the Texans just didn't do that.
One is better than none. Cam Robinson, Ed Ingram,
Discount bin.
Laken Tomlinson,
Yeah.
Who's this other guy all of a sudden they're talking about? Ladarius Henderson, sure.
Yeah. Ezri, the
Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
Arianti Ursary. Yeah. A lot of guys. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Splendid. Neato. But see my microphone and just droop down like that.
Needs some rise.
I'm not rising up. I'm not rising up with what they got. They could have had Joe Thuney. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros bullpen. Best part of the team. How much longer can it carry the rest of a team that hasn't been awesome? And when are we going to see Yordan Alvarez back out there? All of that on the table. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Explains why the strike to walkout ratio is 19-4. Get out.
That ball hit to right. The ball's been carrying there all night. Let's go.
Do it.
Jake Myers, number 3 on the year. First batter to face Manuel Rodriguez. Hits one out to give the Astros a 4-3 lead.
Mammoth shot to right field.
It's wild how much Jake Myers has carried the Astros offense this year. Jeremy Pena, not crazy, but unexpected. Isaac Paredes, more expected, but I mean, those have been your most consistent hitters. Astros took down the Tampa Bay Rays yesterday, 4-3. They did make a move today. Colton Gordon, who got the start last night for the Astros, the St. Pete guy who used to, well, getting back in shape after a Tommy John surgery, deliver pizza in West Palm Beach. He has been at least temporarily demoted, and in his place, the Astros have brought up yet another rando, Sorry, bud, but that's what you are. Brandon Walter, another lefty, is going to make his major league debut today while Gordon goes down to the minors. And I imagine Gordon will be back up for another start fairly soon.
And just snap their way through the rotation, at least while all these guys are hurt and I guess no one's come back yet.
Nope.
Although I don't know if there really is anyone that they're waiting. I guess Arrighetti.
'Cause
Who's close to coming back.
Wisniewski was just put on the 60-day IL, but he underwent Tommy John surgery. He's not going to be back in 60 days. We might never see Wisniewski as an Astro again, which is a shame because he's a Houston guy. And as far as Spencer Arrighetti goes, I really do not know what to expect. He broke his thumb. Do you trust these people? And I say these people with the intent of being demeaning while talking about the Astros training staff, their medical staff. Sorry, no one trusts you. No one should trust you. Even if you guys are doing your best, to quote Sean Connery in The Rock, like, winners go home and you know what? Okay? Losers try their best. You know? Carla was the prom queen. Okay, sure. Who's your Carla? Astros training staff? What miracle have you pulled off? None? Oh, okay. Because we're also waiting to figure out what the hell's going on with Yordan Alvarez, and I'm getting more and more concerned by the day, entirely because of the way that the Kyle Tucker situation unfolded last year. They said he had a bone bruise. He had a fracture in his shin that kept him out for 3 months. So Yordan not being able to swing a bat without pain, it's concerning. Hearing Yordan Alvarez say a timeline of return, I'm unsure about it. Could be tomorrow. Could be the next day. We're going to keep working for it to be 100%. When's he going to be 100%? When's anyone 100%? So these are some things that I'm thinking about. But hey, back-to-back road wins for the first time all year. 3 road wins in a row for the first time all year. Let's see. Let's see it happen tonight. Steinbrenner Field, 6 o'clock, baby.
And could get a American U.S. based or American League U.S. based sweep.
Yeah, we've been looking for that.
In the house that Paul Gallant built.
Does it count?
George Steinbrenner
Field. Does it count if it's a minor league ballpark, though? No, I don't.
That's why I hope it happens.
I'm going to keep moving the goalposts.
Yes, so we can say.
Where's my first sweep? Right. Like
sweep American, U.S.-based American League sweep in a major league ballpark.
Yes. We're just going to keep on moving the goalposts to try and motivate the Astros. Some comments here. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. King of Twitch brought this up earlier. Is it possible he broke his hand and the Astros aren't saying much? Yes, that's what I'm scared of. That's what everyone should be scared of.
We haven't said that, but when we talk about, this could be kind of like Kyle Tucker last year, that's what we're saying.
It could be anything. It could be necrosis for all we know. I don't know. Could be flesh-eating bacteria from Galveston that's all of a sudden gotten under his cuticles, and all of a sudden we might need to amputate a finger. I don't know. It's like in the Harry Potter 6 movie where Dumbledore's hand looks disgusting when he comes back from summer vacation because he's trying to take out Horcruxes. Like, I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I don't trust the Astros training staff. And Yordan adds an extra level of murkiness that should have you a little freaked out. Sorry to throw panic in the water, but that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Yordan Alvarez out. Grayscale.
Grayscale. That would be funny if it ended up being that. Grayscale didn't even know it was real. King of Twitch also asks, why are there so many damn Tommy John surgeries on the Astros staff? Yes, another great question. Now, I think that's a pitcher in general problem these days. I think everyone's just putting an unbelievable amount of torque on the ball because you're throwing from a young age in a way you're not supposed to. I remember, I forget where I was. I don't know if it was Disney World. I think it was in Disney World. I ran into an ex-major league pitcher, and this guy, his advice was, do not throw a curveball until you're in high school. And I know kids now are all throwing all sorts of filthy stuff, like at a young age.
Now kids get Tommy John like in high school. When they're ninth graders.
Man,
they get
that's wild.
Tommy John.
That's wild. A Tommy John surgery when you're in high school.
Yeah, there's a story on it. I forgot which one the stations.
I remember
TV
that.
stations did a story on it.
Yeah.
Maybe a year or two ago.
Oh my God. Ow. This is a funny handle. I know who this Twitcher is. They've changed their handle. Fupa Mario. It's kind of funny. Astros kidnapping children, harvesting their elbow ligaments. Would you be above it? Astros fans out there. I would be above it. That's wrong. But would you be above it? You sick bleeps who are getting passed out in the bleachers drinking El Tiempo margaritas. I don't know. I don't know that you're above that. Just win, baby.
Doesn't mean a World Series ring.
We got Pena calling in, by the way. 713-780-3776 to call the text. El Tiempo margaritas at Dyken Park have gone up $5. I get it. The lines have been crazy, but I thought this was America. What the hell, Donald Trump? I'm blaming him. Pena, what you got?
Yeah, what up, Paul?
Hey.
So since you're the number one advocate for El Tiempo margaritas, and that the past few years they had the Breggy Bomb salsa on there or whatever. So he's gone, and you're now the number one advocate. So should El Tiempo now sponsor you and give you your own margarita?
Yes.
And if they did, what would it consist of? Thank you. Have a great day.
Pena, you're just a regular frozen. I don't like remember Abigail? Abigail, who from time to time is producing shows at night here at our station. Abigail's of the belief that like watermelon margaritas are a thing. I'm like, no, if there's no lime, it's not a margarita. It's just a frozen cocktail with tequila in it. Margarita is lime. I like the regular frozen margaritas. And I'm not very picky. Some would say that makes me trashy. Well, I suppose if there was any tequila I could have in it, it would be Blue Star tequila. But that's neither here nor there. If they pay me, I'll stop saying the margaritas are $700. Today, I actually did give the accurate price increase, but I mean, they've actually played into the bit that I have made a part of the show for a long time, where I've just slowly been increasing the price of the margaritas. They were price gouging people during the playoffs in 2022. They did it last year as well, and then the year after that. Like they have raised the prices of the El Tiempo margaritas at Dyken Park in the playoffs. Now they're doing it in the regular season. I do get it though. If you've been to Dyken Park this season, the lines have been ridiculous. So shout out to them. I was talking with Frank, by the way, on the text line. Frank had texted in. Shout out to Crystal. That's true. The third base El Tiempo. I'm starting to start at El Tiempo Turf War, but the third base El Tiempo much more efficient than the center field El Tiempo. There's a express line in the center field El Tiempo for margaritas, and it's longer than the line to actually get food, like significantly longer. Meanwhile, I think there is, and I could be wrong, there is somebody there at the third baseline, El Tiempo. I think her name is Crystal, and she is so damn efficient. Because you know how people, like, you walk up to a line and they're, like, taking forever to get their credit card out and taking forever to get their ID out? She basically is like TSA pre-check, but without the unnecessary attitude and power trip, where she's basically saying, hey, have your ID out, have your card out, so we can chip, chop, chip, get from point A to point B. No frozen margaritas anymore? Doesn't matter. Take the regular margarita, get out of the line. She's great. She's great at running it. So shout out to Crystal. Tip of the hat. We like efficiency. The third baseline El Tiempo is better than the center field El Tiempo.
Hot corner.
Exactly, Sean. So at this point, I am no longer going to the center field one. I'm only going to the third baseline one. Because the last time I went to the center field one, I waited for 5 minutes and I was like, this hasn't moved. I went downstairs and I, at least more quickly than I would have in center field, got my margarita. But yeah, frustrating. Very frustrating. Lines can get long there. And this is the important stuff that you guys care about that I care about.
Yeah,
okay?
a lot of men left in line to match a lot of men left on base for the Astros offense. I was just trying to tie it back to on the field.
If people start saying promo code 975 at El Tiempo, do you think that they would actually try to make an endorsement deal happen with me? So like, say promo code 975.
This is like guerrilla marketing. Guerrilla.
We'll just say shout out to Paul Gallant as soon as you pick up the margaritas, they'll be like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe.
Because I'm pretty sure that I am the reason that everyone is now aware of it. And obviously I have a huge ego, but I'm the reason everyone is now aware of El Tiempo margaritas.
Yeah. I don't know. Can we start a hashtag where it's like hashtag Gallantaritas?
Yeah.
Or something?
Gallantarita. Ooh, oh God. If they made a Gallantarita, honestly, I wouldn't even need to be paid. No offense to the fine folks here at ESPN Houston. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, who are trying to make some sales. Like, that would be easy enough for me to be bought off. Offering the 832, 5% off if you wear ball high shorts. See? That's a deal.
Yeah, white.
Nothing wrong with wearing nut huggers, especially if
small
they're
white
white.
shorts.
Small white shorts. Small black shorts. Small any shorts. Guys, by the way, I know people hate. The short shorts are in. I know you guys are pushing back. Oh, it looks gay. Guys, it's in. It's in. I don't even have the best legs, but it's in. Okay? It might not be in forever. I mean, I imagine Gen Z is going to have a phase where they do exactly what we did in the late 90s and early 2000s. We're like, hey, if your shorts aren't higher than your knees, you're gay. Like, which was a thing. We all did that. Like, you had to have shorts longer than your knees. That, like, you were basically looking like all those guys at the 2003 NBA draft wearing the baggy parachute suits.
Yeah.
Like, we that was a phase. Fashion has phases. I'm just telling you how it is. Like, you could say, oh, it doesn't look good. Well, to you it doesn't, but to the people that matter, the people that I care about looking at me, it does. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Are you concerned about Yordan Alvarez? And how much longer can this Astros bullpen keep the ship afloat? Also, might be time for us to go back in time because 30 years ago today, something very important happened in Houston sports. Are we going to do Throwback Tuesday? The Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Some comments. A lot of people want to talk about the El Tiempo margaritas more than they want to talk about whatever Yordan Alvarez is dealing with. I am concerned about that injury. I think you should be as well, just given what happened with Kyle Tucker last year and the dubious history that the Astros have whenever an injury happens and then they give out any information about it. I mean, do you believe any of it? It's hard to at this moment in time. And nothing against those people that are a part of the training staff and medical staff, but how can any of us trust you? Why should any of us trust you? A comment, though. This has to do with the El Tiempo margaritas. They jumped up in price from $15.99 to $21.99. Some people are saying, Paul, you're just drinking cheap tequila swill. Whatever, man. It tastes good. It just doesn't feel worth it drinking it at the game anymore. The little time between innings, the time spent in the bathroom lines, the time spent in line for a drink, feels like I missed so much of the game by the time I finally sit back down. So this is, I guess, the biggest argument against the pitch clock and how quickly the game moves. But you know what else isn't helping? The Astros' lack of offense. These games are taking 5 minutes because the Astros can't score anymore. Dyken Park is built for offense. Can we get some runs? For all those people who want the game to last a little bit longer, you're blaming the rules that are actually great. No, blame the Astros' offense. The Astros' offense is keeping you from getting drunk at the park. That's what they're doing. Unbelievable. How dare they? How disrespectful of them.
They really should be. They should be looking out for the people. Just trying to get drunk at their ballpark. Really less interested in the game. Just trying to get that one extra drink in before. Do they still not stop serving alcohol, or since it is shorter, do they just go to the end of the game?
They go to the end of the game now.
Okay. That's good.
They're one of the few ballparks that have done that.
Yeah.
Playing chess, not checkers.
Yeah.
Brained Astros.
Especially if you're going to score 3 runs a game. Like
or if you're going to tell your players or tell your fans that the players aren't actually injured, may as well have them drunk at the ballpark.
Yeah.
So they're not going to ask any questions. You're passed out in left field after one El Tiempo margarita, like those two guys wearing the Tequila Sunrise overalls.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't the game last week? I want to say it was the Thursday game, the Hunter Brown, Jacob deGrom game. Oh, yeah. This was in Arlington, but I think the time of that game was like 2 hours flat or something.
I thought it was less.
It was crazy how fast that game moved.
I looked down. I was like, wait a second. Is it over? What happened?
I was like, whoa. Probably 3 straight innings. I was just like, whoa, it's the 6th inning. Like, it feels like we're just getting started. But yeah, the Globe Life Field staff did not make enough money that day because the game barely even happened. It was only 2 hours long. They didn't get to sell whatever their version of the El Tiempo margarita is.
The El Tiempo margarita
of Globe Life Field, whatever that is.
I wonder what it would be. Is it like
Troy Aikman's beer?
Oh yeah, the number 8.
Yeah.
Is it? You know, it'd be really funny. The large cups, the souvenir-sized cups of alcohol at Globe Life are just a Adolis Garcia head-sized cup. What? Here's the big head. I don't know why it's big. It's just big. Okay. I think it's partly because he's bald. If he had hair, I think he would seem a little less big-headed. But he's got a big head, big old coconut, and I don't know. Do they have pina coladas in Adolis Garcia's head? That would be pretty cool. Or it probably costs a lot of money to have like a lot of cups that look like that, but I don't know.
Or I mean, we see it with movies when they come out now. Ever since the Dune popcorn bucket, every movie has a special popcorn bucket that comes out. It could just be a
giant Adolis Garcia head.
Yeah.
See, hey Rangers, take some ideas.
Supersize me. Give me the Adolis Garcia one.
Right. You took Dave Raymond from here. I mean, a lot of the little brother stuff with the Astros and Rangers is true. You're just taking, taking our exes. That's fine. Shout out to Dave Raymond. We appreciate the content he gives us when the Astros are drilling the Rangers.
Yeah.
He's always a little bit upset about it. We can give you some more here. And I think that's a really good idea. What would the signature drink? I mean, I'm assuming they have some sort of margarita that's at Globe Life Stadium.
I'm sure they do.
By now, you have to, especially when you're like, wait a second, they just raised drink prices for a drink by what? 33%? 33% increase? I mean, let's go. They should be able to do something like that. Be creative, be smart, adapt to the times. Baseball's not a great sport to watch. Get your fans drunk. That's right. I'm sorry that I'm endorsing such a thing, but this is how the game grows. Rob Manfred, why aren't you thinking of ways to get the fans, a little more intoxicated? They'll stay longer. Tennis will be up. Lower the prices. I'm not being sarcastic at all. I would never. Virginia Buttonweed says it's Roundup Saloon. Is that the? I've never gone to Globe Life Field.
Yeah, I ask it because I legitimately have no idea.
Is it in the Walmart that's in the what? There's a Walmart in the Cowboys parking lot. There is. The Cowboys Stadium.
They share a parking lot.
The AT&T Stadium or whatever it's called. Yeah, it's like right across the street. There's a Walmart. I'm assuming you go into the Walmart and that's where Globe Life Field is. It's probably a really big Walmart. It's Texas.
Just
Texas size.
over to the back.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they get people in. You get lost in the Walmart. Oh, there's baseball here? Wow, that's awesome.
Right next to electronics. Wow.
They won the World Series 2 years ago? What? And they played a Walmart? Unbelievable. This is crazy.
Let me put down my back to school stuff.
Yeah. Or what rollbacks for television? Rangers? Wow. Unbelievable. From the 8-3-2, when was the last time the Astros scored a first inning run or even a second inning run for that matter? It feels like it's been a while. I mean, yesterday I brought up that going into last night's game, over the past week, the Astros had scored 18 of the 20 runs they'd scored in 7 games, which is very little. It's slightly less than 3. All but 2 of them had come in the 6th inning or later. Now, last night they did score relatively early because I remember sitting down. I watched the game at Porch Swing Pub with my friends because they have, I think it's now 75-cent wing night there. Hell yeah. Spicy garlic's the way to go. And I remember sitting down. I forgot the game had started at 6 and it was 3-0 Astros already. So last night was different. Last night they got on the Tampa Bay Rays early, but again, they're playing in a minor league ballpark. So how much stock do we put into that? Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, you put the I can't say that. Nope, can't read that one. You sneaky son of a biscuit. You son of a biscuit eating bulldog. Up next, we remember something, a very important moment in Houston sports history as part of Throwback Tuesday. You want to wait on Yordan Alvarez's hand injury and the Astros struggles to score runs, or their awesome bullpen. You know how to do it. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
I work for the great and powerful mothership indirectly. I am, of course, referred to ESPN, based in Bristol, Connecticut. And ESPN's doing a little flexing today. Saw a very interesting piece on ESPN.com. Fever Sky, most watched WNBA regular season game since 2000. I mean, that's pre 9/11. It's the most watched it's the biggest regular season audience for a WNBA game since Memorial Day 2000. The game peaked at 3.1 million viewers. It's the league's second largest average audience for any event, behind only last year's WNBA All-Star game, which featured 3.44 million people watching. An average of 2.7 million viewers watching. Also in this article, ESPN's flexing, and I don't know if they were doing this in a way to show, hey, people are watching ESPN for sports, or if they were doing this in a way to perhaps point the finger at why they broke up with an ex. But the fourth paragraph of this story, where ESPN's flexing about its ratings, features this. ESPN on Sunday also had its best Sunday night baseball audience in 7 seasons, as the New York Mets, New York Yankees rivalry averaged more than 2.53 million viewers and peaked at 3.018 million viewers.
3 decimal places?
Yes. So if you're paying attention to the math side of things, more people were watching WNBA basketball featuring the Indiana Fever and what's the Chicago team? Chicago Sky, featuring Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese on a Saturday afternoon than we're watching baseball on a Sunday night, featuring 2 New York teams and a crosstown rivalry featuring a guy that has jumped from one side to the other in Juan Soto. I mean, I feel like in a way ESPN's saying, hey, this was also successful, but this is why we broke up with baseball.
Yeah. That definitely makes more sense than just a random, like, hey, baseball did well too.
It's wild. This is just the fourth paragraph in a story that's all about the WNBA. Let's just randomly include this tidbit. Why would you include that tidbit? Is it to show that the WNBA is more popular than Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
I still am skeptical about that. I think that people are more interested in Caitlin Clark and that Angel Reese, perhaps unfairly, being made to be the villain, but also definitely partly on her own, is a compelling plot. It's, these are the two that are vying with one another for WNBA supremacy. I mean, that's a big part of it. Would this happen for any other WNBA game? I'm pretty skeptical of it, including a exclusive Chicago Sky game. I am skeptical about it. There was some shoving, some physicality. That's what the WNBA brings to the table if you do watch it. I'm not a fan. I don't really care that much, but you all know me. I'm not exactly the most sportsy of the sports commentators out there. All I will say is I thought that was very interesting that ESPN had an article where they were, sniffing the smell of their own farts, is also throwing baseball under the bus compared to the WNBA.
But also, like, very passive aggressively by saying it was a success for Sunday Night Baseball to even come close to what Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese did.
It kind of feels like they were doing,
and it only took the Yankees versus the Mets to do it. It's like it only took 2 New York teams playing each other. I agree with you though. I do wonder what, like, a Sparks Seattle Storm or something, like a non Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese game.
Well, the prestige franchise.
What does that do?
Because sadly, I know this. Like, it's the Vegas Aces, it's the Seattle Storm, it's the New York Liberty. These are the prestige franchises of the WNBA. The Storm won all the time for a while. Then it was the Aces, and now the Liberty got a bunch of players and whatever. Yeah. I listen.
They're all wasting their time until the comet. They're all trying to get all the rings they can until the comets come back.
It is a shame there are no comets, because if there was, I would pay a little more attention to it. There are times where I watch the NBA and I'm like, God, the flopping. I can't deal with it. WNBA doesn't do that. It's not exactly the most beautiful basketball, because at times it does look a little bit like college basketball between two teams that aren't very good in terms of the efficiency, but no one flops. There ain't no softies in the WNBA.
No.
By the way, the WNBA is still investigating the dolphin noises being made. A video shared on social media showed a male fan wearing a red replica Clark jersey with matching shorts sitting courtside and making high-pitched noises while Reese shot a free throw with 4:38 in the third quarter, which apparently is this
Was that
screamer
Dave
laugh.
Portnoy?
One more time?
Was that Dave Portnoy?
It was not Dave Portnoy.
Oh, he was wearing the full.
It would be funny if that was if it was Dave Portnoy. Okay, like maybe we're onto something here. Not me saying Dave Portnoy is racist. I'm just saying, like, would Dave Portnoy do this in a way where he would get under Angel Reese's skin for sure? And then would all the people that always think Barstool's racist, would they jump out of the woodwork and go after Barstool? Perhaps. That's all I'm saying. But no, I don't think it was Portnoy. It was some random guy who was paying tribute to some random streamer who I've never heard of, and I hate that I know all this information about it. Anyway, guys, guess what happened 30 years ago today? It's time for a little episode of Throwback Tuesday. "30 years ago, Phoenix, Arizona, the Rockets, the Suns tied at 110 with about 30 seconds to go. Greg Gumbel, take it away."
Mario, Ellie, Clyde Drexler, Hakeem Olajuwon on the floor for the Rockets.
Houston will hold for the last shot. There's a tendency in this situation to wait too long, though.
Ellie out of the corner for three, hit it! Mario Ellie with a three with 7.1 seconds to play. Timeout, Phoenix.
And look at him talk to the Phoenix bench. How wide open was Hakeem Olajuwon on the play, though?
Mario Ellie, is that the stake through the heart for a second straight season by the Houston Rockets? 7.1 to play when we come back.
I wore my Mario Ellie jersey today to pay tribute to that. What a pass by Robert Horry there. For those who have not seen it, the Rockets, this was not a very well set up play. Go watch it. I mean, they almost didn't get the ball past half court. Robert Horry gets the ball slightly to the right of midcourt on the Suns side, and he sees Mario Ellie in the corner and puts together one of the best cross-court passes you're ever going to see. Everyone talks about Big Shot Bob and the shots he made, but that pass by Robert Horry, go back and watch it. It's incredible. What vision he had. Ellie steps into the corner. He hits the three. He does the kiss of death, holds his right hand up in the air, and then he just starts talking all sorts of bleep to those Phoenix Suns. All sorts of it. The Rockets hang on and win. They were down 3-1 in that series as the defending NBA champions. They go on to win a second straight title. Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler, Mario Ellie, Robert Horry, and everybody else. What a time it was. That was 30 years ago today. Rockets a clutch team. Clutch City, officially official at that moment in time. I know, obviously, the Clutch City headline happened after they came back from down 2-0 against the Suns the very previous year. Suns, man.
I really did not put it together that they did that to the Suns back-to-back years.
I mean, we don't talk about Charles Barkley as a choke artist that much. Can you imagine Charles Barkley in today's NBA? Because he'd probably have a podcast, let's be honest.
Definitely.
And had this happened back-to-back years, how would this have gone?
I mean,
because it wasn't just on him. I mean, and he had taken the Suns to the finals.
Yeah, in
the year-
'93.
right, the year before the first Suns meltdown against the Rockets. But God, back-to-back years. And then you end up on the Rockets a couple of years later, and then you're not in the best shape that you could have been, arguably. I mean, I am curious as to how that would have been handled. Because with Charles Barkley, you almost forget that he played it. He was so awesome when he played. One of the most fun players to watch back in the day. There's a lot of people. I know Ryan Russillo in particular swears like that's my favorite player I've ever watched. Barkley was a lot of fun. The Rockets did not get that version of Barkley, but after losing to them twice, he joined them. And that is, I mean, Durant only lost to the Warriors once before joining them.
Yeah. He also blew a 3-1 lead too against the Warriors in 2016. But yeah, that is interesting. The I guess the torture that the mid 90s Rockets put on the Phoenix Suns, and yeah, how that would be received today. I'm not saying it's like better the way we receive things today, but it definitely is like very interesting of just all these beloved figures from the 90s. All we would be doing is being like, loser to all of them because they all lost to either Hakeem Olajuwon or Michael Jordan for a decade.
It's a shame that basketball discourse is this.
Yeah, I mean, you see it with like the teams in the Final Four now, or in the conference finals, where the reaction is like, well, one team, either the Knicks are going to break a 50-year drought, or a team that's never won is going to win, not counting the Sonics, whatever, with the Thunder.
It's the Thunder.
Yeah. And you can see that there's a part of the NBA fan base that's just like, this sucks. Like might be Indiana versus OKC. This sucks. And it's like, this is the only sport where people do that.
Right. I mean, this is the first year in a while where it seemed like the sport has parity. I saw
7 champs in 7 years. That's what we're going to get.
That's also wild.
7 different franchises.
I saw multiple people have brought this up. Like, is this a new era? I heard Bill Simmons talk about this. I saw Bomani Jones talk about this. And this is the best possible thing for the NBA. And that is hilarious. People look like they don't like that it's changing.
Like, that sucks.
No, it doesn't. This is what you want to be. That you want it to be like the NFL. It's never felt like parity existed.
Yeah.
It makes you believe that you actually have a shot if you make the playoffs.
Yeah, you can think that, like, hey, I mean, even just like, to localize it, you look at the Rockets, where before it'd be like, it is on either Şengün or Thompson to become a top 5 guy in the league before we even talk about these guys winning a championship. And now it's, well, if these guys kind of grow together and they stay deep and they can,
and no one gets hurt.
Yeah, one of them needs to develop to be a closer, but other than that, like they're pretty close to being OKC, like a version of the OKC team.
Here's the wrinkle with OKC. OKC has so many picks. I feel like OKC can continue to just get more picks and more picks and more picks.
They are just going to try to like Oakland A's it, or raise it, where it's just a nonstop conveyor belt,
in and out.
Yeah, conveyor belt of like bring in young guys. Once they, we'll keep a couple of them on big deals, and then Shea, probably Holmgren, and then as they age out, boom, we just keep having picks coming in.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. I'm trying to figure out who to root for with conference final action tipping off tonight. Who should I be rooting for amongst these final 4 teams? We'll dive into that on the other side. You want to weigh in on the Astros and what the hell's going on with Yordan Alvarez? You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. That was Throwback Tuesday. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last Chance to Dance, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I'm wondering who people are rooting for in these NBA Finals. I will admit, no matter how likable Jalen Brunson might be, I cannot root for the New York Knicks. There are many entities, if they played a New York sports team, that I wonder if I have the strength in me to do the right thing and root for the New York sports team. Against Russia? I don't know. Against China? I don't know. Against Iran? I don't know. Now, if we're talking about against terrorist organizations, okay, fine. I'll pick New York there. Okay? But if we're talking about New York versus basically enemies of the United States, not outright enemies of the United States, rivals of the United States, like big powers.
Russia, I don't know. Let's hear them out.
I have to. The game would have
Who's
to
on the
start.
squad?
The game would have to start before I could really know how I feel.
Yeah.
So I can't root for New York. I cannot stand Karl Anthony Towns. Just cannot stand him. So they're last. I also cannot root for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I was in Seattle for a couple of years, and while I definitely have some issues with the way that Seattle as a city is run, I did have a good time with many Seattle sports fans. That team was stolen from them. Oklahoma City should be playing in Seattle right now. Oklahoma City, I'm sorry if you're from Oklahoma, you do not deserve a professional sports team. You don't. I hope I never set foot in Oklahoma City over the entirety of my life. Truly.
I think that's doable for you.
I do too. But close enough where it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of possible.
Right. I'd rather go to Tulsa because of the TV show Tulsa King starring Sylvester Stallone than go to Oklahoma City ever in my life. Okay?
Okay.
So can't root for the Thunder. So it really is between the Timberwolves and Pacers. And when I think about the Pacers, I do think about how growing up a Celtics fan, I could not stand Ron Artest because he once pulled down Paul Pierce's shorts in the middle of a game, amongst other things. Celtics Pacers was actually like a pretty fun undercard Eastern Conference rivalry.
It's like a first round matchup.
Right. It was a good rivalry back in the day. Those Pacers teams, if not for the Malice in the Palace, I am curious if they ever would have won a title. I thought it was interesting seeing Steven Jackson on with Reggie Miller, and they're both tearing up, apologizing for the Malice in the Palace.
Yeah, basically it ruined their season and ruined that cores.
That was
because they couldn't bring back Ron Artest after that.
Mm-hmm.
Understandable. And then Reggie, I think that was his last year in the league too. If not the second to last. It was close to the end for Reggie.
So I wouldn't mind if the Pacers won it all, but I would remember that. And number one, it's got to be the Minnesota Timberwolves, not just because I like Anthony Edwards, but even though I'm pretty happy right now, the Minnesota Timberwolves being in the NBA Finals gives me a rather toxic in to the love of my life. She's from Minnesota. So, hey, how about them Timberwolves? Anthony Edwards, huh? It's not quite a happy birthday or
Anthony Edwards put a ring on it. Huh?
It's not quite I had a dream about you. It's not quite, all the usual suspects that we've all used at some point to try to crowbar our way back into somebody's life. Somebody who's rejected us is like, Paul, I've never done that. Sure you haven't. Saw a movie that we liked the other day. Sure you haven't done that. And if the Timberwolves win, I'm 100% doing that. Hell, I might do it right now.
Yeah, game one's tonight.
Or do it. I think I'll wait to the NBA Finals. If the Timberwolves make it, we'll keep you updated how that goes. Just as a bit.
Yeah, it's a joke. Totally.
That'll be my response Because if I said I'm going to send it like at 1 a.m. too.
Yeah, because they'll win. They'll win. It'll be like 11 o'clock. It'll be late. It'll be prime time.
Oh, it'd be so funny. Anyway, listen, guys, I do things for bleeps and giggles for you. Okay, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Time for a little garbage time. From the 3837, this person says, the feeling's mutual, Ev Boston. That's fair. And from the 747, Key from LA says, let's go Pacers. Let's do it for your old school co-host, Vanessa. By the way, Vanessa, I think Vanessa's actually doing a ESPN watch along with Iman Shumpert.
Yeah, she's on one of the, I think it's courtside.
Yes.
NBA courtside.
That'll be fun. So good for Vanessa. We like to see Vanessa succeed. This is a new fear that has been unlocked. Okay, Austin's got those Ubers that don't have drivers, right? What are they called, Sean?
Oh, it's some stupid name.
Right. There is a taxi service under Uber where artificial intelligence is driving. This scares the hell out of me, and apparently it's been going on for a while. Did you know there was a driverless trucking company driving up and down I-45 between Houston and Dallas? They were driving without truck drivers.
Oof.
Now, Aurora Innovation has since started having truck drivers sit in the truck as the truck is automatically driven by robots. So they're there just in case.
Can I just say I like that? I like that more than nobody in the cockpit.
I agree with you. However, let's be honest. I mean, if you're in a truck by yourself and it's automated, I mean,
probably not paying.
We're probably not going to be as hands-on as you need to be.
Yes. That's my same thing with the Ubers, the autonomous Ubers. By the way, they're called Waymo. I knew it was something stupid.
Yeah.
It is like the videos I see from inside. It's terrifying because the steering wheel is just moving with no one in there, and your life is in the hands of a robot, of
hell no
AI. Yeah,
hell no.
No thanks. I'm good. Truck driving seems pretty, I'll say, high stakes when it comes to accidents that could happen.
You hit anybody with a truck, bye-bye.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Going 65 miles per hour.
Even if they're going in the same direction as you, almost the same speed as you.
Yeah, you clip someone.
You clip someone, goodbye. It's over. So this is pretty terrifying. Just the idea of driving on I-45, there might have been
looking over and just seeing no one in the truck.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't know because the truck's so high up. You'd have no idea. You would have no clue. Yeah. But now I saw the story and I was like, damn, so this was going on? Someone must have noticed, but it would take a while for someone to notice.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of artificial intelligence fighters are here. The U.S. Defense just unveiled the first artificial intelligence controlled unmanned fighter jet, and apparently has insane capabilities that will change combat forever. That's a little scary.
That is. I don't know why, but a war fought with AI just doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't like that.
I don't either. One last one. Speaking of vehicles, per Diddy, his ex Cassie, Diddy, this is the girl that he beat up on the video outside the elevator. Diddy allegedly may have tried to blow up Kid Cudi's Porsche after finding out that Cassie was secretly dating Kid Cudi. There actually was a story about Kid Cudi's Porsche exploding. There was an incendiary device on said car. I guess it was Diddy. Allegedly.
That's
allegedly.
Crazy. That's insane. If that's true, that's like he's an actual Batman villain.
Unbelievable. Maybe is this the most evil celebrity ever? I don't know. We'll have to save that for another day. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to everybody who tuned in, and especially on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Twitchers, the YouTubers, the callers, the texters. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. A Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. How's everybody doing today? Pretty good?
Doing all right. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for asking.
I miss you. I didn't realize. I thought you were going to be out tomorrow. I didn't realize you weren't going to be in studio today.
You don't read text messages.
I do read them. I thought it said Wednesday.
Did I screw that up?
I mean, it's in the text.
Okay, Brian.
Isn't it? Did I screw it up or did he misread it?
He misread it.
I must have
Okay.
misread it.
All right.
I'm
No
not
big
blaming-
deal.
I'm not going to sit here and tell me I didn't. I just didn't really realize it's my mistake.
Well, I started to think it was my mistake because I that's something that I would do. I'm prone to little minor errors like that. I'm prone to big errors too. Anyways, Astros won a baseball game yesterday, huh? A little 4-3 in the spring training home of the New York Yankees. That place plays pretty small.
It's gimmicky. It's minor leaguey. I know that, You know, the one thing, the aesthetics with the way that they do, what do we call that? The white, like, top of the stadium, so it looks like Yankee Stadium, the way they have those white arches or whatever they are. They look like bed frames that are all
I don't
white
remember that.
all around the top of the stadium. You know how Yankee Stadium has that?
Yeah, the
arches.
Yeah, like they're mini arches. They're white
Okay.
and they're all painted with like the panels. Well, they do that there too. But the right field thing is a joke. I mean, I understand that it's one thing that it's a short porch, but then with the wind tunnels just flying out of there too, it's such a gimmicky thing.
It's the exact same dimensions as Yankee Stadium, though, isn't it? As far as
They
like
tried to make it
distance
like
to
that,
the-
but Yankee Stadium also is fully encapsulated around with high walls, so that the wind is altered. There is nothing. There's no center field scoreboard. There is nothing that does that prevents that wind from not flying out of that ballpark. And those home runs to right field, God bless Jake's for getting out too, but those balls to right field and the one that Gordon got kind of dinged by, they were BS home runs.
Yeah, it's a it's not a big league ballpark.
No.
Mostly not for the dimensions, to Brian's point, but to your point, it's more about how there's nothing to shelter the baseball from the wind. Because a lot of times you have the grandstand, you have scoreboard. Was it TK said on the broadcast yesterday that they're expecting this ballpark to have more of a wind effect than Wrigley Field?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said that on the broadcast yesterday that it depends on the time of day. They said that it usually blows out more earlier in the day, and then it starts to like change at night a bit and kind of flip wind.
It's crazy too because the ball that Chaz hit, I thought was a no doubter. I mean, it drives out so hard to right, but then it's pushing against the balls to left, and I could not believe that ball did not get out to left field.
Yeah, kind of that crosswind. Altuve's too. Like Altuve hit
That's
one
right.
that would have been a home run at Minute Maid.
Yeah, and Morel caught it right up against the base of the wall. But yeah, that was another one that I thought, oh, that's at least extra bases. Yeah. And he made a hell of a catch on Chaz's, but I thought Chaz's was a no doubter.
Fluky. It's a fluky ballpark. You have two of them really this year. The one in Sacramento too. Like the thing with Sacramento, like wait till it gets hot. Like wait till it gets in. I know it can be hot already, but wait till it gets to July, August. There's going to be some massive numbers in that ballpark.
Well, yeah, same thing they said about the ballpark that the Yankees spring training home that they played last night. They said it's one thing now, but like you said, like when they get into the heat of summer and like the heat and humidity play into it, balls are just going to be flying out of that place.
Wasn't it Toronto a few years ago that played in a minor league ballpark as well? I remember that was like Vlad Jr.'s huge, like just
they played
massive.
Buffalo.
Was it Buffalo? Yeah, it was Buffalo.
No, they split time. They split
Yes,
time
they
in
did.
Buffalo and Dunedin or whatever you pronounce it.
Dundee. Yep.
Dundee. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, not that Vlad Guerrero needed the ballpark to be good, obviously, but like his biggest offensive spike was that year in that ballpark. So you could see something similar for Rays and A's.
And the thing is, and the A's, some of the guys have good numbers, but you talk about like reasons for asterisks and things like that. You know, if you put like one of the big time home run hitters in Major League Baseball right now, and Judge has had a field day already in Oaklamento, but when you put them in these parks, if they had a guy like that, they could have a monster like once in a lifetime season.
Yordan Alvarez at whatever that place they're calling it, the Yankees complex, would hit I think 80 home runs if he played 162 games there.
Especially you're right, because especially everything to right field. Yeah, I mean it's crazy. I would think that you think about guys like if the Astros played there for a full season, you don't think that as good as Paredes has been as a straight dead pull hitter, you don't think a lot of the guys would be just taking balls to right field because it's going to just carry out.
Yeah. What was your other thoughts other than the ballpark for that game yesterday?
Look, you know what? As I was thinking about it, watching it, and as much as everybody's pulling for Lance McCullers, but I like what Gordon's been able to give this team. I think he's a better pitcher at this stage of his career and where he is for the Astros than Lance McCullers Jr. And I think that he pitched well enough that I would put him in the pecking order over Lance McCullers. I think that, you know, he would have 7 strikeouts. And he only throws about 91, 92 on his fastball, but he spots his breaking pitches. He's got some good out pitches, and I like the way he attacks the strike zone.
Yeah, he got sit down today.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, you're not going to send Lance McCullers Jr. down, but at the same time, I like him better than Lance. I trust him more when he's on the mound than Lance right now.
No, I like what I saw. I thought Espada put him in a tough spot trying to get the 6th inning out of him whenever your bullpen was pretty rested. I didn't love that Espada used him in that 6th inning, but I like what I saw of Gordon. You know, the 3 runs, 5 1/3. He actually struck out 7. which, okay. Now, Tampa Bay doesn't hit lefties well, so I think you have to, like, factor that in a bit. Like, he's going to look better against Tampa Bay than he is against, like, a heavy, right-handed lineup that hits lefties well. It's part of the reason that the Astros called up the Walter kid, Brandon Walter, to pitch in today's game.
That guy.
Thank you, Connor. Yeah, so they brought him up because he's a lefty, and Tampa doesn't hit lefties well, part of the reason. But it'll be interesting to see what they do, because I thought they were going to need a sixth man one more time through this little stretch of 17 games in 17 days or whatever it is. Gusto got moved to the bullpen for a little bit. So, and of those guys, I like Gordon the most. I like Gordon more than I like Gusto. I haven't seen Brandon Walter yet, but I have a tough time thinking that Walter is going to be as good as Gordon. So I was a little bummed to see him sit down. I thought it'd be Souza, but no, it's Gordon. And I think that Forrest Whitley is going to take the Walter spot tomorrow.
Yeah, probably right. Probably right, because I think that they have Forrest Whitley kind of on the taxi squad. He's not on the roster, but I saw him in the dugout to where I think you're absolutely right.
Oh yeah, he is on the taxi squad. So I bet you that now, unless there's like an injury that comes up and then they can bring Gordon back quicker, but just kind of odd because I mean right now you're rolling with Fromber, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, Lance McCullers. Who's your fifth right now? I guess it's Gusto.
Yeah,
which I don't love that.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in him right now.
And I'm sure that Gordon will get like another chance here soon, but I was surprised to see that move today.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go back to blue ball.
No, I doubt it. I mean, maybe for a spot start, maybe Gusto gets a spot start. Maybe they go bullpen day. Like Dubin can give you some length. They could just go bullpen day. They have an off day on Monday, so that kind of helps out. That'll be the final game of this long stretch is on Sunday, where they didn't have an off day.
Yeah.
So I guess they're going to go back down to a 5. But even at a 5-man rotation, I like Gordon.
I do too.
I like Gordon as my 5 over Gusto.
I'm totally with you on that. And I haven't heard any more updates on Arrighetti, and I'm not going to expect him anytime soon. No. I don't know what other options that they would have, but I like the way the kid pitched. And like I said, I thought he got robbed by a rinky-dink home run, but overall, I think he continues to get better as he feels more comfortable on the major league level to where I believe in him more.
Texter says Jordan would hurt his finger there. Jordan would hurt his finger everywhere. Now, he doesn't like Tampa. That's very clear. He doesn't like playing baseball games in Tampa for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, I just, to me, don't have fireworks either because and check the pillows twice in the hotel because any little thing could throw off Jordan, but he could have a field day right now. He could probably make up a lot of his stats if he was playing in this series.
He probably could. Caratini with a dong. I love me some Victor Caratini. I'm a big fan of Victor Caratini. A little change up, drives it out of the park. Didn't it feel like a game, though, that they should have won by like 5 runs? Like, with the way that they were getting I thought they had good at-bats. I thought they were hitting the ball hard. I like what the offense showed. Maybe didn't score as many runs as you love, but, like, they had good plate appearances, I thought. It wasn't a bad day offensively. It felt like that entire game that they were up multiple runs, and then you look up and it's like, oh, this is a 1-run game all of a sudden. Oh, the tying run is at second base all of a sudden. Like, it felt like they could have gotten more separation.
I agree. I mean, look, when they jumped out 3-0, and especially the way they did it, too, 2 outs, bottom of the lineup, and they just jumped all over him to score. And Caratini got it going, like you said, with the home run. But then they manufactured with Chaz and Cam and everybody doing their part. And you're like, okay, it looks like that they're setting themselves up to where you're going to get this kid a victory and you're going to have an easy night of it. And then all of a sudden you blink your eye and you're going, what the hell just happened? You know, the Carnival home run, and then after that, they kind of pieced one together. And I'm going, oh, my God, please don't tell me this is one of those games they should have won and could have won, but don't. And then Jake luckily saves your bacon, and your bullpen was huge. The bullpen's been great all year, but the bullpen was fantastic last night, especially considering the fact that in that park, you got a chance to give up a cheapie, and they did their job.
Yeah. King an inning in a third, Abreu an inning in a third. Hader becomes the first closer in baseball to have 12 saves and 0 blown saves. So you're getting what you paid for. You're late, but you're getting what you paid for.
Yep. And look, you got multiple left on it, so let's hope that now he's settled in and he's there. Let's keep him there.
Yeah, I didn't love that ninth inning though. You get that super fast dude. They get on base, but catcher's interference, which that's a good way for him to get on base. He can't get on base any other way. He's not a good hitter. He doesn't walk much. Like just do a little Reddick thing where you're just trying to hit the catcher like you're casting a fishing line. Just go back and hit that catcher's mitt to get on base. And he did. And then all of a sudden you have speed. I'm like, oh, this ain't great. He's about to steal second, still third. That little pop-up hangs in the air. And then Jose Altuve, because he's been trained as a left fielder, is able to make a nice pop-up catch on the bunt. And Altuve saved the day defensively.
Look, I'm with you. Look, Hader's move is completely goes against anything of trying to pick anybody off for one
Yeah.
thing. But like he frustrated me during the at bat because it's like you look like he's so overmatched at the plate. Just continue to pound him. If you want to work inside of the zone, fine. Just pound him with fastballs and nothing else, and dare him to try and hit it and play. And yet they screwed around, and then with the catcher's interference, you put him on. I'm like, well, he's gonna be on third. The dude's we talked about it before the series started. The dude's the fastest guy in Major League Baseball by a long mark. He is unreal. And they got kind of lucky with the bunt that they popped it up.
Yeah, it was interesting. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We have a busy show for you guys today. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. Texan stuff, you love that. At least the bosses love that. Cash 'em or trash 'em a little bit later. Some dirt with the morning guys. John and Dell are accusing Lance of something. We'll discuss.
I heard some of that today.
Well, did you? I hadn't heard any of it yet. I'm looking forward to hearing it. But yeah, we'll discuss that. A couple of Wall of Shamers talking about a couple of Hall of Famers should be interesting. Brian, did you just quit doing show tweets here? Or
I'm
what?
actually
Second day in a row?
I'm crafting it as we speak, or as you speak.
Okay, all right.
It'll be out before the segment starts.
You don't have an intern doing your job today. I thought maybe you could send out a show.
We have new
tweet.
interns.
You know, all dozens and dozens of views that bad boy gets. All right, 713-780-3776. We have a new crop of interns.
Well, Taylor with an A is our new intern.
Yeah, they started yesterday, I think or today.
Right. I think that's right.
Like, does the A, is it after the T and before the Y,
I didn't
or
get
is
that
it
far into it, Jeremy.
after
I
the
just know
L
it's
and
same-
before the R?
same-
Because that would be weird.
Same name as my daughter, and I was like, that's very nice and welcome aboard.
I want the interns. Have you did you watch any of the behind the scenes SNL stuff? Like the 50th year anniversary, they kind of did like a little documentary about like behind the scenes and like what the week
Some
looks
of it.
like.
Yeah, I
and,
saw some of it.
like the entire cast, they pitch skits throughout the week. I want the interns to pitch us segments, like SNL cast members pitch Lorne
I like
Michael
that. Yeah.
the skits, and then like we're gonna say no to 99% of them, but maybe it's Taylor with an A. Maybe
Yeah.
Taylor with an A has a nice little segment for us to do, and we do it, and she makes the show, and then she can put it on her resume, and then the bosses that try to hire you guys worked with the Killer Bees. You're not getting hired here. All right, 713-780-3776. More to get to from yesterday's Game 1 win. We'll check Jose Altuve's pulse, and then another offensive player that's looking good for the Astros suddenly. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You can find us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees, ESPN. We're just talking baseball. You want good or bad first?
Good.
Okay. Pretty sure this is Israel who just texted in, 713-780 ESPN.
Let's go coaching.
He said, Killer Cam. I'm pretty sure his emoji has a grill, too. That's pretty cool of Israel to send us an emoji with a grill. But he said, Killer Cam. Cam's coming on now. Cam had a couple of knocks yesterday. He's slugging a little bit, had the double, which scored a run. He scored a run at his own. All of a sudden, Cam Smith looking like he belongs at the big league level.
Boy, no, I mean, look, I've always liked his ability to hit the ball the other way and hit the right field, but he's putting a hell of a lot of barrel to the baseball lately, and he's getting hot. So hopefully, again, there's another guy that kind of takes some knocks, get settled in, figure out what the big leagues are all about. But if he gets comfortable, let's hope that he turns out to be the guy that Dana thought he was going to get when he made the trade.
Yeah, you'll never convince me that they should have called him up that early, though. They should have waited till like June, July. That way you could keep an extra year of service time. I'm never going to change that opinion. But I can also admit that he's performing well recently. Last 14 days, Killer Cam hitting 345, 889 OPS over his last 14 days, which is 9 starts, which is a small sample. But hey, I'd rather him be hitting 345 than 245. Last 7 days for Killer Cam, which is 5 games, 18 plate appearances, 375 average with the OPS of 944. So Killer Cam's coming, guys. He is coming. I like what I see. And he's pulling the baseball, too, which I really like to see because we know he has power the other way. But pulling the ball, getting that double down the line. I think both home runs that he hit, that double home run game, those were both to left field, too. So I think he's coming. I think Killer Cam is on his way.
Well, I certainly hope so, because I think, he's got all the tools. And we were talking about just how he's been better than advertised or expected in terms of how he's played the outfield. But the fact is that, a kid that size that's got bat speed and power, you just hope that regardless if it took some time or not, that he turns out to be someone that they can count on for a long time. And this is a good sign.
You want to guess Killer Cam's bat speed in percentiles? Game that I like to play, 1 being bad, 100 being good.
89.
Okay. Brian, you want to venture a guess? Sag by B-Mac?
I'll go 90.
Oh,
okay. He prices righted you.
He does it all.
He prices, and it worked because his bat speed is in the 92nd percentile. Killer Cam. So he's got you're 100% right. He's got one of the best bat speeds in baseball. Walk rate is high. Chase rate is high. His range is high. His speed is high. He's just going to start barreling up some baseballs here, and he's gonna take off like an aircraft carrier. He's going to take off. All right, now do you want the bad?
Yeah.
All right. Wellness check on Jose Altuve. Hit me with it, Brian. He didn't hit me with it. But Jose Altuve, 0 for 4 yesterday. The batting average for Jose Altuve, 236. OPS for Jose Altuve, 627. He's been demoted twice, too. Yesterday was his first time in the 3-hole, which is a demotion from the 2 holes. OPS plus is sunk under 80, down to 79.
It's not good. And you got to wonder if he's going to have to be the guy if Joe doesn't want to do it. But obviously with Jordan out, they still have reason to keep things the way it is. But you got to wonder whether he has to do it or Joe has the stones to do it, that when Jordan does come back, if it isn't time to move him down 6 or below. And maybe it's below 6 now. I said 6 yesterday.
The Jose Arenado, or not Jose Arenado. No, Arenado's name is definitely not Jose. Nolan Arenado went to his manager's office and knocked on the door and said he wanted to be demoted. Jose Altuve did this in 2020. I wonder if we see Jose Altuve when Jordan comes back, maybe after a few games, because maybe he wants the protection of Jordan. But maybe if he struggles a week or two after Jordan's back, if he does it to Joe Espada, hey, Joe, I'm killing the team right now. Can you move me down to the 6th spot? He comes up in the first inning yesterday, 1st and 2nd. What does he do? Ground ball to short, double play. He came up later in the game, 1st and 2nd, nobody outs, and I'm begging to my television, lay down a bunt, Jose Altuve. Lay it down, move the runners over. Nope, pops up on the infield, not a productive at bat at all. Jose Altuve's he's in a schneid. I hope it's a schneid. Hope it's not Father Time, but he is reeling right now.
Yeah, no, he is, and good on him for being a guy that can at least admit when he's slumping to try and do something about it. But again, there's those those kind of voices in the back of your head that start asking the question, is this it? Is this the downward slide? And can he bounce back out of this? I think it was encouraging that he hit that ball to left field against the wind that looked like he had a pretty good barrel on it. But overall, it's been very disappointing, and I did not expect this at all from a guy that I thought was going to have a good year this year. So it's a tough spot to be in when you got a legend that's possibly on the on the downside as much as he was good a year ago.
Yeah, he's reeling, to say the least. Hate to see it with Jose Altuve. Wish he'd be more selective too. Like, he gets in these slumps and he tries to hit an 8-run homer. Like, he looks for like 8 hits in one at bat, swinging at everything that he sees. I asked you this yesterday. I'll ask it to you again. Cam Smith or Jose Altuve in a big spot?
Man, I still take Altuve, but Cam is getting me to consider it more and more. The way and Altuve is, both of them are. I still would lean on the experience of Altuve, but it's a tougher decision than it was even yesterday.
Yeah, it's worse. It's bad. Altuve equals load management. I'm not sure what that means. You want Altuve to get days off? I guess that's what that means, maybe.
I guess.
I suppose. Just to take Israel off, you should create a take that's Cam Smith Whiteside. That's making him a great baseball player. I wouldn't troll like that. I'm not a troller. I don't do things to get under people's skin. I don't know why you think I would do that. But Cam Smith is half white.
That is a fact.
He is a half white baseball player. George Steinbrenner Field. Geez, they're mad that we didn't call it George Steinbrenner Field. You'll get over it. Blankers, could you explain when it's appropriate to use Lance McCullers Jr. versus Lance McCullers? You switch back and forth.
Whenever I feel like it, because I don't even realize I'm doing it. How's that?
I didn't realize you did it either.
I don't. LMJ, okay, cool. That's what everybody refers to him when they go initials. I don't realize if I'm doing one or the other. So you know exactly who I'm referring to. It's not his dad, so we're cool.
We need a workshop Killer Cam. I don't know. I like that nickname for him. I like
don't
Killer
mind
Cam
it at all.
Killer Cam Smith. I'm a fan of it.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a workshop, but I think we've already made the decision. Texture Astros being off on Memorial Day is ridiculous. Well, it's not the Astros' fault. It's Major League Baseball's fault. It's Robert Manfred's fault.
Yeah. And there's still plenty of times to wear the special hats if they have them.
Has Yordan Alvarez played a full season with the Astros? Define full season. Like, is it 150? Just assuming he gets 12 days off a year, because no one plays 162 anymore. Like, Jeremy Pena is a stallion and he gets days off. So, like, what would we qualify as a full season?
150 was when you were reading that. The first thing that I thought of was 150. But I guess with him and with today's baseball players getting more time off, I would say 140.
Now, he DHs a lot, so like, to me, he should have less days off because he DHs a lot. For me, it's 150. Especially for me, it's 150 for anybody other than a catcher. Catcher's like, okay, 120. But anybody for me is 150 for like a full-ish season. And, he gets the DH thing too. So he really doesn't have an excuse to be under 150. Now, he has had 2 seasons close to 150. He played 147 last year, which is close. And he played 144 in 21 coming off the double knee surgery, which is close. But those are the only 2 seasons that are close. His first year, 87 games. That's because he came up late. Played 2 games in the COVID year, 144 in 21, 135 in 22, 114 in 23, 147 last year. And this year he's played in 29 of the Astros' 47.
I think that, anytime he gets above 140, I'll take it as a full season.
Yeah, I don't mind. If he's that's okay.
What did we say his PTO was?
I think we said it was 20-something, right?
As long as it's in the 20-something.
20-something.
Yeah, I'd say anything over 140, and we can consider that a full
140
season.
is like, that's...
We're definitely moving the goalpost a little bit
Especially for a DH.
but I think that's like his realistic full season. I think you're right, Jeremy. For most players, is 150, but for him, considering sometimes he doesn't even know what hand he's injured, I think if we get 140, at least from my perspective, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we kind of Yordan rule it as we go to adjust for how meaningful he is when he's in the lineup to say, yeah, if he's not what, otherwise I would say 150. Like I said, the minute you were reading that, I was like, I think 150 is fair. But with Yordan, I think you understand the wiggle room is 10 games.
I don't disagree with you, but shouldn't we like diminish who Yordan is as a player if we're doing that? Like, if he gets a 10-game allowance because of his proneness to injury, like, don't we have to factor that into the other side too when we're comparing him to like the best hitters in baseball?
How do you mean? You mean
Like if we assume that he's going to play 140 games, and we're assuming that Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani are going to play 150, like why don't we discount Yordan Alvarez when we're having those conversations? Like we're not giving that allowance to anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, from the standpoint of, you mean from statistically, or just the fact that you ding him and just basically say you don't deserve the kind of accolades and everything else, considering that he finds it again to be in the same discussion as those
I
guys?
mean, yeah, more discussion than accolade, I guess. But
I mean, he definitely should get dinged for it. I mean, we've learned to accept it just because of the fact that you know in every sport that we talk about that teams cater to their best players and allow them to get away with a whole lot more. But when other teams' best players are playing as much as Ohtani and Judge and other guys are doing, then I mean, then it warrants being dinged for those kind of things.
I think it's just whenever we discuss Yordan Alvarez as a player relative to other players in baseball, that we do have to factor in the total amount of games they're playing in every year. Like we assume that Yordan Alvarez 140. Okay, we're happy if he plays 140 games, whereas the Yankees are getting 150 out of Judge. They're getting 150 out of Shohei out in LA. So like that should also factor into the equation. Like if we're going to be okay with 140, we also have to be okay whenever people are like Judge and Shohei are better because they play more.
Yeah, I mean, speaking for myself, I think I already have factored it in. Like, if we're asking who's the best hitter in baseball, there's no way I'm bringing up Jordan's name before Shohei and Judge. I mean, especially with Ohtani, not only because of the dual aspect, but this man's had Tommy John, came back and played a full season, won an MVP. Can you imagine how long Jordan would be out if he had Tommy John?
And he played 159 games last year, Shohei.
I know. Coming off Tommy John.
159. So like, and he's a full-time DH, but that's how many games DHs should play.
And that's what Jordan
They're not
plays.
playing the field.
Yeah.
They just walk to the plate and hit every now and then.
Yeah, I just, to me, like, this is another Yordan rule. Part of the Yordan rule is, though it's not all positives, I mean, as part of the Yordan rules, you have to accept your fate in the fact that you aren't going to be in the same league and ballpark of consideration and props for guys that are playing more and doing more with the time that they're playing, when we're worried about fireworks and pillows and cities he doesn't want to play in.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Thoughts on Yordan, thoughts on Killicam, thoughts on Altuve. People have them. 713-780-3776. Killer E's, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
For some reason, I listen to commercials better whenever I'm on remote. I think so. I keep the headset on versus I don't really do that in studio so we can chat or whatever. And that's the first time that I've heard the little promo for Inside the Icebox. Take a listen and see if you notice what I noticed.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Jeremy Branham Thursdays at 6 on ESPN 97.5.
Top billing for the producer, huh?
Interesting. Yeah, part-timer getting top billing, and I've been at the station longer. And if you want to go alphabetical, I got him.
You do.
How did he get top billing there?
Just you, Joe.
Man, Joe.
I mean, and if you think about it, remember, even before this, everything changed when this time slot used to get, aside from John and Lance being Hall of Famers, used to get first dibs on everything, the food, the drinks, the everything. And then suddenly when Joe started working with Paul,
it's unreal. It's interesting. Like, you get top billing on this, but I expect that. You've been at the station longer. Like, and you're more popular than me. You should get top billing. But Joe? I've never complained about it with you. Now with Joe, interesting. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just bringing it to
Sounds
attention
like you're
and wondering
complaining
how.
about
you think he's ever paid our
Wondering
bets?
how.
Oh, never mind. Don't bring
yeah, I
that up.
forgot
Because then
about
he's going to get mad that we mentioned that he's never paid his bets. And then he's going to not pay his bets.
Yeah, and
just
then
an
he's not going to pay
observation.
his bet because you're mentioning that he hasn't paid
Because
his bet.
that's what he's because he's actually admitted, which is ridiculous as well.
King of Twitch, don't worry about it. You're winning without Jordan. Like, that's true. From an Astro sense, it's true. Now, whenever you start talking about Jordan amongst the game's greats, you do have to ding them. Texture, you truly don't need Jordan for more than 140 games. Just need him to hit 250, 30 homers, 90 RBIs. Okay, that's fine. And be healthy for the playoffs. That's fine. But whenever you're talking about the best hitters in the game conversation, again, you have to ding them for that.
That's
and look,
right.
does that matter? No, I don't really care. As long as the Astros are winning and they have a chance in the postseason is all I really care about. I couldn't care less if Jordan is considered one of the best hitters in baseball. So you can also be like, well, it's not tangible. Okay, that's fine. Keep from LA. Are you guys still comparing Jordan to Shohei and Aaron Judge? Please stop. You can't compare. If anything, we're doing the opposite of comparing them. We're saying we shouldn't belong in that conversation.
Exactly. And I think, look, I think part of this too, as we were going to break and I was thinking about this, one of the things that maybe goes with the amount of times he misses games compared to everybody else is he gave you a sweetheart of a deal. And as much as that's what he wanted, that's what he and his agents agreed to, that's what he signed on for. The fact is that when we looked at his seasons of the past and how much that he excelled statistically and otherwise for the money he was making, that maybe the player's like, well, I'm giving him what I got I'm giving him a hell of a deal. So if I miss a couple extra games here and there, so be it.
Yep, exactly. Key, Jordan is maybe on the level of Cody Bellinger, but even Cody has an MVP. That's crazy calling Jordan on the level of Cody Bellinger. Let's throw some numbers at you when it comes to Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger career OPS plus of 120. Jordan's career OPS plus is 163. 43 points higher than Cody Bellinger. And also Cody Bellinger won his MVP when the Dodgers were cheating. Everybody knew the Dodgers were cheating. Cody Bellinger's first 3 years, he had 39 home runs as a rookie. He hit 47 home runs in year 3. And then his numbers went into the tank after the sign stealing stuff came to light. I wonder what happened. Cody Bellinger hit 47 home runs. The sign stealing stuff comes to the forefront, and Bellinger goes 12, 10, 19, 26, 18, 7. Those are the numbers of like PED users, except inverse because he did it early. Cody Bellinger is a product of sign stealing, and it's painfully obvious.
He's also gone from one sign stealing team to another, and he's actually having a better than average year, which makes you scratch your temple even more.
But even then, he's got a 790 OPS right now. The year he won the MVP was over 1,000.
Yeah.
He's never come close. His career average is 817.
No, but getting off to a hotter start and even doing what he's doing. Look, he's with a team that's notorious for doing the kind of things that everybody dings the Astros for. And it's something worth watching as well, because Key from LA, who likes to, throw his shots and then duck and run, doesn't realize too that between Mookie and when JD came back there and the video guy that they hired from the Red Sox, that's their personal guy, and how their stats have upticked every time they've had this guy around. Be careful what you're throwing stones at there, Key.
Yeah, I don't know how you can look at Bellinger's numbers and not be painfully oblivious to him being a major product of sign stealing. He's the biggest product of sign stealing next to Marwin Gonzalez. Mount Rushmore of sign stealing: Cody Bellinger, Marwin Gonzalez, Mookie. Mookie could be up there. Who else is up there? Astros had a couple.
I was going to
Correa's
say
pretty good.
Marwin might be.
Bregman used it a lot, but Bregman now in Boston's kind of like separating from that. Although
they might still have it.
Alex Cora, Bregman's numbers those 2 years in 18 and 19 are unbelievable compared to the rest of his career. It's almost kind of what we were just saying there with Bellinger.
Wow. I mean, Marwin's got to be on it because he made himself $13 million a year on a a hell of a deal for him coming off of all of that and never really paid any price for it. So
Bregman hit 31 home runs in 18, 41 in 19, and his career high after that, after the sign stealing stuff came to light, it's 26. He went from being a 41 home run guy to the next highest season since then of 26. Now this year he might pass it because he's off to a great start. But yeah, I mean, Fenway's a hitter's park, and Cora's still there. Mike Trout doesn't get diminished as one of the best hitters, and he's missed more games than Jordan. Completely disagree. I think Mike Trout gets absolutely hammered amongst the game's greats because he misses a lot of games.
And I think because it's been piling up so much in the last several years, the fact is it's one thing to say he's no longer considered the best player in the game, but it's another thing to not consider the fact that this could hurt him in terms of his all-time status and how he sits in terms of Hall of Fame and things that are going to come later in his career.
Yeah. He'll get dinged. I mean, he's still gonna make the Hall of Fame and be considered one of the best when he's at his best, but he's gonna fall short of the upper echelon. If he had been healthy, he would be in a different echelon, different tier than what he's going to be because of all of the injuries. Texter says Ohtani 150 games 3 times in 7 seasons. That's a bit cherry picking because it's 3 seasons in the last 4, and some of those injuries too were because of he was pitching. So it's hard to factor that in because he's like one of a kind two-way player. But of those 150 game seasons, 3 of them were in the last 4 years. So you have to factor that in. And then also, you know how many times Jordan Alvarez has played 150 games in a season? Never. He's never done it.
God. And you got to think from the standpoint of, look, Ohtani being a unicorn if he ever pitches again. And the reason it's all basically what you want to scrutinize money-wise. But from a hitting perspective, he has been unbelievable at the plate ever since he put on the Dodgers uniform and what he's done since he's played Major League Baseball.
Yeah. All right, 713-780 ESPN. I think I got all my notes from yesterday. You get all your notes from yesterday's game?
I think so, yeah.
All right, Brian, anything you wanted to bring up?
Oh, he's got his notebook out. Look out.
Producers get last billing around here.
Unless you're Joe George.
We do like real radio. Yeah.
Unless you're Joe George.
Yeah.
I mean, if you write the script, then you can be first billing.
Hey, my goodness.
Sure.
Listen, I'm
What do you
surprised.
got, Mac? Anything?
I'm surprised it wasn't listen to Inside the Icebox with the legendary, one-of-a-kind Joe George and Jeremy
Just you, Joe.
I guess it could be worse. It could have been that.
Yeah, for sure.
A legend in his own mind. The man, the myth, the mystery, Steve Bartman, Joe George, and Jeremy Brown. That's what it should have sounded like. All right, 7137. Did you have anything? Sorry, I was being rude.
No, I was editing the Lance thing for later in the show, so I didn't hear what you were asking.
No, is it Lance McCullers Jr. or Lance? Oh, the different. Okay,
exactly.
Want to make sure.
If Trout could stay healthy, he'd be on a real baseball team by now. That's probably true. He probably would be traded by now if he could stay healthy. I'll agree with that. I'll cash that on a day where you cash them or trash them a little bit later. All right. I do have to listen to Joe sometimes. The Texans had a State of the Texans event yesterday. Some interesting tidbits, some interesting nuggets of what the Houston Texans general manager and the Houston Texans head coach said in secret. I mean, Aaron Wilson posted it on the internet, but what they said in secret to all the fans and season ticket holders. State of the Texans with the Bees next. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Most money. What money? 713-780 ESPN. Yordan Alvarez is a better postseason performer than Aaron Judge will ever be. I'll take him any day. Touche. That's fair. Raccoon Pete on the daily drive to work. I see a billboard from Houston Methodist, and it says, I use the same doctors you use. It has an image of Yordan. Yeah, it's scary. I'm not going there. That's not a sponsor, is it? All right, but I talk football now. They had a season ticket event for the fans. They did it for the fans yesterday. And Nick Casario was there. D'Amico Ryans was there. Hannah and her pet, Cal, was there. We'll get to some Cal here in a little bit.
Never quit.
That's my alarm whenever I wake up in the morning, so I can get fired up for the day. That gets me going, gets me rolling out of bed and fired up. Here was
Is that better or
Casario.
worse than your background right now, by the way?
What's wrong with my background?
I didn't say there's anything wrong with it. I said, is that wait for your alarm better
Yeah,
or
what
worse
problem
than
do you
your
have with it,
background?
Joel?
I didn't know you had a twin, Brian, for one.
I have a twin?
I mean, look at it. It's you.
Well, it's partly because of the hats. Our faces are shaded.
Okay. Well, it looks like you have a twin, which is scary. And I just asked,
I don't know who should be more insulted
Cal
in this
as
scenario.
an alarm or the BMAC background? Which is,
Well, I mean,
He's
you
paying
have
tribute to a great.
You have BMAC, Kyle King, the Twin Towers, and then you have a jobber, Booker T, there behind my head. So there's an old adage in radio that you play music if you're not good at radio, and you can't get through the segment without music.
Really?
I wonder if Brian's telling us something right now by playing this awful music as we do the segment.
Was that a
he doesn't do that on the bullpen.
not so passive aggressive way to say fade it out?
It was an aggressive way saying fade it out. Fade out. It's hurting my. That wasn't a fade out.
I know. It was as aggressive as your suggestion. Just got it out.
I kind of respect it, actually. He didn't fade it out.
No,
He just pressed
gone.
off.
It's gone.
That was funny. Anyways, here was Nick. I included the question on this one because I think the question's better than the answer. But yesterday at the season ticket event, you had a fan asking Nick Casario about this offensive line of the Houston Texans.
So I heard a lady earlier ask about the offensive line protecting Stroud. Poor thing is just running for his life. So I'm serious. I'm sorry. But your first picks wasn't an offensive lineman. Please explain.
Yeah, I'm happy to explain it. Yeah, the draft it's an inexact science. So we rank the players, we stack the board, the players come off the board at different points. I would say we try to move around the board. We try to move up, I would say, multiple. I mean, look, you guys know us. We pretty much trade every draft pick that we have. So, but we try to move up and down the board. Sometimes there's a trade partner that works itself out. Sometimes there isn't. So the way it worked itself out, we ended up moving out at 25. We picked Jaden at 34, and then we picked Ursary at 48 or 49, who was one of the top-ranked tackles in the draft that we liked. So, again, it's never about one pick. It's never about one player. I think the offensive line in and of itself is about 5 guys playing as one. So, again, I would say for D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So if we're not concerned about it, you guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
There you go. Poor thing running for his life.
I didn't think John McClain was allowed in those things. I thought it was only for ticket holders.
See, I thought it sounded more like Troy, or caller Troy from Crosby.
Who's the
Troy's pretty sharp though.
I had nothing to do with being sharp. I'm just talking about his voice.
But I mean, he's quick too. He's like, "Hey guys, it's Troy."
Okay,
Troy,
yeah, that's a fair point. His tempo is more rapid than that guy.
He sounded like Leslie Jordan to me, actually.
Who?
Who's Leslie?
Leslie Jordan, who passed away. I think he was he passed away recently.
Who the f*** is that guy?
Exactly, Brian.
You never heard of Leslie Jordan?
No.
No.
Well, you guys are haters then.
Why?
You haven't answered the question. Who is he?
Yeah, who is he? So we would know
He's
what
like an
we're
actor.
hating.
He was an actor that was in a bunch of movies and stuff. He was in Will and Grace. He was
Who
an
the f***
iconic.
is that guy?
He's an iconic gay comedian, and you're just banging the guy, and he's dead. So like,
Is
y'all
he-
are awful people.
Oh,
Interesting
is
word
he
choice.
kind of a shorter guy?
Yeah, he's got white hair with glasses.
I know who you're talking about now.
Okay.
There you go. Now you know. Now that I mentioned that he was an iconic gay comedian,
no,
now you know
I
who he
knew
is.
because
I
you
was
said
trying
now
to
you
short the
know.
voice with the face of like who the hell you might be talking about.
Yeah,
The short thing tipped me off.
You heard that he's dead, an iconic gay comedian, and all of a sudden you know who
No, I
he
was
is. You
still
whip
playing
right
the-
into shape.
I was
You whip
still
right
playing the
into shape.
McGregor drop when you were telling me that he was dead. I don't care.
Poor thing running for his life. Let me find He sounds just like Leslie Jordan.
Guys, you have done nothing to address the fact that these guys don't know how to play offensive line. It's going to be garbage. Can you talk about it, please?
Now y'all want to pretend like y'all know who Leslie Jordan is.
I don't. I have an idea. I didn't know his name. You could have put him in a lineup and said, name that guy. No clue.
I do now. I didn't watch Will and Grace, but I've seen him on other shows.
Poor little thing running for his life.
I love when the crowd starts to laugh. He says, no, guys, I'm serious.
I need an answer to my question.
That poor thing running for his life.
Hey, the only thing missing from his question was bless C.J. Stroud's
That's right.
heart.
Bless his heart. He's doing the best he can.
Poor thing running for his life.
That stood out to me. The other thing that stood out to me in that clip, and maybe I'm trying to bash Casario too much because he's annoyed me in recent months, but that last line at the end of, well, D'Amico and I aren't worried about the offensive line, so neither should you. It just felt, I don't know, it felt a little pretentious, and it's like, oh, we know better than, yes, granted, you're the head coach and the GM, but it felt a little condescending the way he said that.
It did. It's like, if I'm not worried about it, you shouldn't be worried about it because I
I'm a
know football and
genius.
you
You're
don't.
just some boob. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is a good point. He did do that. Like, we're not worried about it. You shouldn't be.
His mantra and memo for the season and going forward for Texans fans. Just listen. As long as D'Amico and I aren't worried about it, just believe in us and shut up.
So I guess so was he worried about Kenyon Martin then? Or Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Martin. I mean, the ex-NBA player.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly who I meant to say. Oops.
Here was D'Amico on the optimism for the offensive line.
And it's what I truly believe in as well. It's the offensive line is about being a cohesive unit. Right? It's about all those guys playing together, and it's not always about the offensive line as well. It's about the timing of the play, right? The depth, the timing of the play, the quarterback playing on time, running back stepping up and blocking, tight end. It's 11 guys working together. And I know we may have had some miscues on the offensive line last year, right, that didn't look so well, but I feel like we're in a really good place with where we are now, and I'm excited to see this group go and perform together.
There you go.
Is he dipping his ex-coaches in the grease a little bit?
I think he kind of threw Stroud under the bus a little bit too.
Yeah.
It's on the quarterback to get the ball out.
Yep.
Shut up, Stroud. Forgot about that.
But I think also he's trying to set the table for, hey, we wait, at the end of the year, we took care of that.
No, I mean, for sure they're selling what I've been trying to sell, where it's scheme. Like we're gonna scheme that we have an average offensive line, which 2 years ago they did. Like last year's offensive line, if you go look at last year's offensive line and just the starter for every game last year, and then you go look at the starting offensive line 2 years ago, and you just do a side by side of just like players and starts, you'd be like, yeah, the 2024 offensive line was way better than 2023, but it wasn't. It wasn't. And I do put some stock and credence to what they're saying about how it's not five fingers, it's a unit. You have to play collective. It is about scheme. It is about getting the ball out. So I actually do put merit in that. You just wonder if they have enough talent to pull it off.
Well, and we also caught the fact that regardless of how other rooms might have rated this draft, that Ursery in their mind was a top-rated tackle, and that's maybe a hint of where they expect to play him. Maybe not right away, but eventually and probably pretty quickly.
I have a thought on Ursery too. We'll save it for the other side. Also, more of what they had to say at the mandatory. Oh, that's our thing. Mandatory Texans at the State of the Texans event for these fans and season ticket holders. D'Amico talked about which offseason acquisition has impressed him the most so far in shorts and t-shirts, and then also Cal McNair.
Your alarm clock speaks again.
It's always fun to win.
It's always fun to win, Cal McNair. I mean, that's just true brilliance, isn't it? Like, where do you get that kind of wisdom? Like, we need to put that on a quote.
From the ventriloquist that stands next to him.
I mean, Cal's a smart cat, man.
Her name is Hannah.
How did he get so rich, Cal? I mean, he had to be pretty smart.
Daddy.
Just going to say, yeah, you can be bloodlines. Yep, you can genetics.
I love how
Won
Brian
the DNA
answered it
lottery.
with sincerity. Anyways, they leaked some Space City unis, and Cal had a thought about them. We'll get to all that next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, here's my offensive line thought. Not really a take, but more of a question. Why are we automatically assuming that Blake Fisher is higher on the depth chart than Ariante Ursary?
I don't know that. I think the main reason would be because he was drafted a year earlier. I think that would be the only reason. I think that if priority has any stay in terms of what it means to how you're ranked coming into camp, that's one thing. But it damn well should end right there. I think once the camp starts, that it should be an open competition.
Especially with a new coaching. And I know that Popovich, El Jefe's son, is still the offensive line coach. He wasn't, I mean, he was the assistant offensive line coach last year, but it's a different voice, and you have a new engineer of the offense. I mean, you have a completely different offensive coordinator. So I don't think that because he has tenure that he should be higher entering camp than Fisher. And like anytime that you see any sort of like depth chart about the Texans offensive line, whether it's our lads, whether it's fans, whether it's just anybody talking about it, every single time people have Blake Fisher ahead of Ursary. And look, they were both second-round draft picks. I know that Fisher's been in the league 1 year. I know he started a couple of games last year and didn't look awful. Like, it wasn't great, but didn't look awful doing it. But Ursary was also drafted higher. Like, yes, it was a second-round pick, but Ursary was drafted higher in the draft, which I don't even think that should carry any merit because every draft is different. One draft is deep. One draft might not be deep. But I don't think it's this lock that Blake Fisher is a starter over Ursary in year one.
No, and I think that one of the things we talked about throughout the draft process, and then Nick kind of backed up, aside from Nick taking Fisher, the fact is that you damn well better be talking to, especially with what D'Amico just said in that clip too, you better be talking to your two new coaches. One, extremely important with the offensive coordinator, with the offense and the scheme and everything the way he wants to run it. And the other one being the guy that observed the guy that didn't do it right, that's now in charge, and getting their feel on what kind of offensive lineman they're looking for, the guys they like and don't like, the fact that they seemingly had Ursary rated pretty highly, and then basically have that be an indication too that, hey, we got a guy in this draft that we like. Let's see if the guy that Nick drafted previous to at least one of us being here is also going to be a guy we can work with and he can play the system that we're going to play.
And yes, Fisher had 5 starts last year, but he had 5 starts on a bad offensive line because of injury.
I was going to say it's because of necessity.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Like, just to piggyback off what you said, Fisher was the 59th pick. Ursary was the 48th pick. And one more thing, they traded up for Ursary. They traded up for him. Like, they didn't trade up for Fisher. Like, does that carry a whole lot of weight? No, not really. But that's why I think they're starting on a level playing field. And if you look at any mock prediction, this is what the Texans offensive line is going to be. Every single one has Blake Fisher permanent markered into right tackle. They have Ursary listed as a backup. I think there's going to be a legitimate camp battle for one of those guys to start at right tackle.
I think you're probably right. And I think you're right. It's a mistake to assume that just because of hierarchy with the year you were drafted and how many years of experience you have, that he would be the guy that immediately gets the job. I mean, stranger things have happened. We get done talking about it from a baseball perspective with Cam Smith. But look, if a rookie comes in and he impresses and he's showing that he grasps everything with the scheme and he's doing his damn job in training camp, if he earns the spot, then let's just go with the best guy qualified. Because like you said, last year, they weren't great. So no matter what they're doing, it wouldn't take a lot for them to be better than a year ago. And if that dings Fisher, the system dings Fisher, whatever the case may be, I just want the best 5 guys out there to start the season.
Yeah, just a thought, just something to monitor. Here was D'Amico talking about which offseason acquisition has impressed him the most so far.
Yeah, one player me and Nick was just talking about backstage that has impressed me the most is Justin Watson, like receiver we picked up from Kansas City. Like, to me, at this point in the off season, you get to see like how do guys truly work. You see a guy like Watson, he's in the building, like one of the first ones in the building, doing extra work. He's staying later, doing extra work. You just see the work ethic. You see how he's picking up on the offense. You see how he's communicating, and that's a guy that's really stood out to me.
I mean, is that either a warning signal to Berrios, or is that basically
That's just absolutely nothing because it's
Jeez,
May.
Brian acting like Joe. Man,
again?
Brian. Goodness,
mean-
you see Joe's on top billing and he jumps the line.
Joe paved the way. I'm just walking
My
through the door.
Goodness, he paved. Joe walks so producers can run.
Does this tell you though that from a Braxton Berrios standpoint, hey,
Not just that. I'll
just a
go
heads
one up
up.
on you. I'll go two up on you. I think it's a heads up to. I mean, I don't really think they care about Braxton Berrios a whole lot. There's a lot of middle-aged women who care about Braxton Berrios' significant other. I don't think the Texans are that interested in Braxton Berrios. I think he's more of a cam body, special teams if guys get hurt. I think it's a warning sign to John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson.
Oh, that too. I mean, when we were talking about our depth chart and like who would make the squad and how many receivers they would carry, I think that this is a pretty clear indication that regardless of where we might have had him before we heard that, I hear that and I go, oh, they like him a lot. That means, yeah, I mean, he's played with Mahomes. I think he's proven he can play in the league. He's got good speed, that he probably is going to be in the mix to be one of your top 4 or 5 receivers.
Like if we're putting significance in what D'Amico said there, which again, like they haven't even had OTAs yet. Like he just sees him in the building working out and he's like, oh yeah, that Justin Watson looks great. Like
So
has Justin
meaningless.
Watson even been on the football field? I don't think he's been on the football
No,
field.
because all they've done is rookie practices, right?
Yeah, they've
But,
had rookie
you know,
minicamp.
But I think to the point I made, and also with the guys you threw in there, between Hutch, Mechie, and even a guy like Berrios and anybody else, hey, FYI, if I'm calling out this guy, that means you guys better wake up and realize that this is, that what I expect, and this is how you got some work to do.
No, I think so too. I mean, you're keeping 6 receivers probably. Last year they kept 7, but one was a special teams guy in what was his name? Sims.
Yeah,
That was
Charles
his name, right?
Sims.
Sims.
Yeah, Charles Sims.
So you're looking at Nico, you're looking at Kirk. Obviously, you're keeping the two rookies with Noel and Higgins. So there's 2 jobs to be won after them. Tank's not going to be on the roster; he'll be on the IL. So you're looking at 2 positions for John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, Justin Watson, Braxton Berrios. And like I don't include Jared Wayne. I know Jared Wayne got a cup of coffee last year, but he'll be a practice squad guy. So you have 4 guys for 2 spots.
And one of them we had talked previously that one of them might be a kick returner, but that's out now because they drafted a kick returner.
Likely, yeah. I think that Noel will be I mean, that's part of the intrigue in Braxton Berrios is that he was at one point a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro return guy.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they just keep Berrios there. They don't want a rookie returning kicks. Like that will be a battle, and like that would be one of the, things on Berrios' resume if what would give him a leg up over the other guys. But Watson's a good special teams guy, just not a good returner.
Mm-hmm.
Like he plays other special team units, whereas I think Hutchinson played a little special teams. Mechie not so much.
No, I think that we've seen this in the past that might be able to save a guy's job if that's truly what he's going to be needed to do. But if you got guys that can, that they're versatile enough and you believe in them, then you don't have to go and waste a roster spot. I think Berrios is out. I think that Mechie's out, honestly. And I think that it's going to come down to it'll be Hutchinson and Watson, I think, along with the guys you mentioned.
Twitchers are complaining we're talking about the Texans. Email management, dude. DM Joe George.
Just you, Joe.
You guys are good at that. Do it again.
Yeah, go email our bosses and say this is not what we want. Texter, that was obviously the coach trying to motivate players. Okay, that's fine. Like it's him using it to motivate players.
So Van Gundy.
Cool. But it also is it does tell us something. Like if that text is true, and I'm not dismissing it, that was the coach trying to motivate players. Okay, well, who's he trying to motivate?
Right.
He's trying to motivate the receiving room, young receivers. It might not be Hutch. Maybe it's just Mechie. Maybe it's Mechie, not Hutch. Maybe it's Johnny Johnson III. But if he's signaling out one receiver, it's probably directed to some in the receiver room.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were all throwing out, names, but at the end of the day, it basically is a message sent to everyone in the room to be on your P's and Q's, and you might want to step it up a little bit because one guy's standing out, which means you got to get to that level to be considered to be a guy that they want to, have on their roster. At the end of the day, it's not the end all be all, but this is a classic coach move. I called it the Van Gundy because Van Gundy used the media as a tool all the time to try to motivate his players and get things out of his players. And I think this is a perfect example of that.
Texture says, I love all the talk. Okay, well, you don't email management. You just text into the show. Let's listen to one more from the little event yesterday, the secret State of the Texans event that Aaron Wilson posted on his YouTube. All these quotes coming from Aaron Wilson. Thank you, Aaron, for that. Hannah unveiled, or not unveiled, but she leaked that the Texans. Actually, I think I saw this before last night. But the Texans apparently are going to get Space City uniforms, not this season, but next season, which will be cool to see, I guess. And then Cal McNair in the middle of it, going full Cal McNair, which is a dangerous thing to do.
Starting it this year, and we get to do ours in 2026 against a division rival. We're currently working on those uniforms, so it should be fun, all H-Town pride. We're looking forward to that.
They look really good too, so we're excited.
They're not totally
Obviously,
finished yet.
Oh, sorry.
Still working.
They're not going to.
Oops, I did it again.
But he didn't even really say anything that bad.
No, but he was going to. I think that's the key. I think
did she have to jump in there?
No,
I think she did it because of past precedent.
Sure,
that when she doesn't, he
fair.
has diarrhea of the mouth and ultimately says something he shouldn't.
Like she put the plug in it immediately. Like she felt like something was coming, so she had to shut him up right away.
Yep.
All he said was that they look really good, and then she jumped his butt.
She broke the glass in the case of emergency. She's itchy now because he's done it so many times that she was worried he was going to start spilling the beans.
Yeah, like I don't think she had to jump in there, but to Joel's point, she probably has PTSD from all the time she did have to jump in, to where it was just instinct and muscle memory. As soon as Cal, they look really good. Like, oh no, Cal, don't say it yet. She just had to jump in.
Oh my goodness, they look real good. Yeah, don't say anything else.
They're going to go ketchup and mustard. They're going to go rocket.
I mean, I heard it's going to be an all H-Town vibe. I think they're going to be H-Town blue.
So they're going to wear them.
They're going to get away with it.
I mean, she said all H-Town vibe. Like, what else does that mean?
So
they talk about the H-Town blue all the time.
So yeah, right. So now that means that we're just going to get into the fact that it's a color variation as opposed to Oiler blue, Love You blue.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we won't know till we know, right? But
because I was kidding because of the fact that when the Rockets were at rock bottom, they were so desperate to sell jerseys that they went to the Love You blue. But now it would be ironic if they went to like all Houston and they got in like Astros orange and the Rockets ketchup and mustard.
No chance.
But there's no way because they're no. I was going to say to finish that is that they're because they're good now. They don't need all that. Whatever they do is going to sell like hotcakes anyway.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they look like. I think they're going to have some. I mean, I don't know. Like, will Amy Adams allow them to have a primarily H-Town blue uniform?
I think she's going to fight it tooth and nail. It's just at a certain point, when does the league step in and go, look, on that whole color chart, the way they use it in graphic arts and everything like that, as long as the number associated with the color isn't the same as Love You blue, they should be able to do it.
I mean, it's going to be one time a year. Like, not even. I think it's once, maybe ever. Like, I don't. Well, it can't be just a one-off, right? But how many times will they use this thing? Like 2 or 3 times. Period?
I think the league's going to take a page out of what Major League Baseball is doing and what the NBA does, and they realize the more variations of uniform you have, the more money you're going to make because the more you're going to sell.
NFL get a cut of that though?
They do, absolutely.
Do they?
Jersey sales, for sure they do.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then they divvy it up between the league and all the teams. But at the same time, when they see an opportunity for all the teams in the league to add another jersey that's going to sell a boatload of jerseys with their fan bases, of course they're going to do it.
She sounded like a Biden handler shutting him down. LOL, laughing emoji. We're not going to do politics. This is sports. We're the candy shop of radio. 713-780-3776. No politics. We're not going to bang on Biden. Plus, he got bad news recently.
Yes, he did.
Wish him well. Way to go, Cal / Tommy Boy McNair. We all know Hannah runs the team. I do feel like Hannah cut off his a little bit here.
I've been feeling that.
I
I felt that for a long
I
time.
think it was already cut off.
The new sheriff got to town a while back. She's been basically the ventriloquist for Cal as much as she can be.
She's had that in her
What's
purse
up?
for more than a few years by now.
I feel bad for my guy Cal, man. Like my guy Cal's.
Oh, he's living large.
He's whoopot.
He's a
He's
billionaire.
whoopot.
He's playing video games. He's
No.
got an attractive wife. He's doing fine.
No, he's whoopot by Hannah.
Who cares?
Whoopot. Name the show. Whoopah.
Is that from Curb?
No, unfortunately not. That's a pretty good guess with anything that I quote. I don't quote many things. Curb's one of them. Hannah's the fastest draw in the West, Eric the driver. That's true, man. She had it ready to go. She pulled it fast. She shut him up so quickly. I feel bad for my guy, man. Like, we never want to see our friends get whooped by the significant other, and Cal's whooped.
No
Hate
doubt.
it. I hate it for my guy.
But you know what? She's done wonders for the reputation of the organization by doing what she's done.
I don't know, man. I think she got a little lucky.
Well, maybe that's part of it, but at the same time, she gets a ton of the credit. But they have nationally and otherwise, even locally, there is a totally different vibe when talking about ownership than there was just a short time ago.
How'd she get lucky?
Because the
team
Texans
have
got
found
good.
success. You got the right coach. You got the right quarterback.
Oh, I thought you meant like hooking up with Cal. Okay.
Oh, that was pretty lucky too. But
Yeah,
she might have went
I think that was calculated. She knew she
calculated, huh?
I wasn't even trying, but
No, I've heard the story of how they met.
I want to hear it.
Yeah, they met. She was working somewhere, and Cal was like friends with her boss or whatever. And Cal's like, "Huh, she's kind of cute, you know." And then I think the boss set them up. I don't think it was like Jordan Hudson stuff. Actually, in fact, I know that it wasn't. Cal got a little game. Cal got a little game.
Okay,
that's what it was. What I was told.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay.
No, I've heard some things too, but okay, I've never
You
heard
think
that
she
story.
hunted him out,
and
Jordan Hudsoned him?
I'm going to refrain from commenting any further.
You got all eager
she
whenever
has a
I
twin
said I
sister
had a
too,
story.
by the way. I think they're twins, right?
Yeah, I've seen her.
Yeah.
They don't look alike though.
Kinda.
I don't think they're that close. I don't think so. 713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, you're in the high. Pena, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, so I just want to get into this conversation. Well, I have a question for y'all. So do you think Cal realizes he's getting Wapad, or does he say anything once they get back in the backstage or go back home? Like, hey,
I don't know.
You need to chill out with this, man. Or you think he has a sack on him or something, or he just likes it? Thank you. Have a great day.
I think that she has to explain a lot of things to him anyway. And he's like Brian kind of said, I mean, he's living life at the very highest levels. I mean, he's got a hot wife. He's got a franchise that's kicking butt and taking names in so many ways. He's turned the 180 on what was a bad reputation for everything and everybody. And he's flipping burgers and having fun doing videos. So I don't think he cares. You okay?
I don't see how this is a struggle.
Well, it's a struggle because I'm tight with Cal. I'm tight with Cal, and I hate to see him be Wapad like this.
I don't think he cares.
I don't like to see my friend go down this way, where he's being publicly.
Oh, you're friends now.
What's it called? Like he's being publicly.
Oh, yeah. There's a term for that.
Yeah, and I don't like that.
Emasculated.
Yeah, I don't like my boys being emasculated.
I don't think there's any chance, though, to Pena's question that, when the cameras are off, that he's mad at Hannah over this.
I don't either. I don't think he's smart enough to realize.
Exactly.
I think he's too big a buffoon to realize he's being emasculated.
Wasn't he emasculated when the story started coming out about having an office with no furniture and video games? He was basically just being treated like a little child instead of.
That's not emasculated.
That's not emasculated, though. It's in the same ballpark, but it's not emasculated.
No, because I don't even think it's in the same ballpark. Because it's not. Well, not a
it's
woman
being treated as less than. It's just
he's just treated like a child. Like
Tommy boy.
There's no respect. Exactly,
yeah,
but worse.
But that's not emasculated.
I know. I said it's in the same.
I'm talking to Joel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But Jeremy, it's worse than
I don't
that
think it's
because you're talking about. I mean, you're literally talking about a guy that has no respect and no authority amongst the people within the building because of the fact that they know by title alone and inheritance, he's running the ship, but no one's turning to him for answers if he's sitting in his office playing video games and hoping the backup quarterback wants to come join him sometime on the beanbag chair to play a little Mortal Kombat or whatever.
That's living his best life.
I'm waiting to hear the downside here,
That's
Joel.
living his best life. He doesn't work.
There's no respect.
He hangs out all day. He doesn't Yeah, there is no respect. You're 100% right about that. But look at his day. He sleeps in. He rolls in whenever he wants. He plays video game at the office. He has a beanbag for a chair. He has zero responsibility. That's how I want to retire.
But I'm not saying from his perspective that ain't great. But at a certain point when you had the Colin Cowards and the Sean Paytons and everybody else starting to point all this stuff out, it became like a steamroll effect on the organization to say their ownership is clueless. This organization is being run amok. They have no direction. They have no idea what they're doing. And now suddenly, thanks to Hannah and maybe an inside or outside source of resources they brought in to kind of fix the situation, along with the fact that they got the right coach and quarterback and turned things around, that now he's in a great spot to where there really are no cares or worries in the world, where he probably just is even more content to just shut up and flip burgers.
You're right. Like they were people were calling him the laughing stock of the NFL.
Yep.
We had people on the show that weren't going to watch Texans
Called the
games
worst
anymore
ownership
until
in
Cal.
sports.
Yeah, I mean, we had people calling into the show saying they weren't going to go to Texans games anymore until Cal sold the team. Like that wasn't that long ago. That was a few years ago. I mean, we were doing radio together when people were calling in and texting, I'm not going to do anything Texans until Cal sell. They were demanding him to sell the team. So they were like, they had very bad PR going their way, no doubt. And Hannah, and also, I mean, the Texans got good, so it's going to flip things around there. If there wasn't Hannah in the organization, would the Texans not be good today? I tend to doubt that. Like Caserio was here. They just hired D'Amico. I still think the Texans would have success if Hannah wasn't around. Call me crazy, but I don't think that Hannah turned the tide of the organization.
No, C.J. Stroud did.
Did she give Cal McNair a facelift? 100%. Did she give Cal a little bit more respect around the league? 100% she did. But if Cal was a single man and not married to Hannah, do they not find the success? I don't believe that.
No, I think here's the difference. You can have a successful football team, but have a poor reputation from an ownership perspective and or from an organizational perspective. I think it was the perfect storm. I think the fact from a football standpoint, with coach, quarterback in tow, a general manager that hit all the right buttons for the most part, and the team actually on the field performing well, that a lot of those problems and woes were solved. You're right. But I think that overall, the fact is, you can look at Cincinnati, you can look at organizations in which they go, they're cheap, they don't know what they're doing, they don't even put the right facilities together, and all the rankings we see now that come out too, that suddenly it was still the fingers were going to be pointed at a buffoon of an ownership, an owner, and everything that they're doing. And then whether it was just Hannah, and like I said, whether it was an outside consulting firm or it was people they hired within, they were able to kind of transform all the other stuff that went with winning on the football field.
Hannah will let you know if you and Cal can be friends. I know, that's why I'm mad.
That's not inaccurate.
I miss my friend. I miss my friend Cal. Jasper, do you think Hannah makes Cal tuck the blankets? I know one wife who makes her husband do that, Jasper. Does Cal need to go back to school to prove to y'all he's smart? Would be a good move, Keith. It's like Billy Madison. Go back to school. Prove to us that you're smart.
S2E? Can we give him our own version of an S2E?
How would that go?
Oh, boy.
Cognitive awareness would not be great. Brandon T, fans of the Rockets game were yelling at him to sell the team not long ago. Oh, it was 100% going on.
That's right.
We saw it every day. Texans went above and beyond to scrub the pick of Hannah McNair, passed out drunk at the Bears game years ago. I remember
she didn't
her
pass
being
out drunk. She fell asleep.
And that was a Colts game, if memory serves.
No, there was a Bears game. There was a Bears game when they had pictures from the suite they were in, and she was basically looked like she was taking a nap. It was at Soldier Field. Hello? Did we lose Jeremy? Brian? I don't hear Jeremy at all.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I will try to reconnect with Jeremy here.
All right, let's go to a break real quick. We'll try to get Jeremy back on the air as soon as possible and get the second half of the show. Right before you know it, we'll be back with more. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
WJ said Hannah had Branham's mic cut off.
I love
Hashtag
that.
fake friends. Might be right.
It's well played.
That was weird. Somebody didn't pay the energy bill for 5 seconds. Just flicked off. Might have been Hannah. Hannah got Landry fired.
These hotels you're staying at.
Beat me to the joke.
I don't know that to be true for what it's worth. But that is rumor that exists. What is it? Landry got fired.
I have heard it as well.
How much? I mean, do you think it's true? 713-780-3776.
I think the odds are greater than.
Are we peeling back the curtain too far?
Zero?
I mean,
No,
I
it's
can
not
go
even
from
our station.
Listen, I can go from personal experience to say, is it unheard of? Absolutely not. Have I dealt with it? Absolutely. When you get people in power positions, whether it be the owner or the people directly located under the owner, and they get guys on their list or people on their list that they do not like and appreciate, that's the kind of thing that they do, and it is not uncommon.
I'm going to go no. I'm going to say no. And again, I'm not privy to any information. I do not know. My guess is no. I don't think that it happened that way.
I would say that at the end of the day, because they don't want that stain on their reputation, they probably just were very adamant in how they felt and then said, we'll leave it up to you in terms of how you want to handle it. But there was probably also kind of a sidebar that said, by the way, regardless of what you decide to do, we probably don't want said individual working on our game stuff.
I mean, they still credential them. They credential them
Right,
too.
but that's different. You can credential him. But like, again, from personal experience, have your guy do his talk show, have your people do what they got to do. And we're not going to take away their, although they tried, they're not going to take away any credentials. But at the same time,
they took away Ennis's.
No, they did not. We never took away. Oh, the Texans did. Yes.
Yeah. Texans
did. The Tad Brown wanted to, and I wouldn't. Me and our PR guy would not let it happen because of the whole, obviously James Dolan situation in the Knicks. You can't do it. It's a horrible look.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's people that they think they can do whatever they want and they get the power. That's the thing that they want to do. If someone doesn't do exactly what they're not puppets.
Like what Brian said though, that he didn't work on their game stuff.
But because, well, okay, I don't know
Yeah,
how
it's
they
always
did
Sean
their
and
pre-pre's and
Cerner
post-posts.
and Seth.
And yeah, I mean, for the most part, even as it translates to, you can't, they're going to basically say, we don't want them talking about our team and we're the flagship. But at the same time, you can't tell them how to do their shows. And if
I'm pretty confident she didn't have them fired.
I think she could have, obviously, but like wherever I heard, it seems like they went. Cal and Hannah went on their show specifically in the loop quite a bit from the appearances I heard, and they seemed pretty chummy. So it would be, I think it'd be out of character from what we heard publicly, but easily she could have been miffed about a comment behind the scenes, and rather she said do it or else.
I mean, they're not going to come across as being crotchety, pissed off owners that don't like someone. They're going to fake it until they're off the air, but they're not going to come across on the air looking like, stuck up owners that don't like people.
I just never heard a comment that I thought would have pissed her off.
Same.
But yeah, I mean, that's more what I meant.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like
Yeah,
he like Landry, to his credit, I know he rubbed some people the wrong way, but I never heard him go out of his way to annoy the owners while they were on with them.
I thought he was fair. Like he might have been critical, but I always thought he was fair. Texter, Hannah cut Branham off quickly. Another texter, if Hannah could pick one person from 97.5 to be fired, who would she pick? Probably me. I give Cal a lot of grief.
I don't know if it would be.
I think we probably make fun of Cal more than anybody in Houston.
I don't know what you're talking
I think, you know what? That part, I think you're right. I think we do make fun of Cal more than most shows.
And I think that they're probably a little sensitive to that. Would be my guess. I think she would pick me. I think Hannah would pick me. Plus, she knows that Cal and I are boys, and I'm not too fond of Hannah. So if she could off me, she's a little tighter bond with her hubby. Cal's always trying to sneak away from Hannah and hang out with me. Poker night, smoke some cigars, drink some whiskey,
He's
go
always
to the
telling
golf
her
course.
bros before hoes. She got tired of it.
Yeah, she doesn't like me a whole lot because I take Cal away from her. So the answer is me.
You don't think that in her position it's okay every time Cal says, honey, I think I'm going to go out with Jeremy tonight. We're going to drink some beer.
He calls me J-Bone.
Okay, well, I'm not going to do that. Go ahead.
I think Hannah would encourage Cal to have more
Totally
guys'
agree.
nights. Like,
Go
yeah,
out.
you want to get out of the house?
Make sure that no one.
Go
Make sure
ahead.
there's no
I don't
paparazzi
think
or
so.
people trying to get video and audio clips.
I really don't. Like, how often do you see Cal without Hannah?
Publicly, you sure, but we're not. That's not what we're talking about.
I
She's
mean,
with him publicly because she wants to be presented as one of the owners
Yeah,
of the
because
team.
she's pass blocking. Because she's making
And she's
sure
pass blocking,
she keeps
yes.
the media as far away from him, at arm's length, so that she can control the narrative.
Cal McNair goes to a lot of Rocket games. Sits on the baseline.
Yep.
How many times have you seen him there without Hannah?
Again, that's public though.
But he's not. He doesn't have a microphone in his face. She can't. She's not like that.
But
That's
she's part
a
of the
boys'
public
night.
image.
You
She's
go
part
to
of the
the.
public image.
Then where can he go? Then where can Cal go if she wants him to go hang out with the boys? Where then? If he can't go anywhere.
Different wing of the house. She's tired of watching Paw Patrol, and she wants to watch her own show. So she sends Cal out to the other wing of the house
He's
to
not
go
watching
be by herself.
Paw Patrol. He's watching South Park.
He can go to the ROCC.
He's not watching Paw
He'll
Patrol.
go right down the
Cal.
street to River Oaks Country Club and
It was
hang out
2
with
years
his
ago.
boys.
Well, why can he go to River Oaks, but he can't go to the Rockets game with his boys? Every time that Cal's at the golf course, Hannah's right there. Well, I mean, the Texan events. I don't know who he plays golf with, member events. He doesn't tell me.
I don't know if he plays.
Oh, you haven't
I
been
thought he
invited
did.
yet? I guess you
I
guys
thought he
aren't
did.
really
No,
boys.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know if he plays or not.
I thought he was a golfer. I don't know. Cebu on YouTube, how big was Hannah in the Easterby firing? See, that's the thing where it could have influenced the franchise. If Hannah was big in the Easterby firing and she was the only reason that Easterby was going to get fired, that was a major influence in the organization. But I personally don't
Shout
believe,
out to the fish.
I personally don't believe that if Hannah was not like involved at all, call me crazy, maybe it's because we're boys, Cal and I think Cal would have seen the light and got rid of Easterby, even if Hannah was not involved.
Nah, I think you're being too optimistic. there.
I know that Cal's not that loyal. Look at our relationship.
Yeah, I don't see that at all. I think
you would continue to be snowed in.
Yep.
You think that he would still be in the organization, Jack?
Absolutely.
Yep.
I don't think so.
I agree.
I don't think so. I think Casario would have talked him into getting rid of him. I believe that if D'Amico spurned him whenever he wanted D'Amico to be his head coach, I think he would have moved on from Easterby.
I don't think Casario pushed on Casario and Jack Boyce.
They were, but if Jack Easterby is this big influence of negativity in the organization, I don't think Casario is going to be so loyal to keep him around. I think Casario is pretty cutthroat.
I think he can be, but I think within reason. I think he also knows where his bread is buttered. I think that he's not going to overstep the bounds of his owner.
Right, but he wouldn't be overstepping the bounds of his owner here. He would just be trying to push out Easterby.
Well, if the owner wants Jack there, though, that would be pushing against him.
Plus, the caveat is
Cal is that dumb.
He doesn't get the job without Easterby. So maybe there's still that loyalty to the guy that got him the job.
That's not true. The Texans pursued Casario before Easterby was in the organization. They didn't get him, but they
remember they got
pursued
the
him.
tampering thing with New England?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was
But then Easterby's
pre-Brian
the one
Gaines,
that
I
got
think.
credit for getting the plane and getting Cal. And
That was
going
the
there.
second. That was the second
Right,
courting of
right.
Casario. Yeah, but they wanted Casario before Easterby was ever in the organization.
But at the same time, you don't think that Nick, regardless of how many times they came after him, Nick realizes that he's heard the story too, and he was there in the meetings. He knows Jack was a major factor in getting that deal done and going to get him again. That
sure
he might owe him something.
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, I don't know Casario all that well. I think Casario, from being in New England, being with Belichick, wanting to win and being super competitive and not eating any carbs, I think that Casario could cut things if he wanted to cut things. I don't think he has any issue doing that. The other thing too is I do think that Easterby was neutered at that point. Like once Casario came in, I think Easterby was stripped of most power anyways.
I think through the first year or so when they had to have that feeling out process to see what kind of guy Nick was going to be, that maybe not, but then I think at a certain point it was basically it's his show.
Cal watching SpongeBob before Boss Hannah tells him to shower before bedtime. Go brush your teeth, sweetie.
You think he's matured to SpongeBob?
Oh, he might be Peppa Pig at this point.
He and my 3-year-old have something in common.
Maybe so.
Cal outkicked his coverage with Hannah, power of the almighty dollar. You're not going to talk about my friend that way. Hannah outkicked her coverage. Cal is a catch, and Hannah knows it. That's why she's with him. King of Twitch wants to know, Brian, why is your video window the same size as Blankers and I?
I have no control over that.
You guys are getting the long game played against you. He's moving in. He also wants you to be blocked.
Blocked from what?
What?
BMAC trying to hostile takeover.
Because of the window size?
It's a subtle take.
I think this. I think that. I think the talking. Let's see. He said I'm arguing with adult. Are you adult, Brian?
Last time I checked.
No, I don't think you're adult. All right, cash him or trash him. What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? 713-780-3776. Cash him or trash him with the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Cash, you should be going to Two Creeks Crossing Resort sometime soon. This summer. Hey, look, there's still time in May, right? We're going to be going here to Two Creeks Crossing very, very soon. Cannot wait. It's going to be a great time. Going to get out there, hike their 92-acre property. I'm going to kayak a little bit as well. Probably dust off the old pickleball racket and take some people to school on their pickleball courts. Or I'm just going to hang out by the pool with a drink. I'm going to do all of that, actually. Check that box, this box, that box. And what I love about it is I can be there in an hour and a half. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hop in the car, load it up. You're there in an hour and a half. You're not wasting all your Jordan PTO days jumping on a plane. You're not wasting your Jordan PTO days jumping in the car and traveling for 6 hours. Plus, you have kids. You have a family. You don't want to do all that. You don't want to go to an airport with a family. You don't want to be in the car for 6 hours with a family. 90 minutes and you're there. And then you can enjoy the tree houses, the cabins. You have an RV, pull up that bad boy. A great spot for glamping. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay right now at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, twocreekscrossingresort.com. From open green spaces to wildlife you don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees. And if you're a fisherman or woman, best fishing in Texas. You cannot beat that. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, they always do some different stuff on the weekends too, always looking to take care of their visitors with upper echelon stuff. Also right now, Sunday through Thursday night stays, 20% off. You can save 20% off on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. Now, it's a minimum of 2 nights, but a max of 5 nights. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Cash 'em or trash 'em with the bees. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing with the bees? Blankers, what do you got?
I thought B-Mac was going to jump in. I got by All-Star break, the Astros will not only be in first place, but they will be in first place with at least a 5-game lead.
5?
Yep.
By the All-Star break?
Yep.
5.
Yep.
Well, how much do they currently trail?
Like a game and a half, 2 maybe.
Do you want to bet?
No, Jeremy. What's my odds? I want to know my odds, and I want to. No, I don't want to bet.
I think the one to bet is a sore,
I'll give you plus 150.
No, just answer the cash or trash.
When is the All-Star break? July 20th. They always get later.
Late.
And later.
Yeah, you get almost 2 months.
Let's see here. When is the All-Star game? All-Star game is July 15th.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at a little under 2 months. So what is that? Probably about 50 games?
Getting healthy.
Should be more than that, right?
I mean, 2 months?
Yeah, they're not going to have 10 off days. Well, I guess that'd be 5 off days a month. Do they have that many?
50-ish. Let's just go 50-ish.
All
So
right.
5-game lead. They're currently 2.5. Yeah, I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
I hope you're right. That'd be awesome. I think they could be in first place. Mariners enough pitching though. Like Mariners aren't going to go in this long skid because they're pitching so
offense.
good. Five's a big number. I mean, the Astros offense gives you a lot of reason for belief.
Well, I gave you the twofold. I said they're going to be in first place, and then I also because it's a cash or trash, it's got to be a little bit more. So I went to the 5 games. But if this offense is starting to come around more and more, and at a certain point you're going to get healthier with the pitching staff, and your bullpen's been as good as it is, I don't believe in the Mariners' offense sustaining what they've been able to do, no matter how good their pitching's been. I think they're going to be in a good spot.
5 just so much. You know, there's currently not a 5-game division lead in all of baseball.
Don't call me a homer, but I'm going with the.
Not even with the Dodgers, huh?
No, they're only a half game up on the Padres.
Oh yeah, the Padres start off really hot. That's right.
They're only 1 game up on San Fran. They're only 3 up on Arizona.
And 75 games up on Colorado.
20.5, get it right.
Padres are that close, and the Padres got swept by the Mariners this last weekend.
During rivalry weekend.
That's just a 7.5 game jump in 55 games. I just think that's too much. So I'll trash it. Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to lean trash. I mean, I think it's mathematically possible with that time frame. I just think the Astros are kind of meh. I don't think they're going to get to a point where they're up 5 games by the All-Star break.
Call me crazy, but
I'll give you plus 170 odds.
Just move on.
Plus 170?
Move on.
I mean, that's pretty good
move
value.
On.
He doesn't want to bet you.
No. Plus 175?
You're nickel and diming.
Blankers, you're a good negotiator. Plus 180. Victor Caratini is a top 30 catcher in all of the world.
Ooh.
All of the world. Victor Caratini, you take every person that exists on planet Earth, and Victor Caratini is a top 30 catcher of every human being on planet Earth.
I'm going to cash that.
Yeah.
I think I mean, no matter what you knew or didn't know you were getting when the Astros acquired him, the fact that you thought basically he was going to just be your backup catcher, and now he has played such a big role for the last season and almost a half by now, of being a left-handed bat in this lineup, a designated hitter, every now and then first baseman, but definitely still from his catching perspective and guys like throwing to him. Yeah, I'm going to cash that.
Yeah, I'll cash it as well. I think he's better than some of the other starters on other teams currently. I mean, how high would he be? I don't know, maybe 22-ish. I'd have to look at all the catchers, but I definitely think he's top 30.
I think he starts for the Rays. I think you start naming tape.
Hey,
I think he starts.
Don't sleep on Danny Jansen.
Oh,
homered yesterday.
Okay.
Danny Jansen's not bad.
In that Mickey Mouse ballpark, of course he homered.
I think he starts for obviously the Rockies, the White Sox are trying to. They got Corey Lee and a couple guys, and they're trying to get younger. But I definitely think as long as we're starting to name major league teams that he's starting for, that he's definitely in there.
I might be overrating Danny a little bit.
What'd you find in the numbers?
I mean, he's not bad. 98 OPS plus. He's just not having a good year under the Mendoza line this season. But I mean, 98 OPS plus in his career. That's pretty solid for a catcher. But he is having a bad season, Danny Jansen. Do we have to give Dana Brown some love for signing Victor Caratini to a very, very good deal. I mean,
Sure.
2 years, $12 million, which at the time it seemed like a lot because you're paying $6 million a year for a backup, but one of the better backups in all, probably the best backup in all of baseball. Top 30 catcher, making $6 million a year. I think that's an underrated thing that Dana Brown did that we don't ever bring up.
Completely agree. Dana Brown, he signed him. It's on his watch. He absolutely should get some credit for that.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, Brian, what you got?
You said Danny Jansen has a 98 OPS plus
career.
Well, someone who has currently lower than that for this actual current season that I think is going to rebound. And I'm interested to see if you guys will jump on board this. I think Joel's more likely to than you, Jeremy. But I think Jose Altuve, by year's end, is going to prove this to be a May swoon, and he gets to a 750 OPS before the end of the season. I was interested to see if he had any sort of slow start, like history, kind of like the Alex Bregman. Well, you throw out April, he's always going to suck in April. And May's actually his worst month. Like you look at home runs, his fewest home runs, average is his worst average month by month. All the OPS / line, it's his second worst behind August of his career. Like it's consistently every single year, May is his worst month of the year. I think he rebounds and by the end of the year gets to a 750 OPS.
I'm going to cash that. I still believe, Brian, I'm super positive today. I believe the Astros are going to be in first place by 5 games by the All-Star break. And
if they're going to get there, they need Altuve.
Jose Altuve's turning this bad boy around.
I don't want to offend, and I mean this with all sincerity.
I feel like he's going to offend.
No, and I'll open it up to either one of you guys. I will give plus 135 that he will not get up to 750 OPS.
It's talking to you, Brian. Get in there. It's your cash or trash.
I'd rather bet a drink, but
because you put that on the company tab.
That's fine.
No, I wouldn't put it on the company tab.
I'll give you a beer and a half to a beer that he doesn't get up to 750.
Deal.
So I'm giving you plus 150 odds.
Deal.
Okay.
Bet
deal,
made.
Not deal. Write that in the doc.
Okay, wait
I'll
a minute.
write in the doc.
Now you're saying his season total, not the rest of the year.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
By the end of the year, when we look back at the end of the season baseball reference, his OPS will be 750 plus.
I don't think there's a chance. I think I stole a bet on you.
It's one drink.
It's at 627 now. It's
Yep.
past a quarter of the way through the year. And while Jose Altuve did have a bad, it's gonna be May last year. After let's just go last 3 months last season. July 746 OPS, August 732 OPS, September, October 782 OPS. So if you just take the second half of last season for Jose Altuve, it's a 750 OPS. So I think he's a 750, probably under 750 OPS player now, and he's dug himself this big a hole after a quarter of the way of the year. It's too much to dig out of. He will not have a 750 OPS, Jose Altuve. So I'll get a beer, I think, at the end of the year.
Trash.
Write it down.
It's going in now.
A few from around the world, around the internets. A lot of talk in the PGA about the mud balls in the middle of the fairway.
Mm-hmm.
Cash or trash? Fairway should always be played preferred lies, even when the weather and the grounds are perfect.
Oh, trash it. No.
Trash it?
Yeah.
You don't care about
Trash.
fairness?
I think the fairness is if there is a situation, I don't care if it's a PJ or not. I mean, if there's signs that there's that much mud that it's affecting, you're penalizing a guy for being in the fairway, that's one thing. But other than that, the way the standard golf rules work is, if you end up in a divot, so be it. That's part of the game. It's the way they've always played the game. I believe that you should get preferred lies when it's Mother Nature that's creating the issue. I don't believe that you should be going further than that.
I think this is the most insulted I've ever been with anything you've said.
Okay, good. Then I feel like I've done my job today in your world.
Fair enough. If you pipe a drive 350 right down the middle of the fairway and you land in a divot, you don't think that you should get a preferred lie out of that?
I hate it when it happens, but I don't think that you should change a rule that's been in place for 100 years.
Oh man. I mean, we've hit
Part
our
of the
impasse.
game.
I don't want to yell at each other, so I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree here.
Okay.
Brian, what do you
That would be a first.
Brian doesn't know golf. I mean, we're just going to agree to disagree because this isn't going anywhere good.
No, I know Joel will be shocked to hear this because he thinks I'm never on his side.
You don't really care.
Okay, all right. I don't really care. You're right in that I don't really care because it's golf. But I would say, yeah, play where it lies. That's to me. That's what I always thought the rule was. I mean, you could take a drop for a 1-stroke penalty, but I wouldn't give any sort of special.
You want it unplayable because you're in the divot in the middle of the fairway?
I mean, what's different between that and wherever else it lands? You play the golf course
because the fairway should not be punitive.
I disagree. You play where it lies.
You disagree that the fairway should be punitive?
That's what he
said.
No,
I think you should play where it lies. Whatever comes with that.
Okay, so whenever you hit it in a green and there's a divot mark between the ball and the hole, you shouldn't be able to fix that?
Well, you can if you mark your ball.
Okay, why is it different in the fairway? It's a perfect shot.
Because you're not allowed to. I got to be careful how I phrase this. You're not allowed to make contact with your golf ball until it gets to the green. That's why.
Oh my, yeah. 713-780-ESPN.
I'd love to hear. I'm sure the Hive is passionate about this.
We're gonna get one.
They're gonna come in firing.
Yeah, it's gonna be from Granado.
They're coming in hot. Yeah, Granado's gonna send text and call.
I'm gonna tweet at Granado. I don't have his number. He never gave it to me. Ask him what he thinks about that. Cash or trash? The Bees will still be on ESPN 97.5 in 3 years. I don't know why you're hesitating.
I'll cash it.
Okay.
Wait, all three of us?
Well, I hope at least 2.
If it's all 3 of us, then I'm going to trash.
Where am I going?
Trash.
Oh.
I didn't say you.
No, I'm talking to Jeremy.
I'm just playing the odds that one of us will not be here.
What made
in 3
you think
years.
it was you? I like it when you're on the show.
Okay.
We have great conversation. Our conversation flows, and we have great chemistry, and we love each other, and we shower each other with gifts on our birthday.
Never bought a gift for a man.
Shh! Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Lots of chips to be had this month.
We'll get to that.
I understand for me and Jeremy. You just get the chips.
Key from LA, cash or trash. The Rams is the biggest threat to the Eagles of the NFC.
Shut the hell up, Key.
Well, who is the biggest threat then?
Commanders, maybe.
I would go even the NFC. If I went strictly NFC West, I wouldn't have the Rams as the biggest threat to the Eagles. I think the 49ers.
I think the 49ers are going to be back as well too.
You could say the Lions, obviously.
You would say the Lions.
Yeah, 49ers, Lions, Commanders. I mean, how far do you want to go, Key?
You know who I low-key like in the NFC? And you are going
Low-key.
to give me grief. Low-key from LA. You know who I low-key from LA like in the NFC this year?
The Green Bay Packers.
No, I don't like Jordan Love.
Me either.
I'm going to say this in duck. The Bears.
Oh God, again.
Well,
just you, Joe.
Don't give Joe. I mean, he already took your.
Look, they do a podcast together. They're getting closer by the minute. He's got to support his guy.
No, man. Ben Johnson with Caleb Williams, Swift in the backfield, Roshan
Caleb
Johnson.
Williams?
He's going to teach him how to watch film.
Yeah,
first,
year 2.
right?
Caleb. Let's not forget that Caleb Williams is generational talent. And he paints
Once he
his
learns
nose
how to
black.
watch
What
film.
great athletes don't paint their nose black these days?
Jalen Green.
That was the joke.
I know.
DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Colston Loveland, the next Rob Gronkowski. The offensive line's been rebuilt. Ben Johnson is the offensive guru of the generation. I kind of like the Bears.
That's a kid from Colorado they took in the second round.
I like the Bears.
The receiver.
Did they take? I don't think they took a receiver. Did they?
Yeah, they did. They
In
took,
the second round.
Oh, you're talking? No, not from Colorado. You're talking about the. Why am I blanking on his name?
second round pick.
Yeah, but he was from the SEC.
Was
he was yeah, he was from the SEC.
Yeah, the
not
only other
Colorado,
wide
I'm
receiver
sorry.
Colorado had
Luther
was Jimmy
Burton.
Horn.
Yeah,
Luther Burton.
Yeah,
Luther Burton.
Missouri.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, not
Luther
Colorado.
Burton. Yeah, so we trashed that key. Joe Espada doesn't make it to year 3 if the Astros miss the playoffs. Cash or trash?
Cash
So they
it.
missed the playoffs. He's fired.
Yep, gone. Bye. See ya.
I'll trash it. I think he's back next year.
Oh, but I thought it said in 3 years, didn't it?
No, it said he's not. He doesn't see year 3.
Oh, year 3 of
I
his
think
contract.
they could go like 82 and 80.
I think if they don't
miss
make the playoffs, I think there's a really good chance he's gone.
Blankers, this guy disagrees with you. They also used to let golfers stymie putts against competitors. Some rules need to change. Divot lie and fairway is trash.
Cool.
Here's one for you. If Happy Gilmore taught me anything, it's to play it where it lies. Corey, so that's side to you.
And Brian.
Then if you should play it where it lies, it doesn't matter if your foot is on a sprinkler head or any other ground issue. You should not be able to get your driver out and move the ball 15 feet from where it lies. You should play it where it lies. That's a good point because you get relief on some things. Cash it or trash it. Joe George is a great worker.
Great worker or co-worker?
Great worker.
Joe's fine. Cash that.
Yeah, he's upper management, so I'll cash it too. My foot wedge gets me out of a lot of trouble. Fairway Finder 1000. I like my Texas wedge. Brian will have his own show within 3 years. Cash it or trash it. It might
Trash
be.
it.
He already does.
The Twitch already thinks he has this show.
I was going to say that's true. They think that, but doesn't he already have
On Saturdays?
the bullpen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I don't throw my back out.
Will the Bears be able to block
the
for
back
Caleb Williams?
alters your broadcast schedule.
I couldn't get down the stairs, bro. It
What
was
are you,
bad.
Creighton?
The Bears
I
rebuilt
was
their
Saturday.
line.
Yeah. What'd you say, Jeremy? Or did you drop again?
I'm doing that teacher trick where when the classroom's talking and then you shut up and then everybody else gets silent.
Oh.
Teacher 101.
Am I allowed to talk?
Yeah, of course. The Bears will be able to block for Caleb Williams. They rebuilt their line.
Yeah, they
What
sure did.
What is going on? Normally, Joel's the negative Nancy. Now it's Jeremy. What did I do?
Because of cash or trash. The Tooney deal, man, if it works out, that's one the Texans could have had.
Copy that. All right, last one. Rack and Pete. I'll say cash on you guys hanging around for 3 years. I enjoy the broadcasts and don't even want to call those other shows in town.
All right.
We're big on the Rack and Pete community.
Let's go, Pete.
There we go. All right, let's get into this Lance drama. People are calling him thirsty. People are calling him phony. People are calling him embarrassing. Do we believe that with our very own Hall of Famer, Lance Zierlein? The Wall of Shame opining about a Hall of Famer. Next, B's, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So you guys heard this. Lance gave potato chips, I guess, to Mega. I didn't hear it. B-Mac heard it.
Power.
Oh, okay. Wrong Spanish station.
Racist.
It's weird that they both use English names for Spanish radio. Power and Mega. Like, those aren't Spanish words. Anyways, what did Lance do?
So apparently, and this was all brought up because Lance got mad at Dell on the show, and Dell decided to out him, I guess, in retaliation, and played it off as, well, he's just saying this because Lance is mad at me about my comment over what he did. And so Lance apparently, without being asked, went to the vending machine before 7 a.m. or right at 7 a.m. to buy 3 bags of chips for the ladies all over on Power, which he only does when it's only the women there, and was then weirded out when a male host was in the studio, as you'll hear in this clip.
He did something very pick-me-ish that if you were here for it, you would have
John,
shamed him
all I
completely.
did was bring potato chips down to Power 105 or whatever.
Oh, John, come on.
They eat potato chips down there for breakfast.
No, you didn't.
What's
No,
funny?
you didn't.
What's funny, Dell? What's funny,
No,
John?
You didn't.
That's not pick-me-ish. I brought potato chips. I'm showing off my new. I'm showing off my new
you know
abuelo
what it
beard.
is? You know what it is?
I'm showing off my new abuelo
For
beard.
people who don't know, down the hall, Lance didn't know that because he knew Ocheto was gone. He thought it was just a room full of women doing the show down there with Power. So he just happened to go to our vending machine.
Doesn't matter who it is.
And
They're
buy
getting potato
chips.
chips.
He bought chips. You didn't do that when Ocheto was down there.
Well, that's because Ocheto's such an alpha.
You're a little afraid. I get it. He wouldn't want you walking into his room
With his big boots and his big curly hair.
He would have
you don't
stepped
just-
on him.
Yeah, you don't walk in on Cheeto.
So Lance just goes to the vending machine and
Yeah.
buys 3 bags of chips.
I said, I'm going to be nice.
My God,
and
Lance.
walks it down there.
I saw Melissa. I haven't seen Melissa for 3 weeks.
You know
She
what
was
you
gone,
are?
I was
Dell,
gone.
you were right. You were right.
That's not. You're not right, Del.
You know what you are? You're a soft boy.
And I'm down. I'm down there, and I meet Valentina, the new girl.
Did you text her before? Did you say
No,
you
I
up?
don't have.
He
Well, one of us
her-
doesn't have her number.
He doesn't have her number.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
do, actually.
All right.
Yeah, you hear
he's
that, John?
But
You
I
hear
don't.
that pick-me stuff?
You know what I don't do is buy chips and just take them down the hall before 7 a.m.
They've got lunch meat. Like they're
Yeah.
making sandwiches down there.
They
Like,
didn't
you
need
don't
your
even
chips.
need these chips. I can't bring. Those are my friends. We talk all the time. I haven't
his
seen them
friends.
I haven't seen. Melissa is a true friend of the show.
That's true.
She's a true friend of the show.
It's very true.
I was bringing her chips. I brought 3 because I thought that there was other people on the show.
Uh-huh.
It turns out that one guy's there with the gray beard.
You were a little upset about that.
Nah, but I don't know what he's doing in there. He's got his own show.
You mean his job?
Yeah, he's got his own show.
What's that guy doing down there? You mean his
and
job?
then I told Dell, I was like,
Working?
guess who's back? Valentina's back.
I didn't know her name.
I don't.
Yeah, well, you know now because you were asking. Who's the
Well,
other
we're
one?
not trying to snuggle in there. So
No
that's
one
why-
is.
Okay.
No one is.
Don't ever talk to me again about anything woman related ever after you did that. Don't ever do
After
it.
I brought chips?
You didn't bring chips. You went to the vending machine,
Melissa,
bought them for the
I'm
specific
nice.
purpose.
I'm
Melissa,
nice.
you up? I got
almost,
chips for you.
How about this? I almost brought you some
yeah, you-
kolaches,
you
and I'm like,
almost.
nah.
Yeah, he almost did it, but
But
he
then
didn't do it.
but I thought about it. Was
Okay.
was actually like, man, that's pretty nice
All
of
right,
me
we're done with this.
to think
We're done
about
with
it.
this. Oh, it's embarrassing.
Why did he buy him chips?
Like, that's such a bad move, regardless. Like, whether he is trying to make the power play or the move or whatever, you went to the vending machine and got him 3 bags of chips.
Oh.
You have a sponsorship deal with that brings you breakfast food all the time and all kinds of goodies. That's what your move was?
Like, wait, so I'm struggling with this. What was the purpose of buying them chips? Just like Lance would say to be nice?
Lance claimed that he was just trying to be nice, but obviously the pushback from Dell and John is that he only does it when he believes it's only females in the power booth or the power booth, and then when he found out there was a male in there, he was weirded out by it.
But here's the other thing. Like, if you're trying to be nice to them, when do you make that decision? Because if it's before you drive to work, a box of donuts,
Right.
some kolaches.
Yeah,
like
stop on the way in.
Chips in the morning is the worst gift I've ever
7
heard.
a.m.
That's the worst gift I've ever heard.
And vending machine chips
Yeah.
too. I mean, at least get the super size or get them that they can share. But regardless, that is a spur of the moment, fast move made just by the seat
It's
of
a
your
move.
pants with no good things are coming out of that. No way.
That's a weird play, the potato chips.
I think you guys hit on something with the spur of the moment, because like you said, if this was planned out, he would have stopped by Shipley's, he would have stopped by Kolache Factory or something. But instead, he probably gets here. Oh,
Taquerias
the
Aranda's
male in the
Bakery.
room that is normally there is out. So then he goes to the vending machine to make the play and then gets surprised by someone else in the room.
This is really
It's
weird. to
thirsty.
me. I don't even know
It's a
what
little
it is.
weird.
But it's I don't know if it's that thirsty though, because if for there to be a high degree of thirst, you're not bringing in potato chips.
It's like, well, it's spur of the moment. It's desperation. He didn't have anything planned.
No, then you sit
Then
back
do
and you do it the
nothing.
next day.
Sure.
You do it tomorrow.
But the guy might be back, and he's only doing it when it's only, or at least when he believes there's only women in the room.
But if there's only women in the room, I think he gets killed even more.
Yeah, this is,
Well, yeah,
that was-
that's why John and Dale were killing him for it.
And he deserves every bit of it. But I'm thinking, like, what's the move here, period? Like, why would you do that? Like, even if you want to be
He's being
nice and
pick-me.
try and make the power move.
a box of donuts.
Yeah.
Well,
Kolaches.
again, he
Find out what they like.
He doesn't. But when he gets here on his way in, he doesn't know.
I understand. That's why
Okay.
you wait
Never
for
heard of,
tomorrow.
like, Uber Eats or anybody that could drop it
Yeah.
off for him.
Uber Eats is a good idea.
Spur of the moment.
Boom. Right. Spur of the moment or Uber Eats. It'll
Eats
get
is-
here.
That's
Yeah.
the play.
No, that would have been a better play.
This is bizarre, man. This is really weird.
Like there's I'm trying to think of the way I can like rationalize it if I'm telling the story to another person. Like I just randomly, without this person asking me to, decide to buy a room full of women chips.
I think you're thinking this through about as much as Lance did. I don't think you're thinking nearly enough about the right play here
Well, there
and how
is
you
no
can
play. You just
rationalize.
don't buy him chips. It's weird.
Yeah. Like bringing chips in might never be an option, but it's certainly not an option before noon.
Yeah.
You can never gift chips before noon.
Well, there wins the favor of any female. Here, babe. Here's some chips.
Yeah, he's currying flavor.
I had to cut it out for time because that was already like 2 minutes and 40 seconds. But in the clip, he also revealed that he's brought Sam ice cream up here before.
Okay, that could be a little different though, because maybe Sam said what kind of ice cream she liked. Lance saw it at the market.
But nonetheless, even ice cream is a better, nicer gift than
Yeah,
small bags of
for sure.
chips.
How do you think Hannah would feel if Cal was gifting women ice cream and chips?
Like he should get back to his grill and start flipping
I
burgers.
think she knows there's no threat.
I don't think she's in the least bit worried.
No,
either.
she ain't worried
At all.
There's no threat.
I think he's true. You forgot his wife would beat his tail if he was flirting. Is he not flirting?
He is flirting.
Yeah. What other reason would he be for doing this?
There's no other
not that he
reason.
has like expectations or anything, but there's no doubt he's flirting.
He said that he did it because they're friends, right?
Yes.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
I don't think
But
Lance
he
would
doesn't
call
have
me
their
a
number.
friend. Lance wouldn't call me a friend, but he would call Joel a friend. Joel, has Lance ever brought you chips?
No, he steals mine. He steals
There you
whatever
go.
I bring in.
Yeah, this he wouldn't give chips to a male friend.
100%.
This is 100% about it being female friends.
Who he doesn't
100%.
have the numbers
And the
of.
last thing you're doing to like impress a female or to make friends with a female is to give her a 75-cent bag of chips.
From the vending machine at work.
Yes.
He was trying to pull a quick one. He was buying something that wouldn't be out of the ordinary. That is out of the ordinary.
Next break, I'm going to go look at the vending machine. There had to be a better option than a bag of chips.
Candy bar. Like this is candy bars.
Yeah, it's just candy
Chocolates
bars.
will win over a female a hell of a lot better than a bag of Lay's.
It's still
No,
weird
you're
at
right.
7 a.m. though.
You're right. Lance trying to hit anything moving. I mean, to be fair, he's been locked up in film study for the last few months, so
What film?
he might be out of his element.
Nice job.
He
Film matters.
Maybe Lance was trying to make them thirsty. Potato chips will do that. Okay, that's not a good joke, Jasper. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Come on. Not your best work there. It ain't that weird to me. That's just old man energy. He just wanted to be around some woman. Lance a man.
So walk down the hall and say hi.
Just
Ask if
talk
they
to
want
him.
some coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why? Hey, I made a coffee. Hey, I made a pot. Do you want any coffee?
Yeah.
Like that's that. Yeah, you do that instead of chips. Chips is a weird. The chips thing is the weird play. Like if you're trying to like talk to them, you can do literally anything else. Chips to me is what's odd about this.
Just the whole play is odd about that.
No, I mean the coffee, like you said, I think that would be fine.
Yeah.
Or like, hey, I noticed like a new employee. Like I'm gonna be nice. Let me order a box of donuts. Like I'll Uber eat it. Like that's fine. Like that's okay. The weird thing is the chip. The chip is so bizarre to me.
Yeah, it reeks of desperation. Like, oh, well, it might be all females in the studio today. Well, I need to do. Let me go into the vending machine and get 3 bags of chips real quick, and
What
that'll
can I do to
impress them.
impress them? And
Coffee.
The option,
Hey, I made a pot of coffee.
I know. Apparently, they did think of for it. I mean, because they're nice people, but I don't know.
Well, one of them are already friends of the show because they've been on the air before, and she was telling people about the stories of being on the air with them when she was at the listener party.
Oh, okay.
I forget what her name is.
I don't ever run across him. I don't know.
Something that he couldn't be questioned about from his wife. I don't know, man. It's questionable. I think it's questionable.
You guys think your wives would be mad if they learned that you just randomly, without being asked, bought chip food for women?
Mad? No. Weirded out? Yes.
Yeah, but like, what the hell were you
Why
thinking?
are you buying chips?
Yeah.
Lay off my boy Lance. It's no big W. I wonder if he used lay accidentally.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Did he ruffle away?
If he bought Lay's, that would be a little too forward.
He probably bought Doritos because he thought they had like a Latin flair.
What
He didn't buy the
cheese.
He didn't buy the
Then he called
Lay's.
Willie and said, "See what I did there?"
He didn't buy the Ruffles plain. He brought a little nacho cheese Dorito because it had a little Spanish flair. Let me win over these ladies with a bag of nacho cheese Doritos.
He went Cool Ranch because they thought that he was cool.
Do they have Takis in the
I've
vending
never
machine?
seen.
I'm going to
No.
go check and see what the inventory.
Yeah, go
consists
check.
of.
But I don't think I've ever seen Takis in that vending machine.
Lane should have gotten prepackaged sandwiches.
I just wish that we still had the prepackaged things of tuna.
And I was gonna say,
and
isn't Joe George's tuna still available as an option?
Did Lance get chips for
Jeez.
himself? I've never had chips before noon, ever.
I don't think I have either.
Well, I think I have, like, depending on. Well, there's been places where, like, when we've been at the golf tournaments and things, where they give us like the box lunches.
Yeah,
and like maybe 11:30 they might hand them out. So I mean, it's splitting hairs a little bit, but I think I've had chips before noon.
Have you had chips? Have you had chips before 4 digits on the clock?
No.
Have you had them without like a sandwich and like?
Yeah. I've had chips without sandwiches. You
I'm
kidding me?
saying, but like before noon without a sandwich or anything like that makes 0 sense.
No, it's really weird. It's weird, and he gets off at 10, so he's buying them chips before 10 a.m. That's a weird play. I don't get it.
And he doesn't even have to leave the office, and I would bet within an hour to 90 minutes he could have had something a lot better here, and because of his sponsors, probably had something a lot less expensive.
The last time I've seen Lance be pick-me-ish is when he posted that brisket on Twitter. That wasn't pick-me-ish.
He's never going to outlive that.
He was just flexing. Somebody on the text line here, they sent us an AI generated Lance feeding 3 Spanish women chips. He posted it on Twitter too. Is our guy Zach? I don't say his last name because he'll get me fined. He tagged you in it too.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. I don't love that this is on the internet. Lance gonna be so mad. He's gonna be so mad at me.
Did he tag Lance?
Lance is gonna call you dumb again, said a texter. Yeah, he probably
Jeremy
is.
Branham says so. I guess Cam Smith is ass.
He's gonna
So
be so mad at me. I'm never gonna get invited to Lance's party. He's gonna go off on you, Branham, tomorrow morning. I know. Hey, Zach. Zach is the guy who tweeted us the AI generated Lance Erline feeding chips to women.
You got to see this picture, Joel.
Zach,
It's pretty good.
you gotta tag Lance, man. If you're gonna do that, you
Yep.
can't be soft. You're gonna have to tag him. I'm not gonna be the one that tags him. I'm not gonna be the middleman here. Lance already hates me. I'm trying to get on his good side. I'm trying to curry favor with a Hall of Famer because I'm a Wall of Shamer. I can't be the one that tags Lance. Zach, you need to be what your last name is and tag Lance Zerline on this AI generated picture.
This looks like Lance just interrupted the next River Oaks Jeep and Chrysler commercial where the old guy has all the young women in the black dresses come on while he kickboxes with Air Jordans on. He looks like he just got in the middle of one of those.
It kind of looks like how I envisioned it happening, though.
100%. Although I think from what I heard, they were nicer about it. Can you imagine? Just put
You're
yourself
smiling.
in their shoes for a second. So you're getting ready for a show. It's pre-7 a.m. and in walks this dude with 3 bags of chips when you didn't ask him to. Like, what? What is going on? Why are you bringing us chips? I mean, thanks, I guess.
How many of them said, "Who are you?"
I mean, he said it was because they're friends, but as Dell pointed out in the clip, he doesn't have their number. So I don't know. I don't know the relationship, so I can't speak. But if this was a friendly thing, you think you'd have their number?
Oh, Zach said that he tagged Lance this morning on that
Okay.
AI thing, but he said he got 0 response. He's embarrassed about it.
Oh,
If he got 0 response, it means he's trying to bury it and he's embarrassed.
So we shouldn't have talked about it.
Oh, we probably shouldn't have. I mean, we should have, but I mean, Lance isn't gonna be thrilled that we're talking about it. Texture, some Mexican restaurants serve chips at 11 a.m. Lance gets off of work at 10. So this happened. This happened like at what 9:30? When did you hear it on the radio?
No, this is 7 o'clock hour. I was taking my daughter to school.
I was driving the kids to
They
school.
gave him chips at 7. That's a lot different than Mexican chips at 11 at restaurants. I mean, 11's kind of bored. Like 11's starting lunch.
Yeah.
11 starting the lunch hour. Like some people, early mornings, 11 a.m.'s lunch. You don't give people chips at 7 in the morning. That's odd.
Yeah, it's just an awful, awful play.
Why are y'all still talking about Lance? Because it's hilarious. Why wouldn't we be talking about this? This is one of the best things that happened today. At least funniest things that happened today. Adele is hating because he's the loneliest guy on the planet. I don't know.
I don't think Dell's lonely.
He has Granny.
Yeah, it's just because he chooses not to be married doesn't mean he's lonely and single.
He also, he's got Mopey on with him. Oh, no, he is Mopey. He's got Mopey and Mays.
Yeah, he is Mopey, yeah.
He is Mopey. I mean, Michael joins them on Fridays to talk about their favorite television shows that they watch alone.
And movies, right? Yeah.
Now you're saying Michael's alone too?
Hey, I just say that they talk about shows that they watch while they're alone.
Yeah, you say he's alone.
Fire.
Making judgments on their lifestyle.
Is Michael alone or not?
I don't think he's alone.
Michael is a significant other?
I don't know. I know he's not married, but that doesn't mean he's alone.
I don't think he has
I
a
know he spends
significant
a lot
other.
of time here, Jeremy, but we don't know what we don't know.
Right. Then how can you tell me I'm wrong?
I'm just surprised you think Michael has no game.
I didn't say that. I said
You
he's
said
alone.
he's alone.
That doesn't mean you don't have game. Like a lot of people have great game that are alone. You're like those things are not synonymous.
I guess.
No, it
if
depends
you
on
had
what your
great
desires
game, why
are.
would you be alone though?
Because maybe you like to be alone.
Man, okay, I guess I don't see it that way. But
Or they talkies. The joke's been used. Rondis gives chips 24/7. That's why they're the best. Chips in AM on the West Coast when watching NFL. Okay. Dell show is the most boring, unfortunately. Hard disagree. I love Dell. Loopy Tortilla brunch served chips and salsa that early.
on the weekends, yeah, it's brunch.
Between Hannah and Lance, you're making some powerful enemies. That's from Jasper. I know this is
Might be your last day in
dangerous
radio.
game that I'm playing. I understand that, Jasper. That is not lost on me. Lance should have just bought the family size bag of chips. Sure, they would have been impressed.
By the size of his bag.
The
Maybe
AI
included,
generated
like
thing.
some dip or something like that and made it a whole like meal.
You could have made it a whole enchilada. Is that what you're trying to say, Blankers?
I mean, you said it.
Paul is
I'm not
definitely the loneliest of anyone on the station, and he might have the most game.
Is he
That's why those
lonely?
things aren't synonymous.
I don't think Paul's lonely. He does well.
Jasper, Paulie G's the loneliest host for sure.
I don't
See, I think what Brian's doing here is Brian is equating game with having like someone. They're not the same thing.
They're not, because if they don't choose to have a special someone, they're just going to make sure that they're entertained.
Yeah.
I don't see that as lonely though. If you're constantly with people.
Yeah, but you're not. There's nothing of substance, Brian. Like there's nothing. You're not like It's not. There's not intimacy there. There's not a connection there.
Stare at the ceiling
If you
and
think that's what
wonder why.
intimacy is, Brian, you have a very shallow definition of that word.
I mean, I guess that's fine, but I see lonely as actually physically being alone, no one else in the room. If you're dating around and you still are out and meeting people and obviously other things with people, I don't see that as lonely. Now, maybe you're not fulfilled completely without what you guys are talking about, but I don't see it as lonely.
I think that you just define lonely.
Disagree.
Branham, you've grown on me. Love you, my guy. A true instigator. You crack me up. Don't do the compliment stuff. It makes me uncomfortable. Give me mean stuff. What's worse, chips or breakfast or hearing Branham on the radio? See, that's more like it. That's what I like to
You asked
hear.
for it.
Definitely hearing me on the radio. Why would you listen to me? Like you are currently doing as you texted that in, you silly goose. Paul couldn't keep a woman for more than 2 days. He'll always be lonely and angry. It's a self-defeating cycle. Frankly, he kind of deserves it. That's kind of mean.
Can you be
I don't know
lonely
why he
and angry
deserves
and
it.
satisfied at the same time? Because you have to want
Yes.
those things.
Yes.
Yes.
I think 100% you can.
Yeah, I think so too.
In fact, there's a lot of people that are at their loneliest in those instances. I'm not sure Brian knows what connection is.
But you mentioned the word satisfied. If you're satisfied, how are you lonely?
Because it's
you're
one
satisfied.
box. That's not 100 boxes. Like you're looking at one thing like it means everything.
But if you're satisfied, then how are you lonely? If you're
Because he's still sad.
But then you're not satisfied by definition. You can't be sad if you're satisfied.
No, but
tell me.
A lot of times we use satisfied as just one area of life, but the other areas are not satisfied. And a lot of times you use hold on. And then a lot of times you use that one box of satisfaction to mask all the other boxes that are lonely.
I mean, okay, yeah, if you're talking one specific area, the way I took the comment was like he's overall satisfied. To me, if you're overall satisfied, then you're not lonely. If you're only satisfied with one tiny aspect, then I guess that could be you could still be lonely in that instance.
You can be in a room full of people and still be alone. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's from a song, isn't it?
Branham, I'm stuck in traffic, so I'm stuck hearing your nonsense. There's other stations on the dial, dude. Is your dial broken?
Don't tell him to go away.
I didn't tell him to go away.
Okay.
I said he's choosing to listen to us because he loves me. He's being mean because he knows I like to hear mean things, and it's my love language. But he loves to hear us, actually. Whatever happened to Will Ferrell's rule in semi-pro? ELE? I don't know. I forgot what that
What
meant.
rule is that?
I don't. Everybody love everybody, I guess.
Oh.
I don't remember that movie all that well.
I saw
do you love everybody with chips? Is that how you get the love factor going?
One man might think so. Paul is not lonely because he has a cat.
It's very true.
Cat's like the loneliest pet you can have, though, because like they don't even like people.
They just
cats run away.
Basically, the cats are playing the game too. Like when I want attention, give it to me, and then when I'm done, I'm walking away.
Is y'all's version of flirting saying hot sports takes to girls? I stopped flirting like 8 years ago.
I don't think all three of us aren't the flirting game anymore.
Yeah, and
That's
what
another problem with this.
What I learned too is that like women don't care. Like if you like sports, I didn't get into radio because women dig sports.
No,
it's not really the catch.
It's not what got my wife. No.
Yeah. It was all the talk of loneliness. A texter did Shirley Lance served up orange juice with those breakfast chips.
I don't
What a
think they had
terrible
it in the vending
combination.
machine.
What a terrible combination orange juice and chips would be.
Oh, awful.
Would it be any better if it was coffee though? What breakfast combination would work with chips?
You just have to go all in on the anti-breakfast and buy them a Coke.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
you got to
I
be
guess
like,
so.
screw the breakfast thing. If you were going chips, we're just going straight on to lunch. Here you go. Here's a Coca-Cola.
Yep.
Are you like Sprite? That works for me too. You got to skip the
Other
OJ.
than that, man, orange juice with chips. Oh, gut bomb.
Branham hates Altuve and single people. I don't hate Altuve. I just think he sucks now.
Oh, we got the Jeremy list now?
Let you get a list too. Yeah.
And I don't
You
hate
get a
single
list.
people.
Brian, you get a list. Everybody gets a list.
You just made the list.
I also don't hate single people. I feel bad for them. Unless they want to be single, then
Some
it's
people
fine.
do.
Then it's fine. Yeah.
I think Dell and Paul might both fit that right now.
I don't think Paul wants to be single.
I don't think Paul does.
Not
either.
forever.
I think Paul's
right
looking.
now.
I think Paul's looking for love. I think Dell's pretty much disinterested in that.
Correct.
Yeah, that's my sense. That's why I think Paul is lonely.
Okay.
Because he's looking for love in all the wrong places.
Thank you, Kenny.
All right, 713. So I'm a great singer. 713-780 ESPN. Today's the 30th anniversary of the Kiss of Death. Do you remember where you were when Mario? It's not Mario. It's Mario. How when Mario hit it? Is it the greatest single play in Houston sports history? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Right here in the Med Center, he can help you too. I say too because he helped me, and he helped me by getting my hair back. He does a lot of things really well. He does a lot of plastic surgery. He does spa treatments. He does Botox. But the thing that I personally have experience with Doc Linville is both the NeoGraft treatment, the NeoGraft procedure, and PRP treatments. And I'm here to explain to you a little bit of what he can do for you too. All you really have to do is go to hair.com. You can set up a free consultation with Doc Linville and his staff. It normally costs $150. You get it free of charge. And all it is a Q&A after they explain to you how they can help you if you are experiencing hair loss. If you have thinning hair that isn't as thick as it used to be, the PRP treatments are perfect. If you need more than that because you just have bald spots, the NeoGraft procedure is a game changer because it's your own hair taken from places you're never going to lose it, like the sides and the back of your head, and put where you need it most, almost like resodding your lawn. It works. You see the follicles immediately. They get to their strongest and longest point within about 6 to 9 months, and you reap the benefits for the rest of your life because he's taking them from spots where you're never going to lose your hair. Fantastic. And because you listen to us, it's even better because you don't have to pay $150 to get all the details. There's no commitment to be made, signing on the dotted line or money out of pocket, just you getting all the information to make an educated decision on your hair. Fantastic, if you ask me. 975hair.com sets up that consultation, and then you go from there. They're going to show you before and after pictures of people like me. They're going to show you the fact that the hair is never going to leave your head from the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he takes some of it and he puts it where you need it most. The PRP treatments, it's simply like fertilizing your lawn. You still have hair there, but what they do with the PRP treatments is allowing you that hair to get stronger, thicker, longer, and more lush, like fertilizer does for your grass. Fantastic. He's a great dude. He's the best in the business, and he really, truly just wants to help Houstonians. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham hates single people, Lance, chips in the morning in Altuve. You looked up the chips in the vending machine
I
up
got
there?
a picture of it so I can give you the full inventory of
Well,
what
let's hear it.
the options were. Now, from a drink perspective, when we were getting to that, if he really was trying to make the pick-me play, there was Coke with the, how they used to have the names on the bottles, but now there's one that says Pals. There's another one that says Goat. So depending on how hard he wanted to make the play, there were soda options he could have gone with. He could have gone with granola bars, peanut butter granola bars, Oreo cookies, Nutter Butters, Snickers, M&Ms, Twix, and then I don't know, and also Famous Amos cookies. And then because I don't know what chips he got, the chip options were Skinny Pop popcorn, Cheez-Its, Zappos Voodoo New Orleans style.
Oh, those have been the ones you go with.
Oh, wait a minute. There's another option. Sun Chips Garden Salsa variety.
Sun Chips are awful.
Or Sun Chips Harvest Cheddar.
Now, this might have cut out in the clip. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure, in fact, 99%, it is mentioned at one point he bought Sun Chips. I don't know which version he bought.
He just got 100 times worse.
That is bad.
Sun Chips are nasty. Those are easily the worst chip option of the ones that he had available. So not only did he make a weird decision, but he has bad taste. Oh, that's
again.
That hurts my feelings.
What lady are you going to impress by buying them Sun Chips?
What if it was Garden Salsa?
I'll repeat the question. What lady are you going to impress by buying them Sun Chips?
He knew that they worked at Mega, so he got him salsa.
I'm saying.
And I'm Mexican.
I know what I was saying without saying.
That was the move?
I got what Blankers was putting down.
He
I
did.
picked it up.
He did. Jeremy picked it up.
I picked it up. Yeah, that's why he did it. That's why he got him Garden Salsa, because they were Hispanic.
That is a very gringo move.
That's what he did. That's why he didn't go Voodoo, because they're not from Louisiana. He didn't go Harvest Cheddar because they're not from Wisconsin.
True.
He's regionalizing his chip choices.
You are not
So
wrong.
he went salsa because they're Mexican. What unbelievable. This gets worse and worse.
Yeah, if you're making the horrible decision to go with chips,
my
and then you go and you might as well just pile on and go Garden Salsa.
Like, is he trolling at this point?
It's a bad
I don't know. Like, he sounded pretty defensive in the clip we played. I don't think he was trolling.
I think it's because he got because he didn't expect to get exposed.
Man, I have secondhand embarrassment. This is painful. It gets worse and worse. He can never look at them again. Like, he needs to avoid them in the hallways and stuff.
Yeah, that's an awkward play because based on how it was received, and he doesn't really know, but I don't think they ran down the hall to thank him or anything like that. They probably did hey, thanks. Okay.
It's said that
we're coming out of a commercial break.
Thank him and call him nice, but I don't know how much of that was just being pleasant.
Yeah.
Hey, why was there an echo on that clip, by the way?
There was at certain.
Yeah, there was an echo. I wrote it down to ask you.
I think that's because of John's connection. They've been having problems.
Okay. Do we have that whenever? Do we have echo whenever they pull audio? Whenever I'm on remote?
Not that I've heard.
Huh? We're more advanced than Hall of Famers, huh? Huh. Interesting. Huh? All right. Here's the. This happened long time Houston history. 30 years ago, one of the greatest moments in Houston sports history.
That was it.
Clyde Drexler, Akeem Olajuwon on the floor for the Rockets.
Houston will hold for the last shot. They double up Kenny Smith. He gets it across to Robert Horry. Horry across the line, long pass to Ellie in the corner. Ellie's got a three-pointer. Yes!
7 seconds.
Yes!
Mario Ellie with a three with 7.1 seconds to play. Timeout, Phoenix.
Where's that rank?
Man, I mean,
all-time great moments.
For me personally, it's way up there. I mean, in terms of just one single play, not the last call of a championship or something like that. It's got to be up there with some of the big Altuve home runs, and I think it's me personally. I think it's on top of it from one single play.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't go over the Jordan homer or Altuve homer because of where they were in the playoffs. Like, this was what, second round?
Second round, yeah.
Yeah. So like that to me is what takes away. Obviously, it's on the Mount Rushmore or top 5 or whatever. Maybe the most significant Rockets play, but I'd probably go Akeem block Maybe even the Vernon Maxwell 3 in the finals against the Knicks. Maybe even the tip-in by Elijah 1 in
Or
the
Ralph
Magic
Sampson
series.
shot against the Lakers.
Yeah, that was early too.
Tip-in's a pretty
that was
good call
Western
because that's
Conference
overtime
Finals.
of game
That's
one,
right.
and that really kind of that, along with Nick Anderson's free throws, changed that whole series.
And then the I might put the Nick the Brick free throws on the Mount Rushmore of great Rocket moments. But I mean Mario,
but that's not a play; those are 2 shots.
Right, the tip in was a play.
Yeah, the tip in for sure.
I mean the Kenny Smith 3 following the missed free throws could be up there. Mario's is certainly up there. I don't know if it would be the all-time best though.
You're talking about the Jordan home run against the Phillies.
Yeah.
Not the Mariners, but that was a big
No,
one
the Phillies.
too.
Yeah, the Altuve walk-off against Chapman that sent him to the World Series. Yeah, I would probably go those Astro moments ahead of Mario, but it's a very short list.
It really is, and again, the end result then ends up with the first ever championship in the city. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm biased too because of the fact that, I mean, that was up there for me. Just everything about it, knowing Mario and being a part of that team. I mean, that was amazing.
The texture says that was bigger than the Oilers Super Bowl win. Okay, that's not even funny. Like, that's your best work, Texter. Like that was bigger than the Oilers Super Bowl win. Like he's like I'm gonna fire off this hilarious text and we're gonna get a kick out of it. And we're all gonna laugh and that bombed, man. That was bigger than the Oilers Super Bowl win. That's not even funny.
No, not at all.
Not even funny. Mario Maxwell 3, Akeem block, Akeem tip in against the Magic, Kenny Smith 3 against the Magic will be my basketball short list. Baseball short list would be Altuve, Jordan. Kind of went over those. Football short list is tougher.
JJ interception, touchdown.
Is that number 1?
That's got to be.
Yeah, I think that's number 1 in the first round of the playoffs. But
I think
what else
it
do you
is
choose
too.
from?
Maybe Andre punching Finnegan just for the symbolism,
That'd be
but like
great.
it didn't have playoff stakes. I'm not sure there's a Houston Texans or Oiler moment that would crack the all-time 10 Houston sports plays.
I mean, the only like from an Oiler perspective, it's like that Earl run where they ripped his jersey off and did everything.
That's a regular season game, though.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that there's not a whole lot of like those type plays. That's one that at least everybody remembers.
McCray to Sampson to win the Western Conference, like you said, Brian said a texter. The Correa homer with the point at the watch. He had a few walk-offs, so I wonder which one you're talking about.
That was game 2 against the Yankees in 2019.
Was it the Yankees?
I thought it was the Yankees.
He had a walk-off against the Yankees and went opposite field in right center.
Game 2, and he points at the watch.
That was his Correa time?
Yeah, he had a couple.
I thought it was one against the Twins, too.
Maybe, but the one I'm remembering was game 2 against the Yankees at home.
Yeah,
I think it was 19.
And then he hit one in the COVID year with no one in the seats.
That was
that's
the
not
Rays.
the one I'm thinking of.
Against the Rays, yeah.
I think the only time they played the Twins, though, was in the COVID year. And then before he left, anyways, because the Astros actually played Correa in the playoffs.
Right.
I think Correa's only series against the Twins when he was with the Astros was in the COVID year. He might have had a big series there. I'm not denying it, but it would have been the COVID year.
I was just trying to remember when that the actual one.
Correa was clutch, man.
Yep.
Why are you saying Mario like that? Because it's how it's pronounced.
That's how
right?
he prefers it.
It's not Mario. It's Mario.
That's correct.
Chapman look is Altuve sailed. That was awesome. Top 5, Jordan homer, Altuve homer, Ellie's kiss of death, JJ's playoff interception return, Akeem tip in. I can't put Watt in the top 5.
No.
I think I could also probably come up with 10 better. So, somebody texted in Bregman walk-off against the Dodgers. We didn't even mention that.
That
to
was
cap
huge.
off game 5.
Yeah, that scored the redhead.
Derek Fisher.
Yep.
Yeah,
Or
everybody
same
loved Derek
series.
Fisher.
I mean, what about Marwin's home run?
Big time against
to
Kenley
tie it,
Jansen.
Jansen. That would be ahead of Watt.
For sure.
That would be. I'm not sure Watt makes the top 10.
Hell, I put Chris Burke's home run, and that was also first round of the
18th
playoffs ahead
inning.
of J.J. Watt.
It's the Braves.
Bregman walk
Yeah,
off
'cause
game
it advanced him.
5.
Yep.
Oh, come on. The 4th down play against the Chiefs was massive. CJ getting away from the Chargers defense and throwing a dime to Hutchinson. Our football history sucks. It does.
It really does.
Chaz's catch. That's another great moment.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Mancini's catch.
Eh,
Mancini's little one-hop laser where he just suffocated the baseball.
Yeah, he goalie blocked it. But,
Which I always said that they needed to trade for Mancini for his glove.
Yeah, we were all over that.
Chris Paul hitting the 3 and shimmy on Curry. I loved when Chris Paul did the fake laugh to Steve Kerr. Remember that?
Yes.
He was like laughing at Curry. Ha, ha, ha. and then turned away. That was one of my favorite things. Rosencopter, number one. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-ESPN. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Soccer Matters coming up at the top of the hour. Glenn Davis. Blankers out tomorrow and Thursday. Will Kunkel of Fox 26 will be filling in for Blankers. All right, car wrecks. What you got?
First one for me would be this entire disaster between RG3 and Ryan Clark that everyone has to comment on. It was one thing that everybody had to comment on Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, but now it's gotten to the point where it's gotten completely out of hand between RG3, Ryan Clark, and everyone who wants to comment on it.
I mean, Ryan Clark went after RG3's family.
He did.
All RG3 did said was that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, and then they were mad at him because he was basing that on her facial expressions, but it doesn't matter. I mean, like I said, and then it's just steamrolled out of control from there.
I think Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark.
I do too.
Yeah, what's wrong with what he said? Why is his family getting attacked for saying that? It's nuts.
It's just because we got to make everything a race issue.
Yeah. Lance for sure needs to be on here.
for
sure. There was a pitcher. I don't remember what team. They were playing the 9 a.m. game because this happens in these conference tournaments. He threw up. He walked off the mound and vomited, which was pretty funny. And then I had I had Ryan Clark specifically as well.
What was the offensive lineman that we used to have that wanted to be in broadcasting that we had that did that?
Ruben. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anuche?
Yeah.
Anuche?
What? Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember? And he hurled.
Go Cougs. Yeah.
The offensive line for the Cougs.
Played right
hurled
tackle
all over on the field.
Yeah, he did. That was funny. All right, so I got those. What do you got, Brian?
So Paul, noted baseball diehard, started talking about the Astros game and specifically when Joe Espada decided to take out the starting pitcher last night. It started fine, but then he got into one line of thinking, which led me to think Paul might actually, the diehard, might actually be a casual.
Said a little bit earlier, probably should have been pulled going into the 6th inning, seeing as he allowed a single and a home run in the 5th inning because it was his second start on 4 days rest. And that last start was his major league debut where he threw 85. 77 on 4 days rest for a rookie is a lot, Joe Espada.
He kept saying 4 days rest because it was also early in the segment as well. Like that was a big deal. That's just normal rest.
Yeah.
And it was 77 pitches. It wasn't 110.
You say Christian Harris was playing first base?
No.
Just checking.
He did that?
He's done that before. Yes.
Instead of Walker. That's an easy mistake to make. I give him some.
That's mixing
leeway
up
there.
in names, but apparently 4 days rest was his big thing. I guess he could have been confusing with 3 days rest, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a normal turn through the rotation.
It's just normal.
Sure is.
And it was 4 days rest after 77 pitches. Like, yeah, that's light work. That's not a big deal.
Pro Baseball Reference has him at 85 pitches in his first start.
I think he meant, did he throw 77 last night? I think that's what he was saying.
Oh, maybe. It says 83.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure where the 77 came in, but.
Sheesh. Ocho wants to nominate Aaron Gordon, requesting more time off between playoff games. Bad word made. I hate this soft generation. I agree. 1 day off.
He
is
only
plenty.
said that because he tweaked his hammy. I mean, he tried to bring Damon Lillard into this. Lillard already had the blood clotting issue, and he tried to rush himself back, and then it cost him even more with the Achilles. But it had nothing to do with the amount of time between games for the Bucks.
I mean, he said he thinks that they should have more than 1 day off between games, and that it would be better basketball, and there would be less blowouts. So it felt like a bigger take than just his hamstring.
No, but I'm saying the reason why it came up at all, it shouldn't have been brought up, was because he was dealing with his hamstring and thought that if he had another day's rest, that he would have been healthier for Game 7.
No, I hear you on that, but I mean, he said it.
I understand that. I'm saying I'm agreeing with Ocho. He belongs on the list.
Oh, okay. Texter Lance with vending machine chips. This is your captain speaking. You cannot use chips as a flirtation device. Josh from Seabrook. Zach says car rack, Apple TV using cowboy hats as props this weekend. All right, what's winning?
Lance.
It's Lance.
It's a Lance slide.
Grade the joke.
4.5. It's not bad.
780-3776. Yeah, it's a Lance in a landslide. I don't know if he ever recovers. I don't know. I don't think people will ever forget this. They're never going to forget his brisket. They're never going to forget this, right?
Yep.
This is forever. This is going to live next to him for the rest of his life.
We didn't contribute to it.
Not at all. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Blanker's gone for the next 2 days. Look forward to you being back on Friday. I'm Jeremy Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Goodbye. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis right now.
All right, we're off and running here tonight. Big thanks to Joel, Jeremy, Brian, Killer Bees. We're following them up here tonight. We got Gold Cup talk. We got Premier League drama. We got a weekend where you might be glued to the TV. Houston Dynamo tomorrow in action against Austin FC, Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup. And we got Americans winning trophies in Europe. Brian Sciaretta of American Soccer Now will join me tonight to talk about the prelim roster for the U.S. and the upcoming Gold Cup. By the way, we have the Gold Cup final here in Houston, and you can get your tickets at lsse.net. But if you listen tonight at 713-780-3776, I'm going to be giving a couple of pairs away tonight, I think. I've got some tickets to the Houston Dash as well. We're in desperate need of a win. So a lot going on here tonight. I'm going to kick it off here with a couple of things. First off, great fun, and Brian can attest to this, out at Senate Avenue Brewing last Tuesday, out at the Small Batch Brewery. We had a great time out there. It was an all-day affair. We had Paul Gallant out there. We had the Killer Bees, Joel and Jeremy. Great work. Sean back here in studio, Brian out there. Everybody really pitching, and we had a really good time out there, and everybody had a great time, and a lot of people coming in there and talking soccer and sitting around talking soccer with us. We had the legendary Bill Brown, the play-by-play man, who Brian was super excited to meet because
I was
he
geeked
grew
for
up.
that one.
Yeah, you were grow
Yeah,
up,
one of the voices of my childhood for sure.
Yeah, you grew up listening to Bill. Gonna
Yeah,
get that new book.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. He's got a new book out about athletes who serve. Some of the stories he told about the athletes that mentioned that book were great. But yeah, fantastic spot there with Senate Avenue Brewing. Great cocktails, great beer, and obviously the food was great as well.
Yeah,
And
great
great
spot.
TVs. Sight lines are good.
Yep. So we were really happy. Andrew Mitchum is the head man out there. That's Senate Avenue Brewing. Every second Tuesday of the month, we're out there, and they're great sponsors of this show. They got a great tap room, patio features, and then they got 7 big screen TVs, as Brian was mentioning. So this weekend, there's a lot of good soccer to be watched out there. There's a lot of fresh beer to be drank out there at Senate Avenue Brewing. Okay, and here's one of the reasons why you may be going out there. Premier League standings heading into the final weekend. So Man City gets a 3-1 win today at Fulham. Bournemouth. So obviously Liverpool and Arsenal hold down the 2 top places. 83 points, Liverpool, 71 for Arsenal. But here's where it is amazingly interesting. And the final weekend is about a huge money gain or loss, as teams are going to fight for Champions League and European money, because you need to be in the top 5. So this is very different than the way any of the leagues in America are run, right? It's promotion and relegation, but to end up in the top 5 means you get entry into the Champions League, Europa League, and you get a massive payday. Huge money. It's a lot of the reasons why people get into this. So you've got a logjam for the final 3 spots between 5 teams. So you got Man City now, who's jumped to 3rd place on 68. You got Newcastle on 66, who's home to Everton this weekend. Expect them to get that win. That would get them to 69. Chelsea away to Nottingham Forest. Now, I'm a big Nottingham Forest guy. We've had Sarah Clapson from the Nottingham newspaper on this show. They would be a great story because they were 1 game away from being relegated down to a lower league to the Championship, which is the league below the Premier League. And this year they've been up at the top for a lot of the year and have just kind of dropped out now. So they're going to host Chelsea. Chelsea's got really bad road form, so we'll see what happens there. And then you got Aston Villa at Manchester United, 66 points. And then below them, Nottingham Forest, who I mentioned, 65, and they will host Chelsea at home. So they could get a possible 68. So there's all kinds of scenarios. It's not even worth trying to get into any of these because it's just absolutely insane what we have going on here. So let's go to a reminder that Crystal Palace with Chris Richards. Now, Chris Richards is from Alabama. He came to Houston to play for the youth team the Texans, which was coached by Eric Quill at the time, who's now the Austin FC coach. Well, he was a part of the Crystal Palace team that beat Manchester City to win the FA Cup. Here is the game-winning goal from Aze, and this is Crystal Palace 1-0 over Man City.
Rare attack from Crystal Palace. It's the Colombian, Munoz. Oh, and hit first time. Abere Eze, the star man for Palace in the cup. Set up beautifully by Daniel Munoz. It's a proper sucker punch to City.
Great ball from Munoz. So to understand what it means to be a soccer fan in England for these clubs and not have the competition of other choices of other sports. I mean, that is one of the bigger differences. We've got all these major sports that are American sports and leagues. So here is a fan of Crystal Palace who's waited 70 years for them to win a trophy. By the way, they hadn't won a trophy in like 150 years, something along those lines. That's not the exact number. But listen to this older gentleman and what it means to him.
I thought I'd die before it happened. Tell us what that means. Well, it means a lot to me because I've waited 70 years for this moment. 70 years, and I thought it'd never happen. I thought I'd die before it happened. So it means quite a lot to me. Does that compare to anything else you've ever witnessed? It's certainly one of the most stressful things I've ever witnessed, yeah. The best thing you've ever witnessed? Well, one of them, certainly. It's up there, yeah. What does it compare with? What does it compare with? I don't know, first love.
That's pretty awesome. All right, tomorrow you got Manchester United and Spurs. Those are the number 16 and 17 teams in the Premier League playing for the Europa League title in Bilbao, Spain. Automatic entry into the Champions League if you win that. So think of it. That's two teams that can't afford to lose that game. There is so much money at stake in that game tomorrow, the Europa League, Manchester United against Spurs, and we've got supporters groups in Houston who will be a part of that. By the way, Crystal Palace winning that FA Cup, Chris Richards and Matt Turner, the backup goalkeeper who is with the U.S. men's national team. PSV nipped at the end to win the Dutch title over Ajax. Ajax had a 9-point lead at one point. Ricardo Pepi and Malik Tillman are two Americans on that team. So big for them. Club America and Toluca are going to play for the Liga MX title. Guess who's on Toluca? Former Dynamo midfielder Hector Herrera. Plays a differing role. It's not a starting role always. But Hector Herrera's on Toluca. They will play Club America. Club America is looking for their fourth title in a row, I believe, in the span of 2 years. It's too quick, honestly. These titles are handed out too quickly. I think it demeans them a little bit, but that's the way they do it in Mexico. They split the season into two, and there's two championships. Club America advanced 2-2 on away goals over Cruz Azul. Cruz Azul was up 2-0, which is kind of sad because their coach is Vicente Sanchez, who used to play for the Houston Dynamo, the great Uruguayan who teamed up as a player at Toluca with the one and only Jose Cardoso. But Vicente Sanchez was a pro's pro, was playing for the Dynamo at like 37 years of age. Well, he became a great coach. Faravelli scored for Cruz Azul. So they basically, in the 57th minute, you're looking at finishing the half off. You've got a 2-0 aggregate lead, and then Henry Martin and Borja in the 66th and 79th made it 2-2. And then, of course, they would advance on the away goals. Hector Herrera and Toluca smashed Tigres. So our good friends from all our Tigres fans here in Houston, not very happy about that one. And there was going to be some turnover there at Tigres. Club America, Toluca Thursday, 9 o'clock. And then the second leg will be at Toluca against America, 8 p.m. on Sunday. So we always hear about the Mexican national team and how, you know, the people that run the national team program are people that are basically telling coaches and controlling coaches and telling them who to pick and who gets on the team based on sponsors and whatever other else happens. Well, Marcelo Bielsa was offered the job and was offered big pay from the Mexican Federation. There's a quote that's going around. Apparently this came from Uruguayan TV, where Bielsa told the Mexican contingent, quote, "Gentlemen, you will never win anything. Those were supposedly the exact words of Marcelo Bielsa to the Mexican Federation, despite getting this big salary offer. And Bielsa walked away from the job. Now, he is a very eclectic guy. There's no question. There's many people that go to him to learn about his coaching style. So money is not an issue for Bielsa, but he did want things his way. So some of the demands he put on the Mexican Federation were he wanted to train in Pachuca, who to him had the best facilities in Mexico. He did not want commercial and advertising campaigns. Honestly, don't know how you're going to get a job with asking for that, but he asked for that. No to videos for social media. You know, he wanted to cut a lot of stuff out and probably to regain focus. But the most important thing is he wanted the total freedom to select his players, his staff, all those things that come with a coach of his stature. He wanted a restructuring of the high performance center. He wanted new training fields built. He wanted hyperbaric chambers and all this other stuff. And he wanted to be able to monitor the national teams from senior to youth. So he was asking for an awful lot. To me, it's almost like he didn't want the job. And then he also was demanding he wanted more friendlies, but against top 20 teams in FIFA. So pretty interesting stuff there. It's hard to tell where it all goes, but we do have a Gold Cup coming up, and we do have 3 countries that are going to take the Gold Cup very, very seriously. In the U.S. under Mauricio Pochettino, we have a very serious Canada under Jesse Marsh, and we have a very serious Mexico under Javier Aguirre, who, by the way, for the 3rd time is the coach of Mexico. So that reminds you that he is pliable and understands the Mexican Federation, and he's a system guy. That's why he gets the job. When you're outside the system, it's harder. And Bielsa is definitely a guy that is outside the system. I don't think there is any question about that. All right. Here's what I want to do right now. I want to remind you the Dynamo have won 2 in a row. They've scored 2 goals in 2 straight games now. So they have 2 multi-goal games. They beat Minnesota. I will tell you, it was a great win for the Dynamo, but I'm going to have to tag this with this was an incredibly disinterested Minnesota United. Bordered to me on unprofessional. I don't think anybody else has said that. They did not want anything to do with that game, in my opinion, for the most part. But Federico Di Michelis, who works with us here at Soccer Matters, went and talked to some of the fans after the game, and here's the responses he got.
I'll take 3 points any day of the week. I don't care who we're playing.
What do you think about the new players that you saw today?
I mean, they both scored goals. 2 guys when they first started scoring goals.
What do you think about the game today?
Complete domination, double the passes completed, more shots on goal, 2-0. I mean, you can see it from any stat you can see.
So what do you think of the game tonight?
It's definitely an improvement, especially over the last couple weeks, even with a lot of the back line missing. Some positives. Ortiz looks good. Andrade is quite a threat in the box. It's really nice to see some of these new guys come in and really prove themselves right off the bat.
What do you think of the game tonight?
It was great to get a win at home finally, and it was a decisive win.
So what do you think about the game tonight?
I'm gonna tell you what, the Dynamo needs to take more shots at the goalie, brother. Hey, we got the players, we got the talent. Why not take a shot, huh? We're spending so much money for y'all not to take a shot. Our popcorn is getting cold. Take a shot, brother.
How do you see the team today?
Team played well today. You know, we controlled the game, played a lot in their half. 3rd game, multi-goal game. Finally, you know, we need to see more of that. I like to see the team coming together. That's good news.
What about the new players? How'd you see them play?
Linker played well. You know, we have a bunch of other new guys coming in. From here on out, the rest of the season, we got to keep building on it.
What do you think about the game tonight?
Oh, it was a good game. We played well. Minnesota didn't look too good, but we came out with the win. That's all that matters.
Yeah, they were playing with a lot of subs, and we played some new guys. How do you see them?
Oh, yeah, they look good. Pablo Ortiz, he looked good. He's fast. He's tall. He's big. He scored a goal. Same with Andrade. He looks good. They all look good.
It was really nice to see them score a bunch of goals, and the players were doing awesome.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, winning and goals will make people happy. And by the way, don't worry about that popcorn getting cold, because we are into the dog days of the 90s, I think, for some time. So that was really fun reaction. Great stuff there from Federico D. McKellis. And I thank him very much for getting us all that fun sound. And it's always great to hear fans that are up. And look, you win and score some goals. That's what it's about. People want to see goals. They want to see a transitional game with tempo. And we're getting into those tough times of the year now where it's hard to play fast soccer in Major League Soccer. I don't think there's any question. All right, CONCACAF Gold Cup Final heading to Houston July 6th. Tickets are on sale right now. You can get them at lsse.net. You can also get over to the website, lsse.net. That's where you can get a lot of the information. Suites are available, luxury private suites, VIP parking. Look, this could very well be Mexico and the U.S. in the final. It could be Canada. But this is an extremely important tournament because this is the last competitive tournament before the World Cup for these three host countries who automatically qualify. 2026, we got the World Cup here. It's going to be incredible. But this CONCACAF Gold Cup Final for the first time ever in Houston, Texas, lsse.net to get tickets. And caller number 4 right now, you get a pair of tickets to the Gold Cup Final July 6th. July 6th, pair of tickets to the Gold Cup Final. Caller number 4 at 713-780-3776. That's 713-780-ESPN.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Let's listen to a little rat here. Cactus Music, that's where you get the best in vinyl and CDs. Go over there. It's like going into a museum. They've got guitars hanging on the wall, great old vintage photos, pre-used vinyl, which is my favorite, actually. I like the original stuff, but also all the reissues. Cactus Music. T-shirts and hats, Soccer Matters by LamontBrands.com. Jerry and Mel Lamont, former Marines. You want printing done, T-shirts, hats, jackets, you name it, LamontBrands.com. They are the best. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations in Houston, the best in Greek food. Dimitri, great legend, his family, all the great Greek favorites at Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Souvlaki, gyro, lamb shank, pastries, soups, 3 locations. I-10 at Beltway near Katy. The new Woodlands location, amazing. And then the original in Montrose, my favorite. All right. Like a little bit of rat, right, Brian?
I've actually seen them in concert. This is about 20 years ago.
I was going to say that was a while.
Yeah, it was them and Quiet Riot together.
All right, real quick before we bring on our next guest, the great Brian Charetta of American Soccer Now. Real quick, Arminia Bielefeld is a 3rd division German team. They're going to play in the German Cup final against Stuttgart Saturday at 1 o'clock at the Olympic Stadium. This is a fantastic story. Arminia Bielefeld is a 3rd division team that's knocked off Union Berlin, Freiburg, Bayer Leverkusen, and Werder Bremen, Bundesliga teams. And they got 3 American kids on the team. Mael Corbos, who's from Basking Ridge near where I grew up and where our next guest is from. I think George Bello and Isaiah Young are also on that team. Amazing story. That game's at 1 o'clock on Saturday, and you'll have a great opportunity to watch that game at Senate Avenue Brewing or Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. All right, from American Soccer Now, we bring in the one and only Brian Charetta. Brian, how are you?
I'm great. Now I'm speaking with you, Glenn. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, always fun to have you on, and I think it's perfect timing too with the Gold Cup coming up. Preliminary roster is out. Any general thoughts on the preliminary roster, which obviously includes a lot of players?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's not too surprising. I think it doesn't even have many. It only has 12 changes from the preliminary roster that was the 60-man preliminary roster for the Nations League, which didn't go well. A lot of the players that are new to this, that weren't on the last preliminary roster, are players who are just playing well, like Sebastian Berhalter or Tristan Blackburn. And that's a good thing. So, he rewarded players, whether or not they get picked for the final roster, he rewarded players that are in good form. Doesn't mean that there still might be a lot of surprises on the final roster, but I didn't think the preliminary roster held too many surprises.
All right. You did a feature on a player named Alex Freeman. He's 20 years old. He's the Orlando City right back. Played in the Orlando City Academy, Weston FC before that. His father, this is one of the big interesting things that people always love in sports now. His father was a Super Bowl winner with the Green Bay Packers in 1997. Antonio Freeman, my buddy Joel Blank, who's a big Packers fan, was on the show prior, would like that. Tell us a little bit about Alex Freeman and what you think about him.
I think he's a player who has a big upside. What I like about him is he plays the fullback in the modern way. It's right now they want like the out left and right backs at the highest level are the most athletic guys on the field. They can get back and defend, stick with speedy wingers, and then get into the attack and send in crosses, or they can cut centrally, and with their opposite foot or strong foot if they're playing inverted, and just rip shots and make through balls. Like, they have to be able to do it all. What I like about Alex is he's super athletic, and he gets that from his dad. When I did the feature, it was funny. I talked to Antonio Freeman too, and he's like, I didn't know anything about soccer. It took me 4 years to learn the offside rule. Now he's like watching Champions League games all the time, and he's watching any game he can. But this kid is he's got that athleticism, and that makes it intriguing. Very good in one-on-one situations. I think I'd be surprised if he makes the final roster, to be honest, because this is really only his first full season as a starter. But I think he will factor into the national team whether this cycle or next cycle, he's got a very, very bright future.
Yeah, probably post this World Cup. Orlando City was a part of the 3-0 demolition of Inter Miami, which everybody seems to be taking their lumps out on Inter Miami these days. By the way, I like that part where you talked about his father's now watching the game because, you know, in the United States, that's how a lot of parents that did not play the game of soccer get into it. And it's obviously through their kids. All right, Damian Downs, another new name. Cologne, Bundesliga 2, had 11 goals, 4 assists. He's a former U.S. Youth International. Get us up to speed on Damian Downs, Brian.
Well, another one where, you know, athleticism is key, and he played American football when he lived in Texas from ages like 2 to 9 or 2 to 10. Well, it really wasn't until 9 or 10 when he started even playing soccer because, you know, he's a German American born over there but raised for a long time in Texas. And, you know, and I think your listeners might be interested in that. But when I interviewed him last year, he didn't really have a thick German accent. You know, he really spoke like English in an American way. I think he's a very good number 9 potential. Like he scored at 2 seasons ago. He emerged down the stretch in the Bundesliga, scoring goals there. Cologne was relegated, and he was a big reason why they got promoted up again. I think he's going to be really ready to be in the Bundesliga now that he helped them get back up to the top flight this time. I think he's a guy who has a legitimate shot at being on the roster on Thursday. I think this is someone that they're going to want to take a look at. It's an exciting upside. Still, young players. He's only 20 years old. Can still go either way, but I think he's definitely very, very intriguing and should get a look.
New name, Damian Downs. Keep an eye on that name. Cologne, Bundesliga 2, now going up to Bundesliga 1. By the way, Jack McGlynn was named to the team of the week. He's also on the preliminary roster, the Houston Dynamo midfielder who hit the long-range bomb, but also, more importantly to me, put in Griffin Dorsey with his right foot after the Dynamo broke pressure in the middle third of the field. So Jack McGlynn will be on the show, by the way, tomorrow night. All right, Christian Pulisic. I know apparently the report is he's agreed to an extension at Milan, but he hasn't signed it yet. And what I'm hearing is that his agent wants to get a little bit more knowledge about how Milan is going to move forward in the future.
Yeah, I mean, they're AC Milan. Like I can't see them being in the doldrums for too long. Yes, he needs to go get a direction. He needs to understand the direction of the team, and he needs to understand who is going to be who's the decision makers and what the resources are to implement their vision moving forward. Just because one bad season where he won't be in Europe next year, I don't necessarily think that that's the end of the world for a reason to move on from a club. If anything, it'll make him a little bit more rested heading into the World Cup, where he won't have the grind of too many midweek games as he has in the past. But from a national team perspective, but look, from his club perspective, I know he wants the glory of being in Europe and chasing after Scudettos in Serie A. I think he needs to. He's asking the right questions, but in the end of the day, I just have a tough time believing Milan is never going to not be able to figure it out. They're just too known. They have too many resources, and they're a place where everyone wants to play. The name recognition is second to none. So good for him, but I hope to see him back there next year.
Greatest season an American ever put together with 17 goals for a club of the stature of Milan. Christian Pulisic. Where do you stand on that, Brian?
Yeah, I think so. I think, he was there for big games, and he did so in adversity under a couple different managers. Even when the club was not doing well, he kind of found a way to get through it and give his team life when they didn't necessarily deserve it. I think in a lot of bad situations, he still performed very well at a high level in the Champions League. You have Dempsey's 20-goal season and Fulham is up there. That was great, but this is just special. I think he was, it's the assist too, how he kind of elevated those around him, which I think really kind of set him apart.
Brian Sciaretta, American Soccer Now. I give him a follow. He's always up on it. He's always got great information on players. He's always coming up with these gems of guys we don't really know a whole lot about, and you pull them out. All right, so I want to go to Good news is Serginho Dest is back playing. I would say if he gets back to the form he was at, that'll be one of the strengths of the U.S. men's national team is the outside back position with Anthony Robinson on the left, who was voted the U.S. Player of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Nations League was a debacle, and I'm not trying to gloss over it. But, when you add Dest and Anthony Robinson into a starting 11, things start to look a little bit different. It is alarming that the team didn't play up to the sum of their parts. It still played way below it. Some of its parts, even with some key players missing, they should have played a lot better. But look, having Dest and Anthony Robinson back is a good thing. Both those guys have dealt with some injuries, nagging injuries throughout the season. Obviously, Dest only got back in March, but even then he had his minutes managed. I think they should have their minutes managed probably at the Gold Cup, but when the games get big, those guys should be on the field. But in the meantime, it's going to be good to look at guys like, maybe John Tolkien or Caleb Wiley on the left side. And, they never really had a good backup to Anthony Robinson. Now's the time to pretty much put one in place, in case something should happen.
Well, those two guys, Robinson and Dest, so important to the build and coming out of the back and getting forward. All right, so we've got some challenges with the FIFA Club World Cup. So you're going to not have Gio Reyna, Tim Weah, Weston McKennie, who will be with Juventus in this. I go to Gio Reyna, and it's just like, at what point is this dance going to end? Is this kid ever going to mature and try to get over the top? He's obviously having a lot of problems in a lot of different places. We can continue to talk about how gifted and skilled he is, but I just don't see him as a two-way player, and that hurts him, I think, because I don't think there are many teams that are going to bring him in to be an out-and-out playmaker that doesn't do a lot when the ball's lost.
In the Bundesliga website publishes a lot of interesting stats, and they publish every player's top speed, recorded foot speed. And Gio Reyna was like 300 something in the Bundesliga. That's not good. His foot speed was really, really poor this year when he did see the field, which was not a lot. There's reasons why he's not playing. I mean, look, it's not all injuries, and
no, injury is not the main thing anymore. And I think people have to get that through their head because there's
over the last 4 years, he's about 1,600 league minutes for Borussia Dortmund. That's really 4 lost seasons. At this point, I'm not 100% sure until Poch addresses it that Gio's left off this team for the Club World Cup. Like, if he was to move like soon, like they might, I don't see Dortmund would stand in his way to let him go.
Right.
Because they've told him he has to look for a new club. He just needs to play. I think he needs to put the national team out of his mind right now until he needs to think 100% about what his next club destination is going to be. That's so much more important to his long-term growth. I mean, the national team is a part-time job. He needs to worry about his full-time job right now for his sake. The other two are obviously big. For Weston McKennie, he hasn't played well for the national team in quite some time. But the good news for him is that he ended the season strong with Juventus. He has ended the season poorly the last couple of years, but that was good to see. He'll be back with the team in the fall, and Weah, obviously, really hurts the U.S. team because they need wingers. They don't have a lot of those guys. A lot of good wingers, a lot of good wing depth. So, look, when those doors are closed, it opens for other people. Maybe we'll now really get to see what Johnny Cardozo can do with an extended look, or players like that. So, it's maybe Alisson Tejas gets in there. We'll see.
Brian, as always, thank you for coming on. Great information. We always appreciate it. That's Brian Sciaretta, American Soccer Now, from the Garden State of New Jersey. Brian, thank you.
Anytime, guys. Thanks.
All right, so there goes Brian. This is Paul McCartney and Wings. Let Me Roll It. It was a great song. All right, by the way, on the U.S., they've got some early June friendlies against Turkey and Switzerland. All right, so we're going to do some more tickets now. We are going to remind you that we will be back on tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Central Time, and we do have Jack McGlynn on tomorrow's show. Coming up in the next segment from the Verde Dependent from Austin, Texas, we will have on Paul Fletes. I was on their podcast last night, Return to Favor, and we've got them. We got about a minute left here. So I do want to remind you again, Senate Avenue Brewing, That's where you're going to watch games this weekend, and there's a boatload of good games. Premier League, German Cup final, you name it. Houston Dynamo will be in action this weekend at San Jose, but tomorrow night they will take on Austin FC in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup. It is a heavy May for the Houston Dynamo. There is no question about that. All right, Gold Cup final. I got a pair of tickets right now. We're going to do caller number 7. I mean, the phone lines are blowing up here, Brian, so we're going to make them work for it. 713-780-3776, courtesy of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, lsse.net for tickets. It is caller number 7 right now, a pair of tickets to the Gold Cup final, the first time it's ever being held in Houston, Texas, right now.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.